as Su Feng, on the verge of taking the college entrance examination, suddenly found himself transported to a world of beast taming. He initially envisioned nurturing small, companion beasts and ascending to the ranks of the 12 Beast Kings. Thus began his journey, where he would indulge in the delight of having multiple companions and even savoring 2 bowls of soy milk. However, to his dismay, upon his arrival, he was immediately required by a prominent family to appraise a beast, a task for which he possessed no knowledge whatsoever. With merely half an hour remaining until the verdict was due, he found himself in a quandary. What should he do? Perhaps he could flee with a bit of money. The assistant chimed in. This beast has smooth skin, a fierce call, and agile movements. It must be an exceptional creature. Su Feng retorted. While you make a valid point, I would advise against nurturing it. After expert evaluation, it was confirmed. Indeed, the bloodline is somewhat impure, and the potential is quite limited. Su Feng gasped. Ah, is that even permissible? I was merely speculating. A leading expert remarked. This 5-legged lizard appears underdeveloped, with minimal toxicity. I suggest you consider a different beast for your training, Professor Su, the expert continued. Su Feng replied, No, I recommend focusing on this one. Years later, a radiant holy dragon reminisced. Back then, everyone doubted my potential, except for Professor Su, who believed in me wholeheartedly. Today, I stand guard over Eastern China, all thanks to Professor Su's initial affirmation of my worth. The crowd exclaimed, Professor Su truly possesses discerning insight, able to penetrate the essence of beasts. Yet, Su Feng felt increasingly distant from his original aspirations, on the verge of tears. This can't be happening. I was merely speaking whimsically. How did it all come true? Chapter 1. Transmigration. Have I become a laboratory professor? Professor Su, what do you think of this beast? A girl, clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared to be just over 18, cradling a creature resembling a raccoon. Though the girl was petite, her long, enchanting legs seemed incongruous with her stature. They were excessively long. Standing before Su Feng, she implored him with an almost pleading demeanor. Su Feng gazed at the unfamiliar creature and the stunning girl, utterly bewildered. Where am I? Just moments ago, I was in my dormitory playing video games with my 3 sons. How did I end up here upon opening my eyes? Is this some prank concocted by my sons? Before Su Feng could gather his thoughts, the girl stepped closer, her fragrant presence enveloping him, urging, Professor, please take a good look. This is the Chun family's beast in half an hour. They will come to collect it. If we fail to identify any issues, they may withdraw their sponsorship funds for this year. The girl's face was etched with panic, for this laboratory was funded by the Chun family. The Chun family, the foremost beast taming clan in Nanjing City, had centuries ago nurtured beasts of Quasiking level. They held immense prestige in Nanjing City. Even though no Quasiking level beast had emerged in recent generations, each lineage still boasted a formidable beast of the demon general level. This was the Chun family's legacy. Currently, the Chun family intended to cultivate this blue and white celestial cat as the core beast for their next family head. All preparations had been meticulously arranged now. Su Feng was the final hurdle. Once Su Feng approved, the celestial cat could bond with the most talented heir of the Chun family, embarking on a glorious journey. Su Feng looked at the celestial cat, his expression fraught with conflict. He had no recollection of the original owner's memories and was utterly untrained in beast appraisal. Surely, I cannot make blind assertions? Professor Su, please speak. We have only half an hour left. If the Chun family does not receive an answer, we won't be able to pay this month's rent for the laboratory. The assistant beside him continued to urge, as the time allotted by the Chun family was rapidly dwindling. Afterward, he mumbled to himself about the delayed subsidies he hadn't received for months. If they failed to secure funding this month, he would be unable to afford food and would have no choice but to flee to Su Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Please leave this whatever it is cat here. Come back in half an hour. I shall examine this cat thoroughly. The assistant, already skeptical of Su Feng's reliability, had already devised a backup plan. He swiftly placed the celestial cat into a beast talisman and turned to leave. There was no reason to linger in such a laboratory. It would be far better to work as a cashier in a beast shop. Alone in the laboratory, Su Feng stared at the beast talismans on the table, nearly collapsing in despair. What sort of transmigrator am I? Not only do I lack a system, but I have also been deprived of the original owner's memories. And to top it off, I find myself in a seemingly insurmountable predicament. How am I supposed to navigate this? Su Feng scrutinized the beast talisman for half a day, unable to locate a switch, let alone conduct any research. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of the beast. Damn it. If worst comes to worst, he'll just con some money and bolt. He'll declare that this beast is the pinnacle of excellence, and then he'll secure this year's sponsorship from the Chun family. Once I have the funds, the world is my oyster. After much contemplation, Su Feng vented his frustration. A mere 18-year-old high school student suddenly thrust into this situation, deprived of any assistance, and burdened with such a daunting task. Who could accomplish this? Certainly not Su Feng. Libby, whatever. Su Feng picked up the talisman from the table, preparing to exit and concoct a story. Yet, suddenly, a beeping sound resonated in his mind. Beast's system has descended, detecting that the host is facing a trial. Commencing task release. Task: sabotage the Chun family's beast nurturing plan. Task guidance: inform the Chun family that the celestial cat they have sent is a subpar creature, lacking the strength of a demon general level beast. Task rewards: 1 Quasiking level beast egg, knowledge of beast nurturing for an intermediate beast master, 300,000 federal coins, and 1 bottle of beginner beast. Nurturing agent. Su Feng, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "What the hell? Finally, that infernal system has arrived, but shouldn't it have provided me with a starter pack to help alleviate my current predicament? What on earth is this task to sabotage the Chun family's beast nurturing plan?" Su Feng scrutinized the yellow talisman on the table, circling it for quite some time, yet he couldn't discern any clues. Scratching his head, he contemplated tearing it apart. Just then, the assistant, who had been peeking in from the window, suddenly burst and a hand intercepted Su Feng, while the others seized the talisman from his grasp. "Professor Su, what are you doing? Even if you cannot perceive it, you cannot obliterate the celestial white cat's remains." The assistant cradled the talisman protectively against her chest, casting a cautious gaze towards Su Feng. She had sensed that his mind was not quite right today. In the past, he would never have sent her away during an experiment. Moreover, how could he possibly dismiss her during such a crucial examination of the celestial white cat? Thus, the assistant stood outside, watching as Su Feng muttered to himself, pacing back and forth. Now, he even dared to tamper with the Beast Taming talisman. The assistant felt compelled to intervene directly that if you destroy that Beast Taming talisman, we will be in even deeper trouble. She regarded Su Feng with an odd expression, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Am I supposed to give up on this professor? But I truly do not wish to become a waitress. Yet this professor, he seems to be unwell. Su Feng discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking, hasn't this all been a misunderstanding? He hadn't anticipated that his actions could jeopardize the Beast Taming talisman. How long until the Chun family arrives? Clearing his throat twice, Su Feng attempted to ease the tension, smiling as he addressed the assistant. The assistant, on high alert, stepped back 2 paces and in a flash, glanced at her watch, replying, 5 minutes remaining. Time is of the essence. Professor Su, you must leave. I still have time to conduct a basic examination of the celestial white cat. In this moment, the once subordinate assistant found herself admonishing a professor. Or perhaps it was not so much an admonition, but rather a reversal of roles. I'm a professor, and yet you seem to know better, don't you? Well, it is true that at this moment, Su Feng indeed lacked the knowledge of the assistant. He threw up his hands and began to walk outside. The system had already assigned the task, let the assistant handle it at her own pace. In the meantime, he would take this opportunity to better understand the nature of this world. What kind of beasts are emerging? There are even talismans. Could it be that I have traversed into a world of Taoist sorcery? Chapter 2. Professor Su, how did you come out? As Su Feng stepped out, the assistant hurriedly placed the celestial white cat on the laboratory table. The laboratory was rather rudimentary, equipped with only basic testing instruments and lacking any valuable apparatus. Although the Star Research Institute was nominally affiliated with the Qin family, it had not received any funding from them for the past 3 years since its establishment 5 years ago. Instead, the Chun family had demanded that the institute maintain its output, threatening complete closure if it failed to do so. Consequently, the institute had no choice but to conduct research while simultaneously selling products, striving to fulfill the Chun family's requirements. Thus, the remaining resources at the Star Research Institute were scant. Even being able to perform basic tests was considered a significant blessing. Moreover, this celestial white cat had already been assessed by numerous high-ranking beast tamers sought by the Qin family. Without needing Su Feng's approval, they had already begun its cultivation, merely seeking to provide Su Feng with an excuse to shut down the institute entirely. Su Feng cast a fleeting glance at the wall where 2 business cards were displayed. One belonged to him, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, adorned with a pair of frameless square glasses. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. The other card resembled that of the assistant, featuring dark hair and an exquisite visage, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, enchanting with a subtle smile. Shenjian. What a lovely name, Su Feng mused, a smile gracing his lips as he pulled out a book nearby and began to read. Guide to Beast Tamers. We inhabit a world dominated by beast tamers, with numerous organizations and nations. In the year 3012, the Eagle Nation spearheaded the establishment of the Blue Star Federation to address potential crises. Nations responded enthusiastically, ushering in the era of the Federation. Beast tamers are the most populous and esteemed profession in this world. Consequently, the authorities delineated 4 tiers for beast tamers: novice beast tamer, junior beast tamer, intermediate beast tamer, and senior beast tamer, to regulate their conduct and standardize the community of beast tamers. The book's introduction was somewhat superficial, yet Su Feng read with utmost seriousness. From the inception of beasts to their evolution, the text barely skimmed the surface. Gradually, a line of small print drew Su Feng's attention. The transition of beasts from combat pets to family companions had resulted in significant transformations within the profession of beast tamers, giving rise to numerous related occupations, such as beast trainer, beast corrector, and beast researcher. The level of beast researchers was particularly unique, categorized into 5 ranks: novice researcher, research assistant, professor, senior professor, and top professor. Suddenly, Su Feng raised his gaze to the card on the wall. A professor at the age of 20 must have once been a widely revered prodigy. Perhaps? What a pity. As Su Feng became lost in thought, the sound of a car engine outside jolted him back to reality. Beep, beep. The horn of a vehicle blared, prompting Su Feng to rise and glance at the clock hanging on the wall. The Qin family was indeed punctual. They had promised half an hour, and it had been precisely that. Su Feng slowly opened the door of the research institute, revealing a line of cars parked outside. Without needing to open the door wider, he already knew who the protagonist of the day was. The central vehicle, although also black, was distinguished by its unique black and gold combination, unlike any of the others. A man in a suit emerged from the foremost vehicle, holding an umbrella and striding directly towards the central one. With practiced ease, he opened the car door and leaned in, softly inquiring, "Miss, we have arrived at the Star Laboratory. Would you like to step out and hear what Professor Su has to say?" Inside the back seat sat a girl, her demeanor cool and aloof behind dark sunglasses. In stark contrast to Shen Jiayun, she was of an entirely different ilk. The girl merely waved her hand dismissively towards Su Feng, showing no intention of disembarking. "It's fine, you all go ahead. I won't be getting out. My father is waiting for me at home. Hurry up." With that, she promptly closed the door. Truth be told, he could not fathom why her father would send the celestial white cat to this place. It had already been evaluated by several top-tier high-ranking beast tamers, destined to grow into a formidable beast without question. What could a small research institute, with its sign nearly devoured by insects, possibly discern? It was a complete waste of time. He would be better off returning to cultivate the celestial white cat. Understood, Mississippi. The suited man slightly bowed, his expression serious, before turning toward the Star Research Institute. As he approached the entrance, he caught sight of Su Feng out of the corner of his eye. "Professor Su, what brings you to the entrance?" The suited man inquired, astonished. According to rumors, Professor Su was not one to venture out, rarely leaving the laboratory. And even when the head of the Chun family visited, he showed little inclination to welcome them. Why was he now standing at the door? Moreover, considering the tight schedule imposed by the Qin family, he should be conducting tests on the celestial white cat. "Oh, I merely stepped out for some fresh air," Su Feng replied, stretching lazily and wearing a smile. The suited man regarded Su Feng with a sense of unease, feeling that something was amiss. The professor was not typically so relaxed. He had never been one to smile casually. Such expressions were reserved for moments of experimentation. However, the suited man refrained from pressing the issue and instead stated directly, "Professor Su, has the testing on the celestial white cat sent by the Qin family been completed? What are the results? Does it possess the potential to reach the level of a formidable beast?" Just as Su Feng was about to respond, a melodious voice chimed in from behind him. "It's done. We have results." Su Feng cast a sidelong glance and saw Shen Jiyun racing out with the white raccoon nestled in her arms. The raccoon curled up, its expression proud, seemingly delighted with the prospect of its forthcoming happy life. Yet, Su Feng nodded and, intentionally raising his voice, declared, "Indeed, it has been completed. This celestial white cat does exhibit some talent and possesses certain growth potential. However, we believe it does not have the potential to become a formidable beast. We do not recommend prioritizing its cultivation." As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, Shen Jiyun's footsteps faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No way," she thought. I was going to say that this celestial white cat is exceptionally talented. It possesses the potential to reach the level of a formidable beast. The celestial white cat in Shun Jiyun's arms froze, as if turned to stone, stunned into silence. It seemed as though its envisioned happy life had vanished into thin air, no longer existing. Chapter 3. Miss, there is trouble. The suited man, equally incredulous, removed his sunglasses and stared at Su Feng for a prolonged moment before daring to confirm. Professor Su, is what you said true? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Su Feng nodded firmly, reaffirming, indeed. Our research institute has determined that this celestial white cat does not possess the potential of a demon general. It is not advisable to cultivate it as a core asset for the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayun rushed forward, waving her hands. No, that's not it. This celestial white cat. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Feng swiftly stepped forward and covered her mouth, silencing her. The man in the suit, with a stern expression, took the celestial white cat from Shun Jiayun's arms. With a flick of his wrist, he enclosed the cat within a talisman. Very well, Professor Su. I shall report back to the young lady immediately. Prepare yourselves. After speaking, the man turned and left, not elaborating on what preparations were needed. However, Su Feng had his own suspicions, likely anticipating the wrath of the Qin family. Nonetheless, he felt indifferent, at worst. He could simply shut down the laboratory and escape with his assistant, Shin Jaeyun. He had no expertise in research, and the laboratory had long ceased to hold any significance. Starting anew in an unfamiliar place seemed the best option. Casting a glance at Shin Jaeyun, whose eyes were slightly red, he noticed her glaring at him, embodying a look of impending doom. Professor, do you realize what you just did? That celestial white cat clearly possesses the potential of a demon general. By saying this, we will never secure funding from the Qin family again. Shun Jiayun's expression was one of despair as she regarded Su Feng. The loss of funding from the Qin family meant that the professor would owe her half a year's salary. Su Feng shot her an exasperated glance. Her eyes were solely fixated on money. It's fine. The research institute is likely to be shut down anyway, so there will be no need for funding. With that, Su Feng made his way back into the institute. He had completed his task, yet he wondered why the rewards from the system had yet to arrive. Surely, the Qin family wouldn't doubt his word. Shin Jiayun stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. Professor Wuliang, unpaid wages. The man in the suit hurried towards the car, opening the door and urgently stating, Miss, there's been a mishap. Professor Su claims that the detection results for the celestial white cat indicate it lacks the potential of a demon general. The young lady from the Qin family abruptly removed her sunglasses, disbelief etched across her features. What? The man in the suit, aware of the incredibility of this news, reiterated, Yes, miss. Professor Su stated that the celestial white cat we sent does not possess the potential of a demon general and does not recommend our cultivation of it. Upon hearing this, the young lady of the Qin family threw her sunglasses aside in fury. Nonsense. This has been researched with several high-ranking beast tamers. The celestial white cat undoubtedly possesses the potential of a demon general. There is no room for doubt. Let us go home. I believe the Celestial Research Institute can be shut down. A worthless establishment. After finishing her tirade, she slammed the car door shut. The fleet of luxury cars roared towards the Chun family estate. Returning to the laboratory, Su Feng locked the door behind him. Immediately, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards, a quasi-king level beast egg, intermediate beast tamer cultivation knowledge, 300,000 federal coins, and a bottle of primary beast cultivation solution. Almost as soon as the words faded, a plethora of items materialized before Su Feng. The most striking was a white egg on the table, adorned with uneven blue spots that resembled starlight. Just a glance drew him into the depths of this starry sky. The eggshell was exceptionally hard, likely impervious to ordinary objects. However, Su Feng had no time to regard the beast egg. He felt a flood of memories surging into his brain. All the essential knowledge for an intermediate beast tamer inundated his mind like a tidal wave. From hatching beast eggs to skill training, everything was laid out perfectly. If Su Feng were to take the examination for an intermediate beast tamer certificate, his success would be guaranteed. These memories were remarkably clear. After what felt like an eternity, Su Feng regained his composure and began to truly comprehend this world. It was a realm not solely inhabited by beast tamers and their beasts. Outside the city lay dark beasts, corrupted by dark consciousness. The number of dark beasts vastly outnumbered humans, by the thousands, or even tens of thousands. Rather than being a world of humans, it was more aptly described as a world of beasts, with humans merely surviving in the cracks. Nanjiang City was an independent city, located merely 200 kilometers from the nearest metropolis. Yet, within those 200 kilometers lay untold dangers. Without the escort of an intermediate beast tamer, traversing from Nanjiang City to another city was utterly impossible. The notion of absolute safety was a myth. Even high-ranking beast tamers would hesitate to claim complete safety on the outskirts of the city. Their chances of survival were simply greater than those of others. Su Feng exhaled deeply, striving to digest this newfound knowledge. The outside world seemed far more perilous than he had imagined. If beast tamers could not ensure their safety, what would become of him and his assistant? They would likely be devoured down to the bone. Cultivating his own beasts was imperative. Now that he possessed the knowledge of intermediate beast taming, he was confident that, if nothing else, raising a quasi-king level beast to combat readiness should not be overly difficult, right? Su Feng cradled the quasi-king egg in his arms and made his way to the primary egg nurturing device, one of the few instruments left in the laboratory. Its efficiency was not high, only marginally better than a human cradling it to sleep. Yet, for Su Feng, any efficiency was better than none. After placing the quasi-king egg into the nurturing device, a number appeared on the display, 7. This indicated that the egg would require at least another 7 days to emerge from the primary nurturing device. Su Feng shook his head at the figure displayed. This simply wouldn't do. 7 days would likely see him in dire straits. He needed to find a way to accelerate the process or delay the Chun family for a while longer, otherwise, he would have to flee with the quasi-king egg in hand. Su Feng gathered the 300,000 federal coins and the bottle of primary beast cultivation solution from the table. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him from outside the door. Chapter 4. The resourceful Professor Su Feng. Su Feng glanced sharply in that direction, spotting his assistant's furtive eyes peering through the crack of the laboratory door. Startled, he slowly opened the door. "What are you doing here?" Shun Jieyun, looking enlightened, remarked, "No wonder you told the Chun family that the celestial white cat was inadequate. You must have accepted someone else's bribe. No wonder you're acting against your conscience." Su Feng's face darkened, and he pressed his pale arm against her head, admonishing, "Don't spout nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me accepting a bribe?" Shun Jieyun winced slightly under his grip, but defiantly retorted, "I saw it. I saw it. Both of my eyes witnessed it. There are hundreds of thousands of federal coins on your table. Moreover, where did you procure that beast egg? I personally observed you placing it into the egg incubator." Su Feng wore a helpless expression, having closed the door precisely to prevent this situation from arising. However, the laboratory's iron door had long succumbed to rust, displaying several holes the size of spectacles. It was utterly more pitiful than an ordinary household. "This is not illicit money gifted by others. It is my savings from before." Su Feng hastily conjured an excuse, yet at that moment, nothing he said could be deemed credible. With the laboratory in such disrepair and lacking funds for repairs, who would believe he possessed 300,000 in savings? Shin Jieyun was evidently not so easily deceived. "I refuse to believe it. You must have accepted someone else's ill-gotten gains. Disgusting. A disgrace to the scientific community." Su Feng gazed at her helplessly. "I truly have not accepted any dirty money. However, if you insist on saying that, you obviously do not intend to receive your salary. Correct? Salary." Shun Jieyun's eyes lit up, only to then fall into a state of inner turmoil. Looking at Su Feng, her previously defiant demeanor softened considerably. After a brief pause, she slowly spoke. "Actually, upon careful consideration, the Chun family has indeed been excessively unreasonable, providing not a single cent to our laboratory for 3 entire years. Moreover, they have continuously assigned us high-difficulty tasks, keeping us in a state of constant tension. Not receiving payment for 3 years should hardly count as sponsorship, right? Since they no longer qualify as sponsors, we need not be accountable for the results, correct?" Shun Jieyun regarded Su Feng with hopeful eyes, yearning for him to nod in agreement, thus persuading herself. Su Feng found her attempt to self-convince somewhat amusing. Yet he complied with a nod. "Indeed, we have now acquired a new sponsor. This is not dirty money. It is the funds from our new benefactor." Upon hearing Su Feng's words, a smile returned to Shun Jieyun's face. Out of nowhere, she produced a small notebook, densely filled with numerical records. "Professor, could we possibly settle the wages you owe me?" Shun Jieyun gazed longingly at the money on Su Feng's table. Were it not for Su Feng's slightly taller stature, one might suspect she harbored thoughts of snatching the money. Su Feng looked at her helplessly. "How much do I owe you?" The moment Shun Jieyun heard this question, a number she had long pondered sprang forth. 32,420 federal coins. "I'll just round it down for you. 32,400 will suffice. The extra 20 will be our celebration for the new sponsorship. Let us buy some cola, 2 bottles each, and you'll bring me back 2 bottles of cola." With that, Shun Jieyun headed toward the table, determined to count this hard-earned money herself. "Wait." Su Feng raised a hand to stop her. "You must first assist me with something. I will return your money afterward." Su Feng stood in front of Shun Jieyun, interrupting her aspirations. As if joking, how could Su Feng so easily part with this sum? The 300,000 was his assurance for leaving Nanjiang City, and every penny must be conserved. There was no way he would pay her salary. Since the debt had lingered for so long, it would remain as is. What is it? Shun Jiyun eyed Su Feng warily, as if he were once again attempting to deceive her out of money. Su Feng extracted a stack from the 300,000 federal coins. Basic universal beast control talismans, 500 apiece. Please purchase 10 for me. Additionally, the egg nourishment solution at 800 a bottle, procure 5 bottles. And moo moo milk at 200 a bottle. Let us get 5 bottles as well. Shun Jiyun gleefully accepted the money, her mind racing to calculate the items Su Feng wished to purchase. If all went well, there should be a little left over, which would serve as her fee for running errands. Yet, the more Shun Jiyun calculated, the darker her expression became, culminating in an angry shout. Professor, you are heartless. Not a penny remains. Exactly 10,000 coins. You scoundrel. Su Feng, however, paid her no mind and departed. What a joke, if I spend 10,000 on items. How much should I actually be spending? 20,000. In Nanjiang City, within the Chen family, Chun Si-ning, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, hurriedly entered her residence. The layout of the Chen family estate was particularly classical, and although it ranked first among the families in Nanjiang City, it maintained a near-monopolistic hold over other factions. Smaller families wishing to survive in Nanjiang City had no choice but to bow to their whims. At that moment, the head of the Chen family, Chen Minghua, sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized his daughter. Chun Si-ning, equally cold in demeanor, was less severe in the presence of her father. Are you implying that Su Feng's assessment of this celestial white cat is not particularly favorable? Chen Minghua spoke in a deep voice. Chun Si-ning nodded. Yes, father. Professor Su stated that this celestial white cat lacks the potential of a beast at the demon general level. At most, it possesses the potential of a demon beast. He does not recommend our cultivation of it. Chun Minghua fell silent, drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair, lost in contemplation. Chen Si-ning seized the opportunity to speak. Father, I believe it is unnecessary to keep the Star Research Institute operational any longer. That location is so close to the city center. Hasn't he, uncle, and the others long desired to reclaim it? Why not take this opportunity to retrieve the land of the Star Research Institute? After all, that research institute serves no real purpose. Now, they even dare to make erroneous claims about beast assessments. I doubt they will be of any use. Upon finishing her statement, Chen Minghua immediately raised a finger to gesture. No, let us not close the Star Research Institute just yet. I see some potential in Su Feng. Although it is hard to believe, when I acquired this beast, a senior professor lamented its loss. At that time, I had no idea what was lost, but now it seems this Professor Su may indeed possess some merit. Chapter 5. Professor Su preparing to flee. Chen Si-ning stared at her father, her expression one of confusion. This celestial white cat had been examined by 5 high-level beast masters. Furthermore, Chun Minghua had studied it extensively. Its potential for becoming a demon general was virtually assured. Yet, now that her father had spoken, Chen Si-ning found herself at a loss. Can it truly reach the level of a demon general? Ninger, you go out first and stabilize the Star Research Laboratory. I will have Professor Lu come take a look. After a prolonged moment of thought, Chun Minghua finally spoke. The eldest daughter, Chun Si-ning, appeared astonished, gazing at her father. Professor Lu? Are you referring to the same Professor Lu who recently featured in the Huagua Beastmaster New Daily? Isn't he in Kyoto? Can you summon him from Kyoto? Chun Minghua shook his head. Although the Chun family wielded significant power in Nanjiang City, they were but a nameless clan on the national stage. Incapable of inviting such a distinguished professor. Professor Lu is currently conducting research in Nanjiang City. We can inquire about it. Many years ago, I attended the wedding banquet of one of his disciples, so I have a slight acquaintance with him. We can only try our luck to see if there is an opportunity to meet this Professor Lu. Chen Minghua elucidated that such friendships are seldom employed. However, given the significance of the matter concerning the potential revival of the entire family, he felt compelled to take a gamble. Chen Sinong, seemingly enlightened, nodded and proceeded towards the exit. Although she was unaware of her father's intentions, she sensed an undercurrent of unease. First, she needed to ensure the containment of the personnel from the Star Research Institute. If they had indeed struck a chord of truth, it warranted thorough investigation. Conversely, if their assertions were baseless, a meticulous inquiry into their dealings was imperative, particularly to ascertain if they had accepted illicit funds from others, brazenly discussing such a critical matter. Was this not a detriment to the Chen family? The assistant, Shun Jiyun, returned with all the items packed in a black plastic bag, her expression rife with reluctance. Here, everything you requested is contained within. She placed the items on the table, intending to leave without another word. Su Feng had calculated meticulously. The pricing at the Beastmaster store was standardized across the city, leaving no room for additional compensation for Shun Jiyun. There was not even a token for running errands, which naturally contributed to her discontent. Ignoring her, Su Feng opened the black plastic bag. Was this the level of service one could expect from the Beastmaster store? Not only was there no home delivery, but they could at least have provided a proper bag. After all, he was a significant customer who had just spent over 10,000 yuan in a single transaction. The contents of the black plastic bag were minimal, primarily consisting of the items Su Feng required. The yellow basic universal talismans were intended for the capture of new beasts, boasting a uniform success rate across various attributes. They could be likened to a more versatile variant of the Pokeball. However, the procedure for utilizing these talismans differed from that of a Pokeball. To employ the talisman, one must first establish a suitable incantation that the beast favors. During battles, reciting the incantation in its entirety would summon the beast contained within the talisman, akin to a summoning talisman. Although it remained uncertain whether higher-tier beasts required such procedures, Su Feng's accumulated knowledge indicated that, at the very least, novice beast masters employed this type of talisman across the 4 tiers: novice, intermediate, advanced, and elite. Recitation was essential for summoning. Should one falter in their speech, it could impact the outcome. Hence, the speed of a beast master's articulation also served as a testament to their combat prowess. Su Feng had previously remarked on this issue, pondering whether the world was excessively unkind to those who stuttered. Moreover, requiring a beast to respond only to a favored incantation significantly raised the bar for potential beast masters. Consequently, a competent advanced beast master would always keep a responsive beast by their side, a crucial measure for ensuring one's survival in dire circumstances. 10 basic universal talismans were ample for Su Feng's needs, provided he refrained from excessive wastage. He began to sift through the contents of the black plastic bag, selecting only the necessary items, which included the beast talismans as well as some moo milk. This was the sustenance for juvenile beasts, essential for their growth into combat-ready entities. Administering moo milk during their infancy would expedite their maturation and lay a solid foundation for formidable future capabilities. Su Feng had not acquired an abundance of it, as he had no intentions of departing from Nanjing City while his beasts remained in their juvenile stage. Thus, this item could be easily procured at any time. His gaze settled upon the egg-nurturing nutrient solution. He uncapped a bottle and was met with an acrid scent, grimacing as he approached the egg-nurturing device. Disdain was futile. Without this solution, the creatures nurtured by the device would be akin to malnourished premature infants. Thus, to ensure the proper functioning of the egg-nurturing apparatus, the nutrient solution was indispensable. Observing Su Feng pouring the nutrient solution into the device, Xin Jieyun, resting her chin on her hand, squatted nearby, visibly discontented. Even a single egg is worth more than I am. I don't even have any nutrient solution to drink. Suddenly, Xin Jieyun sprang to her feet, rushing towards the black plastic bag. In a flash, she opened a bottle of moo milk and began to drink. Hey! Su Feng turned to witness this scene, observing Xin Jieyun's pitiful expression but refraining from anger. Forget it, this little assistant is indeed quite unfortunate. Working for 3 years without pay. And it's just a bottle of milk. There's no need to be upset. Besides, moo milk won't kill you. Its nutritional components are essential for humans as well. With regular consumption, who knows, you might even grow taller. Alright, enough lamenting. I will settle the wages I owe you. But first, help me think of a few ways to leave Nanjing City for another large city. After finishing the nutrient solution, Su Feng smiled at Xin Jieyun. Her eyes widened in surprise as she pointed a finger. You see, I knew you were up to something illicit. Now you're feeling guilty and planning to escape, aren't you? Su Feng casually swatted her hand aside. Don't be ridiculous. Is it so wrong for me to want to take a trip? You need to return my money wherever you go. Xin Jieyun glared at Su Feng. While his life and death were of little concern to her, the matter of money was non-negotiable. There were only 2 cities nearby, Lupanqing and Qingyun County. However, entering Lupanqing would mean venturing deeper into the territory of dark beasts, where the threats posed by these creatures were even more formidable. Conversely, Qingyun County offered a much safer alternative, being a territory predominantly inhabited by humans, where the risks of encountering danger were minimal. In fact, they could capture beasts less tainted by dark energies for research purposes. Perhaps they could indeed uncover something significant. Chapter 6. Preparations for Departure. Xin Jieyun rambled on, analyzing the distinctions between Qingyun County and Lupanqing. However, Su Feng paid little attention, fixated only on the notion that Qingyun County was significantly safer. Given his current circumstances, it was imperative to head towards a more secure location. With another prospective king-level talent beast in his possession, Su Feng needed to ensure ample room for growth. Do you understand? Xin Jieyun placed her hands on her hips, adopting a weary pose as she addressed Su Feng. Although he hadn't fully absorbed her words, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Qingyun County in the next couple of days. But suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, confident and somewhat arrogant. Going to Qingyun County. Is Professor Su dissatisfied with his assessment results, thus planning to further his studies there? Both Su Feng and Shun Jiayun turned towards the source of the voice. The previously closed iron gate swung open with a push. The quality of the iron gate was so poor that it offered no soundproofing. Its lock was only effective against honest men, utterly useless against the unscrupulous. Chen Sinong, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, strode confidently into the laboratory, clutching a talisman in her hand, and nonchalantly seated herself on a nearby chair. Her gaze was filled with triumph as she looked at Su Feng, as if to say, "Gotcha. Thought you could escape?" Unfazed, Su Feng replied, "No need for further studies. Is it unreasonable for me to wish for a leisurely trip?" "Humph," Chen Sinong scoffed, "traveling now? Dream on. Do to your words. My father has already gone to invite the top professors from Kyoto. If it turns out that you are merely speaking nonsense, I shall certainly teach you a lesson you won't forget." Chen Xining seethed, for this celestial white cat was rightfully hers. If all had gone as planned, she would have begun its training today. Moreover, the entire family's resources would have been directed towards her. However, unexpectedly, at this crucial juncture, complications arose. It is all this person's fault. Were it not for her, she would have already been on her way to possessing a beast with the potential of a demon general. Becoming a high-level beast master was practically a certainty. Beside her, Shin Jiayun's face immediately turned anxious upon hearing this. The matter had been exposed. Professor Su's acceptance of bribes had come to light. The research institute could no longer be safeguarded. "Are you implying imprisonment?" Su Feng inquired darkly. "Not only the Federation, but even in Huagua, the personal freedom of beast masters is held in the highest regard. If it were to leak that a professor was unlawfully detained, even the Chun family's considerable influence could crumble overnight. Indeed, the Chun family is the largest clan in Nanjiang City. Yet, this is ultimately the territory of Huagua. Regardless of the Chun family's reasons, they must adhere to the laws of the land." Chen Xining was well aware of this fact. The coldness on her face diminished significantly as she shook her head vigorously, addressing Su Feng. "No, that is not my intention. However, this matter is of great significance. And I implore you, Professor Su, to remain here. Please wait for us for 3 days. Within this time, we will certainly have a resolution." Shin Jiayun, trembling in fear, hid behind Su Feng. "This is all caused by Su Feng. It has nothing to do with me." Su Feng's gaze fixed on Chen Xining, causing her to feel uneasy. Unconsciously, she took a step back, her tone softening. "Please, Professor Su, don't leave Nanjiang City. If you insist on departing, we will reclaim the Star Research Institute." Chen Xining threatened, wielding the institute to coerce Su Feng. This tactic had proven effective over the years. He cherished this institute dearly. Yet, Su Feng merely shrugged, choosing not to dwell on it further. "Very well, Miss Chun, but I shall be taking a nap now. You may leave, or would you prefer to stay and accompany me?" Chen Xining was taken aback by Su Feng's audacity, stepping back multiple times with her cheeks flushed. "Why you?" "Humph." Biting her crimson lip, she waved her hand and departed. Who would dare speak to her in such a manner? Only Su Feng would. Were it not for his unique status and the possibility that her father might still require his assistance, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him. At this moment, Shun Jiayun, hiding behind Su Feng, poked her head out, quickly distancing herself from him. "Lech, perverted professor. Professor Liu, I have a matter I wish to request of you." Chen Ming stood before Professor Liu's study. Although the professor had agreed to meet him, it was not in the grand manner he had envisioned, filled with toasts and lively discourse at a high-level banquet. Instead, it was during this leisurely time that Professor Liu afforded him a glance. "Please wait, I am examining something new." A voice floated from within the study. Showing no regard for him, the so-called head of the Qin family, Chen Ming had no grounds for anger. Even those from Kyoto found it challenging to meet this venerable professor. The Chen family was fortunate to have such an opportunity, which was exceedingly rare. Waiting a little longer was a trivial matter for him. Once he had met with Professor Liu, the clan's future beastmaster would be assured. Time slipped away like a flowing stream. The sun blushed as it descended the hillside, while the crescent moon ascended the night sky, proudly standing in the center, indifferent to the adoration of the stars. Creak. The door to Professor Liu's study slowly opened, emitting a sound reminiscent of aged wood. A man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s emerged, stretching languidly. His hair was grizzled, adorned with large black-rimmed glasses, and he wore a flowing white robe, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. Although he appeared somewhat aged, his spirit was as vibrant as that of a youth, still brimming with energy after a long day. "Ah, you're still here?" Professor Liu adjusted his glasses, glancing at the visibly trembling Chun Mingwa beside him, and smiled. This fellow had been waiting since 9 in the morning, standing there until now, around 7 or 8 in the evening. It seemed he was indeed earnest. Chun Mingwa lightly patted his legs and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Professor Liu, I am still here awaiting your presence." I was introduced to you by Professor Ming and hope you might assist me in examining this beast. He felt somewhat embarrassed to disturb him at such a late hour. Professor Lu scratched his head, acknowledging the charm of the young man. What did he mean by disturbing him at such a late hour? It was clearly because he had been engrossed in his research that it had become late. Nonetheless, Professor Lu did not dwell on this matter. He merely needed a brief rest, a meal, and then he would return to his research. Finally, he had discovered something new. This trip to Nanjiang City was indeed worthwhile. What beast is this? Chapter 7. The Distinguished Professor Lu. Professor Lu cast his gaze upon Chun Minghua, the head of the Chun family. Chun Minghua promptly produced a talisman and held it aloft. Professor, it is a celestial white cat. Allow me to release it for your observation. With that, he began to chant an incantation, and a blue light flashed. A white, raccoon-like celestial white cat leaped forth, bounding into Professor Lu's embrace, maintaining its haughty demeanor as it regarded Chun Minghua. Professor Lu cradled the celestial white cat, adjusting his glasses. Celestial white cats are quite rare beasts in the southern regions, classified as a type of exotic beast. Each celestial white cat possesses considerable innate talent. Even wild specimens may harbor the potential of a demon-level beast. Moreover, this particular one had not been tainted by dark energies. Should it become so, it could potentially reach the level of a quasi-king, even at the demon general tier. This is one of the reasons why this breed is so proud. There is simply no way to remain low-key with such power. A celestial white cat? I have indeed been lacking one for my research lately. You Southern Jiang have something quite peculiar. Perhaps this celestial white cat carries it within. Professor Lu observed the feline in his arms, examining its fur, temperament, and vocalizations. The celestial white cat was still in its juvenile stage and posed no threat, making it relatively cooperative. Chen Minghua seized the moment to speak. Before finding you, Professor Lu, I consulted several high-ranking beast masters and colleagues to study this celestial white cat. We believe it possesses the potential of a demon general. If nurtured properly in the future, it is entirely feasible for this creature to evolve into a beast of the demon general caliber. After Chun Minghua uttered these words, he cast a subtle glance towards Professor Lu, eager to gauge his reaction. Professor Lu, preoccupied with examining the celestial white cat in his hands, simultaneously absorbed Chun Minghua's narrative. Upon hearing Chun Minghua's conclusion regarding the celestial white cat, he nodded in acknowledgement. A preliminary assessment indicated that this celestial white cat indeed belonged to the upper echelons of its breed, possessing the potential to reach the level of a demon general. It could eventually become a beast of that caliber. The effort you invested in locating such a quality celestial white cat is commendable, as it is a rarity among ordinary beast tamers. However, since you have already reached a conclusion, what more do you seek from me? Professor Lu retreated to fetch a magnifying glass, beginning to scrutinize the celestial white cat's condition, offering a brief compliment to Chun Minghua. Encountering a demon general-level beast in Kyoto is not unusual. Even a quasi-king could potentially emerge. Yet, this is a small town teetering on the brink of dark turmoil. Such places are rife with dark beasts. It is rare to even find a beast untouched by the dark aura, let alone a wild beast of demon general caliber. Clearly, the Chun family has exerted significant effort to find such a celestial white cat. Hence, Chun Minghua's earnestness is entirely justified. Upon hearing Professor Lu's words, Chun Minghua exhaled in relief, affirming their conclusion. However, when the celestial white cat was sent to the starry lab we sponsored, Professor Su there claimed it lacked the potential to become a demon general, advising us against prioritizing its cultivation. In a state of confusion, we came to seek your esteemed opinion. It seems that Professor Su misjudged this time. Chun Minghua explained with a smile, his tone reflecting a newfound respect for Su Feng. Recognizing him as a fellow professor, despite being a top-tier professor, Chun Minghua dared not be presumptuous, thus treating Su Feng's words with deference. Nevertheless, Chun Minghua's remarks caused Professor Lu to furrow his brow slightly, plunging into contemplation. From an external perspective, this celestial white cat undeniably exhibited the potential of a demon general. A professor, provided all the instruments in the research institute are functioning correctly, should not fail to detect this, right? Could it be? All right. You may return for now. I will keep this celestial white cat here. Come back in 3 days. By the way, do you have a universal device? Does the Starry Research Institute have one? Acquire one for me. Professor Lu suddenly interjected, seizing the celestial white cat outright and requesting something from Chun Minghua. Chun Minghua was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. However, he had indeed never heard of a universal device. As for whether the Starry Research Institute possessed one, it was undoubtedly lacking. If not for the diligent assistant, Shun Jieyun, frequently tidying up, the Starry Research Institute would be overrun with weeds. This universal device was truly unfamiliar to him. If you require it, I will immediately send someone to search. No need. Professor Lu waved dismissively, stating that he would have someone send it from Kyoto. You should return now, leave your contact number, and I will reach out to you in 3 days. With that, Professor Lu cradled the celestial white cat and ambled toward his study, clearly indicating it was time for Chen Minghua to take his leave. Chen Minghua hesitated to depart immediately. Professor Lu's reaction was rather pronounced. Was this celestial white cat truly so challenging to discern? Could it be that this researcher of ancient beast studies, Su Feng, possesses some genuine expertise? He decided to head back. Chun Sinian lingered near the research institute, dispatching personnel to vigilantly guard the entrance of the Starry Research Institute. Should Su Feng exhibit even the slightest intention of leaving, Chun Sinian would promptly send someone to follow him. Although it was not imprisonment, it certainly bore the semblance of surveillance. Yet, she did not anticipate that Su Feng had no intention of departing from the Starry Research Institute. Only Shen Jiayan occasionally exited, returning with a black plastic bag. According to her subordinates, it primarily contained items typically utilized by novice beast tamers, nothing particularly peculiar. However, out of caution, Chun Sinian purchased a similar assortment and, after research, discovered that there was indeed no significant difference. The only exception was that she had procured an excessive amount of nutrient liquid for egg nurturing. She had acquired a bit of everything, junior, intermediate, and advanced. Although funds were limited, Su Feng aspired to ensure that the nurturing phase of the egg was executed with at least a modicum of competence. After all, if sufficient nutrition were absorbed during the nurturing phase, it could expedite the growth period of the young beast. Su Feng was eager for this beast, endowed with quasi-king potential, to swiftly attain combat readiness. At present, Su Feng stood before the egg nurturing device, attentively observing the countdown displayed. Originally requiring 7 days, Su Feng's infusion of high-grade nutrient liquids had significantly shortened the growth duration of the beast egg. Now, only 2 days remained until it would fully hatch. However, Su Feng's funds had dwindled to a mere 200,000. Indeed, nurturing beasts was an expensive endeavor. Without even commencing the taming process, his finances had already been substantially depleted. Chapter 8. The Unassuming Professor Su. Shen Jiayun gazed at the figures displayed on the beast nurturing device, struggling to find joy. The cost of a single egg had reached 100,000. Her own value seemed to pale in comparison to that of this egg. Moreover, this beast was merely in the initial hatching stage, not yet entering the cultivation phase. Who could predict how much more Su Feng would need to spend? Would she ever reclaim her 30,000? Professor, how about I offer you a discount? That 30,242 federal coins. You could give me 30,000. And consider the 420 as my way of giving you a discount. Shen Jiayan seemed to muster great resolve before speaking. Delaying any further genuinely worried her that Su Feng might exhaust this sum of money. The potential beast, whose talent remained unknown, might compel Su Feng to invest even more. After tidying up the egg nurturing device, Su Feng completely disregarded her words, directly inquiring, "Have you purchased the tickets? How much?" "Not yet. Where would I find the money?" Shen Jiayan exclaimed in frustration. Every time they ventured out to buy supplies, Su Feng would provide just the right amount, fearful that she might embezzle. Thus, they had not even bought tickets for their departure. What could she use to pay? "I thought I told you to inquire about the prices first." Su Feng flipped open a book, studying while speaking. "I found out. A ticket is 480. Shen Jiayun replied defiantly, though her cheeks flushed slightly. She was not adept at lying. A 240 ticket had become 480, which was already her utmost courage. Any further embellishment risked exposure. Nevertheless, if Su Feng dared to offer even a penny less, she would not be pleased. 480 was precisely sufficient to cover the cost of 2 tickets. She would not allow Su Feng to abandon her. He still owed her 30,240 coins. Until Su Feng repaid that debt, Shen Jiayan had no intention of leaving. "Very well, I will give you the money soon." Su Feng gazed at the beast egg, clearly still undecided on the timing. Having already expended so much, abandoning it now would indeed be a grave loss. "Soon. Why not deposit the money with me for the time being? The Chen family is likely to drive us out soon, isn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Shen Jiayun appeared visibly sensitive. "In the near future, will you even have any money left? You spend so extravagantly every day. Prodigal. Truly, do you want to keep your money with me? I will need funds to buy a train ticket later." Her aspirations seem excessively grandiose. Shen Jiayun rambled on, yet Su Feng paid her no heed, quietly engrossed in his book, offering little response. "Give you money? The moment I hand it over, you might vanish. I would be left without even a ticket." At that moment, Professor Lu stood before a colossal instrument, intently observing the readings displayed. Ding! The machine emitted a melodious chime. Professor Lu erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha! Just as I suspected. This individual, named Su Feng, is truly a genius. The Xianbai cat belongs to both the demon and celestial categories. Thus, It likely possesses a unique ability inherent to the demon race. This extraordinary capability has only been observed in the beast companions of the southern frontier. It can alter its aura, and moreover, it is a controllable transformation, strengthen or weaken. No, it should be termed as masquerading, disguising itself to the extent it wishes others to perceive. Thus, the Xianbai cat, aware of their desire for a demon general-level beast, though it itself may not meet that threshold, can utilize this talent, or rather, this ability, to feign such a status. Professor Lu gazed at the Xianbai cat, as if he had unraveled a remarkable enigma. This discovery could undoubtedly elevate his standing within Huagua, with entry into the top 30 almost assured. This ability is astonishing. However, I must delve deeper into its intricacies. If this ability could be transformed into a skill, enabling beast companions to master it, the implications would be terrifying, presenting a fade of weakness, then surging with a sudden strike when the opponent's guard is down. This could decisively influence the outcome of a battle. Professor Lu remained in awe of the scene before him. The news of this discovery would undoubtedly send ripples through Huagua, disrupting its tranquil slumber with a colossal stone. I must meet this young man named Su Feng. Until I have thoroughly explored this phenomenon, such information must not be disclosed to others. Perhaps I could collaborate with this young man in my research. Even if we share the results, it would leave a significant mark on the history of beast companions. With that, Professor Lu swiftly picked up the phone nearby and began dialing. Hello? Are you the one who delivered the Xianbai cat to me? Yes, the Xianbai cat's results are in. It indeed lacks the potential of a demon general. However, among the demon-level beast companions, this one is still relatively formidable. Whether it can evolve into a demon general ultimately depends on the nurturing from the beast companion's family, correct? Yes, please come over and take the Xianbai cat away now. By the way, you mentioned a Professor Su Feng who reached the same conclusion. Could you arrange for us to meet? We will need about 2 hours, preferably before tomorrow morning. I must return to Kyoto by tomorrow afternoon. Professor Lu succinctly organized his thoughts with precision. Everything appeared orderly. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chun Minghua was left in a state of bewilderment. Is it true that the Xianbai cat, just as Su Feng asserted, lacks the potential of a demon general? Was Su Feng correct, and did several esteemed beast companions overlook this? Chun Minghua remained stunned even after the call ended. A top-tier professor, Lu, wishes to meet with Su Feng. This is a professor ranked within the top 100. His disciples and those affiliated with him are countless. How could he willingly meet with Su Feng, a seemingly inconsequential professor of ancient beast studies? Could it be that Su Feng has made a groundbreaking discovery? Though Chun Minghua is not entrenched in this field, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding research. If Su Feng has indeed stumbled upon something novel that greatly benefits beast companions, his status would skyrocket. At that point, not only Chun Minghua, but even the laboratories in Kyoto would scramble to recruit Su Feng. No wonder he has managed to persist for 3 years without any sponsorship. It seems this was the reason. I must now expedite efforts to mend relations. At the very least, I must avoid offending him. Meanwhile, Chen Xining was at the Star Research Institute, casting a disapproving gaze at Su Feng. I heard that Professor Su's assistant recently visited a high-speed train station. Professor Su, are you planning to flee from Nanjing City? Chapter 9. The Clumsy Duck, the Dazed Clumsy Duck. Professor Su, are you planning to flee from Nanjing City? Chen Xining scrutinized Su Feng as if he were a criminal attempting to escape justice, showing no semblance of politeness. Whether I leave Nanjing City or not seems to bear no relevance to you, does it? If I choose to resign, am I not entitled to leave? Su Feng's tone towards Chen Xining had always been one of disdain. Chen Xining had grown accustomed to it. Every time she conversed with Su Feng, his brazen attitude infuriated her. Who among the ordinary would dare speak to Chen Xining in such a manner? Now faced with such a rogue, she felt utterly powerless. The most disconcerting aspect was that this rogue was a professor. His only flaw was his study of ancient beast studies. Yet, this flaw had previously allowed the Star Research Institute to threaten him, but now that threat was utterly ineffective. In fact, he appeared eager to leave Nanjing City. What could she possibly do? Even more alarmingly, due to the matter concerning the Xianbai cat, the Chen family genuinely dared not let him depart from Nanjing City. After all, the potential of the Xianbai cat as a demon general still remained uncertain. It is possible that they may still require Su Feng's assistance. Chen Xining longed to display a bit of her temper as a young lady before Su Feng, yet he was entirely unfazed by her antics. He had not even deigned to glance at her. You. Chen Xining stared at Su Feng, struggling to articulate a single word. Instead, she glanced around anxiously. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a nearby basic nurturing egg device. However, what captivated her attention was not the device itself, but the nourishing liquid within and the beast egg that sparkled like countless stars. What beast egg is this? She exclaimed, striding towards it. Tilting her head back to gaze at the egg that shimmered like starlight, she marveled. The Star Research Institute has come to this point. And you are still cultivating beast companions? How deep is your affection for them? Chen Xining was well aware of the challenges faced by the Star Research Institute over the past 3 years. Yet, Su Feng still managed to procure a beast egg, which genuinely astonished her. No wonder you have recently purchased so many nurturing liquids for the eggs. Chen Xining was oblivious to the immense sum Su Feng had expended during this period, but it was undoubtedly considerable. After all, Shen Jiayun had visited the beast companion shop no fewer than 10 times. It seems that even the store staff have become quite familiar with Shen Jiayun. Su Feng hurriedly positioned himself in front of Chen Xining, effectively obstructing her line of sight. Their sole hope rested upon this beast-raising egg, which must not fall under Chen Xining's scrutiny. After all, it was merely a malnourished beast-raising egg. Thus, it was imperative to procure nutrient solutions to compensate for its inherent deficiencies. It was of little consequence. Observing Su Feng's swift movements, Chen Xining, not lacking in intelligence, understood his intentions. With a hint of disdain, she retorted, "Hey, I'm just taking a look. I want to snatch it from you. Why the fuss? I actually have a great fondness for beast raising, and I shall become the strongest beast raiser in Huagua. Mark my words." As Chen Xining sensed Su Feng's passion for beast raising, her earlier arrogance dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence. Initially, she perceived Su Feng as an obstacle to the Chun family's business plans, thinking him rather malicious. Yet, how wicked could a professor so impoverished that he couldn't even conduct experiments truly be? At the very least, Chen Xining could not bring herself to believe that such a person could be excessively malevolent. Shen Jiyun approached the duo, lifting her chin to scrutinize Chen Xining. "You aspire to be the strongest female beast raiser in Huagua? My dream is to become the premier female professor in Huagua. What a coincidence." With that, the two, as if bound by some unseen connection, clasped each other's hands, akin to kindred spirits sharing a common dream. Su Feng observed their exuberance, feeling a mix of bemusement and exasperation. Two fools, setting such lofty goals, could they truly achieve them? One was merely a professor's assistant yet to receive a salary, and the other lacked any beast of even the lowest rank. How audacious to declare intentions of becoming the world's strongest. Meanwhile, I, on the other hand, hold practical aspirations. I simply wish to become the foremost merchant in Huagua. Cough, cough, the most conscientious one. It seemed the two sensed Su Feng's scrutiny and swiftly turned their ire upon him. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon our dreams?" Chen Xining exclaimed loudly. Shen Jiayun, hesitant to speak due to her financial indebtedness to Su Feng, found solace in Chen Xining's boldness. Unbeknownst to them, a light green talisman materialized between Chen Xining's fingers. "Let me show you the beast I have raised," she declared. "When I say I will be the top female beast raiser in Huagua, it is not mere bragging." With that, Chen Xining pressed the talisman to her forehead and began to chant slowly, deliberately ensuring that the two could comprehend her incantation. "O revered spirit of wood, performer of nature's essence, come forth, D-I-M-Y. The incantation, not only pleasing to the creature she had nurtured, but also to herself, culminated in the talisman emitting a radiant green light. A green duck materialized, standing at a height of 40 centimeters and a width of 25 centimeters, its body entirely green, adorned with a small piece of dark brown wood atop its head, more a decorative accessory than anything substantial. Its rotund figure rendered the D-I-M-Y quite endearing, seemingly devoid of any combat prowess. Yet, upon viewing it, Su Feng was undeniably taken aback. This D-I-M-Y was indeed well cultivated. It appeared to have reached the pinnacle of the pet beast level in a relatively short span of time. This marked the first stage of a beast's evolution, having moved beyond the juvenile phase. Once a beast attains the pet level, it begins to exhibit initial combat capabilities, able to unleash skills, engage in battles, and wield the power residing within it. Beasts below level 30 are generally recognized as pet-level creatures. The current D-I-M-Y was evidently on the cusp of reaching level 30, poised to transcend into the realm of demon beasts. Upon successful evolution, its combat capabilities would multiply exponentially. What do you think? How is my D-I-M-Y? It has only been with me for half a year and is my first beast, Shen Jiayun proclaimed with pride. The regulations regarding beast raising in Huagua are stringent. Before the age of 18, no individual may cultivate a beast for any reason, nor may they form a bond with one. They are only permitted to learn the principles of beast raising in a rudimentary and systematic manner. True cultivation may commence only after one turns 18, possessing an independent persona and behavioral norms. This restriction exists due to the immense potential for destruction that beasts possess, without limitations. Anyone could unleash them to wreak havoc upon society. The DIMY stood there, staring blankly at Su Feng and Shen Jiayun, seemingly perplexed. Why did you call me out? Chapter 10. Results. What kind of results? Upon witnessing the Dimy's adorability, Shun Jiyun's heart softened, and she immediately reached out to embrace it. However, the seemingly daft Dimy was surprisingly swift. Its short, pudgy limbs quickly snatched the wood from its head and hurled it at Shun Jiyun. Caught off guard, she was struck on the head, leaving a flush of red in its wake. Ah! She cried out in pain, instinctively crouching down to cradle her head. Shun Xining, startled by the Dimy's reaction, rushed forward to seize the creature, fearing further outbursts, and returned it to the talisman. I apologize. I had no idea it would react so suddenly, she stammered, glancing at Su Feng, hoping he would provide an explanation. Yet, Su Feng remained frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. The system's voice echoed within Su Feng's mind once more. This time it was not merely to assign a task, but to provide information. Species, Dimy. Level 29, pet level. Attribute, wood. Expected talent, demon level. Skills, wood collision, charge duck, wood blade slash, natural recovery, vine entanglement. Description, this is an adorable creature, yet it possesses a rather irritable temperament. Should one attempt to embrace it while it is in a stupor, it will swiftly detach the wood from its head and hurl it at you. Su Feng chuckled upon observing the panel. Was this not a pet panel? He was already endowed with remarkable advantages, and now he had acquired a pet panel. His advantages had multiplied. Glancing at the description on the panel, and then at Shun Jiyun, who was still cradling her head on the ground, he shook his head in resignation. She had it coming. Who told her to find it adorable and attempt to embrace it? Nevertheless, Shun Jiyun would be fine. She merely received a minor lesson from the Dimy. The creature had only tossed a small piece of wood. It was hardly excessive. If it had harbored any malice, it would have unleashed its skills long ago. Task. Upon receiving the professor's invitation, decisively refuse him. Additionally, respond that true strength does not require dialogue. Reward, 500,000 federal coins. The option to choose one beast and receive the intermediate skill Starfall and a high-tier lightning beast talisman. In Su Feng's mind, tasks arrived in quick succession. This particular assignment seemed almost prophetic. The system had preemptively arranged it for events that had yet to transpire. Su Feng's expression darkened. Was he really expected to respond to the professor in such a manner? Wasn't he that tantamount to mocking him? Why was the system so intent on complicating his life, seemingly devoid of any other responsibilities? Instinctively, Su Feng wished to decline. Offending the Qin family was out of the question. However, to insult the professor for no valid reason was utterly nonsensical. A glance from the corner of his eye fell upon the rudimentary nurturing egg device, and he let out a long sigh. Very well, if offending was inevitable, so be it. If he continued to evade tasks, he would find himself incapable of becoming a beast tamer, let alone amassing the capital to pursue a career as a shrewd merchant. Meanwhile, Shun Jiyun observed Su Feng's expression, equally incensed. Was it truly so egregious to have been struck once by that clumsy duck? Why was the professor ridiculing her and wearing such a dark expression? This professor was utterly heartless. Just as Shun Jiyun was about to express her indignation, the shrill ring of a mobile phone echoed through the laboratory. Clearly, neither Su Feng nor Shun Jiyun possessed the means to afford a phone, leaving only one individual in the lab with such a device. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Qin Xining offered an awkward smile and stepped outside. This was hardly an appropriate place for a phone call. A laboratory, after all, ought to maintain a degree of tranquility, minimizing any disruption. Even in its dilapidated state, the laboratory deserved some semblance of quietude. Hello? Qin Xining answered the call. Her voice cordial. The name displayed on the screen instantly revealed the identity of the caller. It was evident without a second thought. Her father was likely calling with news regarding the Xianbai cat. The fate of the Star Research Institute hinged upon this very conversation. At that moment, Qin Xining found herself in a state of inner turmoil. If the Xianbai cat possessed the talent of a demon general, it would herald the end of the Star Laboratory. Su Feng and Shun Jiyun would likely face scathing reproaches and be expelled from Nanjing City. Conversely, if the Xianbai cat lacked such prodigious capabilities, the Qin family would have to invest considerable time in searching for a new beast to tame for her. This would imply that her second beast would not be of demon general caliber. After all, could she afford to wait indefinitely for a demon general beast to begin her training? By the time she finally procured her second beast, others would already be cultivating their third and fourth. Qing are you still at the Star Research Institute? Her father Qinming's voice came through the phone, laced with urgency, accompanied by the sounds of honking and rolling tires in the background. Qin Xining nodded, immediately responding, yes. I am here at the Star Research Institute. Father, what is the outcome? Qin Mingguo wasted no time in delivering the verdict. Our Qin family has lost the opportunity to acquire a demon general beast. However, Su Feng may indeed possess something of value. Maintain your composure around him. Do not offend him. I am en route to the Star Research Institute as we speak." Upon hearing this, Chen Xining felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Whether Su Feng had anything of worth was uncertain, but she was acutely aware that her second beast would likely only be of demon talent. Though not weak, it would certainly place her at a disadvantage compared to the genuine prodigies of the capital. "Qing'er, are you listening?" Chen Minghua's voice broke through her reverie once more. A father knows his daughter best, and Chen Minghua aimed to provide Chen Xining with the utmost support. Yet, in truth, they were perilously close to the edge of darkness, making the search for a demon general beast untouched by sinister influences exceedingly difficult. "I'm listening, Father. I will continue to stabilize the Star Research Institute. Please hurry over," Chen Xining replied, her voice measured. She discerned a different tone in her father's words. Since Su Feng was indeed correct, it was clear that the Chen family would soon undergo a significant shift in their attitude. They would spare no effort to support Su Feng and leverage his potential. After hanging up, Chen Xining returned inside. Before long, Chen Minghua hurriedly approached, followed by a throng of individuals. Although he had never visited the Star Research Institute before, he could easily surmise its current state of disrepair. The institute had only existed for 5 years, with 3 of those years devoid of proper funding. Su Feng had undoubtedly sold off whatever he could and traded the rest for subpar alternatives merely to keep operations afloat. Regrettably, the Chen family had focused solely on transforming the institute into a premier beast training facility, neglecting the talents of Su Feng, who hailed from a background in ancient beast studies. Now that Professor Liu had taken an interest in Su Feng, the Chen family had no choice but to attempt to mend their relationship with him. Upon entering the Star Research Institute, Chen Minghua felt a smile break across his face as he made his way toward the laboratory. He was still quite familiar with the place, despite the passage of time. "Professor Su, it has been far too long. Professor Su, it has been far too long," Chen Minghua called out, his face alight with warmth as he greeted Su Feng before even stepping into the room. Su Feng glanced back to see a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit standing at the entrance, his demeanor kind and unassuming, radiating a paternal warmth that belied his status as a clan leader and a high-ranking beast tamer. Su Feng averted his gaze, choosing not to engage. There was no particular reason for this. He simply did not recognize the man. Who was he to approach with such familiarity? And what of the 2 simpletons beside him? Why didn't they introduce him? Were they old friends of his past? Noticing Su Feng's indifference, Chen Minghua forced a smile and stepped further into the laboratory. "I've been rather busy lately, which is why I haven't visited the Star Laboratory. However, rest assured, I am fully aware of the misdeeds committed by my subordinates. I have dismissed those who embezzled funds from the Star Research Institute. The money they pocketed will be deposited back into the Institute's account, doubled, within the next few days." As he spoke, Chen Minghua surveyed the surroundings, increasingly disturbed by the sight before him. A Chinese professor's laboratory, and yet the ceiling was missing several tiles. Without the Chen family's support, it was clear that without Su Feng's meager official grants, the institute would have likely collapsed long ago. It was deplorably impoverished. Beside him, Chen Xining listened to her father's words, understanding his intent to shift the blame onto others in order to strengthen ties. Chen Minghua was not entirely shirking responsibility. Rather, he was openly discussing compensation. Renovating the research institute, coupled with a substantial influx of funds, constituted his initial gesture of goodwill. There was little choice. Su Feng had evidently caught the eye of a distinguished professor. If all went well, he was bound to ascend a few more rungs on the academic ladder, inevitably becoming a senior professor. Whether he could rise to the rank of a top-tier professor remained uncertain, but the Chen family was willing to take that gamble. Even if Su Feng does not ascend to the ranks of a distinguished professor in the future, the benefits he would bestow upon the Chen family could experience exponential growth. "Professor Su, my father has been rather preoccupied and has not paid much attention to the matters concerning the Astral Research Institute. This oversight is partly my fault. I should have reported it to him once I became aware. Now, my father is attempting to make amends as best as he can. Don't you think it's time to resolve this misunderstanding?" Chen Xining endeavored to advocate for her father, trying to salvage their relationship with Su Feng. After listening to their dialogue, Su Feng grasped the nature of their relationship. Chen Xining, as the eldest daughter of the Chen family, could only refer to her father as the decision-maker of the clan. The head of the Chen family chuckled, "We currently do not require any financial injection. After all, we have no pressing ventures at the moment. Should we have new projects in the future, we will certainly inform the head of the Chen family." Su Feng gracefully declined Chen Minghua's offer. This was not a task mandated by the system, but rather a choice made by Su Feng himself. To be reliant on others is perilous. Su Feng abhorred such a feeling, and thus would not opt to accept the Chen family's funds. For one is indeed beholden to the hand that feeds. Even if he wished to play the role of a cunning merchant in the future, he would never resort to deceit for such funds. Observing Su Feng's polite refusal, Chen Ximing wished to interject, yet was gently halted by Chun Mingwe's hand, who subtly shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Since Professor Su does not have any new projects at the moment, we shall wait. However, I believe the institute requires some renovations. The premises have aged, and residing here is no longer entirely safe, Chen Mingwe remarked with a smile, voluntarily narrowing the discussion to just refurbishing the building. Su Feng remained silent, merely nodding. It was, after all, his property. He was the landlord. If the landlord wished to renovate, then let it be so. It was of no concern to him as a tenant. As for the rent, it had already been settled by the previous tenant. Chen Mingwe primarily owed the former tenant, and not Su Feng himself, thus mitigating Su Feng's hostility. A slight reprimand would suffice. Upon seeing Su Feng nod, Chen Mingwe exhaled slowly, then proceeded to reveal his true purpose. Professor Su. Have you heard of Professor Lu from Kyoto? He is the one primarily researching the beast mastery aptitude. Su Feng racked his brain to identify this professor, but the intermediate knowledge of beast mastery did not introduce this figure. Thus, he feigned unfamiliarity and shook his head. Witnessing Su Feng's gesture, Chen Mingwe continued. After studying the celestial white cat you examined, Professor Lu arrived at the same conclusion as you. He too believes that the celestial white cat previously sent does not possess the aptitude of a demon general. Consequently, he holds you in high regard and wishes to meet with you this evening to exchange insights. What do you think? Su Feng swiftly recalled the task assigned by the system. Was this not an invitation from a professor? It turned out that the professor sent someone else to extend the invitation. Su Feng had initially assumed that the so-called Professor Lu would come in person. In that case, he had the perfect excuse to decline. At least he could utter that audacious statement without fear of repercussions. Forget it. I have been quite occupied these days. Please kindly decline the Professor's invitation on my behalf. Su Feng waved his hand, but had not finished speaking. Chun Mingwe's expression instantly shifted, his pupils widening, clearly shocked by Su Feng's words. To refuse a professor's invitation? Ahem, Professor Su, this Professor Lu is not someone to be taken lightly. He is one of the top professors in Huagua, a true authority in researching beast mastery aptitude, particularly regarding the innate skills of demon and celestial attributes, as well as some rare attributes. Should you reconsider? Chen Mingwe nearly emphasized that Lu's disciples were all advanced professors, whereas Su Feng was merely an ordinary professor fresh out of graduation. It was a privilege for Lu to even wish to meet him, and he should not be so ungrateful. However, Su Feng completely disregarded his insinuations, raising a finger to shake it. I won't be attending the meeting. However, I would appreciate it if you could convey one message. True strength does not require dialogue. Not only Chen Mingwe, but even Chen Xining and Shun Jiayan found it hard to bear. Was this not exceedingly arrogant? Who could utter such words? Su Feng's gaze faltered slightly as he perceived their expressions. This statement was indeed rather presumptuous. It was the system's fault. It dared to speak so recklessly. Could such words truly be uttered? Chapter 12. The Majestic Thunder Spirit. The father and daughter exited the Astral Research Institute, the awkwardness on their faces unabated. Only once they were in the same vehicle did their expressions soften somewhat. This Professor Su is rather too presumptuous. What does he mean by saying that true strength does not require dialogue? He is, after all, a genuinely esteemed professor. One cannot afford to be this arrogant. Father, how shall we respond to Professor Lu? Chen Xining gazed out the window, avoiding her father's eyes, fearing she might burst into laughter over the situation. This Su Feng is quite an amusing character. Yet Chen Mingwe could not find humor in it at all. Su Feng's words left him in a quandary regarding how to respond to Professor Lu. The crux of the matter was that they could not afford to offend Professor Lu. This was indeed a conundrum. Let us relay Professor Su's words back as they are. However, I cannot afford to go. I will need to send someone on my behalf. Chen Mingwe lamented, resting his forehead in resignation. He dared not alter Su Feng's words, and had no choice but to take a risk. As the car sped away, Chen Xining observed the fleeting scenery outside, curiously turning to her father and asking, "Why aren't we trying to win over Professor Su anymore? I noticed his strong resistance earlier. If we do not clear up the misunderstanding, it will be even harder to foster a closer relationship in the future. Who knows? He might not need the Chen family as a sponsor anymore." Chen Mingwe shook his head, explaining, "You do not understand. When I mentioned renovations, he did not object, which clearly indicates he is beginning to relent. After all, it is only natural to harbor resentment after being without funds for 3 years. How could he accept the Chen family so quickly? Once he starts to soften, it will be much easier to navigate from there. Gradually, we will restore our previous standing." At that moment, Chen Mingwe resembled a cunning fox, continually calculating his approach towards Su Feng. To him, Su Feng regardless of his prodigious talent, was merely a young man in his 20s. Despite graduating early and bearing the title of professor, he was still, in essence, a child. Since he was a child, he could be managed. It would simply require patience. Chun Si-ning nodded thoughtfully, seemingly grasping her father's rationale and refraining from further debate. She then addressed Chen Minguo again. Then, Father, should we withdraw our surveillance on Professor Su? Withdraw half of it. Chen Minguo nodded. Normal operations should not be restricted. If they wish to leave Nanjing City, inform all demon hunting teams that they are prohibited from engaging in business with these two. Furthermore, if they attempt to purchase tickets to leave, keep a close watch on them. Make sure to purchase all the tickets available for the upcoming days in advance. In short, we must not be too conspicuous. Yet we cannot allow them to leave Nanjing City. Only by ensuring that Professor Su remains in Nanjing do we stand a chance of making amends. Chen Minguo commanded. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Feng must be retained. Within the Starlight Research Institute, Shen Jiayun gazed at Su Feng, her finger pointing at him, speechless. You. Are you truly rejecting money that is being offered to you? You, return my money. Shen Jiayun pointed accusingly at Su Feng, who brushed her hand away and shrugged. What do you understand? This kind of money must not be accepted. It's too hot to handle. Ignoring him, Shen Jiayun widened her eyes at Su Feng. Do you remember how much the Chun family has given us this year? A total of 5 million federal coins in a single year. If they were to grant us 6 years' worth at once, that amounts to 30 million federal coins. Even I could acquire it. Su Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, he had initially been preoccupied with preserving his dignity, failing to consider how much was at stake. He could maintain his pride with 30,000 or 300,000. But with 30 million, how much dignity could he purchase? Is it still possible for me to reclaim my dignity now? Forget it. Dignity can be earned again. Have I completed the tasks I assigned to you? Su Feng coughed lightly, temporarily setting aside his dignity. Are we still leaving? Shen Jiayan looked up at Su Feng. Hasn't the Qin family already promised us excellent treatment? If we leave now, wouldn't that be unwise? Su Feng shook his head. Let us not pursue such matters. We must fight for our own interests. Haven't you seen it clearly in these 3 years? What others can provide, they can also retract. Only what we earn through our own capabilities is truly ours. As they conversed, a sudden cracking sound echoed through the laboratory. Cough. Crack. In an instant, the entire research institute plunged into darkness. Su Feng murmured, glancing beside him. The sound had been rather peculiar. Almost immediately after it occurred, the power was entirely cut off. Shen Jiayan cried out, rushing into Su Feng's embrace. He felt her sudden lunge but did not push her away at once. For he was uncertain about the nature of the danger surrounding them. He could only scan the area warily. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning darted in front of Su Feng. Upon closer inspection, a dark figure materialized within the laboratory. Yet, the surrounding gloom was so profound that not even a glimmer of light penetrated it. Could it be? Su Feng's mind raced with the thought when suddenly, a panel-like object appeared before his eyes. Species, Star Dragon. Level, 1 Cubs. Attribute, Lightning, Dragon. Expected potential, Semi-King. Skills, Electric Current, Thunder, Heavenly Thunder Flash, Dragon Claw. Description, an exceptional breed within the Dragon clan, yet due to its lightning attribute, its talents vary remarkably. The minimum potential for a Star Dragon is Semi-King level, excelling in battles against stronger foes. It is one of the rare beast species with 3 opportunities for evolution, though no one has ever witnessed its 4th form. The first form of the Star Dragon is notably mischievous and must be treated with care, exhibiting great plasticity. After reading the description, Su Feng was reminded of his first encounter with the clumsy duck, as all the information about this little creature was laid out before him without a single error. A Semi-King cub within this research institute could only mean one thing. The Semi-King egg had hatched. Cradling Shen Jiayun in one arm, her soft form nestled against him. He could feel her rapid heartbeat betraying her fear. With his other hand, he grasped a pale yellow introductory beast talisman and, facing the panel, hurled it forth. During this period, Su Feng had diligently studied. This mischievous little creature would not escape his grasp. Majestic Spirit of Lightning, become my companion. Chapter 13. Who indeed is the Beast Master? Majestic Spirit of Lightning, become my companion. Su Feng chanted, not out of vanity, but because the book indicated that this would assist a novice Beast Master in capturing their first pet. Given the circumstances, a semi-coaxing approach was beneficial for capturing the creature. Whether others believed in this or not, Su Feng certainly did at that moment. As he articulated his plea, the yellow introductory talisman emitted a faint golden glow and soared towards the Star Dragon. Bang! A soft collision echoed, akin to a head striking a wall. The pale yellow radiance dissipated without achieving Su Feng's anticipated outcome of capturing the Star Dragon. Instead, an unexpected sound filled the laboratory. You. The tone resembled that of a mysterious creature, yet the star dragon seemed unfazed, perceiving Su Feng's actions as playful. Su Feng cursed the author of the book for their inaccuracies. Once more, he produced a basic beast talisman, foreseeing potential failure. He had instructed Shin Jaeyun to procure numerous talismans from the outset. Initially, they bought 10, followed by nearly 30 more, totaling 40 beast talismans. Su Feng firmly believed that capturing this little rascal was well within his capabilities. With a firm grip on the introductory beast talisman, he tossed it at the prescribed angle. Thud. This time, Su Feng misfired. It wasn't that he lacked accuracy, but rather that the star dragon, it could actually evade. In the darkness, Su Feng could not discern its appearance, yet it clearly saw him. Before he could release the talisman, it swiftly dodged away, leaving Su Feng seething with frustration. Indeed, there exists only a wrong name, never a wrong nickname. This star dragon was undeniably mischievous. However, Su Feng had no recourse. He could not call for help now. If he dared to step outside and seek assistance, when the Qin family arrived, this semi-king level star dragon would belong to someone else. Oh, so you wish to hide? Very well. Su Feng conjured 5 beast talismans at once, targeting the direction of the star dragon. He hurled them forth. Dodge. Let us see you evade 5 at once. Almost instantaneously after Su Feng released them, a flash of purple lightning erupted in the direction of the star dragon. The creature used a skill? Where's the referee? It's cheating. Can it utilize skills? What am I to do without any skills? With a thunder flash, the star dragon effortlessly evaded Su Feng's beast talismans, appearing directly behind him and playfully nudging him with its claws, emitting sounds that seemed to mock him. Su Feng stood there, dumbfounded. If the creature could use skills, then not even 400 introductory beast talismans would suffice. In his embrace, Shin Jaeyun seemed to have regained some semblance of consciousness. She no longer screamed, but quietly nestled in Su Feng's arms, avoiding any disturbance to his thoughts. Su Feng gazed at the Yuxinglong before him, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was not that his aim was lacking. Rather, this Yuxinglong was simply too cunning. How could he possibly hit it while employing his skills? Su Feng began to ponder deeply, throwing out the beast taming talismans one by one. However, he would occasionally pause to observe the movements of the Yuxinglong. The sole advantage Su Feng had was that he did not need to run around, thereby conserving his stamina. The only one darting about was the Yuxinglong, but it was hardly feasible for Su Feng to compete in endurance with a beast. The Yuxinglong could easily outpace him. Thus, Su Feng could only continuously launch and feign attacks to trick the Yuxinglong into running around. With each passing moment, the number of taming talismans in Su Feng's hand dwindled, leaving him with just 8 basic beast taming talismans. Bang! A hit. The basic beast taming talisman emitted a faint yellow glow once more, attempting to subdue the Yuxinglong. This marked Su Feng's second successful hit on the Yuxinglong. Logically speaking, it should not be so difficult to tame a juvenile beast, especially one that Su Feng had personally hatched. This only served to highlight how mischievous this Yuxinglong truly was. The faint yellow light gradually faded. Despite hitting it a second time, the Yuxinglong remained untamed. The Yuxinglong emitted sounds as if mocking Su Feng. You seem rather ineffective. Hearing this derision, Su Feng quickened his actions. Clang. The faint yellow talisman struck the experimental table heavily, yet the 7th talisman failed to produce any effect. Clang. The 6th talisman also missed, knocking over a nearby trash bin instead. Clang. The 5th, 4th, and 3rd talismans all missed their marks. Clang. The 2nd talisman met the same fate, rendering it useless. Bang. At last, Su Feng hurled his final talisman, which accurately landed on the Yuxinglong's head. The faint yellow glow re-emerged, and Su Feng's eyes fixated upon it, his heart racing fiercely. This was his last chance. Should he fail this time, the hit rate of these basic beast taming talismans would indeed be dismal. This was utterly frustrating. 3 entire attempts. The glow slowly dissipated, and Su Feng realized that his endeavors had been in vain. The mischievous Yuxinglong continued to mock him, bouncing about and seemingly altering its posture in a taunting manner. Infuriating. How exasperating. Come on, who exactly is the beast here? You don't act like a newly hatched creature. You're using skills, aren't you? Su Feng couldn't help but vent his frustration. This charade made him appear to be the one being led around like a beast, and it was utterly humiliating. The Yuxinglong laughed heartily, seemingly delighted at Su Feng's predicament. Fool. Big fool. It clutched its belly, throwing its head back and rolling on the ground in uncontrollable laughter. Suddenly, a faint yellow light illuminated the room. To Su Feng's astonishment, one of the talismans he had scattered on the ground began to emit a glow, revealing an unused basic talisman. This was merely Su Feng's first time employing such beast taming techniques, and given that he had thrown multiple talismans at once, it was inevitable that some had not fully activated. However, unexpectedly, The Yuxinglong lay down atop it, radiating a gentle yellow light. Bang! Su Feng's gaze fixated on the yellow glow, his mind fervently invoking the names of every deity he could think of. Moments later, the laboratory lights blazed brightly, illuminating the space as if it were midday. Upon glancing around, Su Feng noted that aside from himself and Shun Jieyun, no other creatures were present. Releasing Shun Jieyun with one hand, a broad smile blossomed on his face. Had he succeeded? Shun Jieyun's face mirrored his joy as she exclaimed, "Did it work? Did you capture that electric-type beast?" Although Shun Jieyun lacked a panel, as a professor's assistant, she could discern that this was indeed an electric-type beast. The moment it hatched, it had absorbed the entire laboratory's electrical current, resulting in the power outage. Su Feng nodded, but as he looked down at the talismans scattered on the ground, he found himself in a slight quandary. Yes, he had successfully subdued it, but which talisman was it? How could he summon the beast without knowing which talisman had done the deed? Su Feng glanced around, and Shun Jieyun, perceiving his confusion, spoke up. The talisman used to tame a beast will feel slightly heavier than a regular talisman. Though the difference is minimal, it is still distinguishable from the lighter ones. Let us search carefully. With that, Shun Jieyun eagerly made her way in that direction. This was not the first beast of the research institute, but it was the only one they had acquired in 3 years. Furthermore, it was a beast that truly belonged to Su Feng. Thus, Shun Jieyun was overjoyed, even more so than Su Feng. They had finally obtained something of their own. After a brief comparison, Shun Jieyun successfully identified the talisman that contained the Yuxinglong. "Professor, you must proceed with the binding contract. This is your first beast," Shun Jieyun urged excitedly. Although Su Feng lacked a Beast Master qualification certificate and was not even a novice Beast Master, he still bore the title of Professor, which allowed him to possess more beasts than a typical Beast Master. New researchers and assistants could not have beasts, but professors were different. They could carry up to 10 beasts, far surpassing the standards of advanced Beast Masters. After all, professors needed to have some for protection and others for research. The quantity was naturally more lenient. Su Feng accepted the beast talisman, and aside from its differing weight, it surprisingly felt warm to the touch. This was his first beast since arriving in this world. It was one of his future sources of confidence. Yet, Su Feng had not truly possessed the Yuxinglong. He still needed to complete the final step, the binding contract. Only after signing the life and death contract could a beast master and their beast share a bond of life and death, ensuring the beast would fight wholeheartedly for its master. Moreover, this would enable him to discover the incantation for summoning it. Su Feng retrieved a silver needle from nearby and gently pricked his middle finger. This was the ritual required of novice beast masters, blood for blood binding. A single drop of thick blood fell upon the talisman, instantly merging with it. At that moment, Su Feng felt as though an unfamiliar essence had entered his life, akin to a radiant star. A novel force was born within him. Without resistance, he embraced the power of beast taming. The might of the contracted beast would amplify this power exponentially. If one were to contract a beast of the demon general level, it would undoubtedly surpass the strength of an ordinary individual. After all, without a robust physique, how could one command such a formidable beast in battle? Would they merely direct it from 1,000 miles away with sheer will? Yuyo. So, from this day forth, are you my master? Yuyo. But you seem rather dim-witted. Don't you? Yuyo. Oh well, seeing you brings me joy, so let your foolishness slide. Yuyo. Listen closely, my summoning incantation is Yuyo. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this realm, vanquish all evils, and obliterate the light. With his eyes tightly shut, Su Feng felt a wave of regret wash over him as he absorbed this self-referential monologue. Wait, did I not contract a summoning beast? It's only a level 1. A mere fledgling. Why invoke such grandiose titles as Lord of Thunder? You're still in your infancy. You wish to annihilate the light? You've already drained the power from the research facility with such declarations. And what of vanquishing all evils? Frustration twisted Su Feng's expression as he contemplated renegotiating his incantation with the Yuxing dragon. Yet, the connection had already severed. This contract demanded little from Su Feng, but it exacted a significant toll on the Yuxing dragon, which had only recently emerged and was already fatigued from the commotion. Were it not for its resilient constitution, completing this contract might have proven impossible. As the ritual concluded, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. The pale yellow talisman, unbeknownst to him, had fallen to his waist. Upon seeing Su Feng's eyes flutter open, Shun Jieyun eagerly approached him. "Professor, have you completed the contract? Let us see it." Su Feng nodded gently, having only heard the sounds but not yet glimpsed the appearance of the Yuxing dragon. Just as he prepared to recite the incantation, an embarrassing thought struck him. "You, go fetch me a glass of water. I'm feeling a bit parched." Shun Jieyun scrutinized Su Feng's expression, her suspicions growing. "No, I want to hear your incantation." Summoning such a beast must require a lengthy spell, right? Are you unable to remember it? She regarded him skeptically, wondering if this fellow had forgotten his incantation. Indeed, many novice beast tamers fall prey to such blunders. However, given Su Feng's esteemed status as a professor, one would hardly expect him to falter in this regard. Su Feng felt speechless. Could he truly forget? It was simply that the incantation was rather shameful. Observing Shen Jiyun's incredulous expression, he ceased his struggles. This individual was likely to accompany him from Nanjing City, meaning they would be together for an extended period. It was only a matter of time before she heard the incantation. Clutching the basic beast taming talisman, he summoned the newly birthed power within him and began to recite. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this realm, vanquish all evils, and obliterate the light. Chapter 15, Esteemed Lord of Thunder. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this realm, vanquish all evils, and obliterate the light. Upon completing the incantation, a surge of electricity coursed through the talisman. Fortunately, this energy did not harm Su Feng, for it was released by the Yuxing dragon. As its master, he naturally possessed a degree of resistance. A flickering pale yellow light enveloped the room, and a peculiar creature descended upon the research facility floor. Its robust feet thudded against the ground, reminiscent of a hippopotamus. However, this creature stood upright, utilizing both its feet and hands. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a Western dragon, albeit with noticeably diminutive wings. Its rotund form led one to question whether those small wings were merely ornamental, capable of flight, or not. Su Feng gazed at the Yuxing dragon before him, a tremor of disbelief coursing through him. This chibi-style beast dared to call itself the Lord of Thunder? Yet, arcs of electricity did indeed dance across its body, aligning with the notion of thunder. But the title of Lord, before Shen Jiyun could mock Su Feng's incantation, her heart melted at the sight of the Yuxing dragon. It was simply too adorable. Having learned from her previous encounter with the clumsy duck, she refrained from rushing forward to embrace it. Instead, she cautiously inquired, "May I hold it?" Su Feng shook his head. "That creature is rather fierce. You're unlikely to get close." Ugh, Shen Jiyun sighed in disappointment, lamenting the inability to embrace such a charming creature, hindered by the electricity coursing through it. Yo. Absurd. I am the Lord of Thunder. How could I permit such familiarity? The Yuxing dragon vocalized a few sounds in Shen Jiyun's direction, asserting its authority. Yet, to her eyes, it only appeared more endearing, almost compelling her to brave the electrical charge and hug the Yuxing dragon. However, Su Feng intervened, warning that even a beast would struggle against the electrical current. If she approached, she might very well be shocked. "All right, come back. You're being too ostentatious," Su Feng commanded, flicking the talisman in his hand, gently channeling the beast taming power within him. A beam of light surged toward the Yuxing dragon. The beast shrugged its shoulders toward Shen Jiyun. Yo. See? Even this foolish master doesn't want you to hold me. Give up already. With that, the light enveloped the Yuxing dragon, drawing it back. Su Feng casually tucked the talisman into his waist and addressed Shen Jiyun. "Let us prepare for tomorrow morning. We shall depart from Nanjing City at dawn." In his room, Professor Lu was engrossed in research with the myriad machine, examining the recently discovered phenomena. However, since the last discovery, he had yet to yield any new findings, partly due to the insufficient time devoted to research, and partly because he lacked a companion to collaborate with. He found himself increasingly eager for the arrival of the young man named Su Feng. Perhaps this young scholar could provide him with fresh insights, leading to breakthroughs in his endeavors. "Professor Lu, the Qin family has sent word." Upon hearing this, Professor Lu sprang to his feet in his study, waving his hand. "What did they say? When is the meeting scheduled?" He spoke with unwavering confidence, having never entertained the notion of refusal. As a distinguished professor with unparalleled talent, it was improbable that a recently graduated young professor would decline his invitation for a discussion. Professor Su Feng stated he wouldn't be coming and added something else. Professor Lu turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What did he say?" The messenger hesitated momentarily. "Speak." Relay Su Feng's exact words. Professor Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. How could a mere professor dare to reject him? To spurn a distinguished professor such as himself? Such audacity. The messenger outside the door hesitated for a moment before speaking. Professor Su Feng stated that true strength requires no communication. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Su Feng and Shen Jiyun departed from the Stellar Research Institute, heading towards the Beast Merchant store. The Chen family members, who had yet to begin their shift, were taken aback by this unexpected sight. So early, and both of them leaving together. This must be reported. Chen Sinong, who had just risen to prepare for training with the wood duck, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. She had anticipated that Su Feng might leave, but she never imagined he would act so swiftly. Just yesterday the results were announced, and today he was already departing? This was far too hasty. No matter. Following the plan, all tickets to Qingyun County and Lupan City would be purchased. Without tickets, they could not exit the city. The darkness of the outside world was fraught with peril from beasts, and even mid-tier beast tamers dared not claim safety. Chen Xinong, not dwelling too much on her thoughts, proceeded to follow her father's orders. The Stellar Research Institute was quite a distance from the train station, and the two were heading towards the beast merchant store. At their pace, they would undoubtedly be outpaced by the Chun family's agents. As they spoke, the Chun family members were already at the ticket counter with a stack of identification cards in hand. By the time Su Feng and Shun Jiayun reached the station, the tickets would likely have been sold out. As for Shun Jiayun having purchased tickets in advance, that was an impossibility. She had never even been to the train station. How could she have bought tickets? Half an hour later, Su Feng and Shun Jiayun emerged from the beast merchant store, laden with numerous items. Judging by appearances, their purchases likely amounted to several 100,000 federal coins, leaving one to wonder where their funds had originated. Moreover, they were now making their way towards the train station. The Chun family's surveillance agents reported back to Chen Xinong. At that moment, she was engaged in rigorous physical training with the wood duck, her body already glistening with perspiration. Upon receiving the report, she paid it little mind, as financial matters had long ceased to concern her. Have all the mercenary groups in the city been informed? Yes, they have. Have all the remaining tickets at the train station been purchased? Indeed, while many tickets have been issued in recent days, we have secured the last of them. Not a single one will remain. Even the scalpers' tickets have been acquired. The informant proudly relayed, showcasing the Chun family's might within Nanjing City. Then what is there to worry about? They possess no beasts. Escaping the city will be exceedingly difficult for them. However, let us station some guards at the city gates to prevent them from slipping away to their demise. The entire Nanjing City was seamlessly encircled by the Chun family's forces, all due to two individuals, Su Feng and Xin Jiayan. Yet, the Chen family remained unfazed. The three routes leading out of Nanjing City had been effectively sealed off. Professor Su, there's no escape now. 2 hours later, members of the Chun family hurried back to report. Miss, Professor Su and his companion have left the city. Chapter 16. Professor Su has departed the city. Listening to the report, Chun Xinong's face was a picture of shock. The news echoed in her mind. Yet she struggled to comprehend it. How could they have left the city? Hadn't the Chen family sealed off all possible avenues? How could Su Feng possibly escape? It was utterly illogical. How did they manage to leave? Chun Xinong pressed, seeking any means to retain Su Feng. If he departed, the Stellar Research Institute would be nothing but an empty shell. This brilliant professor would forever sever ties with the Chen family. They took the train from the station. They waited there for quite some time, and we thought they had been unable to secure tickets, so we waited. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they successfully validated their tickets, boarded the train, and it departed immediately. Our people had no time to react. The informant murmured, fearful of raising his voice. It was evident that his career within the Chun family was now in jeopardy. He could not fathom from where Su Feng had procured his tickets. This was not supposed to happen. Shun Jiayun and Su Feng had been under their strict control. They hadn't even visited the train station. How could they have bought tickets? The Chen family was baffled, yet despite their confusion, the train continued its grand journey beyond the city limits. On the train, Shun Jiayun looked at Su Feng, a hint of admiration glinting in her eyes. Letting me frequently shop at the beast merchant store and purchasing a multitude of items each time. It has fostered a relationship with the salespeople, allowing them to procure our train tickets in advance, which we collected on the final day. Truly impressive. Su Feng reclined in his seat, stretching lazily. What can I say? Our ambitions are quite lofty. Only within the confines of the beast merchant store could we evade constant surveillance. After all, it is not under the Chun family's dominion. With the train now departed from Nanjing City, even if the Chun family were to pursue, it would have no effect. Qingyun County is not their territory. As Su Feng's eyes gently closed, the system's voice resonated in his mind. At long last, the overdue reward had arrived. Mission completed. Reward, 500,000 federal coins. Selection of one beast to acquire the intermediate skill Starfall and a high-tier lightning beast talisman. However, the rewards did not materialize directly before him, but instead landed in a nearby travel bag. Manifesting items out of thin air would be too ostentatious, especially an amount as considerable as 500,000. Carrying such wealth on his person would not be wise. Having received the mission's reward, the system's voice chimed in once more. New mission. Upon arriving in Qingyun County, participate in the Newcomer Beast Tamer examination and compete in the Newcomer Beast Tamer competition, aiming for the lowest rank. Reward. The lower the rank, the more bountiful the rewards. For example, achieving the last place will earn you 30 million federal coins, 3 high-tier skills, 50 advanced universal beast talismans, and 200 top-tier healing potions. Conversely, securing first place will grant you 1 Junior Universal Beast Talisman. Note: surrendering is not permitted. Su Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this mission. Was it not a gift? Securing first place would be a challenge, but attaining last place seemed quite feasible. After all, his beast was still in its infancy. Generally, beasts in their juvenile stage lack combat prowess. Although the Xinglong far surpasses typical juvenile beasts in capability, having already learned skills, it still could not compete with more seasoned companions. Furthermore, while Su Feng possessed ample theoretical knowledge in commanding beasts, he lacked practical experience. It was inevitable that he would falter when the time came. Victory was out of the question. Was this not an effortless windfall of 30 million? When combined with the various other rewards, the total might even soar to 50 million. Truly, from this day forth, the humble shall sing, and the landlord shall be beneath my feet. Suddenly, the train jolted with a loud clang, as if it had been struck by some unseen force. The speakers aboard began emitting a series of popping sounds, reminiscent of someone preparing to speak. Dear passengers, we are about to enter a zone of darkness and turmoil. Kindly fasten your seatbelts and remain untroubled. You may gaze out the window at the dark beasts beyond, but please refrain from any provocative gestures. This train is accompanied by 2 high-ranking beast tamers and 12 mid-ranking beast tamers for protection over the course of 3 days. Rest assured, dear passengers, a gentle reminder to all beast tamers aboard. Please do not release your beasts without permission to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. We wish you a pleasant journey. After the announcement concluded, Shun Jiyun abruptly raised her head, her brow slightly furrowed. 2 high-ranking beast tamers? Wasn't it customary to have just one in such situations? Could it be that our luck is this unfortunate? Su Feng, observing Shin Jiayun's puzzled expression, felt a tremor of anxiety himself. No way. Could we really be this unlucky right at the outset? What does bad luck even mean? Is there a significant difference? He hastily inquired, acutely aware of his own lack of self-defense capabilities. Indeed, Shin Jiayun nodded. Given that this route has been established, it must be relatively safe. Generally, a single high-ranking beast tamer suffices to handle unforeseen circumstances. After all, how much could a single ticket possibly cost? 200 to 480. What can 480 even cover? The authorities must be subsidizing a considerable amount each time. Why would they employ so many high-ranking beast tamers? Shin Jiayun nearly let something slip, quickly correcting herself. In truth, 1 high-ranking beast tamer is typically sufficient for most scenarios. To become a high-ranking beast tamer, one must possess at least 3 demon-level beasts or own a single demon general-level beast. In areas where humans can survive, dark demon generals are not so plentiful. Thus, under normal circumstances, a high-ranking beast tamer can manage unexpected events without issue. The presence of 2 high-ranking and 12 mid-ranking tamers indicated that there might be considerable risks outside during this period. Some significant dangers. Su Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Could they truly be this unfortunate? Just as they had escaped the closure of the research institute, they now faced a train incident? Were they being pursued? However, he reassured himself that it couldn't be too serious, could it? Shen Jiayun, noticing Su Feng's frown, dared not exaggerate further and attempted to comfort him. Perhaps it's just an unsettled time, prompting the Railway Bureau to bolster security? In reality, there might not be as many dangers as we fear. After all, there are so many people on this train, they are merely exercising caution. If there were real danger, the Railway Bureau would not have allowed the train to depart. Just as Shun Jiayun finished speaking, a burst of radiant light illuminated the train, a spectrum of colors emanating from its surroundings. The colossal train appeared to be enveloped by a massive energy shield. In the distance, a dark mass surged toward them. The entire train began to shake violently, as if the ground beneath them was trembling. Su Feng's expression darkened as he gazed out the window. The sky was drenched in a crimson hue. No way. A harbinger of doom. Why does it seem like everything I mentioned comes true? Chapter 17. Train in distress. Shin Jiayun stared out at the scene before her, momentarily lost in thought. She had merely spoken casually. Surely, an actual crisis could not arise. Besides, the train had only just departed from Nanjing City not long ago. How could they encounter danger so soon? The earliest threats should appear tomorrow or the early hours of the day after. The train had only been traveling for less than 4 hours, and, more accurately, it was still within a safe zone. At such a distance, if something were to occur, Nanjing City could come to their aid. Don't worry, take a closer look. It's probably not a beast, just some animals running amok. Su Feng forced himself to remain calm, encouraging Shun Jiayun not to panic. Upon closer inspection, these creatures indeed did not qualify as beasts. They lacked that distinctive beastly power and were incapable of unleashing any skills. They were merely ordinary creatures, inexplicably gathered together, and were highly unlikely to pose a threat to those aboard the train. After all, There were numerous beast tamers present to ensure the safety of the compartments. The only puzzling aspect was the sheer number of these animals. How could so many gather in such a place? The train's announcement rang out once more, attempting to soothe the passengers. Esteemed passengers, a multitude of animals is currently racing towards us from the left side of the train. We are preparing to accelerate to evade their impact. Please fasten your seatbelts and remain vigilant. With that, Su Feng felt a powerful force pushing him back, indicating that the train was indeed accelerating. Moreover, it was not merely relying on its speed. If Su Feng and the others possessed the ability to see through solid objects, they would observe a demon-level beast leading the train forward at a rapid pace. In the cockpit, the two high-ranking beast tamers exchanged glances with the conductor, making a swift decision. Send two mid-ranking beast tamers to Qingyun County to signal for help. We require assistance and must inform them not to allow any trains to depart from Nanjing City. Otherwise, we might struggle to cope. The expressions of the two high-ranking beast tamers turned grave. The current period was decidedly unsafe. However, it was evident that Nanjing City fared somewhat better. Their strategy was already quite effective. With a train departing once daily, each train was accompanied by two high-ranking beast tamers and 12 mid-ranking beast tamers. This combination, if acting alone, could reach Qingyun County without issue. They were merely escorting the train, and this arrangement was indeed excessive. Yet, unexpectedly, they had barely begun their journey. In just 4 hours of a 72-hour journey, they encountered such a significant mishap. Who could guarantee that further dangers wouldn't arise in the core area? The most pressing concern was that both high-ranking beast tamers on board were somewhat inflated in their ranks. Each had 3 demon-level beasts. They could handle ordinary situations without issue. However, if 1 or 2 demon general-level dark beasts were to appear, the consequences could be unimaginable. Thus, without assistance, this train might not reach its destination. The signal had already been cut off, and they faced such trouble even before entering the desolate zone. I support Brother Feng's idea. We must send 2 mid-ranking beast tamers for help. The situation could be dire. The thoughts of the other high-ranking beast tamer echoed the same sentiment. They had traversed this desolate zone many times, but never had they encountered anything like this. They had barely departed from Nanjing City when anomalies began to surface. This journey was destined to be anything but safe. Very well, let us dispatch 2 mid-ranking beast tamers for assistance. But I worry whether they can reach Qingyun County in time. Perhaps we should instruct them to return to Nanjing City for help? The conductor nodded in agreement. Nanjing City was not far from their current location. If only a few high-ranking beast tamers were present, safety would undoubtedly be assured. Su Feng fidgeted restlessly in the carriage. Could it be that he was truly this unfortunate? Just after his arrival, calamities struck one after another. Was it the aura of a plague god? Suddenly, 2 figures flashed past him, and a colossal bird swooped by, heading towards South River City. Astonishingly, the giant bird bore 2 individuals upon its back, traveling in stark opposition to the train's direction. Su Feng had no time to focus on the giant bird, nor did he see the panel display. Had they fled? Shun Jiayun also caught sight of the fleeting figures and exclaimed in astonishment. While it was indeed likely that trouble lay ahead, it seemed improbable that they would flee so abruptly. Su Feng shook his head, believing it to be unlikely. They had yet to encounter any real difficulties. If a genuine crisis had arisen, the train would have come to a halt, but it had merely slowed down, indicating that those 2 individuals might be returning for assistance. If assistance were sought, he feared they might summon the head of the Qin family. Gritting his teeth, Su Feng felt a swell of frustration. He had already fled. And now, having boarded the train, if he were to be caught, he would truly want to curse the heavens for their unfairness. Surely, it couldn't come to that. Shun Jiayun, too, appeared anxious, her earlier playful demeanor significantly diminished. Yet, she still maintained a better composure than Su Feng. It should be fine. There are quite a few high-ranking beast tamers within South River City, certainly more than a dozen. Although the head of the Qin family is also a high-ranking beast tamer, his unique status would prevent him from actively pursuing us. If anything were to happen here, South River City would be on high alert as well, Shin Jiayun reasoned. But her analysis seemed more like a self-reassurance, lacking any sound theoretical basis. Su Feng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. If a crisis were to arise, he could only act as the situation demanded. What else could he do? Get off the train now. He would surely perish in this desolate area. The train crawled forward, and at this pace, reaching Qingyun County in 3 days seemed utterly impossible. Yet, Su Feng understood that the train was awaiting assistance. Life was far more precious than time. Moments ticked by. The carriage fell into a prolonged silence, and no one spoke during this tense interval. The carriage where Su Feng sat felt particularly quiet. Suddenly, several figures flashed past the window, revealing a swarm of beasts soaring outside. In an instant, the train accelerated, racing along its predetermined path. Passengers who had not fastened their seatbelts were violently thrust forward by the sudden force. Su Feng's eyes widened as the atmosphere thickened with tension. This journey might very well not await any assistance. The beast tide was upon them once more. Chapter 18. Buddy, you're even newer than I am? Su Feng rose to his feet, peering outside at the chaos, and pulled Shun Jieyun towards the center. Regardless of the circumstances, the middle was undoubtedly safer than by the window. The entire carriage began to shake, and protective barriers illuminated around them. At this moment, there was no need for an announcement. Everyone understood that disaster had struck. Clearly, there were beasts attacking the carriage. Whether they were dark beasts was another matter entirely. The train gradually came to a halt amidst the cacophony. Outside, the sounds of roars and various incantations echoed, in addition to the wild beasts. Several beast tamers had released their creatures to engage in battle. Su Feng could not ascertain the situation outside the carriage, nor did he know if those high-ranking beast tamers were engaged in combat and with whom. However, he recognized that this time, they were in deep trouble. Bang! Bang! The glass of the windows shattered violently as a dozen wolf-like beasts leaped into the carriage, surrounding it completely. Su Feng's focus sharpened, his brow furrowed in concern. Trouble had indeed arrived. With 12 mid-tier beast tamers, this train boasted nearly 20 carriages. One mid-tier beast tamer would have to contend with the beast tide while safeguarding 2 carriages. It was an arduous task. They could only rely on their own survival. In the midst of the chaos, Su Feng held Shun Jieyun with one arm as they retreated. Shun Jieyun glanced around and immediately urged, "We need to run to another carriage. Besides the official beast tamers, there are others who boarded this train for convenience. If we find them, our safety will be greatly enhanced." However, they had to be able to escape. Although Su Feng had already carried Shun Jieyun into the aisle, the wolf-like beasts had jumped in from both sides, completely blocking their escape. The only fortunate aspect was that the narrow aisle permitted only one wolf to pass at a time. Even if they yearned for a feast, the pack could only advance in a queue. This carriage was sparsely populated, with no more than 7 or 8 people huddled together. Witnessing the scene, nearly everyone curled up in the center, crying, raging, and howling in despair. Damn it, we're done for. A newcomer beast tamer abruptly stood up, clutching a basic universal beast taming talisman, and began to chant fervently. The cacophony was deafening, and the crowd could hardly discern what he was reciting. Yet, light erupted, and a fire attribute monkey materialized in the aisle. Su Feng cast a glance at the monkey, and the panel appeared instantaneously. Species, Meow Fire Monkey. Level, 4, Juvenile Phase. Level 5 marks the transition from juvenile to pet phase. Attribute, Fire. Expected potential, Pet Phase. Skills, Charge, Flame, not guaranteed to be wielded. Description, a common fire attribute beast with limited training potential. This beast was not strong, still in its juvenile phase. While it could exhibit some combat prowess, its abilities were evidently constrained. Su Feng's gaze shifted to the wolf pack, locking onto the foremost wolf, and the panel appeared once more. Species, Wind Wolf. Level, 7, Pet Phase. Attribute, Wind. Expected potential, Pet Phase. Skills, Charge, Bite, Wind Speed. Description, a species that prefers to live in packs. Typically moving in groups of 5 or more, their true weakness lies in their need for space to unleash their speed. Su Feng exhaled, directing his attention to the bold newcomer beast tamer. Buddy, your beast seems rather inadequate. Not intending to mock, he merely feared that even one of those wolves would overwhelm him. Su Feng surveyed the carriage, noting that the remaining few were either sobbing or wailing, hardly resembling those capable of summoning beasts for combat. Phew, it was time to take action. They had to save themselves. Otherwise, if that guy were to perish, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Now, while he still had the chance, at least he could rely on the monkey to buy him some time, allowing Su Feng to confront just one path of wind wolves. If he could break through this route, there was still hope. Otherwise, if attacked from both sides, Su Feng would have no choice but to join the fray as a beast tamer himself. O esteemed Lord of Thunder, may you descend upon this realm, rescue the righteous, and vanquish the wicked. Channeling a fragment of beastly power, Su Feng promptly recited the incantation for the celestial dragon, selecting a path with fewer wind wolves. I prepared for battle. A flash of thunder erupted as the starry dragon leaped forth from the beast talisman, its expression brimming with excitement, eager to engage. This marked its inaugural combat alongside Su Feng, who was keen to test both its skills and the prowess of its master. A fool does not deserve to be my master. Behind Su Feng, a novice beast master, upon witnessing another summon their beast, sighed in relief and inquired, "Mate, what level of beast master are you? Is there a chance for us to break through?" Su Feng shook his head and replied, "I am not even a novice beast master. I have only just acquired this beast. I'll handle the few here and see if there is an opportunity to break free." Upon hearing this, the novice beast master swiftly removed the emblem hanging from his chest. Damn, you're even newer than I am. In the blink of an eye, the pack of wind wolves had advanced threateningly towards them. Had the two not summoned their beasts in time, they would have already been pounced upon, savoring their meal. Upon closer inspection, Su Feng noted that there were only about 7 or 8 wind wolves on his side. A stark contrast to the double digits on the novice beastmaster's side. Though his side appeared somewhat less crowded, Su Feng could not muster joy. It was his first battle, and he was faced with such a chaotic skirmish. Is this reasonable? Starry Dragon, prepare for a fierce assault. Aim for their midsections as much as possible, Su Feng whispered, slightly crouching down to address the Starry Dragon. It was their first battle together, and he felt a tinge of anxiety about whether the Starry Dragon would heed his command. "You," the Starry Dragon boldly assured him, seemingly undaunted by the presence of the wind wolves. A wind wolf before them crouched low, jaws tightly closed, poised to attack. Observing its stance, Su Feng wasted no time and commanded, "Starry Dragon, unleash an electric attack on it." Upon hearing this, the Starry Dragon spread its arms wide. 2 currents of electricity intertwined in its grasp, shimmering with a purple light and crackling audibly. It then launched the 2 currents directly at the wind wolf, striking it with precision. Zzz. The wind wolf emitted a sound akin to being struck by lightning. In an instant, much of its silver-gray fur turned to charred gray. Su Feng could even sense the aroma of roasting meat permeating the air. The power of the electricity exceeded his expectations. A howl of pain erupted from the wind wolf as it leaped towards the Starry Dragon, its mouth gleaming with a silvery light. It too unleashed its skill, Bite. It was determined to eliminate the Starry Dragon despite the agony. The Starry Dragon had already instilled a sense of imminent doom. However, the Starry Dragon proved to be far mightier than the wind wolf anticipated. The electric current coursed not merely across its surface, but had truly penetrated deep into its bones. Its leap was considerably shorter than usual. The wind wolf's body was in a state of numbness, unable to summon its full strength. This exemplifies one of the terrifying aspects of electric-type beasts. Their moves can render opponents incapacitated. Due to this paralysis effect, the wind wolf's leap fell short, failing to bite the Starry Dragon. Instead, it delivered its weary body right before the Starry Dragon. Seizing the moment, Su Feng commanded, "Starry Dragon, use Dragon Claw. Sever its waist." The Starry Dragon reacted swiftly, raising its right hand high, claws poised. The impending release of its dragon claw shimmered with a crimson glow. With remarkable speed, it descended upon the wind wolf, which could not evade in time, and was subsequently bisected. Su Feng secretly rejoiced. "Well done. If we can take down one, the Starry Dragon has the potential to slay a second, or even a third, until every wind wolf on this path is vanquished." After all, eliminating this one wind wolf had cost the Starry Dragon nearly no energy, having only expended 2 skills. As Su Feng turned to look at the Starry Dragon, he sensed some subtle changes in its status. Species, Starry Dragon. Level, 2, Juvenile Phase, Dark Value, 1, 100, Attribute, Electric, Dragon, Expected Potential, Near King, Skills, Electric Current. Thunder Strike, Heavenly Lightning Flash, Dragon Claw. The Starry Dragon, having just dispatched a wind wolf, had ascended directly from level 1 to level 2. This speed astonished Su Feng. There were still a dozen wind wolves left. If they could eliminate them all, the Starry Dragon might leap to several levels. Could it potentially bypass the juvenile phase altogether? Filled with excitement, Su Feng noted the Starry Dragon's exhilaration at the prospect of slaying dark beasts leading to its advancement. This was utterly delightful. Yet, the newly appeared figure on the panel puzzled him. Dark value? What is this dark value? However, there was no time to ponder this now. They must first clear the beasts before them. The wind wolves were no trifling matter. Behind him, the Meow Fire Monkey was engaged in a fierce exchange with a wind wolf. If Su Feng did not act swiftly, they would soon be surrounded. Starry Dragon, continue with the electric attacks, then charge in with Dragon Claw. Su Feng promptly directed, and the Starry Dragon, having tasted success, complied eagerly. Methodically, they attacked the wind wolves. Despite this being their first collaboration, the synergy between them was remarkable. The wind wolves varied in levels, predominantly ranging from 6 to 9, occasionally encountering a level 9 foe. The Starry Dragon's electric attacks were less effective, and its Dragon Claw was successfully blocked. Yet, Su Feng remained undeterred, swiftly instructing the Starry Dragon to use Heavenly Lightning Flash. Almost instantaneously, as the Starry Dragon evaded, a bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the wind wolf. In merely 2 minutes, Su Feng and the Starry Dragon dispatched 8 wind wolves. "You, Master, we are simply phenomenal." The Starry Dragon struck a pose, hands on hips, proud of having vanquished so many dark beasts during its juvenile phase. Most juvenile beasts had yet to engage in combat. It was truly remarkable. At this moment, The Starry Dragon's panel underwent a significant transformation. Species, Starry Dragon. Level, 4 juvenile phase, dark value, 8, 100, attribute, electric, dragon, expected potential, near king, skills, electric current. Thunder strike, heavenly lightning flash, dragon claw. The stellar dragon had merely ascended 4 levels, yet its dark value soared to 8. Su Feng lowered his head slightly, meticulously counting the number of wind wolves on the ground. Exactly 8. Did this dark value indicate the number of dark beasts slain? Or perhaps the quality of the dark aura they had absorbed? Before Su Feng could ponder further, a mournful wail arose from behind him. He swiftly turned to see a wind wolf with its gaping maw clamped around the diminutive fire monkey of a novice beast tamer. At that moment, the fire monkey was evidently bereft of any will to resist, gradually ceasing its struggles within the wolf's grip. The novice beast tamer, pale as a ghost, stared helplessly at the wind wolf, unsure of how to react. Upon observing the wind wolf, Su Feng instantly comprehended the reason for the fire monkey's rapid defeat. It was a formidable level 12 beast. This creature far surpassed the weaklings of level 6 or 7. Although still within the realm of pet beasts, its strength was undeniably superior. Clearly, this wind wolf was the most fearsome among the pack, possibly even the little pack leader. Su Feng scrutinized the wolf closely. Species, wind wolf. Level, 12, pet beast phase. Attribute, wind. Projected potential, pet beast phase. Skills, charge, bite, wind speed, miniature tornado. This little leader possessed an additional skill. It was no longer the small wind wolves that could be easily dealt with. Witnessing the fire monkey's life force gradually extinguishing within the wolf's jaws, Su Feng decisively declared, "Run." To another carriage. He promptly grasped Shen Jiayun's hand and fled. There was no need for a futile confrontation. With the path to survival now open, their first priority was undoubtedly to escape. Leading the charge, Su Feng sprinted ahead, and the others, seeing him take off, hurriedly followed suit, racing after him. The situation in the other carriages was uncertain, but they were certainly preferable to this perilous one devoid of beast tamers. As they dashed forward, fortune did not favor them. The next carriage was utterly vacant. While the relentless wind wolf pursued them without relent, Su Feng did not hesitate, forging ahead toward the next carriage. Shen Jiayun remained steadfastly at his heels, aware that only by encountering a mid-tier beast tamer could they hope to survive. Suddenly, several figures flashed past the window. To their astonishment, they were colossal flying beasts, hawks, birds, griffins, and even bats. What was even more remarkable was that each beast bore riders, an entire cadre of beast tamers. Rescue. A middle-aged man among them called out with an air of calm. Though his expression was tranquil, his actions were swift. In an instant, he flung several talismans into the air. Various beasts leapt forth, charging into each carriage. The middle-aged man, riding a striking blue eagle, soared directly into Su Feng's carriage. There was no need for him to engage directly. The currents of electricity enveloping the colossal eagle felled the pursuing wind wolves to the ground, extinguishing their life force. The man then cast a cool glance at Su Feng. Did the battle impair your reasoning? Are you a beast tamer? Did you vanquish these dark beasts? The middle-aged man atop the blue eagle inquired, his tone both incredulous and probing. Su Feng gazed at the magnificent blue rain eagle, and its attributes materialized before him. Species, blue rain eagle. Level, 68, demon general level. Attribute, feather, lightning. Projected potential, near king. Skills, charge, cry, electric current, thunderclap, eagle stomp, divine thunder from the sky. Wind rise, wind wings, wind wall, gale slash, dragon cyclone, divine wind of thunder. For the first time, an unknown symbol obscured some of the eagle's skills, preventing their full display. Su Feng did not delve into the reasons. It was likely that the disparity in strength between them was too vast. 68 levels. Demon General level. This was precisely the caliber of beast that the Chen family had been desperately pursuing. And here it was, effortlessly under the command of this middle-aged man. Moreover, this Demon General level was not even its limit. It could very well ascend to the near king level in the future, or even beyond. Such a beast represented the most formidable creature Su Feng had encountered since arriving in this world. Shaking his head, Su Feng refrained from claiming all the credit for the victory. No, there was another beast tamer over there. We both dealt with it together. He pointed to a novice beast tamer nearby, who was now ashen-faced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His fire monkey was dead. His first beast had perished completely. Although it was not particularly gifted, it was nonetheless his first companion. The middle-aged man glanced at the novice, but remained silent. Having reached this point in his own journey, he understood the loss of a beast all too well. While he empathized, he felt no inclination to console the novice. Some paths were meant to be tread alone, including the heartache of losing a companion. The middle-aged man's gaze returned to Su Feng, ready to speak, when his attention was suddenly drawn to the stellar dragon. Wait, you fought with a juvenile beast. His voice became urgent, tinged with disbelief. Su Feng, taken aback by the man's sudden agitation, wondered why it mattered. A juvenile beast could indeed unleash skills, which implied it was capable of battle, did it not? Seeing the confusion on Su Feng's face, the middle-aged man understood. With a swift motion, he produced a vial of deep blue liquid from seemingly nowhere. With a sharp pop, he opened it and tossed it to Su Feng. Juvenile beasts cannot engage in combat, even if they can unleash skills. They should not partake in beast duels, especially against dark beasts. They risk being tainted by the dark aura. Once a certain threshold of darkness is absorbed, that beast is lost. Moreover, overexertion can impede their development. The juvenile phase is crucial for energy accumulation. They must be allowed to grow properly. Pausing for emphasis, he pointed at the vial of deep blue liquid, continuing, "This contains a high-grade nutrient solution. Apply it to your beast at once." He hurled the vial towards Su Feng. Catching it, Su Feng followed the middle-aged man's instructions and poured the nutrient solution over the stellar dragon. The creature erupted in delight, dancing joyfully. "Yay! I can feel my energy replenishing. Yay! This sensation is absolutely divine." Su Feng did not refuse. This man had just saved his life, and to decline would be utterly ungrateful. Besides, with the Blue Rain Eagle at level 68, if he wished him harm, there was no need for such measures. One strike from that eagle could easily spell their doom. The potential of this beast was remarkable. He must continue to nurture it. "I hope to encounter you at the Global Beastmaster Championship in Kyoto in the future." The middle-aged man cast a lingering glance at the celestial dragon before piloting his Blue Rain Eagle away. He had merely observed a promising beastmaster and their beast, offering a few casual remarks. However, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. After escorting this train to Qingyun County, he needed to return to Kyoto to seek out Professor Liu. It seemed that Professor Liu had made a significant discovery. Upon seeing the middle-aged man depart, Su Feng let out a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted by such a formidable presence was overwhelming, far beyond what a novice beastmaster like himself could contend with. The celestial dragon gazed at the Blue Rain Eagle soaring above, equally inspired, lifting its head with pride. "One day, I shall surpass it. I am the true Lord of Thunder," it proclaimed. "From this day forth, I shall commence rigorous training. Do not impede me, foolish master." Observing the celestial dragon's fervent demeanor, Su Feng glanced at it, causing its interface to materialize. Species, celestial dragon. Level, 4 juvenile stage, dark value, 4/100. Attributes, lightning, dragon. Projected potential, near king. Skills, current. Thunderclap, sky thunder flash, dragon claw. While the numerical values had not changed significantly, the decrease in its dark value brought a sense of relief to Su Feng. Once they reached Qingyun County, he intended to procure some high-grade nutritional elixirs for the celestial dragon, striving to eliminate those dark values entirely. Su Feng mused privately. These dark values remained a source of unease for him. Shen Jiayun had also regained her composure from the earlier panic and turned to Su Feng. "Professor Su, when did you learn to command beasts? You managed to direct a juvenile beast to defeat so many wine wolves at the pet stage." There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. She had initially believed Professor Su to be merely a charlatan. To her surprise, he was quite the expert in the art of command. Defeating a single pet stage beast might have been luck, but vanquishing so many was clearly a testament to skill. At the very least, Professor Su could not be accused of directing in vain. Su Feng shot her a glance. "You were nearly petrified with fear just moments ago. And now you commend me? Did you even see my command?" He chose not to engage further with Shen Jiayun and turned his attention back to the celestial dragon, which had yet to return to its realm. It was there, throwing punches. With each strike, it called out rhythmically into the air. Su Feng's expression darkened. What madness was this? Could the dark power drive a beast to insanity? Or had the intensity of the recent battle affected its senses? "Celestial dragon, return to your talisman." Su Feng waved his hand and tossed a basic universal talisman, summoning the celestial dragon back. This day had been anything but tranquil. Chapter 21. Do you have accommodations available at the Beastmaster Association? The train had sustained minimal damage, with only the windows and body showing signs of wear. Nevertheless, it did not hinder the train's swift journey towards Qingyun County. 4 flying beasts hastened the train's speed, reducing a 3-day journey to merely a day and a half. Qingyun County is a prominent city in the southern region of Huaguo, serving as the nucleus for nearby urban centers. The level and number of beastmasters here far exceeded those of Nanjing City, and in terms of economic status, population, species diversity, and vibrancy, Qingyun County was in a league of its own. The name Qingyun derives from the prevalence of winged beasts in the area. With wings, they naturally ascend with ease. Moreover, Qingyun County boasts something that no other nearby city possesses, the Beastmaster Association. Although merely a branch of Qingyun City, it fulfills the needs of the vast majority of Beastmasters. The association can host Beastmaster competitions and conduct level assessments for Beastmasters. Naturally, such assessments can only extend to high-level Beastmasters, as per official regulations. Anything beyond that is not permitted. Where shall we go? Perhaps we could explore the streets? As they exited the train station, Shun Jiyun's gloomy demeanor lifted. Her excitement palpable as she surveyed the bustling scene before her. Towering skyscrapers and flowing traffic filled Qingyun County. Numerous beasts soared overhead, creating a lively atmosphere. Being a city that does not restrict flight, especially one centered around winged beasts, how could it impose such limitations? Sister, let us find a place to stay first. With all this luggage, it's easy for you to stand there and talk. Su Feng rolled his eyes at Shun Jieyun, who feigned ignorance. Let's take a look around. Besides, as Professor Su, you can stay at the Beast Research Association for free. Shun Jiyun danced ahead, her spirit buoyed by the privileges bestowed upon them. Despite their earlier struggles in Nanjing City, the entire nation seemed to favor their status. After all, a professor was far more valuable than a high-level beastmaster. Su Feng, observing Shun Jiyun's enthusiasm, chose not to dampen her spirits and followed in her wake. He also intended to purchase some high-grade egg nutrition elixirs, which the Celestial Dragon required. While a single bottle of high-grade elixir could potentially restore the Celestial Dragon's consumed potential, Su Feng remained cautious. It was better to have an excess than to fall short. Even a slight deficiency could hinder the Celestial Dragon's future potential. With his first beast, who else should he care for if not it? The pair found the nearest shopping mall and began to browse leisurely. Su Feng deposited their luggage at the entrance, where 20 federal coins allowed for 5 hours of storage. Before heading toward the beast section, having recently received 500,000 from the system, Su Feng was generous, purchasing a plethora of items for beasts, high-grade beast feed, mid-grade moo milk, high-grade nutritional elixirs, and more. During their shopping spree, the Celestial Dragon even leapt out to select a toy for itself, a spherical plaything that could be charged at any time, its principle seemingly being an infinite resistance. Though Su Feng struggled to articulate it clearly, Shen Jieyun also selected some everyday items, showing no interest in acquiring beasts. Her true passion lay in research, not in battling beasts. As they currently lacked a research institute, she had no inclination to buy useless items. They ambled leisurely, but when they finally looked up towards the sky, they realized that night had fallen, and it was indeed late. The Beast Research Association must have closed by now, right? Su Feng remarked, gazing at the rising full moon. In truth, it was probably not too late, merely around 10 o'clock. However, the traffic had thinned considerably, and the streets were devoid of activity, suggesting that Qingyun County had little in the way of nighttime entertainment. Not at all. Not at all. Shen Jieyun laughed, waving her hand and hailing a taxi. The Beast Research Association welcomes professors nearly around the clock. We just need to check in. Once they entered the vehicle, it set off towards the Beast Research Association. The Beastmaster Research Association in Qingyun City is distinct from its counterparts elsewhere. The association shares a building with the Beastmaster Association. To the left lies the latter, while the former occupies the right. After all, Qingyun County is merely a small town, facing only a few desolate cities over vast stretches of wilderness. Aside from professors like Su Feng and Liu, who come specifically for research purposes, who else would venture to such a place? The entirety of Qingyun County could scarcely muster 10 professors, and even counting those merely passing through would not yield a greater number. Due to the limited demand, the Beastmaster Research Association refrains from squandering resources on such matters. Before long, the two arrived at a boat-shaped edifice that soared over 30 stories high. Even the lobby on the ground floor resembled a small plaza. Atop the building stood two iconic structures. One was a colossal avian figure, its immense wings seemingly enveloping the entire sky. Yet, from another angle, it appeared to shield the buildings beneath it. The other emblematic structure was a magnifying glass, firmly grasped by a hand, symbolizing the essence of research within the Beastmaster Research Association. What is this? Su Feng seemed particularly captivated by the grand bird, as the sculpture was exquisitely crafted. Even the feathers were rendered with remarkable precision. The tail feathers were slightly raised, and the head was held high, embodying a roar directed at the heavens. This must be the guardian spirit of Qingyun County, perhaps called the Qingyun Sparrow? The name escaped him, but he was certain it contained the words Qingyun. Shen Jieyun had perused some materials about Qingyun County, which had not piqued Su Feng's interest previously. After all, knowledge about beast mastery was more alluring to him. Understanding this world was paramount. Su Feng had no time to delve into the intricacies of a city. Conversely, Shen Jieyun had done some research and began to explain to Su Feng. It appears that long ago, it served to protect a group of humans, and subsequently, They established the old site of Qingyun County upon its foundation. As the population grew, it evolved from Qingyun City into Qingyun County. However, it seems the guardian spirit has vanished. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Su Feng gradually withdrew his gaze from the Qingyun sparrow, nodding in agreement. The ability to protect humanity and establish a city of considerable scale in such a barren land spoke volumes about the strength of this beast. Perhaps it had even reached the quasi-king level. Let us check in before we discuss further, he suggested, and the two made their way into the association. What are you talking about? The association has long had regulations that professors' assistants should be treated according to the professor's status when staying in foreign lands. Therefore, you ought to provide us with 2 professor rooms, not just one. Shen Jiayun shouted vehemently at the front desk staff. These regulations had been established by the Beast Master Research Association many years ago. If it were a matter of 2 individuals of the same gender, it would be acceptable. But how could 2 people sleep in one room? It would be utterly absurd for them to share a bed. It's not that we don't want to provide you with 2 rooms. It's simply that our association has no extra rooms available. The front desk staff responded apologetically. In half a month, Qingyun County will host the newcomer Beast Master competition, and all the hotels in the city are fully booked. Some Beast Masters have arrived, but have nowhere to stay, and the rooms we prepared for professors are typically unoccupied. We allocated the rooms to the Beast Master Association, and we had no idea that several professors would arrive simultaneously. We sincerely apologize. Besides Su Feng, several other professors from different fields had also brought their assistants. What had previously been unoccupied rooms now seemed strangely crowded. No, even if you allocate rooms to the Beast Master Association, you must first ensure the normal provisions for the Beast Master Research Association. Shen Jiayun retorted angrily. She had assured Su Feng that they would certainly have a place to stay before they went out shopping, but now they found themselves without accommodations. A sense of shame began to creep into Shen Jiayun's consciousness. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, a head suddenly popped in front of Shen Jiayun. Peering curiously, you guys at the Beast Master Research Association still have rooms, right? Chapter 22. Hey, are you here to cause trouble? The head belonged to a youth of about 18 years, sporting sunglasses and short, bleached hair, his demeanor rather flamboyant and unrefined. He didn't maintain a respectful distance from Shen Jiayun, directly bypassing her to converse with the front desk. The staff, noticing his lack of awareness, were frustrated. Didn't he see they were already overwhelmed with room issues? Shen Jiayun scrutinized the brash young man who had intruded, exclaiming without restraint, "What are you doing? What concern is it of yours whether the Beast Master Association has rooms? Can't you see we're struggling to find accommodation ourselves?" Typically mild-mannered, her frustration boiled over in the presence of this oblivious youth. Even Su Feng was taken aback by Shen Jiayun's fierceness. Who knew she could be so fierce? The yellow-haired youth appeared momentarily stunned by her outburst. Although he knew he might receive reproach for approaching, he hadn't expected such a blunt reprimand right off the bat. "Wait, I've been observing you for quite some time. How was I to know if you needed a room or not? If you don't, then I want it. I've searched high and low, and there isn't a single room available in all of Qingyun County. It's utterly absurd. Do you even know who stands before you? Do you know? I am the esteemed Master Ziyu, the champion of the upcoming newcomer Beast Master competition." No one paid him any heed, yet this did not deter him from touting his own identity, which struck Su Feng as awkwardly juvenile. He felt a pang of embarrassment on the youth's behalf, wishing he could extract a 3-bedroom apartment out of the Beast Master Research Association just to avoid this awkwardness. However, Shen Jiayun was relentless. "You fool. Of course we need a room. Where do you expect us to stay if not here? Should we wander the streets like you? Introducing ourselves at midnight?" With that, she reached her hand toward the front desk. The staff, quick to respond, handed her a room key without even requiring registration. Why bother with registration? Just get this pest out of here. Anyway, these two will be staying in Qingyun County for quite some time, so they can register later. Shen Jiayun took the room key and, without further ado, led Su Feng upstairs, casting a parting insult at the yellow-haired youth as they passed. "Fool, I've never encountered someone so ridiculous in my life." Ziyu stood frozen, bewildered. Wait, did she just insult me again? What did I do? As they stepped into the elevator, Shen Jiayun felt a pang of regret. Had she truly just committed to sharing a room with Su Feng? "Professor Su, why don't you go down and have another word with the receptionist? Perhaps they might still have a few rooms to spare," Shen Jiayun timidly suggested. The anger she had just displayed seemed entirely foreign to her. How could she ever resort to scolding others so casually? As for the yellow-haired boy, Ziyu, Shen Jiayun could hardly recall him. Was there even such a person? Never mind, perhaps it would suffice to endure one night here. Her gaze flickered towards Su Feng, and she mused, well, actually, Professor Su is rather handsome. However, oh dear. Su Feng observed Shen Jiayun's alternating nods and shakes of her head with a sense of exasperation. What on earth was she doing? Was it a nod for yes and a shake for no? Their room was situated on the 26th floor, a lofty elevation. Yet the elevator was remarkably swift, arriving in about half a minute. Shun Jian shyly opened the door, only to be taken aback by the layout within. To her astonishment, this room included a separate living area. The accommodation provided by the Beast Research Association was surprisingly a one-bedroom suite. Upon entering, the living area was immediately to the left, and most significantly, it was spacious. Not only were there ample tables and chairs, but even the sofa could comfortably accommodate two burly men. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be an issue for Su Feng to sleep there with Yuxinglong. She had anticipated merely a small bed. Shen Jiayun mused too much. The Beast Research Association indeed afforded considerable privileges to those of professorial rank. A one-bedroom suite was just right for a professor. Moreover, this was merely the room for an ordinary professor. A top-tier professor would likely find basic research instruments and notebooks within the living area, enabling them to record their thoughts at any moment. Su Feng's room was already considered somewhat inferior in terms of treatment. Shen Jiayan felt her cheeks flush. What was she thinking about? Professor, you've returned from Nanjing City? Why didn't you allow me to escort you back? The wilderness plains have been quite perilous lately. If Su Feng were present, he would recognize the middle-aged man speaking. He was the top-tier expert who had delivered nutritional fluids to Su Feng in the wilderness plains. At this moment, he stood before Professor Lu, speaking with a tone laced with respect. However, the professor in front of him merely snorted in response, returning in a foul mood. Besides, could that group in the wilderness plains truly harm your teacher? You underestimate your teacher far too much. The middle-aged beast master was taken aback. His teacher typically bore a gentle and benevolent demeanor towards their disciples. It was rare for someone to provoke him to such a degree. Was there truly someone in Nanjing City so blind as to offend you, teacher? Has someone wronged you? Shall I seek retribution on your behalf? He inquired earnestly. Humph. Professor Lu scoffed. That scoundrel. He was merely an ordinary professor. I sought to discuss my latest findings regarding this monster race talent with him. Yet that scoundrel dared to say that true power requires no dialogue. Who is the true powerhouse here? Him? He is hardly worthy. Venting his fury alleviated some of Professor Lu's rage, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he sighed, forget it. Once my latest results are published, I shall pay him a visit in Nanjing City and slap his face. You need not involve yourself in this matter. Focus on preparing for the position of the South Border Commander. Even if you cannot secure the commander's position, at the very least, bring me back the title of the First God General. After hearing this, the middle-aged beast master was left speechless. Teacher, the competition this time is fierce. It's not so easy to obtain the commander's position. The title of God General is also hard to come by. I suspect the leading candidates already possess the strength of a fourth-tier king. It all depends on who can advance further or become a fifth-tier king first. I care not for that. Professor Lu dismissed him with a wave, adopting an air of indifference. If you cannot even secure the title of First God General, it would be too embarrassing. I have no such disgraceful disciples. Chapter 23. The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. The following day, Su Feng rose early. Ultimately, the sofa in the living area could not compare to the comfort of a bed, and he had slept only moderately well. However, today he had more pressing matters to attend to. He had not forgotten about the newcomer Beastmaster competition that the system had mentioned. Yet to participate in this competition, the first step was to become a registered newcomer Beastmaster. Thus, Su Feng needed to head out today to register his identity and obtain the newcomer Beastmaster title issued by Qingyun County to participate in the contest. Unexpectedly, someone had awakened even earlier than Su Feng. Why you? Yuxinglong stood in the spacious living room, practicing punches with impressive flair. With each punch, he would softly utter you. Upon noticing Su Feng had awoken, he grew even more exuberant, his punches crackling with a newfound thunderous force, creating a sound like thunder on the floor, leaving scorch marks in their wake. Su Feng's expression darkened at this sight. What are you doing, buddy? This is a hotel, not our shabby research institute. If you break something, we'll have to pay for it. Do I look like I have money? Sensing Su Feng's gaze, Yuxinglong swung his fists even more vigorously. You. Master, look at how hard I'm working. You. I'll soon be the #1 beast in Huagua. Yuxinglong's expression was one of pride, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His dream at this moment was to become the foremost beast in Huagua, the true Thunder Monarch. Su Feng furrowed his brow, stepping forward to grasp Yuxinglong's head. Big guy, this is a hotel, not a training ground. If you break something, you'll have to pay. Yuxinglong winced slightly at Su Feng's grip, shaking his head in protest. However, he was firmly held and could only nod in agreement. You. Understood. I can hear you with both ears. Please stop squeezing. Seeing Yuxinglong's expression, Su Feng slowly released his grip. The basic universal beast talisman should no longer be able to contain this creature. Yuxinglong's talent was formidable, and it was time to upgrade his accommodations. Su Feng took out the advanced Lightning Beast talisman gifted by the system, transferring Yuxinglong into it. This advanced Lightning Beast talisman differed from the universal talisman. Such talismans, imbued with specific attributes, were suitable only for designated beasts. Should a water attribute beast be placed within a lightning talisman, it might emerge charred or worse. Moreover, high-tier beast talismans boasted a larger space. The beast residing within would not only find it more comfortable, but also experience accelerated training progress. Yuxinglong was overjoyed, exclaiming, You. The space is so vast. I can train here in the future. Su Feng had no time to indulge him, instead heading directly downstairs toward the adjacent Beast Association. He also made sure to inform the front desk to reserve a room for him if one became available. After all, Su Feng yearned for a bed. Who wants to sleep on a sofa for half a month? The proximity of the Beast Association and the Beast Research Association had its advantages. After all, just down the stairs and around the corner lies the Beastmaster Association. The processing of Su Feng's application as a novice Beastmaster was remarkably swift. However, compared to the Beast Research Association, the number of individuals at the Beastmaster Association was truly overwhelming. Although it was still early in the day, the queue had already extended far beyond the building. In addition to those registering their beasts, many others harbored similar thoughts to Shun Jieyun. With no hotels available outside, surely the Beastmaster Association would have accommodations? Any Beastmaster possessing a novice rank or higher medal could check in at the association. The higher the rank of the medal, the longer the duration of stay permitted. Naturally, exceptions could be made for special circumstances. This throng of individuals had come over, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that the rooms at the Beastmaster Association were completely booked. Even the adjacent Beast Research Association was at capacity. They were afforded no opportunity whatsoever. The receptionist spent considerable time explaining, eventually ushering this group away. Su Feng silently rejoiced at having arrived the previous night. Otherwise, he would have surely faced a night spent on the streets. The thought of a professor sleeping outdoors would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Huagua. After a prolonged wait, it was finally Su Feng's turn. Despite the evident annoyance, the receptionist maintained her enthusiasm, greeting Su Feng with a warm smile. Hello, how may I assist you today? Su Feng pointed towards the panel behind her. Greetings. I wish to undertake the Novice Beastmaster assessment. With the knowledge he had acquired, passing the Intermediate Beastmaster theoretical examination posed no challenge for him. However, he was unable to participate in the upcoming grand competition for Intermediate Beastmasters. A Novice Beastmaster, you say? The receptionist examined Su Feng's appearance, estimating him to be around 23 or 24 years of age, and initially assumed he was applying for junior or even intermediate Beastmaster qualifications. To her surprise, he was seeking to register as a novice Beastmaster. Nevertheless, she exhibited no signs of astonishment, merely pausing momentarily before swiftly commencing the registration process. After all, not everyone possesses a beast at the tender age of 18. Moreover, not everyone has a penchant for beasts or aspires to become a Beastmaster. Thus, it was entirely reasonable. Do you have a recommendation from an intermediate Beastmaster or a research assistant? She inquired. If so, there would be no need to register your beast. Otherwise, you may need to present your beast for registration of its physical indicators and potential to avoid selecting an underdeveloped beast, as this is a matter of responsibility. A recommendation from an intermediate Beastmaster. Would a professor's recommendation suffice? Absolutely. Then I shall recommend myself. With that, Su Feng began rummaging through his belongings and swiftly produced a document verifying his status as a professor. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. It was uncommon for a professor to seek registration as a novice Beastmaster, although she had never encountered such a situation. She accepted the document from Su Feng and proceeded with the registration. Professor Su recommends himself for the title of Novice Beastmaster. Begin your journey into the wonderful world of beasts and their diversity. The receptionist felt as though she had witnessed something extraordinary today. Seeing a professor recommend himself to become a novice Beastmaster was nothing short of astonishing. The process was not overly complicated, especially with a professor's endorsement. Within 5 minutes, it was completed. After all, there were many novice Beastmasters, and the registration did not need to be excessively tedious. While waiting, Su Feng's peripheral vision began to scan the surroundings. And suddenly he spotted a familiar figure, the yellow-haired youth from the previous night. The young man was approaching Su Feng. Chapter 24. The Threat of the Yellow-Haired Youth. Su Feng turned his face away. Wasn't this fellow unable to find a room last night? How could he still be here? Had he slept in the lobby? See you. The yellow-haired youth sensed Su Feng's gaze and was equally perplexed. Aren't these two from the Beast Research Association? Why have they come to the Beastmaster Association today? Could it be that they impersonated members of the Beast Research Association and swindled my room? A chill ran down Ziyu's spine as he recalled the events. And it seemed plausible. These two had deliberated over whether to take a room or not. The moment he walked over, they had made their decision and even insulted him. Surely, it was an excuse to divert the receptionist's attention. An absurd whirlwind of thoughts surged through Ziyu's mind, forming a bizarre yet irrational rationale. He looked at Su Feng, his suspicions solidifying. The moment this guy saw him, he turned away, clearly out of guilt. They couldn't possibly know he had spent the whole night here, could they? Ziyu brushed past Su Feng, heading straight towards the Beast Research Association. He intended to inquire whether there was any registration information for Su Feng and his companion. Su Feng watched this fool, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely this idiot wouldn't cause any trouble, would he? Hello, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could we expedite this? The receptionist at the Beastmaster Association looked up, acknowledging Su Feng's words, and nodded. Yes, it will be done shortly, Professor Su. Just waiting for the system to synchronize, and your registration will be complete. The receptionist seemed to sense Su Feng's urgency, quickening her pace. Unfortunately, the computer was rather outdated, resulting in sluggish performance and response times. Despite the receptionist's diligence, the old system was uncooperative. Just then, Ziyu at the front desk of the Beast Research Association had a sudden change in expression, storming angrily towards Su Feng. It was indeed them who stole my room. They made me sleep in the lobby all night. The receptionist informed him that those two had not registered at all. They had merely come to deceive others for a place to sleep. Almost as soon as Ziyu approached, the receptionist stood up and handed Su Feng the medal representing his status as a novice Beastmaster. Congratulations, your registration as a novice Beastmaster has been successfully completed. Additionally, you have been registered for the Qingyun County Novice Beastmaster competition. Please note that for this competition, aside from your novice Beastmaster status, you must also battle using a beast of the pet stage. Otherwise, your qualification will be revoked, and you will be placed on the blacklist of the Beastmaster Association. Please ensure you do not confuse your beasts. As Ziyu approached, he overheard this exchange. Your registration as a novice Beastmaster has been successfully completed. This guy, it turned out, had never registered as a novice Beastmaster. How could he have a room then? He had deceived me about the room. Su Feng accepted the medal of the novice Beastmaster, casually placing it in his pocket, and turned to leave. Ziyu reached out to block Su Feng. Wait. Su Feng frowned slightly. This guy was indeed looking for trouble. There was no escaping this. What is it? The medal you just obtained. Is it the novice Beastmaster medal? Ziyu fixed his gaze on Su Feng, seeking any signs of weakness. For instance, feelings of panic and tension. Yet, apart from a hint of helplessness, Su Feng's visage betrayed no further emotion. The Yuxing Long is still in its juvenile stage. It must not engage in any fights. Otherwise, I shall have to purchase high-grade nutritional solutions for its recovery once again. Is this truly a fight? All this is merely costing Su Feng his hard-earned money. This wretched system, too, has only assigned a single task after all this time. It could have provided me with some side quests to earn a bit of income. Indeed, if you desire it, I could offer it to you. Su Feng's expression was replete with exasperation as he endeavored to avoid conflict. However, the yellow-haired youth, Ziyu, resembled a stick of dynamite ready to ignite, on the verge of an explosion. So, you were not a member of the Beastmasters Guild last night? Yes. What of it? Su Feng did not deny it. He was indeed not a member of the Beastmasters Guild yesterday, having only registered for the title today. The newcomer's badge, handed to him by the receptionist, still emanated a faint warmth. What of it? The implications are significant. Ziyu erupted, his face flushed with fury. Without the identity of a Beastmaster, how did you manage to check into this hotel yesterday? This is the Beastmaster Association. Only those with the identity of a Beastmaster are permitted entry. You fraud. How dare you impersonate a Beastmaster? Ziyu seethed with anger, preparing to take action against Su Feng, while the two receptionists nearby rushed over, eager to assist Su Feng in explaining the situation to Ziyu. Yet, Ziyu forcefully shoved the receptionist aside and barked, "You're all in cahoots. Just wait. I will report you to the Southern Frontier Beastmaster General Association." With that, he shot a menacing glare at Su Feng. "You better not let me catch you outside. Or else." Ziyu clenched his hand into a fist, and then opened it, suggesting his intent to strike Su Feng. Su Feng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. This fellow is clearly not in his right mind. What is there to argue about? When they first met yesterday, he boasted loudly about being a champion. Today, he indiscriminately seeks trouble. There's no way to avoid this. Isn't this just pure insanity? As for his threats, Su Feng paid them no mind. The outskirts of Qingyun County may be unpredictable, but the city itself boasts a comprehensive security system. Just because fighting is prohibited does not mean that private duels are allowed. To dare assault a professor at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association, even a high-ranking Beastmaster would be crushed. I sincerely apologize. Professor Su, I neglected to register your information yesterday due to the complications. The receptionist from the Beastmaster Research Association said apologetically. She had nearly forgotten about the incident, having been occupied with her shift, and did not expect such a situation to arise just as her shift was concluding. She felt utterly flustered. Who could foresee that such a minor oversight would lead to such significant trouble? Su Feng chuckled and shook his head. It's quite all right. No need to worry. I truly didn't take it to heart. We are merely fellow newcomers to the Beastmaster Guild. How formidable could one be? Can they surpass the head of the Qin family? Even if we are not rivals at present, the Yu Xinglong will soon catch up. Chapter 25. Money gone. No money. Returning to his room. The clock was nearly 8 o'clock. Su Feng released the Yu Xinglong, filled its bowl with milk, and prepared breakfast for the three of them. According to Su Feng's observations, as long as the Yu Xinglong received adequate nutrition daily, it would not face significant issues. Moreover, within 3 days, it would likely conclude its juvenile phase. After all, the Yu Xinglong inherently possessed a robust constitution, and Su Feng had invested nearly 300,000 federal coins into its care. Additionally, having hunted several wind wolves in the desolate plains, the Yu Xinglong's level had seen a considerable boost. Thus, this juvenile phase would naturally be brief. Yum yum yum. Time to eat, time to eat. The Yu Xinglong, not discerning, swiftly consumed the milk before turning its gaze to Su Feng, awaiting its high-grade Beastmaster food. At this moment, Shen Jiayun also rose. Stretching lazily and munching on the bread Su Feng had brought from downstairs, her eyes still half closed. Shouldn't we first find a research institute, Professor Su? Did you not register for the newcomer Beastmaster competition? That competition seems rather pointless, doesn't it? The champion merely receives some admission privileges and a few high-tier Beastmaster items. Altogether, they might not even amount to 100,000 federal coins, and we would have to compete for 15 consecutive days. Quite exhausting indeed. Shen Jiayun reflected on the prospect of battling for 15 days straight, and her enthusiasm waned. In truth, she found more pleasure in researching Beastmasters than in combat. Hence her inability to comprehend Su Feng's motivation for participating in such a seemingly insignificant competition. Moreover, this year's Beastmaster champion would receive an item that enhances the training speed of Wind-type spirits. Thus, all nearby newcomer Beastmasters flocked to this event. It was rumored to be of immeasurable value, worth at least 1 million. Su Feng shook his head, relaying the information he had overheard while waiting in line downstairs. However, he was not motivated by this so-called item that enhances training speed. He had no wind-type spirits, rendering it utterly useless. Su Feng's true aim was to complete the system task. Last place. No surrender. As long as he secured the last place, the rewards from the system would be astonishing. 30 million federal coins, 3 high-tier skills, 50 advanced universal Beastmaster talismans, and 200 top-tier healing potions. Such a collection of items would undoubtedly be worth over 100 million. The prospect of sudden wealth was tantalizingly close, allowing for the potential reopening of the Research Institute. Regarding the difficulty, one could hardly say. How challenging could it be to achieve last place? Simply instruct the Yu Xinglong to refrain from engaging in combat, to take a skill with its rear and feign death. A small target easily within reach. Shen Jiayun was unaware of this, but her excitement began to swell. 1 million. Wouldn't that be enough to cover my salary? Shen Jiayun immediately grew animated, neglecting her breakfast as she began supervising the Yu Xinglong's training. Su Feng found her sudden shift amusing but did not intervene. It was perfectly acceptable for the Yu Xinglong to engage in some standard training. He paid it no mind as long as it avoided unnecessary skill usage and excessive energy expenditure. With 6 days remaining until the newcomer Beastmaster competition, the Yu Xinglong progressed more swiftly than Su Feng had anticipated, transitioning into the combat-ready stage of a Beastmaster. Species, Yu Xinglong. Level, 5, combat stage. Attributes, lightning. Dragon. Projected potential, near king. Skills, current, thunderclap, heavenly thunder flash, dragon claw. Its level had reached 5, and the darkness value had completely vanished, as though it had never existed. In an effort to rapidly enhance the Yu Xinglong's strength, Su Feng had it learn the mid-tier skill Starfall provided by the system, utilizing it as a trump card. After all, this was a skill that only beast-level Beastmasters could acquire. Although the Celestial Dragon, in its juvenile stage, cannot fully unleash its potential, it should be able to perform the skill without significant difficulty. This is inherently a skill that dragons possess with a certain probability. The Celestial Dragon was also quite jubilant, bouncing around the room. Yes, yes, yes. I knew I could do it. I am the foremost Beastmaster genius of Huagua. With pride, a new skill, Starfall, was added to its repertoire. Observing the Celestial Dragon's smug demeanor, Su Feng adopted a serious expression and remarked, "In a couple of days, we will participate in the newcomer Beastmaster competition. Do not overexert yourself. We shall simply shake our tails, acquire a skill, and then feign incapacitation. The celestial dragon abruptly turned its head towards Su Feng. A look of confusion etched upon its face. Why? It exclaimed. Su Feng patiently regarded it and fabricated a rationale. We have already demonstrated our prowess in the desolate plains. Therefore, we need not prove ourselves in this Beast Master tournament. Our primary objective is to randomly select a fortunate individual to whom we can concede, thereby bolstering their confidence. Moreover, do you think it is appropriate for the foremost merchant of Huagua? Su Feng pointed to himself, then gestured towards the celestial dragon. Alongside the foremost Beast Master genius of Huagua, to bully these genuine newcomers? What do you say? The celestial dragon lowered its head slightly, earnestly contemplating. However, upon recalling Su Feng's declaration of it being the foremost Beast Master genius, it lost all rationality. It excitedly nodded in agreement with Su Feng's proposal. Indeed, you are absolutely right. It seems somewhat unfair to take advantage of those Na'vi newcomers. Then we shall simply find a newcomer to concede. A smile spread across Su Feng's face as he reiterated, remember, we must not casually undermine others' confidence. We shall feign defeat in our first match. The celestial dragon, still basking in Su Feng's praise, nodded proudly and assured him, rest assured, I will take good care of those fools. With 2 days remaining until the newcomer Beast Master competition, it became apparent that Su Feng had underestimated the voracious appetite of the celestial dragon since it entered its juvenile stage. What was initially enough high-grade beast food for a week was devoured in a single sitting by the celestial dragon. Had it not been for Su Feng supplementing its meals with moo milk, it would have remained unsatisfied. The creature nearly required an entire bag of standard high-grade beast food per meal. Watching it eat, Su Feng began to suspect that this fellow was not a dragon, but rather a glutton. Who eats like that? Piles and piles of food. Initially, Su Feng was elated about a reward of 500,000 federal coins, believing it would sustain him for a while. However, he soon realized that the expenses incurred by the celestial dragon were staggering. Before entering Qingyun County, Su Feng had 60,000 left. But now he was down to 40,000 federal coins. Most critically, he had yet to purchase food for the celestial dragon. A single bag of high-grade beast food costs 600 coins, and it required 3 meals a day. Su Feng began to calculate, but the celestial dragon excitedly called out. For meals, no more late-night snacks. There will be no more late-night snacks from now on. Su Feng lamented as he gazed at his dwindling finances. For meals a day alone would cost 2,400 coins. Adding in some of the celestial dragon's favorite foods, particularly those enhancing its lightning attributes, it would easily exceed 5,000 federal coins daily. At this rate, 40,000 federal coins would hardly last 3 months. Seeing the celestial dragon's eager expression, Su Feng sighed. Forget it. The newcomer Beast Master competition is just around the corner. As long as we lose, there should be no issue. Let it eat. One must not deprive a child, nor should one skimp on a beast. However, today we must purchase some beast food. Your appetite is insatiable. You will carry it back. Chapter 26. The Venomous Scorpion, a terrifying creature. Today, we must procure some beast food. Your appetite is insatiable. You will carry it back. The celestial dragon nodded joyfully. As long as there was no reduction in its late-night snacks, acquiring these items was not an issue. Shun Jiyun overheard the conversation and raised her hands, exclaiming, I want to go shopping too. I want to buy books. A life without research or reading is too dull. The trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, united in purpose as they made their way to the mall downstairs. Before stepping outside, the celestial dragon sought to reassure itself. You are the best. This brief respite is merely for better training. Su Feng, who had not anticipated the celestial dragon winning this competition, found the scene amusing. This fellow truly was diligent. Although its level had not increased, the celestial dragon's command over its skills had evidently improved. This was a positive development. With their bond strengthening through hard work, it was undoubtedly a good omen. Descending the stairs, they purchased a plethora of items from the beast store. Su Feng acquired an impressive 200 bags of high-grade beast food, spending a staggering 120,000 federal coins, in addition to various lightning attribute foods, moo milk, and assorted goods. The total expenditure at the beast store amounted to a staggering 260,000 coins, leaving Su Feng with a mere 14,000 federal coins. Such a method of raising a beast was unprecedented, even among high-grade beast masters. Spending tens of thousands on a single beast in half a month? With 6 beasts, the monthly expenditure would surpass 10 million coins. Did they have a mine at home? Or were they running a beast store? Yet, Su Feng had no choice. With only 1 beast at present, he felt compelled to provide the best for it. One could not afford to raise a beast poorly. If one deceives their beast, it will certainly deceive them in battle. The beast store seldom encountered such a large customer and voluntarily offered to deliver the 200 bags of high-grade beast food to the Beast Research Association. Su Feng had no objections. After all, transporting that much food would require considerable effort. If he hired someone to carry it back, it would likely cost an additional 200 coins. Given the current circumstances, any savings were welcome. However, the celestial dragon was insistent, eagerly hoisting 4 bags of beast food and setting off, unstoppable. With no other option, Su Feng relented. The trio made their way back to the Beast Association. Despite the abundance of beasts in Qingyun County, the celestial dragon's striking appearance drew the attention of many passers-by. Had it not been for the binding contract, it would have been impossible for another to claim ownership of the beast. It seemed risky to flaunt such a magnificent creature. Should we hide it? It appears rather ostentatious, Shun Jieyun remarked, feeling the weight of the gazes around them. Su Feng observed the celestial dragon, which appeared determined to carry its own food, and shook his head. Does it look like this fellow has any intention of going back? Let it enjoy the fresh air tonight. We can consider it a joyride. Su Feng paid little mind to the attention. After all, others could not perceive the creature's attributes. At most, they could admire its beauty without discerning its talents. Let them gaze. There were many beasts accompanying their masters on the street. This was a world of beast masters. The two individuals made their way towards the Beastmaster Association. As they approached the entrance, Su Feng intended to recall the Star Dragon, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. The Star Dragon, quick and agile, cast aside several bags of high-grade beast food and leaped into action, positioning itself before Su Feng in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the Star Dragon swung its claws, the steel-like appendages effortlessly swatting down a poisonous needle that landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The surrounding flora wilted almost instantaneously. Clearly affected by the potent toxin, Su Feng shielded Shen Jieyun behind him as a youth with strikingly blonde hair approached. You two certainly moved quickly, slipping out while I was distracted, but I must say, you are quite fearless to return. Upon closer inspection, Su Feng recognized this blonde youth as Ziyu, the brash boy who had threatened him a few days prior at the Beastmaster Association. Su Feng had assumed the boy was merely posturing, after all, who would idle outside a hotel for days on end. To his astonishment, Ziyu had not only been lurking but had fortuitously encountered him, glaring at the fallen poisonous needle. Su Feng's expression darkened with anger. Had he not kept the Star Dragon outside, he might have faced dire consequences tonight. What are your intentions? He demanded. Ziyu replied disdainfully. What do you think? It's revenge. You two scoundrels not only stole my room, but also dared to insult me in public. The people at the Beastmaster Association are all in cahoots with you, and I won't let them off the hook. But you too. I shall personally take my revenge on. Shen Jieyun searched her memories for Ziyu, but found him utterly forgettable. Su Feng's ire flared even more. The incident regarding the room was merely a misunderstanding, yet this brat refused to listen to reason and had the audacity to attack. And to make matters worse, he resorted to poison. This boy was truly a menace. Without further ado, Su Feng focused on the beast beside Ziyu. It was a small creature resembling a scorpion, lying on the ground, and even when it raised its tail, it barely reached 20 centimeters in height. Its body was a dark purple, rendering it almost invisible in the night. This was its domain. Su Feng's interface flickered to life, revealing the creature's details. Species, tail poison scorpion. Level, 16, beast stage, dark value, 23,100. Attribute, poison, projected potential, demon stage. Skills, strike, clamp, poison needle, frenzied stab. Toxic marsh, intermediate. Furrowing his brow, Su Feng realized this creature's level was quite formidable, even surpassing that of the wind wolf he had encountered previously. Most alarming was its possession of an intermediate skill, compelling Su Feng to take it seriously. No wonder Ziyu had the audacity to boast about claiming the championship title. Avoiding confrontation was not an option. The Beastmaster Association lay nearly 400 to 500 meters away. Could Shen Jieyun summon reinforcements in time? Su Feng held little hope. This adversary was stationed on a critical path. If they attempted to circumvent him, they would have to traverse at least a kilometer, by which time Su Feng anticipated the battle would be concluded. Prepare for battle, Star Dragon, Su Feng declared, resigned to the inevitable clash. The opponent sought his life. Hesitation was futile. Eliminate him. The Star Dragon, brimming with eagerness, assumed a battle stance. Huh, Ziyu sneered, showing no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he appeared exhilarated by Su Feng's willingness to engage. The conflicts between beast masters ought to be resolved through their beasts. Your beast seems rather exceptional. It would be a pity for it to be wasted on you. Tail poison scorpion, unleash your power. Teach them a lesson. Chapter 27, Ambush, Ambush, Ambush. The tail poison scorpion, responding to Ziyu's command, began to crawl towards Su Feng. Its movements were slow, yet an ominous presence emanated from it. This creature was 11 levels above the Star Dragon, and with an intermediate skill, victory seemed nearly impossible for the latter. However, neither Su Feng nor the Star Dragon exhibited any signs of retreat. The tail poison scorpion held a level advantage, yet it was not insurmountable. While its level was high, it remained within the confines of the beast stage, not an entirely different realm. The Star Dragon possessed its own strengths as well. The lightning attribute countered all insect and poison types, and its violent thunderous might was specifically designed to obliterate such dark entities. With this dual advantage, the Star Dragon could stand its ground against the level 16 tail poison scorpion. Star Dragon, unleash the current. Su Feng commanded. The Star Dragon stepped forward, a surge of electricity crackling beneath its feet. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a rope, surged toward the tail poison scorpion. Its power significantly greater than what it had been during its juvenile stage. A glimmer of realization flickered in Su Feng's eyes. The disparity between the juvenile and beast stages was indeed substantial. He had previously overlooked this significant difference. Was everyone experiencing such vast disparities? Unbeknownst to him, the actual gap between these stages was not as pronounced as he believed. It was merely that the Star Dragon had undergone significant growth from its juvenile to beast stage. Who would invest 600,000 federal coins to cultivate a beast during its juvenile stage, especially with high-grade resources and specialized talismans? A crackling sound echoed as the formidable bolt of electricity was deftly evaded by the tail poison scorpion, which moved with remarkable speed. Xiu, witnessing the Star Dragon's electric strike, was inwardly astonished. What manner of beast was this? The ferocity of its electric attack was astounding. Thankfully, it had managed to dodge, otherwise the damage would have been considerable. Tail poison scorpion, show them our might. Teach them a lesson with your poison needle. Xiu commanded, albeit with somewhat vague instructions. Lacking the clarity that characterized Su Feng's commands, his approach resembled that of letting the beast rely on instinct rather than strategizing for a one-on-one battle. Especially in such a high-stakes confrontation. The tail poison scorpion, with its 6 legs, lowered its body, launching its poisonous needle directly at Su Feng. Anticipating this maneuver, Su Feng swiftly instructed the Star Dragon to activate its skill. Star Dragon, use Thunder Flash to approach it. Su Feng aimed not just to evade the attack, but also to create an opportunity for the Star Dragon to counterattack. Otherwise, the surrounding area would soon be enveloped by the tail poison scorpion's toxic miasma. With a flash, the Star Dragon and Su Feng exhibited an impressive level of coordination. With a mere command from Su Feng, the creature immediately comprehended his intentions. It swiftly moved closer, dodged to the rear of the tail scorpion. Huang Mao Ziyu reacted just as quickly. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, he too began to make deductions. He promptly shouted, "Tail scorpion, unleash a frenzy of stings at the rear." The scorpion found it difficult to turn around. Yet, the tail scorpion needed no such maneuver. It merely had to attack directly behind it. In a flurry, its tail stinger struck repeatedly at a staggering pace of 3 times per second. Dragon Claw, Su Feng exclaimed, his eyes sharp. This Huang Mao indeed possessed some skill. His reflexes surpassed those of many novice beast tamers. The Star Dragon's hands hardened, infused with draconic power, as it lunged toward the tail scorpion's poisonous tail. In that instant, it seemed poised to crush the tail scorpion entirely. Huang Mao's expression shifted. What manner of beast was this? Its strength was utterly terrifying. In mere moments, it had already utilized 3 skills that astonished Xiu. The potential of this beast must surely be at the level of a demon general? The greater the potential, the more likely it was for a lower-level beast to master multiple skills. This Star Dragon was simply formidable. What exactly was the potential of this creature? If only it could be mine. While engaged in battle, Xiu's thoughts raced, watching Su Feng's gaze shift from disdain to envy. This lad's beast was remarkably exceptional. How infuriating. I must eliminate him. Tail Scorpion, adjust your position with a charge. Then, employ your pincers. Let us see whether your Dragon Claw or our might prevails. Huang Mao Ziyu declared defiantly. He believed the Star Dragon could not exceed level 10. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed by now. Thus, he resolved to crush it using his level advantage. The Tail Scorpion's pincers glowed with white light as they launched an assault against the Star Dragon. Just as Ziyu had anticipated, it intended to confront the Star Dragon head-on. However, Huang Mao's confidence was evidently misplaced. Although the two beasts were vastly different in level, the size of the Tail Scorpion was not to be underestimated. In a test of strength, had it not been for the Tail Scorpion's elevated rank, the Star Dragon could have easily plunged its claws into its heart. Nevertheless, even relying on its higher level, the Tail Scorpion found itself at a disadvantage in this encounter. The Star Dragon's claws pressed heavily against the Tail Scorpion. Had it not been for the need to exercise caution with the poisonous tail, the Star Dragon could have dispatched it in an instant. Ziyu discerned this and quickly commanded, Tail Scorpion, use your poisonous tail to sting it. Su Feng understood that this approach was futile. Engaging the poisonous tail head-on would not allow him to shatter its skull in one blow. After all, the level disparity was immense. While the pincers may not match the dragon claw, they could certainly withstand for a while. The scorpion's poisonous tail would soon follow. Attacking from behind would also pose challenges against the poisonous tail. He had to devise another strategy. Star Dragon, fall back. Use electrical currents to eliminate it. Su Feng instructed, directing the Star Dragon to retreat and strike from a distance. The tail scorpion's poisonous stinger could not be used indefinitely, but the Star Dragon's electrical skills could. Should it strike true, there was a chance to paralyze the tail scorpion. Upon hearing Su Feng's command, the Star Dragon unleashed a barrage of electrical currents, wielding them like a whip of thunder. The more fervently it struck, the more excited it became. It soon realized that the faster it acted, the less the tail scorpion could employ its skills. It could only keep dodging. After all, being struck by the paralysis would be tantamount to a death sentence for the tail scorpion. Once paralyzed, the Star Dragon could once again slip behind the tail scorpion and deliver a fatal blow. This beast was simply terrifying. Ziyu could hesitate no longer. It was time to utilize a finishing move. Even if he had to eliminate Su Feng first, he would completely depart from Qingyun County tonight. Tail Scorpion, do not evade. Envelop it with toxic marsh. Chapter 28, Starfall. Tail Scorpion, do not evade. Envelop it with toxic marsh. Ziyu commanded, and the tail scorpion immediately complied, flicking its tail and launching a toxic stinger toward the Star Dragon. The Star Dragon's electrical whip struck the tail scorpion accurately. Unfortunately, it did not manage to paralyze it. Instead, the toxic stinger struck the Star Dragon's arm. Thankfully, Su Feng reacted swiftly, commanding the Star Dragon to use its claws to deflect the attack, knocking the stinger away. The moment the toxic stinger hit the ground, the tail scorpion's mouth began to froth, and simultaneously, a marsh approximately 2 meters in diameter materialized where the stinger had landed. Return, Su Feng instinctively shouted upon seeing the toxic stinger. The Star Dragon, quick on its feet, executed a thunder flash and darted towards Su Feng. The emergence of the toxic marsh began to corrode the entire concrete floor. Should it touch a person, it would not be long before they were reduced to mere bones. The Star Dragon's eyes glinted with anger. This creature had desecrated the environment. Su Feng inhaled deeply, recognizing that the mid-tier skill had been unleashed, and this adversary was now out of options. It was time to eliminate him. Star Dragon, unleash Starfall. Starfall was a mid-tier skill newly acquired by the Star Dragon, one of considerable difficulty among its peers. Its power was undeniable, yet it remained uncertain whether the Star Dragon could successfully execute it. If it could be unleashed, it would directly counter the tail scorpion's assault. However, should it fail, the toxic marsh would continue to spread. Su Feng would have no choice but to retreat. Thus, had the tail scorpion not resorted to a mid-tier skill in desperation, Su Feng would not have chosen Starfall. Instead, he would have gradually worn it down. Now, as the distance widened, only Starfall possessed the range necessary for such an attack. A blue luminescence enveloped the Star Dragon. This time, it was not electrical energy, but rather, Starfall. Su Feng swallowed hard, praying for success. Failure would only exacerbate the pressure to come. Suddenly, a shooting star seemed to streak across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Had it failed? The very next moment, a meteor approximately 1 meter in diameter crashed heavily upon the tail scorpion. It had succeeded. However, this meteor was not a true meteor. It was merely a manifestation of pure draconic energy. The Star Dragon's execution bore slight variations. It was further imbued with traces of thunderous might. The Star Dragon panted heavily. A beast capable of unleashing mid-tier skills at level 5 was undoubtedly a rarity in all of Qingyun County. Naturally, a beast worth 600,000 federal coins was unique as well. Ziyu stared, dumbfounded, at the massive meteorite. Had he truly lost? Had his tail scorpion lost? To a mere lad who had recently acquired the novice beast tamer medal merely days prior, Ziyu's gaze grew vacant as he stared at the meteorite. Unsure of what to do, his tail scorpion having undergone extensive training for so long. How could one be defeated by a mere novice who has just acquired the Beastmaster badge? The meteorite gradually dissipated, and the scorpion, indeed, succumbed to unconsciousness, its body bearing numerous injuries from the impact. The Star Dragon glanced in Su Feng's direction, and Su Feng, understanding the intent of the Star Dragon, nodded slightly. Strike. If that brat wins, he won't let us off the hook. The moment he acted, it was with a deadly sting. Had it not been for the stroke of fortune that you were by my side, I would have perished. Without hesitation, Su Feng issued a resolute command. Regardless of the consequences, we must not leave any potential threat. Although the Star Dragon was currently weakened, it nonetheless approached the incapacitated scorpion. A surge of electricity coursed from the Star Dragon's fingertips, landing upon the scorpion's head. Boom! The scorpion's head exploded. A wave of energy slowly ascended towards the star dragon, which spread its arms wide in a gesture of enjoyment. Species, Star Dragon. Level, 8, Beast Stage. Attributes, Thunder Dragon. Projected potential, Semi-King. Skills, Electricity, Thunderclap, Heavenly Thunderstrike, Dragon Claw, Starfall. The defeat of the Scorpion elevated the Star Dragon by 3 levels. Such a rate of advancement would elicit envy from others. No, Xiu, witnessing the Star Dragon's decisive action, was utterly dismayed. The Beastmaster. The very first Beastmaster. Dead. Was not my dream of becoming a Beastmaster and winning the championship of the new Beastmasters in Qingyun County shattered? As Xiu approached, the Star Dragon lifted its hand once more, intent on striking Xiu's head. This fellow had berated its master incessantly. The Star Dragon had overheard every word from the Beastmaster talisman. It had longed to crush his skull, just as the Star Dragon was about to strike. A voice resonated from afar. Halt! Qingyun County Police Department. The already dimly lit street suddenly radiated with brilliance. Countless beams of light illuminated the Star Dragon's direction. 2 police cars screeched to a halt, and 6 or 7 officers decisively exited the vehicles. Each officer was accompanied by a canine beast, their fur bristling without a breeze, exhaling wisps of smoke, clearly indicating their wind attributes. In Qingyun County, private battles between beastmasters are strictly prohibited. Rein in your beasts. Accompany us to the station. In an instant, the 6 or 7 officers, along with their respective beasts, encircled Su Feng and his companion, their expressions grave. Beastmasters are not ordinary criminals. They wield formidable beasts capable of inflicting harm upon the police personnel at any moment. Therefore, in the presence of beastmasters, especially in cases of private conflict, the officers dare not take any chances. Su Feng furrowed his brows, surveying the surrounding police personnel, a surge of frustration welling within him. Where were you when we were fighting? You show up right after the brawl, don't you? What impeccable timing. Even a delay of 2 seconds would have sufficed. Yet, Su Feng had no intention of confronting the officers. Each of their beasts was formidable. Moreover, they stood behind a formidable government apparatus, capable of crushing individuals at any moment. Besides, Su Feng did not believe he had acted wrongly. He was merely defending himself. Return. Su Feng cast forth the deep blue high-grade Thunder Beast Talisman. Recalling the Star Dragon, Xiu knelt upon the ground, his gaze dazed. Officer, I can't retrieve my beast. A tall girl among the officers stepped forward, frowning as she glanced at Xiu. Then, she turned her attention to Su Feng, shaking her head. This individual had certainly acted too harshly. To engage in a private battle and directly slay another beast. This matter could not be taken lightly. However, what kind of beast was that? The scorpion is common in the desolate plains, but the creature crackling with electricity is unseen. It likely possesses significant potential. Get someone to take this scorpion to the beast hospital for examination. You too, come with me to the station. With that, she strode towards the vehicle. Glancing back at Xiu, this fellow was indeed unfortunate. The chances of reviving that beast were slim. It was devoid of breath. How could it be saved? Nonetheless, she displayed a sense of humanitarianism by allowing the beast to be sent to the hospital. Whether it could be revived would be determined later. As for the 2 of them, Chapter 29, can Professor Su help us? Qingyun County Police Department. Su Feng sat in a chair, unbound by any restraints. For the officers needed to ascertain the circumstances of the incident. They could not make arbitrary judgments. Are you implying that he attacked you with his beast on your way back from the Beast Research Association? Indeed, Su Feng stated candidly, revealing no hint of concealment. In this matter, he believed he had committed no wrongdoing whatsoever. Had you previously encountered any conflicts? Or had any disputes arisen between you? Shun Jiayan sat in a separate room within the police department, in a relatively better position than Su Feng. After all, she bore no beast. And the police deemed her involvement in this private beastmaster conflict minimal. However, she was one of the few witnesses present at the scene. The police required her cooperation for the investigation. Are you saying he attacked you without provocation? Yes. Shun Jiayan's eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept. When the 2 engaged in their beast battle, she had hidden behind Su Feng. The police were not summoned by her, rather. It was several passers-by who had reported the incident. Had the police not arrived promptly, Xiu might have faced dire consequences. Did that fellow attack your beasts first? Or did he strike at you directly? He attacked us directly, Shun Jiayan exclaimed, her anger palpable within the police department. This guy went straight for Professor Su, mind you. If it weren't for the timely return of the Star Dragon, Professor Su might have met his end. Outside the room, the female officer reviewed the files of the 3 individuals and inquired, have all the questions been asked? Yes, the statements of the 3 are largely consistent. It was that yellow-haired brat who initiated the conflict. According to our assessment, Professor Su appears to have merely had a misunderstanding with this young man. There happens to be surveillance at that location. The exchanges they mentioned have left an impression on the Beastmaster Association. Essentially, this yellow-haired individual is merely concocting an unreasonable narrative to justify his own actions. Our current stance is to return Professor Su home while sending the yellow-haired fellow for criminal interrogation. The female officer entered an interrogation room, lowering her head to apologize to Su Feng. Professor Su, we regret that our safety protocols were inadequate, resulting in your encounter with danger in Qingyun County. Please accept our apologies. As she spoke, she removed the handcuffs from Su Feng's wrists and presented him with the talisman containing the Star Dragon. Su Feng accepted it casually, inquiring, how will this matter be resolved? The specifics of sentencing are beyond our jurisdiction. That falls to the Criminal Interrogation Department. Should there be any updates, we will notify you. Su Feng glanced at the officer, nodding slightly. After all, this was no trivial matter. Their caution was commendable. Presently, eliminating that yellow-haired individual was not feasible, but vanquishing his beast would suffice for Su Feng. Su Feng no longer regarded the yellow-haired individual with any concern. He posed no threat whatsoever. With even his beast companion slain, what further menace could he present? If one were to cultivate anew, could it possibly match the rapid growth of the Star Dragon? Can we take our leave now? Certainly, Professor Su. The female police officer smiled gently. However, I have heard that your previous specialty was in ancient beast studies. We possess a lead that we wonder if you might assist us in deciphering. It is of paramount importance to Qingyun County. Just as Su Feng began to rise, his expression suddenly stiffened. How could I possibly understand ancient beast studies? My health has been poor lately, and I am exceedingly busy. My beasts require my nurturing. Moreover, I must participate in the upcoming newcomer Beastmaster competition, and I truly have no time. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere? Su Feng politely declined, knowing that to acquiesce would spell his doom. Wasn't it precisely his lack of understanding and research that prompted his departure from Nanjing City? He had come here seeking refuge, yet had not evaded danger. The pursuit continued relentlessly. Professor Su, you jest, the female officer remarked with a smile. The study of ancient beasts holds little economic value, and over the years, there has been scant progress. Consequently, few have delved into this field, and even the threshold for becoming a professor is lower than in other disciplines. Not to mention, you are indeed the only professor of ancient beast studies in Qingyun County. If you choose not to assist us, it is likely that this matter will remain unresolved for another decade. Su Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. I wish I could help you, but I genuinely lack the knowledge. I have scarcely even heard of ancient beast studies. Would you believe me if I claimed to be a professor plucked from obscurity? The female officer, observing Su Feng's internal conflict, feigned indifference and suggested, how about this? Professor Su, you mentioned your intention to participate in the newcomer Beastmaster Conference, correct? Please take some time to ponder this. There is no rush in responding to us. With that, she indicated an intention to dismiss him. Su Feng's mouth opened slightly, yet he could not utter the words of refusal. Truly, it was a case of a scholar encountering a soldier. Reasoning was futile. At that moment, Shun Jian stood at the doorway, awaiting Su Feng, having overheard the conversation inside. She felt inclined to speak on Su Feng's behalf, for it was yet another opportunity for exploration. However, seeing Su Feng's intent to decline, she refrained from complicating matters and remained silent. Let us depart. Indeed, in Kyoto, Professor Liu had returned from the southern region a week prior, and his desk was already cluttered with various experimental specimens. Yet, among these numerous specimens, none had yielded successful results. All were failures. This was unexpected. While in Nanjing City, I distinctly observed the aura of concealment emanating from that ethereal white cat. Why then? Was I unable to replicate it in others? Professor Liu paced back and forth in the laboratory. This was not the first time he had encountered such a predicament. However, with a string of failures numbering well over 10, it indicated that he might be pursuing the wrong direction. Shouldn't concealment involve deceiving others? Thus, it must require the use of mental power to ensnare others within illusions. That is the essence of true concealment. Yet why could the ice porcupine, with its meager mental prowess, deceive others? Even certain insects with negligible mental strength managed to ensnare eagles. This was utterly illogical. Professor Liu continued to pace, his mind swirling in confusion, utterly at a loss for direction. If only someone could come and converse with me. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Professor Liu scoffed. Better to forget about that individual. A professor who claims that true strength requires no communication. What a presumption. How many books has he read? How many beasts has he encountered? To dare to consider himself a formidable being. I am the true strong one. I require no dialogue with him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Professor Liu, in a fit of anger, marched towards the experimental platform, intent on resuming his experiments. But then wait. Communication? True strength requires no communication. Could it be? Professor Liu's eyes widened as if struck by enlightenment, murmuring incessantly, Is it true? True strength requires no communication. Is that indeed the case? Chapter 30. The True Gifted Newcomer. Professor Lu's hands moved with astounding speed, surpassing that of many seasoned beastmasters. They flickered like phantoms. It is indeed rare for someone of his age to maintain such velocity. After a considerable time, he suddenly erupted into laughter, his eyes alight with elation. True strength, it turns out, requires no communication. One does not need to possess greater mental power than others. Rather, one must have faith in oneself as a true stronghold. Only then can the essence of concealment be realized. The core of concealment lies in believing in oneself first, allowing one to deceive others. If one does not believe in oneself, others will see through the ruse at a glance. Within the observation device on Professor Lu's desk, a creature that subsisted on tree sap was astonishingly gnawing on a piece of wild boar meat, masquerading as a tiger, successfully deceiving a nearby avian beast. The avian beast trembled in a corner, fearing that the nearby tiger might devour it. Professor Lu snapped his fingers lightly, and the entire illusion vanished. Within the observation device, there were no birds, no insects, and certainly no tigers, only two fallen ants. One believed itself to be a tiger, while the other fancied itself a flying bird. A genius. Truly a genius. The essence of genuine concealment is first to convince oneself, and then to exhibit behaviors that adapt to the new identity, thereby persuading others to believe as well. This is the true art of disguise. To strip away the pretense is to instantaneously convince oneself of a different identity, thus regaining the capability to launch an attack. Genius. Indeed, a true genius. True strength requires no communication. The young man named Su Feng had, in fact, already hinted at this. It was my folly for not grasping the insight he provided. Professor Lu smacked his forehead, filled with regret. Instead of acknowledging this, I had mocked him for over a week. Little did I realize, he had already provided me with the answer. I must personally visit Nanjing City to apologize. I truly lack the qualification to engage in dialogue. He encapsulated the essence in mere words, while I pondered for over a week without clarity. What right do I have to converse with him? Professor Lu, in a flurry, donned his coat and prepared to exit the laboratory. Yet, he suddenly halted, pausing in contemplation. Would it be appropriate for me to approach him like this? After berating him, I would arrive empty-handed? That seems rather inappropriate. Professor Lu, turned back. Shaking his head, this was not the way to go. Such an esteemed professor, reduced to this, wrongfully accusing him and treating him as an ignorant youth. It would be utterly humiliating. After a moment of deliberation, Professor Lu finally retrieved his phone. He pressed a few buttons and slowly spoke. Hello. Is this the National Beast Research Association? Yes, it is I. I have a new beast taming talent that I am preparing to submit. But this time I intend to recommend an individual to your esteemed Beast Taming Research Association. This research was successful due to his invaluable assistance. I propose he be appointed as a new senior professor, under my endorsement. What? You require recommendations from two top professors and exceptional achievements in a certain field. Is my recommendation not an exceptional achievement in itself? Very well, I shall seek another distinguished professor for the selection. As for the remarkable achievement, we have recently discovered a new beast taming talent. It can be utilized as a skill. Please send someone to verify this. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Feng collapsed onto the sofa. After such a tumultuous day, he felt utterly exhausted. The intense command of the beasts had drained him, and a subsequent visit to the precinct had further worn him out. He fell into a deep slumber, so profound that even if someone were to knock at the door, he would likely remain oblivious. This night could certainly be described as a brush with death. The star dragon was tapping on the talisman, eager for Su Feng to let it out. You. I haven't had dinner yet. You. And I haven't had my milk either. The following day, Su Feng did not awaken until after 9 o'clock, a rather late hour for him, as he was accustomed to rising at 6 or 7 in the morning. It was not out of diligence. Rather, it was due to the star dragon's insistence on having breakfast. It had been incessantly tapping on the talisman, occasionally relaying messages to Su Feng. Its persistent calls made sleep impossible. However, today was an exception. Su Feng was in such a deep sleep that he did not stir even when Shun Jian woke him, resulting in his late awakening. The two humans and one beast gathered at the dining table, where the star dragon regarded Su Feng with discontented eyes. You. Breakfast is late. I won't be able to eat at noon. You. Moreover, I missed dinner and late-night snacks yesterday. I am at a loss. Su Feng glanced at it, but chose to ignore its complaints. What of it if it missed a meal? After all, it was not his intention to deprive it of dinner. He had been detained at the precinct. Upon waking, he promptly fed it, and it still had grievances. Shun Jian noticed the time hanging on the wall. Today marked the opening ceremony of the new beast taming competition, did it not? Aren't you going? She inquired. No need. Su Feng replied, shaking his head. I inquired earlier. This morning is merely the opening ceremony. The actual draw for the competition begins in the afternoon. There is no rush. After finishing their meal, Su Feng took out some high-grade nutritional fluid and carefully applied it to the star dragon's body. Although it had outgrown its juvenile stage and no longer required nutritional fluid for strength, the battle from the previous night had taken a toll on it. Since he still had some high-grade nutritional fluid left, it would be a shame to waste it. Once he completed this task, Su Feng stood up, preparing to give the star dragon another reminder when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Side quest, optional: agree to the conditions of the Qingyun County Police Station and study ancient beast taming science. Note: bring Xin Jieyun along and have her serve as a research assistant in ancient beast taming science. Quest reward: 1 ancient beast fossil, 1 intermediate thunder-type skill. Su Feng felt a tremor at the sound of this announcement. The rewards offered were not particularly generous. The only item of value was the intermediate thunder-type skill. However, such skills could also be purchased at the beast taming shop. An intermediate skill typically costs around 3 million federal coins, with the thunder type being slightly more expensive. The only distinction was that skills granted by the system were guaranteed to be learned, while those purchased from the shop depended on the beast's talents and comprehension. Was an intermediate thunder-type skill worth the considerable risk? What if Xun Jiayan failed to achieve results? Wouldn't that mean Su Feng's reputation would be at stake? Clearing his throat, Su Feng turned to Xun Jiayan and softly asked, "How much of my wisdom do you believe you have acquired?" Xun Jiayan shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Your arrogance? I haven't learned a thing. You are the true prodigy." "No." Su Feng gently patted her arm, adopting a serious expression. "I meant concerning the knowledge of ancient beasts. How much have you learned?" Initially indifferent to Su Feng's words, Xun Jiayan's eyes sparkled with brilliance at the mention of ancient beast studies. "How much do you think I have mastered? Don't forget, during the research for the Qin family, over 80% of the work was done by me. Only a small portion of the core content was accomplished by you. Tell me, could the laboratory have functioned without me?" Chapter 31, Complimenting Xun Jiayan. Tell me, could it? Xun Jiayan stood with her hands on her hips, her posture resembling that of a daughter seeking praise from her father for a minor achievement. Su Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. 80% without the core knowledge. But it should suffice, right? After all, obtaining an intermediate skill could save a considerable amount of money. Su Feng had experienced the power of intermediate skills firsthand. Had it not been for the Star Dragon unleashing the intermediate skill Starfall at a critical moment last night, victory would have been far more elusive. As for the possibility that the Star Dragon might learn the skill but be unable to release it, that was still better than not learning it at all, right? Furthermore, inability to release it would be a temporary issue. The Star Dragon would not remain in its juvenile stage forever. In the future, as it matured, it would provide an additional advantage. Who would complain about having too many skills? At the very least, Su Feng would not. You are right. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Feng suddenly placed his hand on Xun Jiayan's shoulder, gazing at her with an expression that conveyed, "I entrust everything to you. Do you recall what happened last night? The police station requires specialized talents like us to assist them. However, I am currently preoccupied with the beast taming competition and cannot spare the time. I have agreed to their request. You should go in my name and feel free to make demands. If you require anything, do not hesitate to request it from them." Su Feng endeavored to articulate his words with precision to avoid leaving any loopholes for Xun Jiayan to exploit. "Look, we are staying in Qingyun County for free, right? Shouldn't we contribute something to Qingyun County? If they hadn't mentioned it, that would be one thing. Now that they have, we ought to take action. After all, a brick from Huagua can be moved wherever it is needed." Su Feng attempted to flatter Xun Jiayan, although in truth, she needed no encouragement. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right. But does Qingyun County have a laboratory? Can we borrow someone else's lab? If we are unable to achieve results, they won't demand money from us, will they?" "Probably not," Su Feng replied, lowering his head slightly and speaking in an uncertain tone. "I doubt it. Surely not. We are volunteers. How could anyone expect us to pay for volunteers?" The two speculated. Indeed, it should not be the case. In the afternoon, Su Feng arrived at the competition venue early, as he had missed the morning session and wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Xun Jiayan followed him into the arena, fervently cheering for Yu Xinglong, resolute in her ambition to seize the championship prize of 1 million federal coins. After she departed, Su Feng once again attempted to instill confidence in Yu Xinglong. "Do not heed her words. We have already proven our strength. This time, we simply need to feign weakness. Our primary goal is to bolster the confidence of the novice beast tamers." Yu Xinglong nodded obediently, fully aware of who was its master and who provided its sustenance, though it remained oblivious to the intricacies of brainwashing. The time for random opponent assignments passed swiftly, and Su Feng drew a match against the timid girl who had just turned 18. She appeared exceedingly shy, much to Su Feng's delight. Yes, this is precisely the kind of opponent we need. The more timid, the better. Such a contender is worthy of our encouragement. Shen Jiayun also expressed her joy upon seeing Su Feng's opponent. This girl looks so fragile. Defeating her should be a breeze. With Yu Xinglong's formidable strength, victory is assured. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shen Jiayun continued to rally Yu Xinglong. Look at how small your opponent is. Victory will surely come easily. Do not be anxious. You must have confidence. Watching Shen Jiayun's incessant chatter, Su Feng felt a pang of helplessness. I just finished speaking. Why are you back at it again? With no other option, Su Feng faced Yu Xinglong and reiterated, confidence. You must be confident. Annoyed by the two, Yu Xinglong waved its hand dismissively, signaling that it was ready. Following Su Feng's lead, it stepped onto the stage as the battle was about to commence. Both competitors took their positions, and the host began to announce the rules of the match. The competition would be in a one-on-one format, with no switching of beasts allowed. Nor could they use beasts of a higher tier. Uncontracted beasts were also prohibited. Attacks on the opposing beast tamer were forbidden, as were verbal assaults. No lethal force could be employed against the opponent's beasts, nor could there be any abuse or violence directed at the judges or the host. Seeking revenge against the opposing contestant after a loss was strictly forbidden. Once the rules were read, a judge settled by the side with a beast of the monster tier, ready for the match's commencement. As Su Feng observed, a petite girl of approximately 1.55 meters stood before him, her timid demeanor suggesting she was ill-suited to be a beast tamer. She seemed even less prepared than the novice beast tamer he had encountered on the train. This girl appeared to be coerced into participating rather than volunteering. With a sigh of relief, Su Feng thought, regardless of who she is, as long as I can defeat Yu Xinglong, I'll be able to revel in my 1 million. As the match commenced, the judge declared, both sides, please summon your beasts. With that, Su Feng clutched the deep blue lightning beast talisman in his hand. O revered Lord of Thunder, descend upon this realm and vanquish all evil. Reciting this embarrassing incantation in front of the assembled crowd was indeed mortifying. However, the rules mandated that he summon his beast before the judge. Yu Xinglong, having been prepared for some time, leaped forth from the high-tier lightning talisman, playfully patting its round belly and exuding a demeanor of understanding. Come on, attack me, it seemed to say, but the girl across from him appeared utterly stunned, her fear rendering her immobile, despite having ample time to summon her beast. The judge prompted, Blue-side Beast Tamer, please summon your beast quickly, otherwise you will be disqualified. In that moment, the girl seemed to awaken, retrieving a pale blue talisman from her waist. Yet, upon grasping it, she appeared to forget the summoning incantation entirely. Staring blankly at the talisman, Su Feng felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, sister, don't mess this up. That's 1 million on the line. At least summon your beast, so we can perform. How are we supposed to lose to you if your beast isn't a talisman? Is it going to fight us from there? The girl stood there, raising and lowering the talisman repeatedly, as though she had completely forgotten the steps to summon her beast. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Feng noticed the judge's hand was already raised, poised to declare her disqualified. He had no choice but to demonstrate once more. O revered Lord of Thunder, please descend upon this realm and vanquish all evil. This time, Su Feng deliberately spoke slowly, intending for the girl to hear and remember the words. Hurry up and think of it. How can you forget the summoning incantation? If all else fails, write it down. While Su Feng was fraught with anxiety, Yu Xinglong looked at him as if he were foolish. Haven't I already emerged? What more are you summoning the Lord of Thunder for? Ignoring Yu Xinglong, Su Feng thought, what is going on? Can't you see I'm trying to secure our fortune? Do you want to forego that lavish meal? Think carefully, I'm not in a rush. As soon as Su Feng uttered this, the girl across from him grew more anxious, clutching the pale blue talisman, but still unable to recall the incantation. The pressure was mounting under the scrutinizing eyes of the audience, and tears began to well in her eyes, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. I concede, the girl declared, shoving the pale blue beast talisman back into her waist and turning away decisively. How humiliating, to be unable to summon my beast in front of everyone and need my opponent to teach me. Su Feng, Yu Xinglong wins. The judge's hand rose high before falling decisively to announce Su Feng's victory. Su Feng was taken aback, hastily waving his hand. No, judge. Wasn't it agreed that one cannot concede? Who said that? The judge replied, rolling his eyes as he lowered his flag. This is an official match, not an underground fight. If someone wishes to concede, they may do so. Who can stop them? At that moment, Su Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It suddenly dawned on him that there was no rule against conceding in the novice beast tamer competition. It was the system that forbade him from conceding. But others were free to do as they pleased. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Su Feng felt a sense of despair, as if he were witnessing his 1 million slip away. The competition had commenced as a series of elimination rounds, where winning a match would advance one's ranking by half. This time, over 10,000 novice beast tamers were participating. With the triumph in this initial contest, Su Feng's ranking instantly ascended from the very bottom to an impressive 5,000th position. How much of that 100 million could possibly remain? He had already made arrangements with Yu Xinglong to put on a show, to merrily collect his earnings and depart. Yet, who could have anticipated that the opponent would concede without even summoning their beast? As Su Feng exited the arena, he appeared utterly dazed. In a moment of exuberance, Shun Jiayun rushed over to congratulate Yu Xinglong, clapping her hands in delight. It's over, it's over. Yu Xinglong, you were magnificent, scaring the opponent into not even using their beast. With hands on his hips, Yu Xinglong nodded, proclaiming, yes, yes, I am indeed formidable. Su Feng interjected, indeed. It's all over, 100 million is gone. Once again, I find myself destitute. Shun Jiayun gazed at Yu Xinglong in bewilderment, pondering why he appeared so unperturbed despite winning the match. Yu Xinglong shrugged, clearly perplexed. Was it truly a misstep to have retained his confidence? Upon returning to the Beast Research Association, Su Feng opened his panel once more, sighing deeply at the paltry sum of rewards remaining. Task: travel to Qingyun County. Participate in the Qingyun County New Beastmaster examination and compete in the New Beastmaster tournament as a novice, attaining a low ranking. Current remaining rewards: 10 million federal coins. 1 advanced skill, 1 advanced universal beast talisman, 20 top-tier healing potions. Just by winning a single match, Su Feng's reward had significantly diminished. Now, he was left with less than 30 million federal coins. The thought of winning again in the next match left him apprehensive about how drastically the rewards might shrink. No, he must not win again. With merely 200,000 federal coins left, if he were to win again, Yu Xinglong might not even be able to afford basic beast food. Su Feng resolutely decided that he must lose in the next match at all costs. In Kyoto, members of the Beast Research Association arrived early at Professor Lu's laboratory. According to Lu, this research was of paramount importance. It could potentially influence the very essence of beast battles, possibly even leading to the emergence of a new talent skill. However, Lu had not yet fully derived the results. What he had thus far was merely a portion of the findings. Documentation and public disclosure were necessary to prevent conflicts with other professors' research, ensuring that this portion of credit did not become ambiguous. How about it? This discovery should be sufficient for Professor Su Feng to be promoted to senior professor, right? Lu declared proudly. He was well aware of the significance of this research, were it not for the incomplete nature of the findings. This result could very well elevate Su Feng to the rank of top professor. The only uncertainty was whether this constituted a new branch of study, one that had not yet been explored by others, and whether Su Feng was among the pioneers in this field. Nonetheless, the prospect of him advancing to senior professor was without question. Indeed, Professor Lu, this discovery is quite sufficient for Professor Su Feng's elevation to senior professor, affirmed a member of the Beast Research Association, pen in hand, in enthusiastic agreement. Based on your description, if we can replicate your experiment upon our return, the beast world will likely witness an eruption of new strategies, perhaps even the emergence of an entirely new school of thought. However, even if it is not fully applicable to the beast stack, this discovery alone is enough for Professor Su Feng to ascend to the rank of senior professor. Is there anything else you wish us to document, Professor Lu? After a moment of contemplation, Lu responded, replication is certainly feasible. However, there remains a series of tasks to undertake. Do not publicize this matter just yet. You may announce Professor Su Feng's promotion, following the standard procedures. Yet, the specifics of the research must be kept confidential. There is still much to uncover within this realm, and who knows? I might truly be able to cultivate a master in the art of disguise. In Qingyun County, the second round of the new Beastmaster tournament occurred the following day. After all, not everyone possessed Su Feng's remarkable fortune. With 10,000 participants blindly drawn at random, it was inevitable that a few formidable contenders would clash. While the battles may not plunge into chaos, they would undoubtedly be taxing. Competitors required a night to recuperate their strength to face the next bout. Although Su Feng remained unconcerned, others were keenly aware of the significance of this match. As he entered the arena, the audience was noticeably smaller than before. After all, the excitement of witnessing the debut of new Beastmasters had waned following the previous day's spectacle. Yet, this interest was merely temporary. Once the competition whittled down to the top 8, the venue would undoubtedly be brimming with spectators. Remember, instill confidence in these novice Beastmasters. Su Feng earnestly advised as he cradled Yu Xinglong's head in his hands. You witnessed yesterday's scene. They lacked the confidence even to summon their beasts. Today, we must provide them with ample assurance. Do you understand? The previous match had seen Su Feng's worth evaporate by a staggering 70 million. He could not afford to win today. Surely, one could not remain perpetually fortunate. How could he possibly continue to win? He yearned to lose. Yu Xinglong nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I shall certainly promote confidence today. Chapter 33, Master of Attributes, Bowen. Su Feng's luck was not particularly favorable. His opponent in this match was not vastly different from the last, merely a young boy, wearing large round glasses, exuding an air of timidity. In such an important setting, the tension was palpable on his face. A white talisman adorned with cloud patterns was clipped to his waist. As the referee declared the commencement, both sides summoned their beasts. Su Feng hesitated, fixated on the boy, determined to wait for him to release his beast first. He absolutely could not unleash Yu Xinglong prematurely. What if Yu Xinglong frightened the boy again? These were all novice beast masters, the future blossoms of Huagua, with lips sealed and silence reigning. Su Feng braced himself for defeat. The boy slowly retrieved the talisman, and at that moment, much of his apprehension dissipated. He began to chant the incantation for his beast. Wanderer of the skies, companion of the winds, may you thrive and endure. As the final words left his lips, a blue, seagull-like bird burst forth from the talisman, soaring gracefully through the air without ever touching the ground. Su Feng did not recognize this avian beast, but witnessing the boy summon it with such skill filled him with overwhelming joy. This was it. He could not possibly lose now. With 30 million at stake, he would emerge as the millionaire Professor Su. Su Feng retrieved the deep blue beast talisman from his waist and began to chant, Esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this mortal realm, vanquish all evil, and obliterate the light. Yu Xinglong leaped forth from the beast's space. As always, the air around was crackling with electric currents, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. You, my powerful beast. Defeating him will surely instill confidence in him. Once both summoned beasts appeared, they were expected to engage swiftly, for the first to strike would gain the upper hand. The early bird catches the worm. However, an unusual scene unfolded on the battlefield. Neither trainer commanded their respective beasts, and both pairs merely stared at one another, waiting for the other to initiate the attack. Su Feng felt his frustration rising, nearly bursting with exasperation. Make your move. I refrained from commanding Yu Xinglong out of fear that its electric currents might incapacitate you. What are you waiting for? For Yu Xinglong to collapse on its own. The boy opposite him also seemed to be acting strangely. Suddenly, he pulled out a pocket-sized notebook from his pocket and began flipping through its pages right there on the battlefield, nodding as he read. Indeed, what the book states must be accurate. It seems that luck is also a component of strength. Observing the boy's engrossed demeanor, Su Feng felt a sense of helplessness. The referee, glaring at both competitors, warned, Gentlemen, please commence the battle promptly. Otherwise, I shall declare a random loss. Faced with the referee's furious admonition and the studious opponent, Su Feng, not wishing to be declared the victor without a fight, knew he had to take the initiative. He crouched down and whispered to Yu Xinglong, Go pick up 2 small stones from the ground and throw them at it, but refrain from unleashing any skills. The avian beast soaring in the sky appeared to be of a low level, merely level 7, even inferior to Yu Xinglong. Su Feng feared that a single skill might render it unconscious. That would lead to an undeserved victory. Yu Xinglong nodded and approached the arena, collecting a few small stones. Ready to strike the bird. Wait a moment. The boy suddenly set his book down and adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. Excuse me, is your beast of the electric type? Su Feng was taken aback. Who in their right mind would pose such a question on a competition stage? Moreover, could one not discern from the incessant electric currents enveloping Yu Xinglong a quintessential trait of electric-type beasts? Had he not read his book thoroughly? Yet, in the spirit of losing, Su Feng nodded, Indeed, my beast is of the electric type, and to defeat it, you must. He even contemplated offering the boy some guidance. But the boy waved his hand and continued, An electric-type beast, you say? It must have learned skills like electric currents and lightning. May I inquire if your beast possesses any attributes besides electric? Perhaps fire, for instance? The boy proceeded to ask a series of questions, which began to irk Su Feng. Dude, are you a battlefield reporter? This is a competition, not a tutorial on how to defeat me. The referee was watching too. Oh, and it's also a dragon type. Dual attributes. Su Feng gritted his teeth in response. It can be a bit abstract for novice beast trainers, but not too abstract. If it weren't for 30 million federal coins, Su Feng would have preferred to forego participating in this novice beast competition altogether. It was no wonder they could gather 1,000 participants. There truly were all sorts of oddities. Upon hearing Su Feng's answer, the boy's eyes lit up with realization as he closed his book, a look of regret crossing his face. Indeed, luck is a crucial element of strength. In competition, luck holds even greater significance. My beast is of the feather and water types, perfectly countering your electric and dragon types. There is no opportunity for struggle. You have won this match. Please carry my will forward. With that, the boy decisively raised his hand, signaling to the referee that he conceded. This gesture was even swifter than when he had been holding the book. Su Feng was left astonished. Wait, dude. Are you really conceding based on type advantage? You're not even going to give it a shot. Come on. It's just a type counter. It's not that dire. Why not at least try? Su Feng felt a surge of indignation. Winning this match would elevate his ranking by 2,500 places. He would then enter the top 2,005. Who knew what the rewards would be like? If things went poorly, he might not even retain 1,000,000. Tenfold depreciation. Impossible. The boy raised a hand, gesturing for Su Feng to cease his words. What the book states is never wrong. This tome was authored by the attribute master, Senior Bowen. Single attribute counters are one thing, but dual attribute counters? I see no possibility of victory. I concede. With that, he left the arena without awaiting the referee's announcement. Su Feng stood there, seemingly petrified. Master Bowen, you have led me astray. In the second round of the Novice Beast Trainers Elimination Tournament, newcomer Su Feng emerged victorious. Exiting the competition arena, even Yuxing Long appeared somewhat embarrassed. This victory seemed to come too easily. Not only did it bolster others' confidence, but it also swelled Yuxing Long's own vanity. It seemed that summoning beasts was not the issue. It was the reluctance to engage in battles against type disadvantages. Even if Yuxing Long wished to lose, it simply couldn't. They were truly prodigious talents. To lose at will. Shen Jieyun, upon seeing the two, could not help but extol. You two are incredibly fortunate, aren't you? You encounter opponents willing to concede in every match? If they continue to forfeit like this, could we not directly claim the championship? Shen Jieyun's words momentarily left Su Feng in shock. Indeed, if this continues, we might actually secure the championship. This cannot stand. I cannot proceed like this. In the next match, I must ensure Yuxing Long lies down. As for whether it's the opponent's beast's skill, how would I know? I am not their beast. Surely I cannot make my own beast lie down, can I? Very well. This shall be my course of action. With determination, Su Feng resolved that he must lose the next match. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to bear the burden. He was far too impoverished to sustain such losses. Chapter 34. A champion given away. Just as Su Feng departed, a head stealthily peeked out from the audience. The girl, clad in a white t-shirt and snug dark jeans, accentuated her nearly perfect physique. At a height of 172 centimeters, she found it exceedingly challenging to conceal herself within the crowd, having to curl up to avoid detection. What is going on? Have you finished investigating Professor Su's background? The girl spoke with a rare air of gallantry, resembling a righteous hero. However, her current actions left much to be desired. I've completed the investigation. Professor Su currently possesses only one beast, which complies with our competition's regulations. However, it seems Professor Su has forgotten us. He has not provided any responses, likely out of reluctance to engage. Beside the girl, a similarly sneaky middle-aged man chimed in. The exchange between the two individuals resembled a clandestine conspiracy, utterly oblivious to the surrounding audience. Surely it cannot be so. I have heard that several years ago, Professor Su Feng rushed to Nanjiang City upon hearing rumors of a mysterious dragon-type ancient beast's appearance. He went there immediately after graduation, and despite not discovering anything significant and enduring numerous grievances, he never left. This clearly demonstrates his profound adoration for ancient beasts. How could one remain unperturbed upon hearing the mere mention of ancient beasts? It must be the recent novice Beastmaster competition that has left Professor Su Feng so preoccupied. Thus, we must find a way to alleviate his burdens. The girl earnestly analyzed. Having served as a police chief for quite some time, she naturally possessed a degree of analytical acumen. In recent days, Professor Su Feng had been diligently attending the competition punctually, showing extraordinary dedication. Are you suggesting we persuade him not to compete? If he refrains from participating, he would have ample time for research. The middle-aged man tentatively interjected, realizing that such a proposition might not sit well with Professor Su. While he may no longer be busy, Professor Su Feng's aspirations of becoming a novice beastmaster would likely be shattered. Fool, how could that possibly work? If we proceed in that manner, would Professor Su still be willing to dedicate himself to our research? We must ensure he can both compete and conduct his research. Consider this. Why is he preparing so earnestly for the competition? The police chief tapped the middle-aged man, urging him to reconsider. Are you suggesting that the Beastmaster competition might be exceedingly challenging for him? Or perhaps he perceives it as such, which is why he is preparing so diligently, even sacrificing his research time for intensive training? The police chief snapped her fingers, indicating that the middle-aged man's observation was astute. Precisely. Just think. If we allow him to win effortlessly, wouldn't he no longer require intensive training? He could then allocate more time to his research. Furthermore, Professor Su Feng's dreams of becoming a novice beastmaster would not be dashed, making it a win-win situation. The middle-aged man appeared to grasp the concept, exclaiming, "Oh," in admiration of his superior's brilliance. However, he quickly furrowed his brow. "Yet, we cannot continue in this manner indefinitely, can we? This seems rather unfair to the other beastmasters. We cannot allow the other competitors to forfeit their chances continuously, can we?" "Fool." The police chief chastised the middle-aged man again, questioning the notion of unfairness. "Have you not seen the list this time? How many beastmasters are above level 10? At most, there are perhaps 14 or 15. Professor Su's beast has the capability to defeat a level 16 tail poison scorpion. That young man's tail poison scorpion could even contend against a level 20 beast. In a true match, Professor Su's beast has the potential to secure a spot in the top 3. Moreover, we are not advocating for Professor Su to win every time. As long as he makes it into the top 32, that would suffice. The top 32 all hold the title of Genius Beastmasters, which would be enough for Professor Su to realize his dream. At that point, we can justifiably approach him regarding the research on the Qingyun sparrow fossil." The police chief stated confidently, resolute in ensuring Professor Su Feng enters the top 32. The secret of the Qingyun sparrow's revival is within reach. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Feng felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as if someone were plotting against him from the shadows. After searching the room thoroughly and finding no clues, he reluctantly abandoned the endeavor and revisited the remaining task rewards. Task: after arriving at Qingyun County, participate in the Novice Beastmaster examination and compete in the Novice Beastmaster competition, aiming for the last place. Remaining rewards: 3 million federal coins, 3 intermediate skills, 1 high-level avian Beastmaster talisman, 5 top-tier healing potions. The remaining rewards had diminished drastically, with 7 million coins vanished. Even the 3 high-level skills had now been downgraded to 3 intermediate skills. All that remained was approximately over 10 million. Yet, having only won 2 matches, the first 2 at that, Su Feng's rewards had dwindled to a mere 10th. He could hardly fathom how the rewards might further diminish, potentially reducing to a mere basic universal talisman, which is valued at only 500 coins. What use would that serve? There was no room for losing in the next match. Losing again would mean losing everything. The following day, Su Feng dashed towards the Beastmaster competition venue, coordinating with Yuxinglong. As soon as the opponent released their beast, it would feign death. Surely, they could not win again. Winning again would be utterly embarrassing. Yuxinglong nodded in agreement. Feeling guilty for winning the past 2 matches, the opponents were competing in various ways to see who could lose faster. Yuxinglong was utterly befuddled by such a string of victories. If this continued, would they still have any face left? Winning a championship without even participating in a match. Isn't that absurd? Both man and beast were determined to turn the tide today. They must lose at least 1 match. However, when the large screen began to unveil the roster, they were left in utter disbelief. Novice Beastmaster Su Feng by, indicating that due to an imbalance in numbers or opponent issues, the match is not held, and the contestant automatically advances to the next round. Su Feng's lips twitched at the sight. By? What a splendid buy. This completely robbed him of the chance to profit. Even Shen Jiayun stared incredulously at the words on the screen. Professor Su, your luck is truly remarkable. First, 2 opponents surrendered, and now you have a buy. With this, you have swiftly entered the top 1,000 of Qingyun County. At the very least, you are among the top 1,200. You are genuinely at the forefront of your peers. Shen Jiayun praised Su Feng, noting that while his skills had yet to be showcased, his luck was indeed unparalleled. Without casting a single skill, he had already entered the ranks of over 1,000. Anyone would envy such fortune. Su Feng chuckled at himself. What a ridiculous competition, and then turned to leave. As for the remaining rewards, he was disinterested in checking, suspecting they wouldn't even amount to 5 million. Yuxinglong could barely be sustained. Meanwhile, on the spectator's stand, the police chief wore a smile. This was undoubtedly their achievement. Both Su Feng and his opponents had received buys. In other words, both had advanced. This neither compromised fairness nor allowed Su Feng to overly squander his time. Winning effortlessly. Excellent. Excellent. Let us keep this up. As long as we get Professor Su into the top 32, we will have succeeded. Remember, we have done nothing but ensure Professor Su avoids engaging in futile battles. The police chief remarked to those nearby. The others concurred, recognizing that Professor Su possessed the potential to secure the championship. His opponents had little chance of winning. They might as well face others instead. With the police chief's assistance, Su Feng had 4 consecutive matches, all resulting in buys over 2 days. Had it not been for her adept management, some might have even cried foul. Thus, Su Feng was unwittingly propelled into the top 128 by the Qingyun County Police Department. Su Feng's emotions gradually shifted from anger to tranquility. Anger has proven futile, The rewards must have long since dissipated. There is no stopping it. Without having even played a single match, we have advanced to the top 128. It's utterly absurd. Su Feng has begun to calculate the potential earnings from the championship. Priceless items worth millions, coupled with bonuses and various miscellaneous rewards. The total could very well reach 3 million. Conversely, should he lose the next match, the system would be left with merely 200,000 federal coins and a basic skill. It simply does not add up. Hence, the originally intended defeat in the match has compelled Su Feng to strategize on how to maximize his benefits. The championship. Securing the championship is now the true path to maximizing profits. The already diligent Yu Xinglong has been spurred on by Su Feng's oversight to exert even greater effort. The championship. It must be claimed. Otherwise, I truly cannot afford to support you. Chapter 35. The beasts have yet to be released. Is this a conspiracy? Shen Jiayan, witnessing the sudden fervor of the two, found herself at a loss for words. Without a single match played, they have reached the top 128. I cannot fathom what drives you both. By the way, the members of the Beast Research Association mentioned that your research level has elevated. You have been promoted from professor to senior professor, and your annual subsidy has increased from 200,000 to 400,000. The number of projects you can apply for each year has expanded from 2 to 5. The difference for this year will be compensated to you shortly. Shen Jiayan spoke up abruptly, having just returned from collecting a delivery from Lightning Takeout when the members of the Beast Research Association relayed this news. Such a level increase is quite rare. Ordinarily, Qingyun County might not see a single senior professor appointed for a decade. Now that a senior professor occupies this position, one can essentially apply for the highest tier of accommodations. After all, it is uncommon for top professors to reside here. However, relocating to a new residence requires some time. Those premier accommodations, having been left vacant, have become storage spaces. Regardless, it will take a couple of days to tidy up. Promoted to senior professor? How did that occur? Has my age finally caught up with me? Su Feng mused, touching his smooth, unblemished face, devoid of any signs of aging, not even a hint of stubble. Shen Jiayan, taken aback, questioned, how did you achieve that? Wasn't it you who applied? Did you not submit a request for promotion to senior professor? The criteria are quite stringent. It requires confirmation from at least 2 top professors, along with recognition of significant contributions from the Beast Research Association to qualify. How did you manage such a feat? It cannot be as inexplicable as your initial appointment to professorship, can it? Su Feng shot her a glance. What do you mean by inexplicable? However, observing the sincerity in her gaze, he entertained the notion that perhaps she had not assisted him in the application process. How could this promotion have occurred? It seems we have not submitted any findings in the past 2 years, have we? Su Feng cautiously inquired, but immediately regretted his question. The state of that research institute hardly seemed conducive to producing results. Even a mouse passing through would have to ponder whether to bring a bag of rice for aid. It simply did not appear capable of yielding any findings. He hastily added, it must be a mistake on the part of the Beast Research Association, right? Shen Jiayan shook her head. That cannot be the case. The Beast Research Association conducts stringent reviews of such matters. They would not make an error. Even the application for professorship requires multiple rounds of scrutiny. Yet, it is indeed quite perplexing. Shen Jiayan too could not fathom the situation and decided to dismiss the thought. Well, the Beast Research Association should not issue incorrect certifications. Since it has been confirmed, we shall simply utilize the funds. After all, it is not our fault. An additional 200,000 each year. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shen Jiayan's eyes, as Su Feng had already invested this year's funds into the research institute. Otherwise, their sustenance would have been in jeopardy. Now, with the Beast Research Association reallocating an additional 200,000, it felt akin to a mouse delivering rice to an empty granary. Truly splendid. Shen Jiayan was thrilled, but Su Feng harbored a more tempered enthusiasm. It was merely an increase in fixed income of 400,000. He could earn that by competing. Best to focus on preparing for tomorrow's match. In Kyoto, Professor Lu meticulously penned his research findings, while the conclusion appeared to have been reached in a short span. The project had consumed 2 years of his life since he first encountered the peculiar phenomenon of beast mastery. From the initial discovery to field investigations, spanning from Kyoto to Beijing and then to Nanjing, Professor Lu had faced life-threatening situations no fewer than 5 times. At last, he could document his findings on paper and present them to the world. Thus, the study of camouflage is not merely a gift, but a genuine skill. A true master requires no communication. Professor Lu concluded his draft with this statement, a reflection of Su Feng's words. To this end, I wish to express my gratitude to all the beasts contributing to the research endeavor, as well as my colleagues, disciples, and beasts, particularly extending thanks to my peer, Professor Su Feng. With a gentle stroke of his pen, Professor Lu elevated Su Feng to an entirely new echelon. one he had never before experienced. After completing these writings, Professor Lu rose slowly, contemplating how 2 years of preparation and relentless travel had not yielded as much as half a month's acquaintance with Su Feng. No, rather, the insights sparked by Su Feng's singular remark had proven far more fruitful. Regardless, from this point onward, this avenue of research shall be pursued solely by the two of them. Camouflage studies, a gift. Xiao Wang, come here. Professor Lu beckoned an assistant who had been working in the office. Take these 3 papers and materials to the Beast Research Association. This one is mine. On the probability of camouflage talent appearing in newly emerged beasts, these 2 are my records of Professor Su Feng's distant insights on the discovery and core principles of camouflage and the positive impact of camouflage on beast combat effectiveness. Be sure not to mix them up. Professor Lu advised earnestly, as Su Feng's contribution was evidently of greater significance. Once submitted, Su Feng would effectively become the cornerstone of this branch of study. Whenever the term camouflage was mentioned, Su Feng's name would inevitably arise. He was the true discoverer and proponent. Professor Lu's own achievements were substantial as well. His paper on the probability of camouflage talent manifesting in newly emerged beasts positioned him as a leading figure in this branch. Though not as sensational as Su Feng's 2 papers, which stirred a tempest in the realm of beast mastery, Professor Lu's work would undoubtedly create ripples in the academic community. It would rank within the top 50 across all fields. Such a significant recognition would serve to alleviate my sense of apology. Professor Lu wore a smile, acknowledging that the fruits of their labor would be shared. He could become a master of beast mastery, while Su Feng would ascend to mastery in the camouflage branch. A win-win situation. The only regret was that the title of top professor was only evaluated every 3 years, making it impossible to elevate Su Feng to that status immediately. However, these 2 papers sufficed to bestow upon Su Feng the title of master. This gift would adequately convey Professor Lu's apology. Prepare everything for me. We depart for Nanjing tomorrow. The following day, the inaugural Beast Master competition in Qingyun County unfolded with great fervor. The entire venue was filled to capacity. As it was already the top 128, and the preliminary selection had long since passed, these newcomers were destined to become true beast tamers in the future. At the very least, they could all aspire to be junior beast tamers. Su Feng strode into the competition arena, finally facing an opponent worthy of his mettle. Moreover, his adversary did not appear to be weak. In the top 128, even the female police chief would find it challenging to maneuver. The inhabitants of Qingyun County were watching with bated breath. How could there be any foul play? A walkover was out of the question. Bets were being placed. Xia Chonglin versus Su Feng, with odds of 1 to 11 on Xia Chonglin and 1 to 2 on Su Feng. A few figures cloaked in black roamed the arena, establishing a private betting house. Yet, their actions raised doubts about their intentions, making it hard to believe they wouldn't abscond with the funds. Nonetheless, there were still those willing to gamble with them. After all, who wouldn't want to add a little excitement to this visual spectacle? If their chosen contestant emerged victorious, they could enjoy a lavish dinner that night. However, some particularly observant individuals began to notice discrepancies. Wait a minute, Su Feng doesn't appear to possess any real strength. Does he? What kind of opponents did he face in the first 2 rounds? One even failed to release a beast, and the remaining matches were all walkovers. What kind of luck is this? This reeks of foul play. Who wouldn't win in this situation? I could win even without a beast. As murmurs of doubt began to circulate among the audience regarding Su Feng's capabilities, his earlier performances made it hard for anyone to believe he had the power to be in the top 128. This was hardly combat. Where was the strength? The number of bets placed on Xia Chonglin suddenly surged among the cloaked figures. This was a surefire win. What were the chances of losing? Su Feng hadn't even showcased a beast, or perhaps he didn't have one at all. Discussions erupted as Shun Jieyun, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation. What nonsense! Su Feng simply hadn't been given the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. What is the big deal? I bet 100,000 federal coins on Su Feng. Shun Jieyun stood up and declared loudly, her voice tinged with frustration, while others were betting a few hundred coins for pocket change. No one else dared to wager such a substantial amount. Moreover, placing 100,000 federal coins on a young man who hadn't even revealed a beast? Who would do such a thing? The audience stared at Shun Jieyun as if she were a fool. Go ahead and bet. The more you wager, the more we profit. Chapter 36. Are you trying to electrify him? Undeterred by the gazes of the crowd, Shun Jieyun remained resolute. In her eyes, Professor Su was the strongest. No one participating in the competition could compare to him. Shun Jieyun pulled out 100,000 federal coins from her bag and handed them directly to the cloaked man. This was the 200,000 federal coins delivered by the Beast Research Association that morning as Su Feng's subsidy for the year. It was inconvenient to carry in the arena, so she had taken it upon herself to safeguard it, with the instruction that if there were bets, she could place some on his behalf. The cloaked man, seeing such a significant sum for the first time, scrutinized Shen Jiayun before confirming, "Miss, the odds for betting on Su Feng are currently 1 to 4. If you lose, you will forfeit everything. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely," Shen Jiayun replied without hesitation. "I want to bet 100,000 federal coins." Upon hearing her resolve, the cloaked man ceased his chatter. With a flick of his fingers, he handed a stack of betting slips to Shen Jiayun. As she grasped the slips, a chilling sensation coursed through her. The material was far from ordinary paper. Bold letters proclaimed, "Su Feng won, 4 for 10,000 coins." There were 10 such slips, and Shen Jiayun felt their weight in her grip. If Su Feng won, these slips would transform into vouchers worth 400,000. If he lost, they would be worthless. After placing her bet, several others followed her lead, albeit with much smaller amounts, typically just a few dozen federal coins for fun. Meanwhile, Su Feng was already prepared for battle. His opponent appeared equally formidable. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 23 years old, yet a prominent scar marred his face, lending him an air of maturity and a certain ruggedness. His attire was somewhat tattered, yet he wore it with an air of neatness. This fellow was no less formidable than that foolish yellow-haired opponent. Su Feng's gaze narrowed slightly as he assessed his rival. Winning this round would likely prove quite challenging. As both competitors readied themselves, the announcer called, "Please release your beasts." Xia Chonglin, without hesitation, swiftly retrieved a yellowish talisman and began to chant, "Earth Attribute Warrior, Eternal Swordsman, please vanquish the wicked." As his voice faded, a figure materialized in the arena. Standing approximately 80 centimeters tall with blood-red eyes, it wore a striking green hat atop its head, and 2 bamboo swords hung at its waist, while its lower half appeared to be formed of compacted earth. A panel materialized before Su Feng. Species, Prairie Swordsman. Level, 17, Beast Phase, Darkness Value, 93, 100. Attribute, Earth. Expected Potential, Beast Phase. Skills, Sand Throw, Dirt Block, Burrow, Sword/Earthquake. Description, a swordsman of the plains, a true warrior, who dares to traverse the desolate expanse with 2 bamboo swords, exemplifying immense courage. Its lower half can transform into quicksand, allowing it to alter its height instantaneously to evade lethal attacks. Curiously, the prairie swordsman is perpetually adorned with a green hat, seemingly to conceal its true visage. Su Feng observed this beast, clenching the talisman in his hand as a surge of beastly power stirred within him. "Esteemed Lord of Thunder, please descend upon this realm. Vanquish all evil and obliterate the light." The starry dragon leapt forth, this time without holding back. Electricity crackled around it, striking the ground with resounding force. The cloaked figures in the audience swiftly closed the betting, realizing they needed to act quickly. How could they not? Judging by appearances, this beast was certainly formidable. If they continued placing bets at this moment, they would surely incur losses. As the starry dragon made its entrance, Xia Chonglin furrowed his brow slightly. A lightning attribute beast? And with a draconic appearance? It was indeed a tough adversary. However, it was manageable. The earth attribute had a slight advantage over lightning. As long as this starry dragon wasn't too high in level, they could prevail. Prairie Swordsman. Use Sand Throw to blind it. Xia Chonglin, displaying his experience as a beast tamer, commanded his prairie swordsman without hesitation. As the saying goes, the first move holds the advantage. Upon receiving the command, the prairie swordsman wasted no time, swiftly drawing its 2 swords and plunging them into the earth beneath its feet, rapidly stirring the soil to send sand flying. Su Feng remained unfazed, equally instructing the starry dragon to act. "Starry dragon, strike him down with your electricity." The effectiveness of the lightning attribute against the earth attribute was limited. In fact, it might not even inflict significant damage. However, Su Feng did not intend to defeat it solely by relying on the electric current. Instead, his aim was to destroy the bamboo sword in its grasp. Its body was of the earth attribute, but surely the bamboo sword was not. Without a sword, what would it call itself? The prairie swordsman. The electric current lashed out like a whip, relentlessly striking towards the prairie swordsman. The sand thrown by the prairie swordsman was as ineffective against the electric current of the celestial dragon as vice versa. Yet, Xia Chonglin's reflexes were remarkably swift. Initially, he thought Su Feng's actions were futile, but upon noticing the slight darkening of the bamboo sword, he instantly grasped the situation. "Prairie swordsman, burrow underground. Don't waste time. Dive into the earth." Xia Chonglin commanded immediately. "Since you are using electricity to strike my weapon, I shall not reveal my position, will I?" Celestial dragon, retreat a bit. He then instructed Su Feng, Thunderstrike. Su Feng also shouted commands. Thunder Strike was the Celestial Dragon's first use of this skill in battle. The technique was rather straightforward. The Celestial Dragon could summon a bolt of lightning from the heavens, unleashing it upon a specific location with furious intensity. The power was indeed formidable. However, its shortcomings were glaring. It was too slow. Moreover, it could only target a fixed spot, making it easy to evade. In a normal combat scenario, this Thunder Strike would struggle to demonstrate its true might. Yet now, the Prairie Swordsman dared to burrow underground. Was it not courting death? The Celestial Dragon unleashed Thunder Strike at the entrance of the burrow. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder descended directly into the ground's opening. The lightning surged through the burrow, filling the subterranean space with terrifying electricity. Bang! The ground cracked open. The Prairie Swordsman leapt up, both wooden swords and conical hat showing signs of damage. It appeared exceedingly disheveled. Burrowing underground was a grievous mistake. Xia Chonglin could hardly fathom that the Celestial Dragon's electrical power could penetrate the earth, leading to the Prairie Swordsman suffering a silent calamity. Fortunately, the Prairie Swordsman possessed substantial resistance to electrical attacks. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Prairie Swordsman, engage in close combat. As soon as Xia Chonglin spoke, the Prairie Swordsman unsheathed its sword and darted forward, striking fiercely at the Celestial Dragon. Su Feng was equally quick to respond, declaring, with Dragon Claw, "Isn't this close combat? I shall gladly oblige." The Celestial Dragon was exhilarated, joyfully bouncing, its hands brimming with draconic power as it charged forward. Roar, roar. All the high-grade beast feed I've consumed was not in vain. The two beasts clashed. And in terms of raw power, the Celestial Dragon held an undeniable advantage. Even though the Prairie Swordsman's level was somewhat higher than that of the Celestial Dragon, it mattered not. It was not a beast skilled in strength. Much like a rabbit could not contend with a dragon in a battle of might. A slight level advantage was meaningless. Prairie Swordsman, evade. Wear it out with speed. A rare look of anxiety appeared on Xia Chonglin's face. Yet Su Feng smirked. Wear out the Celestial Dragon with speed. Are you jesting? Whose speed is swifter than that of electricity? You are challenging lightning. Chapter 37. The Clever Professor Su. Without needing Su Feng's reminder, the Celestial Dragon was already crackling with electric currents. The Prairie Swordsman was swift, yet evidently not swift enough. Its dual swords danced through the air, but the Celestial Dragon's claws struck with precision against each of its sword swings, without a single miscalculation. At the edge of the arena, Xia Chonglin watched with growing anxiety. If this continued, the Prairie Swordsman was bound to lose, although it surpassed the Celestial Dragon in level. In terms of physical prowess, the Celestial Dragon vastly outclassed the Prairie Swordsman. As for the reason behind such a disparity, even the Celestial Dragon was unsure. It simply felt that the battle was somewhat effortless. Prairie Swordsman, use the draw cut. Xia Chonglin commanded. Ordinary attacks were now ineffective against the Celestial Dragon. The only recourse was to try the draw cut and see if victory could be achieved. This draw cut was indeed the Prairie Swordsman's trump card. The Prairie Swordsman swung its blade, the sword light flashing, preparing to sheath its sword and execute the draw cut. However, the two bamboo swords suddenly shattered with a loud crack. The Celestial Dragon grinned widely, exclaiming, "Roar, roar, roar. Oh no, they've broken." The next moment, the Celestial Dragon acted decisively, spinning and sweeping its tail, sending the Prairie Swordsman flying. The speed of the action was such that even the referee barely registered it. This was the power of an electric-type beast. Speed was merely one aspect. Watching the Prairie Swordsman soar through the air, Xia Chonglin felt his entire body go limp. Was his journey to end here? After hunting dark beasts in the desolate plains, accumulating funds to feed the Prairie Swordsman with basic beast feed. Was this as far as he could go? Su Feng observed his despondent figure in silence. He was far too hasty. The dark value of the beast was already maxed out, and one more moment of delay would plunge it into darkness. Many times, the Prairie Swordsman did not heed his words and was rebellious with its own ideas. At this level, no matter how high its rank was, what good would it do? The true synergy lies between the Beast Master and the beast, not merely the beast alone. 2 against 1, it was only natural for Su Feng to emerge victorious. Su Feng, Celestial Dragon, victory. The referee promptly announced the outcome of the match. In the audience, Shun Jiayun leaped with joy, waving her arms in excitement. Su Feng had triumphed. That 100,000 federal coins instantly multiplied to 400,000 federal coins. All around, envious glances were cast, some tinged with jealousy. How could this fellow be so fortunate? A 1 to 4 betting odds, and he managed to hit the jackpot. Disgusting. A man in black suddenly appeared beside Shun Jiayun, holding 4 anonymous silver cards, extending his hand towards her. Hand it over. Shun Jiayun, understanding the rules, promptly handed over the 10 slips of paper she held to the man in black. She received the 4 silver cards in return. These were universally accepted cards throughout the Federation, redeemable at major banks without prior appointment. Each card worth 100,000 federal coins, supported by all countries. As Su Feng and the Celestial Dragon exited the arena, Shun Jiyun excitedly jumped in front of Su Feng, eagerly recounting the recent events. 400,000 federal coins. Plus the original 100,000. I now have 500,000 federal coins. Shun Jiyun handed over this sum to Su Feng. At this rate, we shall soon become the wealthiest in Qingyun County. Su Feng looked astonished. He indeed encouraged Shun Jiyun to place some bets, as he felt confident about winning. However, he never anticipated that she would dare to wager such a large amount. 100,000 federal coins. If calculated based on her working hours, it would take her an entire year of labor to earn back such an amount. Let us split it 50-50. Consider it your dividend. Su Feng felt too embarrassed to accept all the money without reservation. If it were Su Feng himself, he certainly would not possess such audacity. The substantial sum of money he earned was primarily due to Shun Jiyun's timely investments. Observing the heap of money in Su Feng's hands, Shun Jiyun shook her head and produced a silver card. Well, do you recall that you owe me 32,420 federal coins? Consider this as you repaying me for your earnings. She continued. As for the remaining 67,600, I shall help you save it, treating it as funds for the reconstruction of our research institute. Shun Jiyun waved the silver card in her hand. While she was indeed rather avaricious, her sole intention was to reclaim her own money. She would not accept a single coin more. Most importantly, she understood the immense resources required to nurture the Yuxing. It was already remarkable that they had come this far. How could she possibly demand any of Su Feng's money? Su Feng ceased his objections. If she didn't want it, so be it. He had indeed been in dire need of funds lately. The best training for Yuxing would undoubtedly require a significant investment. A subpar approach would not suffice. Regardless of the Yuxing willingness, Su Feng would not resort to such measures. If he did, today's plain swordsman would stand as the finest counterexample. Everything improved, yet combat prowess remained absent. Let us return and see if Yuxing has sustained any injuries. As Su Feng made to leave, a familiar figure approached him. This time, her attire differed from their previous encounter. She was no longer clad in that striking police uniform. Instead, she wore a more casual outfit, as if meeting a familiar friend required no extravagant display. Yet, the pure white cotton top did little to conceal her allure, resembling a series of majestic mountain peaks, lofty and cloud-kissed. The lower half was even more captivating, drawing the gaze and holding it captive. A pair of short shorts accentuated her long, fair legs, making them the focal point. Waist and legs, nothing else. Professor Su, congratulations on advancing to the top 64. The police officer smiled as she walked toward him, her voice preceding her presence, much like her decisive character. Ah, it's you, the police officer. What a coincidence to meet in such a place. Su Feng recalled her face, though the darkness of that night made it difficult to remember clearly. It was not until he noticed her long legs that recognition dawned. Recently, aside from that police officer, who else possessed such legs and would seek him out? How unfortunate. I was indeed waiting here for Professor Su. This time, I have two matters to discuss. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Feng's face. Was a police officer deliberately waiting for him? This could not bode well. Being under the watchful eye of a police officer meant one of two things, either a model citizen or a fugitive from Los Angeles. Were it not for the fact that the officer was not in uniform today, Su Feng would genuinely contemplate whether he had recently committed any misdeeds. Please, go ahead, he urged. The first matter, the police officer continued, still smiling, is to congratulate you on becoming a senior professor. It has been quite some time since anyone in Qingyun County achieved that rank. Even though you have only resided here temporarily, the people of Qingyun County have already embraced you as one of their own. The police officer attempted to flatter Su Feng. In the past, such flattery had been reserved for Shun Jiyun, coaxing her into working for free. Now, unexpectedly, Su Feng found himself on the receiving end of such sentiments. How does everyone know about my promotion to senior professor? Su Feng feigned a wry smile. It's rather perplexing to me. Nevertheless, thank you for your kind wishes. Now, please proceed to the second matter. Su Feng could hardly believe that a police officer had come specifically to congratulate him. The status of a senior professor was not insignificant. Yet this officer could lead a team to apprehend him. Surely, her position could not be trivial. Now, about that second matter, the police officer said, her smile unwavering. It pertains to my earlier inquiry regarding whether you could assist the Qingyun Police Department in researching ancient beast mastery. Professor Su, you have not yet responded. Perhaps you simply overlooked it. The officer had assumed that Su Feng would lose today's match, and if that were the case, he would be available to assist the police department starting tomorrow. After all, with Xia Chonglin's formidable strength, The beast level far surpassed that of the blonde youth. Furthermore, their past performances had been commendable, leading the police to never anticipate Su Feng's victory. Researching ancient beast mastery, Su Feng's eyes glimmered with regret. It seemed she was not here to challenge his weaknesses after all. However, he had already devised a strategy regarding this matter, though he had not voiced it until now. As a shrewd businessman, who would willingly approach the police department, wouldn't that be inviting misfortune? The officer should be aware that he had just been promoted, and therefore, he likely would not have the time. The police officer's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. It appeared that persuading professors was indeed a challenging endeavor. Even professors of ancient beast mastery were difficult to enlist. However, I do have an assistant who might be able to assist the police department with this issue. Yet, I have a small condition. As Su Feng spoke, the officer's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice animated. Of course, Professor Su, please tell me. As long as it does not violate regulations, we will certainly comply. Nothing illegal, nothing illegal. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of civility. There are just 2 requests. If my assistant fails to produce results, we cannot be held accountable. The officer quickly shook her head, reassuring him. Of course not. We merely wish to enlist your assistant's help. It would be perfectly normal if the research department did not yield results. How could we possibly hold you accountable? And what is your second condition? Upon hearing this, Su Feng finally felt a sense of relief. It would be absurd if taking on a research task also meant bringing Shun Jieyun into the fray. The second matter is Su Feng leaned closer to the police officer. Feigning secrecy, the officer flushed slightly. Her interest in Su Feng had already been tepid, but now they were so close. Could it be that he intended something untoward? According to the regulations of the Beast Master Research Association, the stipend for research assistants was to be issued by the professor. Given that he was currently absent from the research institute and financially constrained, could you kindly inquire with the police department if they could facilitate the release of Assistant Shin's stipend? Shin Jieyun's stipend was modest, amounting to only a few thousand federal coins each month, hardly comparable to the expenses of Yuxing Long over 2 days. However, Su Feng, with a mindset of withholding what he could, aimed to pocket the funds belonging to Shin Jieyun. Every bit saved counts. The flush on the female police officer's face gradually faded. Was it merely this trivial matter? I had assumed there was more to it. Regarding this issue, I will need to return and seek approval from the precinct. I estimate they will likely consent, especially since our project possesses some funding. Does Professor Su have any other matters to attend to? Su Feng nodded in satisfaction, gently ushering Shun Jieyun aside. You two may deliberate on the specifics. Assistant Shun, you must also strive to assist the Qingyun Police Department in accomplishing this significant task. Without further delay, Su Feng strode away. If memory serves, this task grants a mid-tier lightning-type skill, which holds considerable importance for Su Feng. After all, to secure the rewards from the subsequent competitions, he must continuously strengthen the Yuxing Dragon. Only then will he have a chance to clinch the championship and safeguard his investment. Su Feng left Shin Jieyun at the competition venue, where she was escorted back to the precinct by the female police officer. Meanwhile, Su Feng returned solo to the hotel of the Beast Master Association, eager to examine the mid-tier lightning skill awarded by the system. Congratulations for completing the task. Assist the Qingyun County Police Department in the research of ancient beastology. Reward: 1 ancient beast fossil, 1 mid-tier lightning skill. With a flicker of brilliance, a pitch-black stone materialized before Su Feng. He displayed no interest in the stone. Lacking knowledge in ancient beast studies, he questioned its utility. In his eyes, it resembled a common rock discarded on the grass outside, unremarkable and utterly useless. Instead, he attentively listened to the voice echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mid-tier skill, Destruction Thundercloud, incomplete version. Description: the complete version of Destruction Thundercloud is a skill that even quasi-king beasts may struggle to master. The incomplete version retains only 1/10 of its power. While its might is sufficient to qualify as a high-tier skill, its flaws are glaring, once unleashed. The Thundercloud does not distinguish friend from foe, leaving all summoned beasts on the battlefield susceptible to being struck, with lightning-type and wood-type beasts being the most vulnerable. The system rarely provided a skill description, yet this one left Su Feng dumbfounded. What did it mean to have indiscriminate attacks? Moreover, the probability of lightning-type and wood-type beasts being affected was increased. What a ridiculous skill. Only a fool would employ such a skill, summoning a thundercloud that could strike oneself. Did he fear his opponent would fail to defeat him? Su Feng found the skill description utterly absurd. Had it appeared 5 days earlier, he might have leveraged it to mitigate the risk of failure. But now, what use was this skill to him? Was he supposed to summon a thundercloud and gamble on the odds against his opponent? Su Feng possessed no inclination for self-harm and silently recited the system's lineage in the air, refocusing his gaze on the fossil. He scrutinized it for a moment. It was akin to sheep fodder. Indecipherable. In stark contrast, Shun Jieyun's treatment at the precinct was far superior. Upon her arrival, her eyes sparkled as she beheld the various fossils before her, unable to tear her gaze away. Have you prepared the basic instruments? Yes, we are ready. The female police officer replied respectfully. Presently, Shun Jieyun was regarded as a treasure within their precinct. It was vital to cherish her, for she had been difficult to bring back. We can mobilize all the instruments from nearby research institutions, and we can borrow equipment from across the city. The paramount concern for Qingyun County at this moment is this very matter. In fact, the upcoming newcomer Beast Master competition was organized precisely because of it. The female police officer divulged some inside information, yet Shun Jieyun remained entirely uninterested in such details. Instead, she fixated on the pile of fossils and excitedly declared, "You intend to research the ancient avian beasts, correct?" Chapter 39. This may be related to my upbringing. You intend to research the ancient avian beasts, correct? Upon hearing Shun Jieyun's words, the female police officer's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? Of course I know. Shun Jieyun proudly puffed out her chest and stated with utmost seriousness, even without borrowing instruments, I can discern that these are the fossils of avian beasts. Moreover, there is virtually no flesh from the avian beasts. It is predominantly feathers. Are you planning to use this collection of feathers to unravel the secrets of this ancient beast? The female police officer's breath quickened, her heart racing. This time, the precinct had struck gold. The long-standing mystery of the Qingyun sparrow, which had perplexed Qingyun County for millennia, might finally be solved. In Nanjing City, Professor Liu revisited the site, yet the outcome left him unsatisfied. Are you saying that Su Feng left Nanjing City just after me? Do you know his whereabouts? Professor Liu inquired of the head of the Qin family, Qin Minghua, while seated in the Qin household. This was most unfortunate. He departed just as I did. It rendered my trip fruitless. I do not know. Qin Minghua shook his head. However, it is highly likely they went to Qingyun County, for they purchased tickets to Qingyun County upon their departure. Whether they disembarked at the desolate plains is uncertain. The head of the Qin family could not guarantee anything. After all, the Qin family's influence in Nanjing City was considerable. Yet, once they left Nanjing City and entered the desolate plains, the Qin family's informants became both deaf and blind. Given the perils of the desolate plains, even Qin Minghua did not dare to claim he could traverse it. Who would risk their life for information? Very well, I will handle this matter. Should any news arise, feel free to contact me. Professor Liu expressed his regret as he placed his business card on the table and then turned to leave the Qin household. He had originally intended to personally congratulate Su Feng, but now he could not even locate him. It seemed fate was not on his side. Nevertheless, Professor Liu did not intend to give up. He mounted a massive avian beast and soared towards Qingyun County. Perhaps Su Feng had not truly departed from Qingyun County after all. The following day, Su Feng arrived early at the competition venue. The tournament had progressed from the top 64 to the top 32, drawing ever closer to the championship. His opponents were undoubtedly becoming more formidable. Su Feng had already employed the Destruction Thundercloud, incomplete version, with the Yuxing Dragon. After all, one might as well learn. Who knew when it might come in handy? At worst, he could unleash it when he was about to lose, gambling for a chance to turn the tide. Today, Su Feng's opponent was evidently no slouch either. Almost all the promising contenders vying for the championship had crossed paths with him. This particular competitor was also a favorite to win. Unlike Su Feng, who had faced a series of byes, this individual had been directly promoted to the top 128 without even competing in the elimination rounds. Clearly, they had significant backing. Su Feng strolled onto the competition stage, while Shun Jieyun hurriedly returned from the precinct. There was no alternative. Without Shun Jieyun, who would place bets for Su Feng, contestants were prohibited from betting, for what if they wagered on their opponent's victory and then surrendered on the spot? Whether others could manage it was uncertain. But Su Feng undoubtedly could. As long as the money was sufficient, Su Feng could even forfeit before the match commenced. After all, he is not participating in this competition for the sake of honor. His sole motivation is the monetary reward. The champion's prize is substantial. If the runner-up offered a greater sum, Su Feng might even consider taking a second place. As the two contestants ascended the stage, Su Feng began to scrutinize the Beastmaster opposite him. This Beastmaster stood in stark contrast to the previous one. If the former, Xia Chonglin, was a rugged, self-taught Beastmaster raised in desolate plains, this one was undoubtedly from a prestigious lineage, adorned in lavish garments, embellished with golden threads and embroidered with dragons. He exuded an unmistakable aura of wealth. I'll bet 300,000 on Su Feng, Shun Jieyun declared, handing a substantial sum to the cloaked figure overseeing the wagers. The man in black glanced up at Shun Jieyun. Today's odds for Su Feng were set at 1 to 22. Are you sure you want to proceed with this bet? Although the odds were not as outrageous as yesterday's, they were still quite favorable. Despite Su Feng's displayed talents, many remained skeptical of his abilities, underscoring the formidable nature of his opponent. Su Feng's luck was hardly commendable, as he consistently encountered the top seeds in the competition. Bet, Shin Jiayun asserted confidently, echoing Su Feng's sentiments. After all, it was unexpected money they had won back, so even if they lost it, it was of little consequence. Should they emerge victorious, that would transform 300,000 into 660,000. Observing Shin Jiyun's unwavering resolve, the man in black ceased any further discussion and handed her 30 betting slips. Meanwhile, the competitors on stage had already readied themselves for battle. Yao Ziki unfurled a folding fan and gently tapped it against his chest. I have reviewed your information. You are no match for me. Perhaps you should consider surrendering? After all, I do not engage in battles I cannot win. This may be attributed to my upbringing. Su Feng felt a pang of embarrassment at Yao Ziki's confident demeanor. How formidable do you think you are to utter such words? He retorted without hesitation. I specialize in battles that are guaranteed victories. Again, perhaps this is due to my upbringing. Yao Ziki huffed, folding his fan with a snap. I hope you can maintain that confidence when the time comes. He directed his frustration at the referee, who remained unresponsive, seemingly wary of Yao Ziki's stature. Raising a hand, the referee proclaimed loudly, both competitors, please release your beasts. Unperturbed, Su Feng observed his opponent, who shot him an irate glare. What are you staring at? I will release my beast first. Yao Ziki then deftly retrieved a golden yellow beast talisman from his waist. A sight Su Feng had never encountered even after numerous visits to beast shops. It radiated opulence. Without a hint of hesitation, Yao Ziki held it aloft, murmuring, Spirit of endless treasures, noble of the 9 regions, grant me wealth, status, and victory. As his words fell, the sound of coins clinking echoed as several copper coins materialized on the ground. In an instant, a golden yellow feline beast appeared in the arena. Its right paw raised in a gesture reminiscent of beckoning wealth, its rotund form even more robust than the cosmic dragon, standing elegantly upon a cloud. Come forth. Let me see if your beast can shatter the barrier forged from my riches. Yao Ziki's expression was one of arrogance. He had no doubt his beast would emerge victorious. Likewise, he could scarcely believe that Su Feng's beast, which appeared to have only recently matured, could possibly defeat him. The money cat was no trifling creature. It was likely the only one of its kind in the entire Qingyan County. Unfazed, Su Feng examined the money cat's data, which appeared before him. Species, money cat. Level, 19, pet stage. Attribute, gold. Expected potential, demon general level. Skills, flying kick, claw strike, first strike, iron fist, golden flash, intermediate. Scatter wealth, intermediate. Wealth of the world, intermediate. Monetary corruption, intermediate. Flourish and prosper, advanced. Description, a legendary feline spirit governing wealth, once a pet of the god of wealth. It returned to the celestial realm after leaving its lineage on Earth, thus bequeathing the money cat and a cadre of wealth-seeking followers. This beast excels in treasure hunting, but is less formidable in combat, depending on the prowess of its beastmaster. After absorbing this information, Su Feng gasped in astonishment. This creature was undoubtedly one of the most powerful he had encountered, second only to the middle-aged beastmaster he had met in the desolate plains. A level 19 money cat, capable of mastering 4 intermediate skills, and even an advanced skill. What kind of aberration was this? The only comforting aspect was the note in the description regarding its combat capabilities being less than promising. Otherwise, Su Feng might have considered surrendering outright. A pet-level beast capable of learning advanced skills, its potential as a demon general was unquestionable, and its financial prowess was beyond reproach. A veritable wealthy heir. Su Feng also reached for his waist, grasping a deep blue lightning talisman. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, I beseech you to descend upon this realm, vanquishing all evil and obliterating the light. The cosmic dragon seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of its opponent, emerging from the beast space with a composed demeanor, not overly excited but rather leaning slightly forward, awaiting Su Feng's command. This was destined to be a fierce battle. Maintaining his composure, Su Feng calmly instructed, Cosmic Dragon, use electric currents to strike him down. Money Cat, counter with Scatter Wealth. Yao Ziki commanded, equally unperturbed. They both initiated their attacks with intermediate skills, disregarding any initial skills. Why resort to the basics when they had intermediates? Why not crush the opponent outright? The money cat shot a disgruntled glance at Yao Ziki, mirroring his arrogant demeanor, but still unleashed its skill. With a swift motion, the money cat scattered a handful of coins towards the cosmic dragon. As the coins collided with the electric currents, Su Feng quickly discerned that these were not actual coins, but rather a form of energy. Despite facing an intermediate skill, the cosmic dragon's performance was commendable. Utilizing a mere basic skill, it shattered the coins scattered by the money cat, rendering the latter's intermediate skill entirely ineffective. A smile crept across Su Feng's face. It seemed the money cat was indeed as the system had described. While it might excel in treasure hunting, its combat capabilities were decidedly lacking. It was, in fact, entirely unsuited for battle. Cosmic Dragon, close in and engage it in close combat. Su Feng commanded once more, opting for a melee approach, knowing that physical prowess was one of the Cosmic Dragon's strongest attributes. Yet, this money cat does not appear to embody the strength of a formidable physical being. As anticipated, upon hearing Su Feng's command, Yao Ziki's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily exclaimed, "Money cat, use the wealth of the world to block him." Quickly, the money cat sensed the impending danger. Its close combat capabilities were indeed lacking. Spellcasting was its forte, and should the Cosmic Dragon close in, it would be dire. Surrounding the money cat, golden light began to shimmer, coalescing into coins that gradually descended from the heavens. Encircling the money cat, these coins formed a wall of currency. This coin wall occasionally scattered gold coins outward, enticing those with greed. Fortunately, it was the Cosmic Dragon that engaged first. Otherwise, had it been Su Feng, the cunning merchant, he would likely have been captivated solely by the sight of those coins, forgetting the battle entirely. Even while standing at the sidelines directing, Su Feng contemplated instructing the Cosmic Dragon to gather some coins for verification. If they proved genuine, he could potentially forego earning money altogether, merely awaiting the money cat's skill releases and giving thanks for nature's bounty. Yet, Su Feng maintained his last vestige of rationality in the face of such wealth. Commanding, Cosmic Dragon, shred through that defense with your claws. Focus on the task, not the treasure. Unlike Su Feng, the Cosmic Dragon was not swayed by greed. With one swipe, it utterly obliterated the coin wall before it. The allure of gold held no power over the Cosmic Dragon. However, had there been a pile of food instead, the scenario would have been vastly different, as the Cosmic Dragon might have been tempted. Yao Ziki gritted his teeth. This reckless, all-out assault from the beast was the very last thing he wished to confront. It afforded no time for reaction, charging forward with brute force, devoid of any semblance of strategy. Money cat, gleam with golden light. The money cat too wore an expression of fury, though it was not directed at the Cosmic Dragon, but rather at Yao Ziki for his relentless commands. How dare its master issue such continuous directives? Outrageous. Nevertheless, the money cat executed its skill, clutching a massive coin in its paw. With a flick, the colossal golden coin soared towards the Cosmic Dragon, radiating brilliance akin to a dazzling flashbang in the sky. The light pierced the eyes of all present, compelling even Yao Ziki to shut his eyes while directing the battle. Money cat, create distance. We shall wear him down. Yao Ziki's voice rang out, and the money cat responded with a loud meow, a clear expression of its ire. As the skill's effects unfolded, it compelled everyone to close their eyes. While lacking in raw power, the resultant effect was undoubtedly of mid-tier skill caliber. In an instant, the money cat distanced itself from the Cosmic Dragon. Su Feng's heart raced. At present, he could neither open his eyes nor issue commands. Yet, neither could Yao Ziki. At this moment, if Yao Ziki and the money cat shared any semblance of synergy, they could undoubtedly inflict considerable hardship on the Cosmic Dragon, perhaps even eliminate it entirely. Chapter 41. Trouble for the Beastmaster Research Association? Su Feng was equally concerned. He calmed his mind, straining to listen to the sounds of the match, hoping to catch Yao Ziki's voice to glean some commands. Without them, the prospects for the Cosmic Dragon in this battle seemed bleak. Currently, the money cat still had two skills yet to be unleashed. One was the mid-tier skill, Money Corruption, and the other was the high-tier skill, Flourishing Wealth. Which of these would Yao Ziki choose? Su Feng's heart trembled. It was difficult to predict. Based on Yao Ziki's character, he was likely to opt for the high-tier skill, Flourishing Wealth. After all, both the Cosmic Dragon and Su Feng had been caught off guard. Utilizing a high-tier skill now could undoubtedly eliminate the Cosmic Dragon from the match. However, if he resorted to the mid-tier skill, Money Corruption, it might not guarantee victory, likely only granting an advantage without securing the win. Su Feng bit his lip, the atmosphere reaching its zenith. Use the mid-tier skill. Let us afford each other a chance. I desire the championship. The next moment, Yao Ziki's voice resonated from the sidelines, heavily echoing in Su Feng's ears. Money cat. Use Flourishing Wealth to eliminate it directly. Oh no, this was truly disastrous. Worse than disastrous. This arrogant lad may be proud, yet he acted with a certain decisiveness. To employ a high-tier skill to send the Cosmic Dragon packing, thereby concluding this battle. But Su Feng was evidently not one to sit idly by. Even with the slightest opportunity, he would seize it. Cosmic Dragon, retreat using Heavenly Thunder Flash. This time, the Cosmic Dragon was too close, having suffered from the blinding light. Its vision still not restored. Now it was a gamble. Suddenly, a grand azure lotus appeared on the stage, though it seemed crafted entirely from gold, exquisite and resplendent. It was in stark contrast to the pure and untainted blue lotus. Meow? The immense meow reverberated, causing Su Feng's scalp to prickle. This sounded like an area attack, one that could not be evaded. Su Feng's vision gradually began to clear, yet it remained somewhat blurred. He could barely discern the golden radiance and the leaping cat. Abruptly, Yao Ziki's voice rang out, but it was not a command. It sounded like he was under attack. What are you doing? The opponent is still on the stage. Why are you coming down? Don't claw me. The opponent is right there. This series of exclamations, coupled with the silence that enveloped the arena, left Su Feng utterly perplexed. As his sight continued to clear, he finally grasped the situation. The money cat was perched atop Yao Ziki, its paws clutching his face, striking repeatedly without pause. The beast was attacking its master. Such a sight was unprecedented in the rookie Beast Master competition in Qingyun County. Yet, the judge appeared entirely unfazed, as if having witnessed similar occurrences elsewhere, and promptly declared Su Feng and his cosmic dragon the victors. The beast's rebellion against its master indicated a profound lack of respect. The reasons were manifold, but the crux lay in the fact that the money cat had never regarded Yao Ziki with any seriousness. Thus, a match of even moderate intensity rendered their so-called contract a farce. Disobedience from a beast was not uncommon in the realm of beast masters. However, such occurrences would never transpire with truly powerful beasts. Su Feng stood by, utterly astonished. Had they won again? Victory had come so effortlessly. The notion of a beast attacking its master was an experience Su Feng had never anticipated. Suddenly, he felt as though Lady Luck was smiling upon him, advancing to the top 32. However, the remaining individuals posed little danger to Professor Su. Those individuals were indeed fortunate. Out of the few elite contenders in Qingyun County, all were subdued by Professor Su alone. The female police chief, perched in the audience, peered through her binoculars. At last, she need not fear being discovered. Instead, she could openly observe Professor Su and witness the outcome of his match. Yet, it was evident that the results were already in. The remaining beast tamers were all under level 15, most likely unworthy opponents for Su Feng. Yet, Professor Su found himself at a loss as to whether to consider it misfortune or fortune. To label it as luck would be misleading, for these few formidable opponents had engaged in combat even before the match commenced. To deem it misfortune, however, would neglect the fact that his adversaries had lost in rather inexplicable manners. They hesitated to summon their beasts, allowing attributes to dictate victory, leading to beasts consuming their masters. Essentially, every blunder a novice could make had been encountered by Professor Su. The female police chief's lips twitched, unsure how to evaluate the situation. Professor Su's combat style mirrored his peculiar character, strange indeed. Upon witnessing Su Feng exit the arena, the female police chief hastily followed, drawing near to him and saying, "Congratulations, Professor Su, on advancing. The remaining contenders should pose no threat to you. The throne of champions is at least half yours." Su Feng scrutinized the female police chief, nodding in satisfaction. The form-fitting attire and JK's skirt were quite delightful. Whether he could maintain his composure remained to be seen after the match. "It's good to see you again, Chief. Do you have any matters to discuss today?" Su Feng appeared in high spirits, feeling for the first time that Lady Luck was on his side. "Not particularly. I am merely accompanying Assistant Shun to watch your match," she replied, smiling. However, Assistant Shin preferred not to sit beside me, though I cannot fathom the reason. The female police chief's face brightened as she spoke of recent progress regarding the Qingyun lark fossil. This was the guardian every resident of Qingyun County longed to witness. Moreover, they sought to understand the reasons behind this guardian's disappearance. Shun Jieyun also hurriedly descended from the audience, presenting Su Feng with 6 silver cards, each representing 100,000 federal coins, before urging the police chief to depart. Research was eternally her greatest passion. Su Feng seized the silver cards with remarkable speed, stowing them away in his pocket. His previously anxious heart finally found solace. This was indeed the last opportunity to earn money. After this, Su Feng's share would undoubtedly not be as extravagant. Coupled with the previous 200,000 federal coins, he now possessed 820,000 federal coins. Such wealth, theoretically, was sufficient for an average beast tamer to raise 2 juvenile beasts to the monster stage. Yet, upon glancing at the talismans in his possession, Su Feng sighed deeply. If they lasted 3 months, he would consider himself fortunate. What a glutton he had encountered. Suddenly, a figure rushed around the corner, hastening towards Su Feng. "Professor Su, the Beast Research Association seeks you." Chapter 42. Truly fearful of mistaken identity. "Professor Su, the Beast Research Association seeks you." A staff member halted before Su Feng, instantly recognizing him. Her voice was urgent as she spoke. Su Feng scrutinized her uniform, confirming it was indeed standard attire for the Beast Research Association. What is it? Su Feng replied lazily, for most matters had already been resolved. He had finally earned himself a brief respite. Emergency? The sky could fall, and I wouldn't be bothered. Professor Lu from the capital has come to the Beast Research Association looking for you. It must be something of great significance, as he is currently seated in the lobby, awaiting your arrival. If he does not see you today, he is likely to hold us accountable for our inefficiency. The staff member's face was filled with trepidation. Professor Lu held considerable influence within the association. Should he choose to escalate the matter or express any displeasure, it would spell disaster for the staff members involved. Su Feng gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. Professor Lu, why did that name ring so familiar? Suddenly, Su Feng recalled this so-called Professor Lu. Though he felt a twinge of disbelief. Tentatively, he inquired of the staff member, is this Professor Lu the one from Kyoto? The one who visited Nanjing City recently? The staff member appeared taken aback by Su Feng's inquiry, but quickly nodded in affirmation. So you and Professor Lu are acquainted. That simplifies matters. We feared he was coming to seek retribution. We had no idea you were friends. In that case, we kindly ask you to meet with him. The staff member's tone was near pleading, directing her request at Su Feng. If Su Feng were to acquiesce, even if Professor Lu were to be irate, he would likely refrain from directing his ire at the Beast Research Association of Qingyun County. After all, they had fulfilled their duties. Su Feng clenched his teeth, his heart feeling as though it were being gripped in a vice. It was hard to believe that a professor could be so petty. Was it not merely a comment made during their encounter in Nanjing City? Moreover, that comment hardly seemed offensive. True strength required no dialogue. Had that offended him? I never claimed who the true strong ones were. Surely, you wouldn't pursue me from Nanjing City to Qingyun County over such a matter? Did this Professor Lu mention what he sought from me? Su Feng asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. If he had indeed offended a top-tier professor, his future in the research field could be forfeit. The annual fixed grant of 400,000 federal coins was no small sum. It could sustain the gluttonous Yuxing Long for an entire week. Su Feng was reluctant to relinquish that money. Furthermore, with a research institute, senior professors could apply for 2 projects each year. Su Feng envisioned a project titled On the Consumption of High-Grade Beast Food by Yuxing Long over a month, where he could utilize Yuxing Long as a subject for study, thereby saving a significant amount of money. Alas, such dreams now seemed distant. I am uncertain. However, when he came looking for us, he did seem quite agitated. He insisted we find you promptly, the staff member awkwardly revealed. She was genuinely concerned that the 2 professors might clash, leaving the staff to bear the brunt of the fallout. Sighing deeply, Su Feng resigned himself to the situation. There was no escaping it now. He could not cower forever. After all, he could not hide from the inevitable confrontation. If worse came to worst, he could simply apologize and admit his error. As a young man in my 20s, do you really have the audacity to argue with me? Let us go. Tap, tap, tap. Professor Lu sat in the grand hall of the Beast Master Research Association, his toes occasionally tapping lightly against the floor, in his quest to find a colleague. This esteemed scholar had lowered himself considerably. He had traveled from Kyoto to Nanjing City, and then from Nanjing City to Qingyun County. Now, having arrived at the Qingyun County Beast Master Research Association, he was informed that this young man had ventured out. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that this fellow didn't even have a research institute. What on earth was he doing out there? Professor Lu was perplexed, and the pent-up frustration within him reached a boiling point. He resolved that he would not leave until he found Su Feng. Surely, no one would dare to tell him that Su Feng had left Qingyun County, would they? If that were the case, he might as well issue a wanted notice to locate Su Feng. After a lengthy wait, Professor Lu finally caught sight of Su Feng as noon approached. Su Feng, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, strolled into the Beast Master Research Association, clad in the attire of a researcher, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, reminiscent of a true scholar. This attire was intentional. I am a scholar. Surely one cannot resort to violence against a scholar. Professor Lu, this is the esteemed Professor Lu. The staff member accompanying Su Feng promptly introduced. Once this task was completed, they could finally breathe easy. After introducing Professor Lu, the staff member began to introduce Su Feng. However, Professor Lu raised a hand slightly, declining the staff member's introduction. With a serious expression, he fixed an intense gaze upon Su Feng, as if he intended to burn him to ashes with his stare. You are the Professor Su who conveyed messages for me in Nanjing City? The true strong do not require communication. This was your assertion, was it not? Professor Lu's imposing presence filled the room, exuding an aura that suggested he would not easily let Su Feng off the hook. Even the staff member instinctively took a step back upon hearing his words. When titans clash, may the mortals remain unscathed. Yes, Su Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, he was facing an old professor. Standing before him, He felt as if he were a student being called upon to answer a question in class. Most importantly, he had no idea how to respond. It was as if he had just been tasked with an assignment that he had not prepared for. At that moment, Su Feng felt utterly overwhelmed. The true meaning behind this sentiment was, Su Feng wished to clarify, akin to explaining why he hadn't submitted his homework. Yet, Professor Lu appeared to have seen right through him. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Su Feng to remain silent. I understand, as long as it comes from you. That suffices. I was concerned that I might have mistaken the person. Chapter 43. Professor Lu, you have truly surprised me. Professor Lu's words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Su Feng's heart. Indeed, he had come seeking retribution. Professor Lu retrieved a stack of documents from behind him. The bottommost page stamped with the seal of the Kyoto Beast Master Research Association. Oh no, he had come to revoke my qualifications as a senior professor. My annual stipend of 400,000, along with my privilege of accessing official Beast Master rations, was in jeopardy. Moreover, he likely wouldn't let me off easily, considering I had previously offended him while still in Nanjing City. Sighing deeply, Su Feng thought to himself that he had anticipated this day would arrive. After all, the false is merely false. With that, Su Feng extended his hand to accept the documents from Professor Lu, intending to sign his name. From that moment forth, he would be free from all burdens, no longer needing to worry about such matters. However, as Su Feng took hold of the documents, he noticed something amiss. There appeared to be no place for a signature. Looking closer, he realized that the document's heading did not read judgment, but rather appointment. Appointment? To what position? Su Feng's eyes darted to the contents of the document. And the first line clearly stated, hereby appointing Senior Professor Su Feng as the Vice President of the Qingyun County Beast Master Research Association, executing the principal duties. Annual subsidy, 2 million federal coins. Su Feng's head snapped up to meet Professor Lu's gaze, who adjusted his glasses and nodded in satisfaction. Professor Su is indeed correct. The false is indeed false. This is the essence of the study of disguise. It seemed that Professor Su's research progress had not lagged behind by even a moment. In fact, prior to his second visit to Nanjing City, Su Feng had not even grasped this profound concept. Perhaps, Professor Su's advancements had even surpassed his own. Professor Lu's words were filled with praise. He had never intended for Su Feng to become the vice president of the Qingyun County Beast Master Research Association. After all, a professor who had only recently emerged from Nanjing City, and one who was merely a newly promoted senior professor, hardly qualified for such a position, regardless of the circumstances. A senior professor was not meant to hold a vice presidency. However, upon hearing that Su Feng had come to Qingyun County, Professor Lu assumed that Su Feng sought to establish himself there. He had even lent his assistant to the Qingyun Police Department. It seemed almost inevitable. Thus, he had brazenly sought the vice presidency, adding some weight to this unexpected meeting. Su Feng's eyes were filled with trepidation, yet Professor Lu appeared completely oblivious to his unease. All of this was well-deserved by Su Feng. In addition to the vice presidency, I also assisted Professor Su in submitting 2 research papers. Both were based on the directions provided by Professor Su. I am but an old man, feeling somewhat ashamed for having taken advantage of Professor Su, as I merely authored papers on the study of disguise. However, in the realm of Beastmaster talents, I have kept all the glory for myself. Professor Lu's voice was low, as if he feared others would overhear. After all, this matter was far from honorable. Ghostwriting papers is ostensibly prohibited, although it is often overlooked. Who would dare to openly discuss such matters? Were it not for the lack of better options, Professor Lu would not have spoken so candidly. If Professor Su is greatly concerned, I could promptly inform them to change the first author's name to yours. As Professor Lu continued, Su Feng's mind felt as if it had been struck by a mighty hammer. He was utterly dazed, resembling a puddle of mush. What direction? What papers? It wasn't until Professor Lu picked up the phone that Su Feng finally came back to his senses. Could it be that my earlier words sparked something? The true strong do not require communication? Did that inspire this professor? Is that even possible? Su Feng reached out to halt Professor Lu's attempt to dial. Ahem. There have been many matters lately, and I didn't quite catch what you said earlier. Would you be so kind as to repeat it? Su Feng coughed twice, his mind racing to organize his thoughts. Yet, the more he tried to clarify, the more bizarre it felt, as if he were caught in a surreal illusion. Professor Lu observed Su Feng's actions, a satisfied smile gracing his face, his gaze serene. Actually, it's quite simple. Previously, while I was researching a newly discovered Beast Master skill in Nanjing City, I happened to encounter a celestial white cat you had sent me. The celestial white cat indeed possesses an air of enigma, perfectly embodying the art of disguise. Leaving others aside, even I, in my advanced years, was initially deceived by this beast. However, thanks to Professor Su's insightful guidance, I quickly discerned that this is an entirely novel skill. While Professor Lu was speaking, Su Feng's gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Did I remind you? He mused. When you asserted that this celestial white cat lacked innate talent, I found it hard to believe. How embarrassing. Professor Lu chuckled wryly, shaking his head, before continuing, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, my reputation would have been utterly tarnished. Subsequently, I wish to engage in a dialogue with you. Yet you informed me that true power does not necessitate such exchanges. At the time, I felt you looked down upon me, unwilling to converse. Little did I know, you were imparting wisdom. The essence of disguise is to deceive oneself rather than others. Not that I lack understanding, retorted Professor Lu. You are overthinking it. Su Feng, now grasping a substantial portion of the conversation, shook his head in resignation. Is the world truly filled with such coincidences? Is this even possible? From this moment, one insight leads to another. I penned 3 articles, and rather presumptuously, I affixed your name to 2 of them pertaining to the field of disguise. In this manner, I seem to have taken advantage of you. Professor Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Nonetheless, my intentions are noble, and I hope you can comprehend. The domain of disguise is currently uncharted. Submitting those 2 articles, albeit merely expansions of your earlier remarks, could suffice for you to become a master in this field. Should you pursue projects in this direction, the annual funding will undoubtedly exceed 80 million Federation coins. Su Feng's mouth fell slightly agape, visibly astonished by this figure. Is this what it takes to become a master in disguise? No, I am utterly unqualified. Yet, while I may not comprehend it, I am certainly willing to accept 80 million Federation coins annually. Even if I were to compete in the Qingyun County New Beastmaster Tournament 3 times over, I would not amass such wealth. Cough, cough. Is this truly what it means to be a master of disguise? Can I still apply for projects this year? I seem to have lost my motivation for project research lately. Perhaps a new project would fit perfectly. Su Feng's resolve shone through. 80 million. What endeavor could yield such a sum? The speed at which this money could be earned is astounding. Chapter 44, Vice President of the Qingyun County Beastmaster Research Association. Professor Lu regarded Su Feng's slightly agitated demeanor with approval. Truly, a master of disguise. While your actions may seem avaricious, your words reveal your genuine sentiments. Feigning greed as if you were truly greedy. You are indeed Professor Su. He continued, it should be feasible. I reviewed your project application today. You previously submitted one that was not approved, but at the beginning of next month, you may submit 2 consecutively. As long as they are not too unconventional, it should be acceptable. Professor Lu contemplated briefly before speaking. Typically, advanced professors' projects, once reviewed, are approved. Not to mention someone like Su Feng, who is a master in certain aspects. However, Professor Lu harbored concerns about Su Feng's unconventional thought processes potentially bewildering the review committee. Thus, with caution, he advised Su Feng to proceed with care. Do not exert yourself too forcefully. The elderly gentleman at the Kyoto Beastmaster Research Association may not withstand such a shock. Su Feng's eyes gleamed with avarice. An 80 million Federation coin project. If approved, not only would I no longer worry about cultivating the Starry Dragon, but I could also establish a research institute for Shunjiayun using some leftover resources, ensuring the project proceeds smoothly. At this thought, had Professor Lu not been present, Su Feng would have been tempted to wipe away his drool. Professor Lu, you have truly astonished me. Alongside the appointment letter, there is another urgent matter. The advent of the disguise skill has caused a tremendous stir in the academic realm. Consequently, the old fellows in Kyoto intend to convene a special research conference. Professor Lu smiled, as if he had already accounted for Su Feng's inclusion. At this conference, you shall be the true protagonist. After all, you are a master in the field of disguise. Were you to abstain from attending, I dare say those old men would rush over in a frenzy to seek you out. Professor Lu did not hold back his praise for Su Feng, genuinely acknowledging his expertise. Without Su Feng, the conference would likely lack purpose. After all, the theme of the meeting is disguise. How could a master of disguise not be present? Su Feng's expression stiffened, his smile abruptly faltering. A conference? What kind of conference? A research-oriented gathering? His heart raced as he swiftly processed Professor Lu's words. If this so-called conference is indeed to be held, wouldn't my status as a professor be jeopardized? What do I know about disguise? I have never even heard of it. Indeed, Professor Lu nodded. His gaze filled with anticipation as he regarded Su Feng. Everyone is eager for a fresh direction to emerge. With the introduction of this new skill, it may very well incite a new wave in the realm of beast battles. The strategies employed could undergo significant transformation, potentially leading to far-reaching repercussions. Su Feng felt a wave of discomfort. While the prospect sounded enticing, the reality was that he had no understanding of the subject. When is this conference taking place? Perhaps I should decline the invitation? I am currently engaged in a new Beastmaster tournament, and will likely be unavailable in the near future. Su Feng sought a way to politely refuse Professor Lu's invitation. I simply cannot attend this conference. I truly lack the knowledge. I cannot even comprehend the high-level mathematics required to address a group of professors. The new Beastmaster tournament? Professor Lu pondered rapidly. Is there a significant competition happening in Qingyun County soon? It seems there is none. The high-level Beastmaster tournament is quite rigorous. If Qingyun County were to apply, surely I would have heard of it. A high-level tournament in Qingyun County? How could that be possible? I will certainly have a stern word with those youngsters upon my return. How could they fail to inform me of such an important event? Professor Lu's face bore a hint of anger, as if he had been deprived of crucial information. Su Feng hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed before speaking. The newcomer Beastmaster tournament. Upon hearing this, Professor Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. The newcomer Beastmaster tournament? What does that even mean? How could a distinguished professor like yourself register for the newcomer Beastmaster tournament? Cough, cough. It seems Professor Su has progressed more swiftly than I anticipated. You have already begun nurturing a new beast. Even Professor Lu himself found it hard to believe these words. What new beast? Before my arrival, I had inquired and learned that Su Feng had little to no experience with beasts. This is his first beast. Regarding Professor Lu's participation in the newcomer Beastmaster competition, a thought gradually formed in his mind. Could it be that this individual, out of financial desperation, has deigned to enter the competition? A professor, albeit one specializing in ancient beastology, surely would not stoop so low. Nevertheless, after today, such concerns would be moot. The esteemed Professor Su of ancient beastology has passed, and soon to rise is the Master of Disguise Studies, Master Su Feng. If Professor Su intends to participate in the competition, then it would be prudent to summon that assembly of elderly scholars from Kyoto. These venerable gentlemen, despite their age, are quite vigorous and could certainly benefit from a little excursion. Professor Lu spoke with confidence. Since Su Feng was reluctant to travel to Kyoto, let us instead hold the meeting in Qingyun County. Let these old men make the journey. I suspect many will eagerly come to listen. As he spoke, Professor Lu paid no heed to Su Feng's opinion, nodding to himself as he strode towards the exit, humming a cheerful tune. He appeared utterly content. Observing how decisively Lu had arranged the meeting, Su Feng could only shake his head in resignation. This Professor Lu was far too familiar. Grasping the vice presidential appointment document in his hand, Su Feng felt somewhat dazed. Vice President of the Qingyun County Beast Research Association. How could this have been so effortlessly attained? After Shen Jiyun's return, he found it hard to believe. Just half a month ago, they were both scavenging for meals in a dilapidated research institute. And now, within this short span, Su Feng had ascended to the rank of a senior professor and vice president of the county's association. It was simply too swift to be credible. Surely, such a position could not have been acquired without due diligence. On that day, Professor Lu hurried back to Kyoto without pause. After all, those old scholars were top-tier professors and deserved a modicum of respect. They should not be treated with such audacity. At the very least, they ought to witness such impertinence in person. Merely calling them would not guarantee their attendance. Meanwhile, Su Feng endeavored to suppress his bubbling excitement and attempted to view his circumstances with detachment. It was all merely luck, he reassured himself. The following day, Su Feng took to the stage as usual, just as Inspector N had indicated. His forthcoming opponents posed little threat. The few cloaked figures opted not to challenge him any further. With unremarkable odds, who would place a wager? Thus, Su Feng leisurely advanced from the top 32 to the top 16, and from the top 16 to the top 8. It seemed he had already secured victory. Every battle with the Yuxing dragon went remarkably smoothly, effortlessly defeating those beasts of no more than level 15. The only downside was that the Yuxing dragon had transformed from a creature that feasted thrice daily to one that required both afternoon tea and supper. Now indulging 5 times a day, this fellow had quite the appetite. What? Is it merely a meeting regarding a new direction? Must we all be dragged to Qingyun County for this? In Kyoto, several elderly scholars voiced their grievances to Professor Lu. Isn't it just one person? Let him use the teleportation array to come to us, or I could send a disciple to fetch him with a flying beast. Surely that would be preferable to sending all of us over there. One elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s, but in reality over a century old, expressed his confusion. Although this new direction held considerable potential for a novel faction, surely it did not warrant such a trek for all of us. Professor Lu, seated at the head of the table, anticipated that these old scholars would not acquiesce easily. Such resistance was part of the reason the Beast Research Association had languished in complacency for many years. The moment they heard the term senior professor, they were reluctant to budge. If Su Feng were a top-tier professor with a prestigious ranking, they would surely find a way to travel from Kyoto to Qingyun County. Professor Lu allowed his dissatisfaction to show plainly on his face. This individual is a master of disguise studies, a leading scholar in this field. You dare claim you Haven T reviewed the materials he sent? Surely, there are no issues with them? Now that he wishes to personally demonstrate the essence of his work, it is only fitting that he be allowed to do so at his chosen venue. Who among you dares to object? No one outside would dare speak to such esteemed professors in this manner. Yet Professor Lu showed not an ounce of courtesy, though he was considerably younger than they. His contributions, scholarship, and rankings were on par with theirs. Especially with the emergence of this new talent in disguise studies, Professor Lu had surpassed them significantly. Thus, he spoke without reservation. These old scholars were clearly blinded by arrogance. How many times had I personally ventured to their meetings? And they still had the audacity to act superior? You lot are merely members of the current Beast Association and not the leading figures of the overarching council. How dare you present such airs in my presence? Ultimately, he was merely a senior professor. If we were to send a group to Qingyan County, would old Su and the others accompany us? Surely, old Wang would want to witness the spectacle. Their esteemed statuses would surely dictate they might encounter unforeseen circumstances on the journey. One old scholar might use his influence to rally the more seasoned scholars to join. The emergence of a new direction is of interest to many beyond those currently gathered, apart from the top 10, or perhaps a select few from the top 30, who wouldn't desire to uncover a new direction that had not yet been explored and held substantial utility. Everyone desires it. If one could partake in this new direction, it would not only enhance their credentials, but also secure additional resources and federal currency for the upcoming projects. Who among researchers would not welcome more funding and resources? Professor Lu felt a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, age brings wisdom. These old scholars were proving quite formidable. He had anticipated some resistance, which is why he had gathered these elders. Yet, he had not expected them to be such a challenge. They were no easy adversaries. In light of this, Professor Lu waved his hand and turned to leave. I shall attend the lecture in Qingyun County alone, he decided. After all, he was merely a senior professor, and there were no regulations dictating where lectures must be given, only that one must conduct 3 lectures annually. I believe it would be quite beneficial to impart the essence of disguise studies to my disciples. As he spoke, Professor Lu approached the door, just a step away from departing the room. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in affectionate exasperation. This young man, here he comes again. When I was being mischievous at the Beastmaster Academy, it was precisely like this. How long has it been since I became a top professor? And yet I still find myself in such a predicament. Ah, Xiaolu, let it be, let it be. Can't we old bones make the journey? And you too. Why must you insist on us making this trip? However, let me make it clear. If the results produced by this young man do not meet expectations, I shall show no mercy. The title of Master of Disguise may be temporarily bestowed upon him, but to be a top professor, he can forget about it. He needs to settle down first. An elderly top professor spoke up. His address to Professor Lu was entirely appropriate, considering their generational hierarchy. In fact, it wouldn't be amiss for Professor Lu to call him Shirshu. Yet, at this age, such titles have long lost their significance to them. Rather than fretting over names, it is far better to dedicate more time to research. While we still draw breath, we ought to leave behind more for Huagua, to aid Huagua in better confronting the turmoil. Hearing these words, Professor Lu nodded in satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, he still stepped forward. This action elicited hearty laughter from several elders in the conference room, as if they had returned to their youthful days. Xiao Lu remains unchanged. After entering the top 8, Yuxinglong, under the pretext of maintaining optimal condition, had Su Feng purchase a can of snacks. In addition to the 5 daily meals that were unwaveringly routine, this creature also required some snacks for additional nutrition, resulting in a significant expense for Su Feng. You must secure the championship for me, otherwise, you shall go without food for 7 days. Su Feng pressed down on Yuxinglong's head, yearning to take a bite of its snack. However, glancing at the crackling stone, he abandoned the notion. Never mind, a good person should not quarrel with a bad beast. Yuxing Yuyo, rest assured, it's a promise. Chapter 46, Emergency Training of the Top Professor. Qingyan County, New Beast Master Family Competition. Top 4 matches. Su Feng entered the arena as usual, with the audience in a fervor. The noise was not chaotic, rather, it had an exquisite rhythm. Upon careful listening, one could faintly discern what the audience was chanting. Professor Su, go for it. Master of Disguise, Professor Su, go for it. Su Feng's expression darkened. What were they chanting? Master of Disguise? What have I disguised? Moreover, how did the news from the Beast Research Association spread so swiftly? Just 2 days, and the entire city is aware? That was remarkably fast. Not only was Su Feng disconcerted, but his opponent in the top 4 was equally perturbed. Lacking confidence to begin with, after a night of mental preparation, he found himself overwhelmed by the deafening wave of sound upon entering the arena. Which newcomer enters the fray against a master of disguise? Is this even permissible? Under Su Feng's astonished gaze, his opponent slowly raised his hand. Referee, I declare my withdrawal. I cannot compete in this match. Losing to the Master of Disguise is something I can accept. Su Feng felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, hastily extending his hand in an attempt to stop him. Buddy, I'm really not a master. I've only been training beasts for a little over half a month. But before he could reach out, the referee had already begun announcing the results. Master of Disguise, Professor Su. Victory. As the proclamation echoed, the audience erupted once more, a tidal wave of sound surging towards the stage. His opponent, unable to bear the shame, could no longer stay, while Su Feng remained slightly bewildered on stage, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Another victory? Winning is so difficult. Advancing to the semifinals. The older gentlemen in the audience also appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Hidden among the crowd, they were there to scrutinize Su Feng. Can we truly gauge this fellow's level? Even if he has mastered new combat techniques, can we truly discern it? An elderly man spoke slowly. Their gathering was motivated by a desire to ascertain whether Su Feng had indeed mastered the so-called disguise skills. If he had, it could be deemed a discovery by him. However, should not even Su Feng's beasts have mastered it, who would dare claim such skills genuinely exist? They were skeptical. If even the Master of Disguise could not master this skill, it was difficult to believe that it could manifest in real combat. Zelene wouldn't deceive us, would he? I've reviewed that document. There shouldn't be significant issues. The only thing currently lacking was practical application in combat, which was precisely what they sought to observe. Perhaps we should assign him a more formidable opponent? If this Master of Disguise cannot master the disguise skill, I believe we must reconsider Zelene's suggestion. Moreover, we ought to review the document signed by Professor Su thoroughly once more. One person responded. They wished to avoid suspicion. Yet a professor focused exclusively on ancient beast research had silently discovered a new skill, one that had previously shown no signs of existence. It was difficult not to arouse suspicion. Furthermore, they had reviewed Su Feng's credentials. While he may possess exceptional talent in ancient beast studies, is discovering a new skill something achievable solely through innate talent? Absolutely not. But changing opponents is unlikely. It would be too disrespectful to the audience. However, I believe it would be beneficial to provide that young man with some training tonight. Having come this far, he surely cannot be too lacking. At this moment, Su Feng was unaware. Likewise, Professor Zelene was equally oblivious, as he remained within Qingyun County, preparing the venue for Su Feng's upcoming meeting. After all, Qingyun County is not vast, and the largest arena had been allocated for the new Beast Master Family competition. Although this competition would conclude in 2 days, it would not be immediately usable thereafter. There are numerous tasks such as venue maintenance and equipment repairs to attend to. Surely, they could not allow so many professors to enter without proper checks? In the event of an incident, it would be catastrophic for Huagua, a pillar of strength crumbling. Have you had any results from your frequent visits to the police department these days? Su Feng, with little else to occupy his mind, engaged in casual conversation with Shun Jiayun while Yuxinglong practiced within the talisman. Not yet, but it's imminent, Shun Jiayun replied as she quickly devoured her meal. Speaking to Su Feng. After all, he was her professor, and she felt no need to hold back. What is the police department researching regarding ancient beasts? The Qingyun Sparrow. Shun Jiayun rapidly summarized in her mind before speaking. The Qingyun Sparrow in Qingyun County may still be alive. However, the equipment in Qingyun County is rather rudimentary, not significantly advanced compared to ours. We will need to send it to Kyoto for further examination. Perhaps Shun Jiayun cast a fleeting glance at Su Feng, swiftly closing her mouth before hastily shoveling food into her mouth. After only a few bites, she rose and strode outside. Aside from sharing dinner with Su Feng, Shun Jiayun was primarily occupied with assisting research at the police station. Observing her peculiar behavior, Su Feng chose not to dwell on it, dismissing it entirely. Perhaps it was merely some secrets of the police station she preferred to keep from him, and he had no desire to pry. After all, being privy to too many matters could be burdensome. He was already weighed down by enough responsibilities, especially with the upcoming Beast Master Association Symposium. There was hardly time for Su Feng to cram in more knowledge. Never mind, he would take things as they came. The following day, as per routine, Su Feng made his way to the newcomer Beast Master tournament. This would be his last participation in this competition. If he emerged victorious, the championship title would be his, and he could simply walk away with the prize money. In his spare moments, Su Feng glanced at the meager rewards remaining in the system. While not as extravagant as the system had suggested, the items left were indeed scarce. Currently, he was only at the finals, yet to claim the title. All that remained were 1 level 1 basic skill, 2 level 2 basic universal beast talisman, and 1 level 1 healing potion. Such items would elicit a shake of the head, even from the esteemed Yuxinglong. With a calm demeanor, Su Feng entered the arena. the final match of the newcomer Beastmaster tournament. Just like yesterday, the atmosphere was electric, filled with fervent cheers and rhythmic excitement. The only difference today was the palpable eagerness radiating from his opponent, as if anticipating a clash with Su Feng. Should this fellow succeed, it would indeed be a scandal. A master of disguise bested by a mere novice Beastmaster. Master Su, let us see your true skills. Contestants, please summon your beasts and prepare for the match. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Coincidentally, the referee was the very individual Su Feng had encountered at the outset of his journey, accompanying him along the way. His opponent appeared notably arrogant, chin held high, exuding an air of assured victory. Spirits of flames, creatures of the wild, come forth and vanquish the evil before us. Without hesitation, the opponent seized a talisman and began to summon his beast as soon as the referee's voice faded. In a flash of light, a large-headed monkey with a fiery tail leaped into view. Its proportions appeared rather unbalanced, with its head disproportionately large. Flickers of flame danced around its hands, although not prominently, giving the impression of a monkey skilled in boxing. Su Feng, initially uninterested, found himself observing the proud visage of his opponent. With a resigned shake of his head, he glanced at the beast's information. Species, explosive fire monkey. Level, 14. Pet stage, darkness value, 13, 100. Attribute, fire. Projected potential, demon beast stage. Skills, ignite, fire summon. Flamethrower, charge, punch, frenzied punch. Inferno charge, intermediate. Description, the explosive fire monkey is a relative of the Meow fire monkey, often speculated to be its evolved form, though no definitive conclusions have been drawn. However, it is indeed rare to witness a second evolution before level 15. It appears adept at boxing, yet its punching power is rather average. The sudden bursts of flame have always been its key to victory. After reviewing the explosive fire monkey's data, Su Feng remained unfazed. A level 14 creature with no particularly fearsome abilities. Yuxinglong had reached level 10 without engaging in much combat. The disparity was vast. Yuxinglong had never faced such a cushy battle in its lifetime. Esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this realm, vanquish the wicked, and obliterate the light. Su Feng clenched the talisman in his hand, summoning Yuxinglong. In a flash of brilliance, Yuxinglong sprang forth. Yuxinglong, is there a fight today? It had been days since Yuxinglong had encountered a worthy opponent. Even it was growing restless. This fellow seems somewhat. Before Su Feng could finish his thought, his opponent had already commanded his beast to attack. Explosive fire monkey, use punch. The explosive fire monkey sprang forward with remarkable speed, its fists dancing with a serious intent. Don't worry, no need to dodge. Use Dragon Claw to crush him. Su Feng calmly instructed, his expression unchanged. This beast did not appear formidable. Boxing was not its forte, so a dominant attitude would suffice to overwhelm it. He merely needed to exercise caution regarding its fiery attacks. His opponent, brimming with excitement, had undergone elite training with several top professors the previous night. Perhaps they believed he could defeat the master of disguise before him. A chance for glory awaited. Explosive fire monkey, use fire summon. Upon hearing the command, the monkey leaped back, flames igniting in its hands, rapidly consuming the flames. Suddenly, a fiery talisman appeared in its grasp. Su Feng raised an eyebrow in confusion at this unexpected turn. Did this explosive fire monkey possess a talisman of its own? But in an instant, the explosive fire monkey hurled the fiery talisman toward Yuxinglong. Yuxinglong, thunderbolt flash. Though Su Feng did not comprehend the talisman's function, he knew that allowing it to adhere to Yuxinglong was not an option. He needed Yuxinglong to evade immediately. Hesitation would lead to ruin. Yuxinglong, reacting with remarkable speed. Yuxinglong took off the moment it spotted the talisman. Yet, astonishingly, the fiery talisman pursued relentlessly. Just as Yuxinglong landed, the talisman altered its trajectory, and before it could react, it adhered to Yuxinglong's body. Curiously, the talisman inflicted no damage upon Yuxinglong. It merely stuck to its form, leaving no further consequence. Meanwhile, the opponent's grin widened, as if a cunning plan had succeeded. Explosive fire monkey, take advantage of this moment. Use Inferno charge. The fire summon possessed no lethal power. Its true purpose was to double the damage dealt by any subsequent fire attribute attack against Yuxinglong. As long as Yuxinglong was struck by the explosive fire monkey, it would need to be exceedingly cautious of its fiery onslaught. The explosive fire monkey wasted no time, launching its intermediate skill with a decisive stance. Yuxinglong, use Thunderbolt Flash to create distance. Su Feng remained composed. Since the explosive fire monkey had initiated a fire attribute attack, Yuxinglong need not engage it head-on. While it need not evade entirely, it could certainly employ a kite strategy to secure victory. Then, with a flourish, the Starfall technique was unleashed. Yu Xinglong and Su Feng, in perfect synchrony, swiftly distanced themselves from the blazing monkey. Following that, they executed the Starfall skill. Yu Xinglong was no longer the mere level 6 creature it once was. Although employing Starfall still required considerable effort, its success rate was now assured. A colossal star descended towards the blazing monkey. The blazing monkey, engulfed in flames, charged towards the star with fervor. It was no feeble tail poison scorpion. Its physique was far from weak. Bang! The two massive energies collided, sending flames and debris scattering in all directions. The audience riveted their attention to the battleground. Who emerged victorious this time? They could discern that the blazing monkey was formidable, even if it did not overtly match Yu Xinglong in strength. However, the prowess of the beast tamers was not to be underestimated. It was as if they had undergone intensive training. The elderly spectators nodded in approval, expressing satisfaction. Quite good. This young man shows promise. Finally, our efforts from the previous night were not in vain. A senior elder chimed in. Indeed, this one has withstood the challenge. However, I still predict that Professor Su will secure the victory. I wonder if we shall witness a new skill today? At such a juncture, it would be prudent to reveal a trump card, wouldn't it? Can we discern the disguise skill? The elder's gaze was piercing, eager to witness something extraordinary. Professor Su, let us see your true abilities. Otherwise, the title of Master of Disguise may indeed be difficult to uphold. Chapter 48. The Prefect requests newcomers to withdraw from the competition. All eyes converged upon Su Feng. The audience yearned to see him decisively overpower his opponent and claim victory. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman preferred to witness Su Feng's arduous struggle to triumph, thereby revealing his hidden talents. The Master of Disguise's artistry. As the dust settled and the winds calmed, the blazing monkey remained, swaying unsteadily, though it exhibited a somewhat precarious stance. Yet, the intermediate skill of Yu Xinglong had not tipped the scales of victory in their favor. The blazing monkey possessed considerable strength. The training from the previous night had borne fruit. Well done, blazing monkey. It was merely an exchange of intermediate skills. We fear nothing. Let us unleash another fiery charge and seize this victory. The trainer of the blazing monkey appeared exuberantly spirited, shouting as if victory were already within grasp. However, truth be told, the blazing monkey's condition was far from optimal. Despite the intermediate skill clash, it had charged bodily into the fray. While it had survived, dizziness was unavoidable. Hearing the encouragement from its trainer, the blazing monkey steadied itself and charged once more towards Yu Xinglong. Yet this time, the flames that enveloped it had dwindled significantly, and its speed had diminished to less than half of its previous pace. Yu Xinglong, if it refuses to yield, let us engage again. Su Feng remarked calmly upon witnessing this scene. If the blazing monkey could employ its intermediate skill twice, there was no reason Yu Xinglong could not do the same. Not only could it, but a massive star once again streaked across the sky, its power undiminished from the initial casting. Starfall, the second execution, it had successfully manifested. This was a skill typically mastered and adeptly utilized only by intermediate beast tamers. Yet here, both creatures had executed it twice, reflecting the undeniable potential of these newcomer beast tamers. They had already begun to exhibit the qualities of outstanding beast tamers. However, potential alone was not enough. The judge's hand rose high before crashing down decisively. Newcomer beast tamer, senior professor, master of disguise. Vice President of the Qingyun County Beast Research Association, Su Feng, Yu Xinglong. Victory. As the judge's voice resonated, the entire arena erupted into a frenzied celebration. Hurrah! The individual they supported had emerged as the champion of the final match. Yu Xinglong let out a disgruntled cry, expressing its vehement protest. Clearly, this was a shared victory. Why was its prefix so lengthy? I refuse to accept this. I was the one who secured the win. A conspiracy. A conspiracy, indeed, Judge. Aside from Yu Xinglong's dissent, it seemed the only other discontented soul in the audience was the elderly gentleman, who sighed heavily. Alas, we had hoped to witness that dazzling disguise technique, but it appears we shall not. There is no need for further observation. According to our previous agreement, let us reassess Su Feng's title of Master of Disguise. The Vice President of the Beast Research Association ought to be put on hold. Everything shall be revealed in due course. This seemingly gentle elder hesitated. Should I inform Zilin? After all, he had recommended this individual. Another, more irritable elder, set down the phone, declaring, I've already notified him. Zilin is on his way here. I suspect we need to see him tonight. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. As Su Feng reveled in the celebration, it felt as though this outcome was the culmination of collective anticipation. Even the trophy had been crafted in the likeness of Yu Xinglong, with Su Feng's name already engraved upon the base. Yet, Su Feng did not reach for the trophy. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. What worth did such a trinket hold? What I truly desire is wealth, is the prize money. Do you comprehend the cost of this victory? I sacrificed 100 million gifted by the system. I need to mend my wounded spirit without delay. But the president of the Beast Association and the prefect of Qingyun County rambled on and on. They spoke at length about the history of Qingyun County, its plans, and even its future prospects, yet they failed to mention the prize money at all. Frustrated, Su Feng nearly tossed the trophy aside in disgust. These scoundrels! Pay up! One after another, the presidents and directors took turns speaking, dragging on until noon, leaving the audience utterly exasperated. Only then did they cease and approach Su Feng. Congratulations to Professor Su Feng, the newcomer Beast Tamer, for securing the championship of the inaugural Newcomer Beast Tamer competition held in Qingyun County. We hope that newcomer Beast Tamer Su Feng continues to excel on this path and swiftly becomes a pillar of our nation. The prefect of Qingyun County spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment. Su Feng had already ascended to the rank of senior professor, a veritable pillar of the nation. Su Feng paid him no heed. Instead, he cooperatively extended his hand for a shake. This is the benefactor, the great benefactor. All right, let us distribute the rewards. At this moment, the prefect appeared somewhat fatigued from his lengthy speech and waved to the people below, signaling them to promptly bring forth the rewards. The sun was indeed scorching. Several attendants presented trays laden with the prizes, with the top 3 receiving rewards. However, only Su Feng's champion prize was the most bountiful. 5 golden cards, each representing 1 million federal coins, an array of Beast Tamer talismans, healing potions worth 1 million, and most notably, a vibrant green feather that shimmered with a blue glow under the sunlight, reminiscent of rippling water. As the feather was swept by the wind, it remained motionless, as if it had become one with the natural breeze. This is Professor Su. I have heard that your research on ancient beast taming is unparalleled. Moreover, your assistant has recently been aiding our Qingyun County police in studying ancient beast fossils. Originally, the prize for this championship was a fossilized feather of the Qingyun lark. However, the governor of Qingyun County, with a serious expression, spoke up. We sincerely hope that this matter can make some progress in the future. This feather, left behind by the Qingyun lark, is one of only 3 in all of Qingyun County. Today, I present this one to you. In the future, we hope you can unravel the mystery of the Qingyun lark's disappearance, and ideally, uncover the legacy of its lineage. It has safeguarded the bloodline of humanity on the desolate plains, and now, we wish to protect that bloodline as well. With that, the governor of Qingyun County bowed deeply to Su Feng. His eyes were clear, as if he were entrusting a heavy burden to Su Feng. The once light feather now felt exceedingly weighty. The audience was taken aback by the governor's gesture. What? The governor is bowing to a novice beast tamer. Is he planning to hand over Qingyun County to him? Or does he hope he won't compete in the future? This is astonishing. The governor is actually requesting a newcomer to refrain from participating again. Chapter 49, Examining Professor Su's Exhibition. Su Feng accepted the championship prize, inserting the feather directly into his waist. Unfortunately, Su Feng did not possess a spatial backpack or ring. He was uncertain whether such things existed in this world. And even if they did, he could not afford them. Thus, he chose to place it in a secure location, one that would neither deteriorate nor be stolen. Instead, he gleefully gazed at the 5 gold cards in his hand. This was the only reward he had garnered. 5 million, plus the original 800,000 earned. Along with some miscellaneous items he had no use for, his savings had astonishingly reached 6 million. Raising a beast should not pose much of a problem now. Su Feng confidently declared. With 6 million at his disposal, not to mention other matters, nurturing a demon-level beast should be quite feasible. At the very least, Su Feng was confident he could cultivate the celestial dragon to a beast level. For now, he need not worry about finances concerning beast taming. The celestial dragon, cradling the trophy, joyfully followed Su Feng. Observing Su Feng's confident demeanor, it raised its paw high, forming a gesture of 6. Yes, with so much money, I can easily manage 6 meals a day. Why not go for this? Besides 3 meals, add an afternoon tea, late-night snacks, and even a diet meal. I seem to have gained a bit of weight lately. Perhaps a diet meal is in order. Su Feng patted its head, utterly embarrassed. Is that really how one goes about a diet meal? The celestial dragon, feeling a pang of disappointment, had to abandon this immature notion and continued to follow Su Feng. Yet, the idea of a diet meal began to take root in its mind. Whether it would blossom remained uncertain. Upon returning to the hotel, as soon as Su Feng reclined on the sofa, the system's voice began to resonate. Task completed. Achieved the last place in the Qingyun County Newcomer Beast Tamer competition. Reward, Basic Skill 1. New task. Within a month, politely decline all sponsorships, open a beast nurturing shop in Qingyun County, and incur a loss of 1 million. Task reward, 30 million federal coins. Random beast level increase of 5 levels. 1 top-tier evolution stone for the lightning attribute. suitable for the celestial dragon's evolution. Note: the task is time-sensitive, limited to 1 month. Failure to complete the task within the time frame will result in a reduction of rewards. Su Feng gazed at this task, nearly bursting into laughter. Earning 1,000,000 in a month is challenging, but incurring a loss of 1,000,000? The celestial dragon consumes nearly 10,000 coins a day for 6 meals. It alone would cost Su Feng at least 500,000 a month. Wouldn't it be easy to use the remaining 500,000 for charity? From today onward, I am the king of wasteful spending in Qingyun County. The extravagance begins with me. The next day, Su Feng was awoken early by someone urging him to head to the Qingyun sports arena for a speech. In his haste, he cast a glance at the drowsy Shen Jieyun. TSK, TSK, TSK. How could the Qingyun police treat you so poorly? Have you been busy all night? Shen Jieyun nodded, groggily collapsing back onto her bed, entirely indifferent to Su Feng's presence. She merely uttered a soft After a considerable time, it seemed that Shen Jieyun's consciousness began to return. She spoke into the air. By the way, I heard that today those professors seem to be rather unfriendly towards you. You little. Before Shen Jieyun could finish, the room had already grown empty, as Su Feng had vanished. Meanwhile, he was munching on a piece of bread as he made his way toward the Qingyun sports arena, looking rather disheveled, hardly resembling a professor. Approaching the entrance, he was surrounded by a throng of people seeking autographs, with some even wanting him to give birth to monkeys. Su Feng could only reply that if anyone wanted a monkey, they should seek the runner-up's explosive monkey. The celestial dragon could not produce monkeys. Upon stepping into the Qingyun sports arena, a heavy hand suddenly clapped on Su Feng's shoulder. He turned to see Professor Lu Zilin, whom he had encountered a few times before. Hello, Professor Lu. Su Feng greeted warmly. However, Professor Lu appeared rather dispirited, as if troubled by something that had kept him awake all night. How is your speech preparation, Professor Su? These top professors are not easily impressed. If your presentation falters, some of the promises I made to you might very well be revoked. Yet, the titles of senior professors and their annual project quotas were not something they could take away. At worst, they might just hinder him slightly on projects. Professor Lu had spent an entire night researching, but had failed to successfully present the disguise. He had to send his disciple back to Nanjing City overnight to retrieve the original celestial white cat. That celestial white cat was the best manifestation of the disguise talent and skills. However, the aggressive demeanor of these old fellows might not allow Su Feng to hold out until the celestial white cat's arrival. Now, it was likely a matter of hoping for the best. It's nothing. After all, it was an unexpected gain, Su Feng shrugged, nonchalantly stating. Even if I were to lose it unexpectedly, that would be normal for me. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Professor Lu Zilin regarded Su Feng, nodding in approval. This was the demeanor of a true professor, detached from fame and fortune. For such a professor, success was merely a matter of time. Professor Lu held high hopes for Su Feng, yet today, he truly found himself at a loss. The individuals seated inside all held a higher status than him, not to mention many who ranked above him. It would not be an exaggeration to consider it a top-tier beast taming research conference in Huagua. In private, Professor Lu Zilin can still throw a tantrum and put on a facade, especially in serious public settings. Even Lu Zilin finds it difficult to interject. The decisions of this assembly of elderly gentlemen shall be executed as they deem fit. As the two made their way toward the Qingyun Sports Hall, an ominous atmosphere enveloped them before they even entered. Lu Zilin couldn't help but take a sharp breath, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Feng. This was the apex of academic adjudication in Huagua. One could only hope that Su Feng could withstand the pressure for 2 hours. Perhaps, by then, his apprentice would return with the celestial white cat. At that moment, Su Feng could exonerate himself during the conference. Should he falter? Upon entering the hall, it was evident that every seat was occupied. The term packed aptly described the scene. The lowest-ranking individuals present were esteemed professors, and even their assistants lacked the privilege to step into the Qingyun Sports Hall. The most formidable scholars occupied the front row, each one a top-tier professor. At that moment, they regarded Su Feng with penetrating gazes. Chapter 50, The Master of Blazing Fire, Professor Meng Yan. Professor Su, are you prepared? Just as Su Feng ascended the podium, a rather irritable figure from the audience interjected. Su Feng's already taut nerves tightened further. He sensed it. The atmosphere had felt amiss upon entering. Had these venerable gentlemen been unable to contain their impatience the moment he stepped onto the stage? Taking a deep breath, Su Feng forced a smile and addressed the assembly. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Today, I shall discuss the discoveries and research surrounding the art of camouflage, along with its applications in combat. Beside the microphone lay a manuscript, delivered to his room the previous afternoon by Professor Lu. It essentially outlined the content of Su Feng's presentation, which he had reviewed beforehand. However, he sensed that this time, the presentation would not unfold as easily. Professor Su, please hold on a moment. As anticipated, the moment Su Feng spoke, the audience could no longer restrain themselves. It was the very professor who had inquired about Su Feng's readiness. He seemed unable to wait even a moment longer. Before your presentation, we wish to ascertain whether this so-called camouflage ability truly exists within beast tamers. Your paper is well written, but to us, much of it appears purely theoretical. Achieving a flawless replication in reality seems implausible, given our extensive encounters with tamed beasts. But we have yet to witness a tamed beast possessing the camouflage ability. A leading professor, with a sneer, scanned the room and continued, none among our esteemed group of top professors has ever encountered such a phenomenon. You, a senior professor, have not successfully secured a project in 3 consecutive years. Moreover, your research focuses on ancient tamed beasts. How could you possibly uncover such an extraordinary skill? The top professor relentlessly pressed, seemingly intent on obliterating Su Feng's credibility from the outset, showing no mercy. Listening to the barrage of doubts, Su Feng inhaled deeply. He refrained from retorting and instead inquired softly, "May I ask your esteemed name, Professor?" His tone was gentle, devoid of any hint of impertinence. Yet, the top professor stood up, a look of arrogance plastered on his face as he disdainfully regarded Su Feng. "Do you wish to retaliate against me? I am unchanging in name and nature, a researcher of fire attribute tamed beasts, the master of blazing fire, and a top professor in Huagua, Meng Yan." He crossed his arms defiantly, radiating contempt towards Su Feng. He merely stated his title and research, omitting everything else, for he genuinely looked down upon Su Feng. Su Feng is far too young. His achievements are far too great. A lad barely over 20, yet he dares to claim the title of master? Moreover, he is venturing into a completely novel realm that no one has explored before. This direction may potentially have a profound impact on the future of the tamed beast realm. Meng Yan found it utterly implausible. How could this be possible? Su Feng exhaled slowly. Retaliation is not my intention. I merely wish to know the identity of my senior for the sake of proper address. You are overthinking it. Your implication is that since so many have failed to discover the camouflage skill, I too must be incapable of doing so? Indeed. Meng Yan nodded. Science cannot rely solely on luck. Strength is the pathway to proximity with science. I believe this so-called ability is merely a concoction prepared for you by Lu Zilin. Is he attempting to elevate a new master to deceive Huagua of its resources? This I cannot permit. Meng Yan exhibited no semblance of courtesy, nor did he consider Lu Zilin's reputation. He boldly declared this in front of everyone. Many present were friends of Lu Zilin. Yet there were also those who harbored discontent toward him. In life, how could one expect to find allies everywhere? Even in such a prestigious assembly, small factions would inevitably form. At this moment, Meng Yan's hostility towards Su Feng reflected poorly on Lu Zilin. Hey, a top professor, observing Meng Yan's explosive temperament, attempted to intervene. This is a conference on camouflage studies. Professor Meng, please, be patient. At the very least, allow Professor Su to finish before you refute him. And let us refrain from dragging Professor Lu into this. Let each matter be resolved by its own party. This top professor maintained a decent rapport with Lu Zilin and a lukewarm one with Meng Yan. He spoke up in an attempt to ease the tension. While it's good to challenge, let us not behave like ruffians, pointing fingers and hurling insults. This is a conference for top professors. We must maintain decorum, do you understand? Were it not for this individual's decisive and swift actions, it's hard to fathom how he became a professor at all. He possesses not a shred of professorly grace. Meng Yan shot a glare at the intervening professor that made him visibly uneasy. You lot are nothing but mudslingers. I believe the stagnation in Huagua's research progress is closely tied to your incompetence. Meanwhile, our brave soldiers bleed on the front lines while you wallow in mediocrity. You wretched fools. Meng Yan loudly berated, condemning 80% of the scholars in the auditorium as inept and worthless. Only a select few caught his interest. Of course, Su Feng was among this group of so-called worthless scholars. Professor Meng, are you so certain that I cannot provide evidence to substantiate the existence of the camouflage skill? Su Feng spoke calmly, unperturbed by Meng Yan's disdain, and directly countered him. You think you can discover anything? You young man are truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Did you believe I was merely criticizing them? You think you are exempt from my scrutiny? A professor who has failed to secure a project for 3 years. I believe your time has come to an end. Meng Yan, who had been indiscriminately attacking, felt his indignation surge again as Su Feng's words ignited his fury. He unleashed a torrent of insults upon Su Feng. Even Lu Zilin, who had been observing from a distant corner, could only shake his head in resignation. This young man is indeed clever. Let Meng Yan scold him for now. Time is being bought, and once the celestial white cat arrives, the truth will be revealed. By then, Su Feng's numerous accolades will likely be preserved. Professor Meng Yan's scolding is quite effective. Su Feng, far from being incensed, gazes at him with a smile. However, I truly have something I wish to show Professor Meng Yan. Please help me identify what this is. Humph. Meng Yan's eyes glimmered with disdain. What could Su Feng possibly present to prove he is not worthless? Does he intend to slap his own face with it? Chapter 51. The Professor of Disguise. Truly deserving of his title. Under Meng Yan's scrutiny, Su Feng reached for his waist. He gently retrieved a deep blue talisman and began to softly recite the incantation for the starry dragon. Respected Lord of Thunder, please descend upon this realm, vanquish all evils, and annihilate the light. As the incantation commenced, Professor Meng Yan furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss with this spell. Moreover, what does this fellow intend to do? Release his beast. What is he up to? A fight? Meng Yan fixed his gaze on the starry dragon that leapt forth from the beast's space, eager to discern Su Feng's intentions. Meanwhile, Professor Lu Zilin, watching from afar, was utterly dumbfounded. Young man, why on earth would you release your beast like this? You cannot be seriously considering attacking Meng Yan out of embarrassment, can you? This fellow possesses formidable strength. Show Professor Meng Yan what the starry dragon can do. Su Feng spoke calmly, and the starry dragon nodded excitedly, hands on its hips. The sound of crackling lightning erupted from its body. All eyes in the venue were drawn to the starry dragon, including Meng Yan's. He was keen to observe whether Su Feng would make a move against him. As the crackling electricity dissipated, Meng Yan, in a fleeting moment, found himself reaching for his ring. At that instant, he felt an impulse to confront the starry dragon. The creature before him, at one moment, exuded the intimidating presence of a quasi-king level beast. More precisely, it was not just Meng Yan. The entire assembly of scholars in the auditorium felt as though a quasi-king level beast stood before them. What on earth is happening? Upon examining the starry dragon again, the terrifying aura had vanished, replaced by a somewhat plump electric dragon gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. Su Feng stood there, nonchalantly stating, "Indeed, I too wish to inquire of Professor Meng Yan. What is this? You claim I have never encountered the so-called disguise skill. How do you explain this ability?" Su Feng's words struck like a slap to Meng Yan's face. "You incessantly declare that I, Su Feng, am utterly inept. That I have reached an impasse, like a rat gnawing at the granaries of Huagua. So tell me, what skill did this beast just unleash? Can you recognize it?" Meng Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Indeed, what is this creature before me? Is it not precisely the disguise skill that Su Feng intended to present today?" Meng Yan found himself at a loss for words. If Su Feng truly clarifies this disguise skill today, it would be a monumental embarrassment for him in the academic community. Su Feng maintained his smile as he retrieved a bottle of premium cow's milk and a package of high-grade beast food from his small backpack, preparing to replenish the starry dragon's strength. This disguise skill was, in fact, a reward bestowed upon Su Feng by the system. A champion's reward. A basic skill. Beginner's disguise. It was precisely because of this newfound skill that Su Feng felt significantly more relaxed today. Let them be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. After the meal, do not attempt to masquerade as a quasi-king beast again. You won't last a second. If it weren't for these individuals' prowess, they might not even sense it. Su Feng quietly admonished the starry dragon. That aura flickered. Had it not been for the presence of so many experts, Su Feng would have been in real trouble. A demonstration at the beast level would suffice. Just extend the duration a little. If you try to trick me again, your dinner and supper are gone. Su Feng warned the starry dragon and turned to Professor Meng Yan. Smiling as he said, "Since Professor Meng Yan cannot explain how this starry dragon can unleash quasi-king might during its pet phase, might I suggest you take your seat and allow me to proceed? Let us see if I am correct. I believe Huagua is not solely upheld by you. Professor Meng Yan, is it? Quietly working does not equate to being a mere bag of bones. We simply prefer not to boast." As Su Feng's words fell, the auditorium erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Indeed, Huagua is not solely supported by you, Professor Meng Yan. Have we not made contributions? While you are undoubtedly a master in the realm of fire attributes, possessing extensive knowledge, and while Huagua has many fire attribute beasts, it does not grant you the liberty to humiliate us at will, does it? Our paths are not devoid of merit, are they?" Su Feng's assertions were met with overwhelming approval from the majority in the audience. They had remained silent previously, but now, with Su Feng's words, they immediately echoed their applause. One who gathers firewood for the masses cannot be left to freeze in the snowstorm. Professor Su speaks for everyone. We cannot allow him to lose face. Meng Yan slowly returned to his seat, no longer the brash figure he had been moments ago, instead fixated on the starry dragon, hoping to glean something different from it. Su Feng, however, paid him no mind. The confrontation had concluded. Now it was my time for a personal showcase. Starry dragon, take a step back for now. Lu Zilin watched Su Feng on stage, eloquently delivering his presentation, his lips slightly parted. Only he understood the true nature of the situation. Prior to entering, they had shared a brief exchange, both believing that they might not survive this ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Feng proved worthy of his title as a master of disguise. Indeed, the essence of disguise is to deceive oneself. He even managed to fool himself. Professor Lu Zilin gritted his teeth, recognizing that this was the first time he was not angry at being deceived. Being outwitted by a master of disguise leaves little room for reproach. He had been fooled himself. As time passed, Su Feng articulated the materials according to his understanding. Though many aspects were still flawed, numerous scholars found his insights acceptable, especially since it had been less than a week since these articles had emerged. The fact that Su Feng could summarize so much and willingly share it was a remarkably generous act. They had no grounds to nitpick. Even Mingyan, after this meeting, had nothing more to say. He cast a vote of approval and departed. The disguise skill is nearly universal. It holds significant importance for fire attribute beasts as well. He must return to conduct a thorough study. If he could discover a way to alter the attack methods of fire attributes, it is highly likely that he could create an illusion for his opponents. While I am clearly unleashing a ferocious blaze, they might mistakenly believe I am employing a gentle flame, leading them to remain unguarded. This is utterly remarkable, truly astonishing. Many esteemed professors hurriedly departed, having realized this potential. If such an achievement could be realized, the implications for the realm of beast taming would be monumental. Absolutely monumental. Chapter 52. Professor Kong's offer. As the number of people in the auditorium dwindled, only Su Feng remained, bidding farewell to each departing individual while occasionally responding to their inquiries. Lu Zilin observed that most had left before he approached Su Feng, accompanied by an elderly professor who appeared to be over a century old. Truly, Professor Su, the master of disguise, had a remarkable trump card that he had entirely kept from me. Professor Su, we seem to be quite distant now. As Lu Zilin uttered this, he amusingly gestured to illustrate the space between him and Su Feng, producing quite the comical effect. Su Feng smiled wryly, clearly fatigued. Alas, was it not predictable that they would strike from an unexpected angle? I never imagined it would be so simple. Merely showcasing my disguise skills could sway them. Shaking his head, Su Feng reflected on how today had truly relied on luck. Yet, to Lu Zilin's ears, this sounded like Su Feng's modesty. Such is the nature of a master of disguise, always humble. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my master's uncle, Professor Kong, a researcher of spatial beast taming. Lu Chonglin intended to make a jest at Su Feng's expense, but suddenly recalled the esteemed figure beside him, promptly introducing him. Su Feng directed his gaze towards Professor Kong, noting his tidy appearance. Despite his still gray hair, he emanated an unusual vitality. Greetings, Professor Su. The esteemed Professor Kong, recognized for his expertise in spatial beast taming, extended his hand towards Su Feng with politeness. Su Feng had a faint recollection of Professor Kong, having seen him seated in the front row earlier and listening attentively. He reached out and clasped the professor's wrinkled hand, wearing a smile that reflected a respectful demeanor of a junior. Hello, Professor Kong. Very good, very good. Professor Kong nodded in satisfaction. Professor Su delivered quite a commendable lecture today. Truly, the youth are accomplishing remarkable feats. It seems the burdens of academia will soon rest upon your capable shoulders. Su Feng felt a tinge of shyness at such praise, lowering his head slightly as he humbly replied, Not at all. We are merely fortunate. Ha. The master of disguise concedes his prowess in the presence of an old man. Professor Kong waved his hand, chuckling. Being Lu Zilin's master's uncle, he would never undermine anyone Lu Zilin endorsed. Following the lecture, his admiration for Su Feng had only deepened. I do not wish to discuss the concepts of disguise, Professor Kong stated candidly after a few pleasantries. Such innovations should be left to you young scholars. I no longer possess the vigor for such pursuits. At this point, Professor Kong's smile widened. I wish to present you with a gift, as an encouragement for the younger generation. What do you think? A gift? What kind of gift? Su Feng glanced towards Lu Zilin, yet Lu Zilin offered no indication, remaining oblivious to what Professor Kong intended to present to Su Feng. However, his master's uncle was known for his generosity, so it seemed unlikely he would offer something trivial. This honor from a senior is not to be declined. Su Feng quoted a phrase from the three-character classic to navigate the situation. After all, he was introduced by Lu Zilin. An outright refusal would seem disrespectful to Lu Zilin. All right. Professor Kong placed one hand on Lu Zilin's shoulder while the other rummaged through his belongings. With a casual motion, a hefty ring appeared in his hand. I have been researching spatial beasts for quite some time. However, I have seldom given away such objects. Saying this, Professor Kong directly placed the ring into Su Feng's hand. This is a spatial ring, which can be used to store certain items. Of course, already used beast taming talismans cannot be placed within. Currently, We have yet to master the technology of duplicate spaces. Su Feng looked at the ring handed to him, feeling a sense of astonishment. This is an item of spatial utility. In the Beast Taming shops of Qingyun County, a backpack with a storage space of 1 cubic meter costs several million federal coins. Although Su Feng yearned to purchase one, he had reluctantly given up upon seeing the staggering price. No funds. And now, this spatial item had been gifted to him so casually. Moreover, it was even more convenient to carry as a ring. The storage capacity of this spatial ring wasn't particularly large, only around 80 cubic units. This is the latest achievement from our research institute. I hope Professor Su will not decline. Professor Kong observed Su Feng's slightly astonished expression with satisfaction, feeling a sense of respect, a respect for himself and his achievements. Such a young person is indeed a rarity. Is it truly this substantial? Its value must be in the billions of federal coins. Su Feng exclaimed in shock, immediately removing the ring from his finger. Such lavishness on their first meeting took him completely by surprise. It is far too precious. I hesitate to accept it. Haha. Claiming it to be worth billions of federal coins is a bit of an exaggeration. To be precise, at present, this item holds no value. It cannot be mass-produced. There are no more than 20 in the entire Huagua, merely gifted to a few old friends. Professor Kong waved his hand, indicating that attributing a value to this ring was somewhat inaccurate. At the very least, it could not be measured by monetary worth at this moment. Yes. I was presumptuous, esteemed senior. However, I truly hesitate to accept this spatial ring. Su Feng wore a wry smile, recalling the system's task to decline any sponsorship. A detail he had not forgotten. Although the value of this ring might surpass the rewards from the system, Su Feng certainly could not sell it. Do not worry. This ring is not merely a gift to you. I wish to inquire about certain matters, and perhaps I may need your assistance. Su Feng held the ring, feeling its weight in his hand. Please, speak, esteemed senior. If it involves assistance, then this should not be considered sponsorship, but rather a transaction. I heard from Zilin that you plan to remain in Qingyun County for the time being? Indeed. Su Feng nodded, acknowledging that he currently lacked a better destination. Qingyun County was indeed his safest haven at the moment. Oh, in that case, you must have heard of the Qingyun Sparrow from Qingyun County, right? I have heard that your assistant is currently aiding the police department in researching the origins of this Qingyun Sparrow, regardless of the outcome. I hope that when you discover this Qingyun Sparrow, you will share any information you find regarding it with me. How does that sound? I mean no offense. In my youth, I once visited Qingyun County, and that was several decades ago. Professor Kong's eyes glazed over, as if lost in recollection. Back then, I was still young, and with a space-type beast by my side, I felt invincible. At that time, I believed that the space attribute was the darling of this world. When faced with challenges, I could simply retreat into the void. Who could possibly harm me? As Professor Kong spoke, a hint of self-deprecation tinged his words. In my youthful arrogance, I dared to challenge the sun with the light of a firefly. Yet, I never anticipated that the space attribute was not invulnerable. I encountered a beast, its azure mane resembling a forest, soaring across the sky. With a single cry, it could completely seal the surrounding space. In that moment, I was utterly terrified. Professor Kong seemed to be engulfed in memories, articulating each word with care. Fortunately, it did not attack me, merely casting a few glances before allowing me to escape. After departing the desolate plains, I tirelessly sought news of that beast in Qingyun County. The creature I encountered was merely of the quasi-king level. I yearned to understand how it could seal space. In an instant, a distant look flickered in Professor Kong's eyes. The Qingyun Lark was most likely a beast with attributes of both the Feather Clan and the Wind Element. But what granted it the power to seal space? Even after a lifetime of inquiry, I could never unravel the mystery. Thus, I fervently hope that Professor Su can uncover and research this enigma. A smile returned to Professor Kong's face, rendering him exceptionally amiable. Su Feng lowered his gaze slightly, contemplating the somewhat rudimentary ring in his hand. He wanted to reach out, but suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The host is detected to be accepting sponsorship. Friendly reminder. Accepting sponsorship will signify task failure. The host should ponder carefully. Su Feng's lips twitched. Accepting this space ring would imply acquiring a beast. For now, I shall forego the ring. If one day we truly uncover the attributes of the Qingyun Lark, then I shall return to Professor Kong for it. What do you think? Su Feng returned the ring handed to him back into Professor Kong's palm. Professor Kong looked somewhat taken aback. Although this ring's value was incalculable, those who sought it could line up from the capital to Qingyun County. Su Feng actually refused it. Do you not desire this ring? Aside from its storage capacity, it also. Professor Kong assumed Su Feng looked down on the ring's worth and was about to explain. However, Su Feng, with a smile gracing his face, interjected. A gentleman does not take what is not his. I appreciate Professor Kong's goodwill, but as for this ring, I shall pass for now. Once I uncover the secret of the Qingyun lark, I will return to Professor Kong for it. With that, Su Feng exited, not glancing back. Is it that I do not want it? It is a case of having to choose between fish and bear's paw. After hesitating for a moment, Su Feng genuinely feared he would succumb to temptation. I might as well leave the ring for now. I can retrieve it later. But the rewards from this system are truly too good to pass up. Completely lacking in humanity. After Su Feng left, Professor Kong gazed incredulously at Professor Lu Zilin beside him, admiration swelling in his eyes. It seems I have truly aged. The youth of today are remarkably resilient. To withstand such temptation flawlessly, I believe the future of Huagua is indeed in safe hands. Professor Lu Zilin glanced at the ring in Professor Kong's hand, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Master, how could someone I value be lacking? Perhaps you should give me that ring first, and I will find an opportunity to pass it to him? Exiting the Qingyun Sports Hall, Su Feng let out a sigh of relief. A massive cake had just been laid before him. Unfortunately, it was merely a cake model. Never mind, no need to dwell on it. Even if I acquired it, it wouldn't fetch any money, aside from serving as a mobile warehouse. It is of little use. I shall leave it with Professor Kong for now. Su Feng raised his head. After this meeting, he felt he could finally establish his footing in this world. Qingyun County is currently the best base for him. Just as Su Feng was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the air beside him. What are you doing? Catching some rays as the sun sets? Su Feng turned to see Shin Jiayun standing there. Having appeared unbeknownst to him, the descending sunlight cascaded over her, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing it to sway like leaves. Oh, Su Feng was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this person supposed to be sleeping in the hotel? What brings you here? Why not? As a professor's assistant, how could I not come? Shin Jiayun pouted. You should have called me this morning. However, I did see you bravely facing Professor Mingyan. Shin Jiayun smiled, her laughter like silver bells, as she turned her wrist, extending her hand. Upon opening her palm, a roughly crafted ring resembling a sapphire lay quietly within. Su Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this the ring Professor Kong had just offered him? How did it end up in Shin Jiayun's possession? This was given by Professor Lu. He said it was a gift for the soon-to-be-established Fengyun Research Institute. Shin Jiayun placed the ring directly in Su Feng's hand, explaining. However, Su Feng had no energy to listen. He hastily opened the panel to check the task details. Please don't let the task fail. This is worth more than 50 million federal coins. Yet, upon opening the panel, the task remained completely undisturbed, as if this method of gifting was entirely permissible. Nominally, this was a gift for the Fengyun laboratory, not for Su Feng himself. Furthermore, it was not for the upcoming Beast Merchant store. Perhaps it was a bug? Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then began to ponder Shin Jiayun's earlier words. You just mentioned the Fengyun Research Institute. Who established it? Of course, it's yours. Shin Jiayun seemed surprised at Su Feng's question. As a senior professor, do you think it normal not to have a laboratory? When the Qingyun police station approached us, they already helped us apply for this matter. The Beast Research Association has accepted it. You're the vice president. They won't hinder your process. The remaining tasks are site selection, construction, and moving in. In fact, the initial funding can be applied for, such as... Shin Jiayun rambled on, making Su Feng feel somewhat overwhelmed. Only catching that they could potentially apply for around 20 million federal coins in initial funding. Su Feng waved his hand for her to stop talking. Taking the storage ring from her, he slipped it onto his finger. I'll leave these matters to you. I am simply too busy. Su Feng raised his leg to leave. Did they expect a senior professor to handle these procedures personally? Dream on. This professor has far more pressing matters to attend to. As soon as Su Feng lifted his leg to depart, Shin Jiayun hastily called out, Hey, don't act like a dismissive boss. Who will handle that Qingyun sparrow at the Qingyun police station? There is still no outcome. Before Shin Jiayun could finish her sentence, Su Feng had already vanished from sight. At the moment of his escape, Su Feng even contemplated summoning a feathered beast for transportation. Who else could he disregard but Shin Jiayun? He was unfamiliar with anyone else, and given the substantial amount involved, entrusting it solely to Shin Jiayun was the only way to feel assured. He felt truly fortunate to have brought Shin Jiayun along at the outset. Otherwise, these troublesome matters would indeed remain unaddressed. After all, it was all about the money. As for Su Feng himself, he was determined to head to the beast shop first. He had no idea when the funds would arrive. The 3 million plus in his possession could barely sustain him for a year. He still needed to toil away at tasks to earn money. Hello, are you looking to rent a property? Su Feng, holding a newly acquired mobile phone from the electronics store, dialed a string of numbers from a telephone pole. A slightly lagging voice answered on the other end. Yes. Are you looking for a place within the city or on the outskirts? The outskirts, please. I need something larger and more expensive. Su Feng promptly replied. To open a beast shop, he must first secure a rental property, which would also incur significant expenses. Su Feng would not overlook this. If he could incur a loss of 1 million, he would immediately gain nearly 50 million federal coins in return. He could not afford to miss even the slightest opportunity for loss. The first step was to focus on the rent. It had to be in the suburbs, because no one would come to the outskirts to buy high-end beast food. It would be an obvious scam shop. Absolutely no customers would show up. Secondly, it had to be expensive. The rent must be high. Only then could Su Feng incur a greater loss. All right. The voice on the phone sounded lethargic, as if disinterested in the deal. A person renting a storefront in the suburbs. How enthusiastic could this business be? How about an 180 square meter storefront in the eastern suburbs? 12 months, with 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent at 4,000 federal coins? The other end quoted a standard price, seemingly cautious not to scare Su Feng away. Is that the highest price? Without hesitation, Su Feng inquired, demanding confirmation. If it wasn't the highest, he would not accept it. The person on the other end suddenly perked up, realizing they had encountered a big spender. They had to seize this opportunity. A 2-story storefront, 500 square meters, with 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent at 24,000. Is that acceptable? Yes. Su Feng immediately recognized the repeated pricing. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Yes, I'll take it. The landlord might make a small profit, but Su Feng would not be at a loss. At 40,000 federal coins a month, Su Feng had taken the first step in his million-loss plan. He only needed to incur a loss of 96,000 now. This wasn't merely a landlord. They were practically Su Feng's benefactor. Shall I pick you up in half an hour? The landlord on the phone sounded incredulous. Was making money this easy? Were the fat sheep so easily led to slaughter nowadays? No need. Just give me an address. I'll be right there. Su Feng declined the landlord's offer for a ride. How could he allow his benefactor to come personally? Moreover, Su Feng was pressed for time. With only a month to spare, he had to make the most of every second to incur losses. Half an hour later, Su Feng's figure appeared on the outskirts of the city. Contrary to his expectations of desolation, there was instead a lively atmosphere. Though it was on the outskirts, Qingyun County was vast, and even a corner of it had thousands of residents. As for beasts, they were plentiful as well. Each household possessed 1 or 2 beasts, treated almost as family members. A portly middle-aged man, with remnants of grease at the corners of his mouth, hurriedly approached Su Feng, as if he had just finished dinner. Where's the house? Su Feng asked directly upon seeing him. Just ahead. Take a turn, and you'll find it. The middle-aged man smiled, gesturing for Su Feng to follow. Su Feng closely trailed his footsteps into a narrow alleyway. Had he been alone on his first visit, he surely would have missed this alley altogether. After turning a few corners, Su Feng finally spotted the so-called 2-story storefront the man had mentioned. However, it resembled more of a warehouse, merely designed to look like a building. Su Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this truly a 2-story storefront? It had no semblance to a proper establishment at all. It was at least 300 meters from the main thoroughfare. No one would want to sell fast food from such a remote location. This man was more unscrupulous than he had anticipated. If not for Su Feng's genuine desire to incur losses, he would have surely beat the middle-aged man senseless and stormed off. Su Feng could guarantee that even if this guy yelled for help, no one would hear him. The middle-aged man also felt a bit embarrassed. The location was indeed excessive. But in the suburbs of Qingyun County, this was the best they could offer. It was rare to encounter a willing victim, and the middle-aged merchant had to take a chance. What if he struck gold? But as he observed Su Feng's expression, the middle-aged merchant lamented his misfortune. Alas, he had failed to deceive him this time. Perhaps next time he should renovate the place. Yet, Su Feng's words left him somewhat astonished. I'll take this place, but I'll only rent it for a month. We'll see how it goes next month. All right, if that's the case, I'll pay now. The middle-aged merchant was taken aback. Are you sure you want it? Oh no, he had set the price too low. If you're not renting, I'll leave. Su Feng lifted his leg to depart, realizing that such a windfall should not be missed. Had he not seen the merchant's contact information, he would not have wanted to let this money slip through his fingers. Rent, 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 rent. The middle-aged merchant swiftly turned around, displaying a surprising speed that did not seem fitting for him. He blocked Su Feng's path, preventing him from leaving. Rent. Look at what you're saying. How could I not rent it? The smile on the middle-aged merchant's face nearly blossomed into a flower. Securing this deal was equivalent to half a month's worth of business. Of course, he had to rent it. Shall we take a look at the property? The middle-aged merchant inquired tentatively. However, it was merely a formality since he had already agreed to rent it. What difference would it make? Unexpectedly, Su Feng nodded. Yes, I need to see the property. Indeed, I must see the property. How could he rent a place without inspecting it? What if there were additional values to be discovered? Are we really going to look? At this moment, the middle-aged merchant regretted not keeping his mouth shut. He had the chance to deceive Su Feng into signing the contract directly. Such a statement only adds to one's pride, leading to an inevitable loss of composure. Indeed, pride has clouded one's judgment. Su Feng chose not to respond, instead striding purposefully toward the storefront. As the roll-up door was lifted, a cascade of dust descended, resembling a snowfall of fine sand. Ahem. Su Feng was caught off guard, choking on the dust, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. You might as well clean this place up a bit. Is this truly a property for rent? Such shamelessness. The middle-aged merchant also found himself coughing, awkwardly chuckling, swallowing his discomfort. This warehouse was connected by 2 doors. Curiously, despite being a single room, the dust was remarkably sparse when he opened the other sliding door, suggesting it was frequently accessed. The outer roll-up door bore several small imprints, resembling the hands of a child or perhaps the paw prints of some beast. Su Feng paid it no mind. This vicinity was a residential area, albeit somewhat sparsely populated. However, after meals, residents often ventured out for leisurely strolls. While conversing, they could hear the laughter of children nearby. Perhaps these children often played beneath this very door. Upon entering the first-floor hall, Su Feng's initial thoughts were confirmed. The surrounding concrete walls were bare, and the plumbing was only half installed. To refer to it as a warehouse was already flattering this place. The moment he stepped inside, Su Feng felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. Unacceptable. This was utterly outrageous. Such a place was destined for losses. He had to return to sign the contract. A storefront without even basic renovation, selling upscale beast taming accessories. What a stark contrast. Who would ever come in to purchase? Just from the entrance, one might suspect the entire stock was counterfeit. The beasts would surely fade in color. Dark. Truly dark. This unscrupulous merchant was fortunate to have rented this place to Su Feng. A fortuitous encounter for his mission. Had he met this man at any other time, Su Feng would undoubtedly have dealt with him swiftly. Fortunately, the electrical system appeared intact, with bright lights illuminating the space. Amidst 1,000 shortcomings, Su Feng discovered the sole advantage of this warehouse for conducting business. Even the middle-aged merchant felt somewhat embarrassed. Business is truly easy to conduct. I must have lacked effort in the past. From now on, my meals must start at 79. Thank you, thank you. You have rekindled my passion. The middle-aged merchant grasped Su Feng's hand, visibly grateful. Su Feng discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, I thank you as well. So this is what it feels like to be a fool. The two quickly found common ground and prepared to sign the contract in this desolate environment. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Feng suddenly felt a chill sweep over him from behind. Something. At the stairway to the second floor. A glimmer of cold light pierced through the illumination, catching Su Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, a beast resembling a wild boar stood there. Indeed, it stood there, its forelegs off the ground, wielding a broken blade, its fangs protruding menacingly, and its eyes a blood-red hue. It looked ferociously intimidating. The 2 men and 1 beast, stared at each other, frozen in shock. A beast? No, wait. Those blood-red eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of malice. This was a dark beast. Run. They must flee. The moment this thought crossed Su Feng's mind, the middle-aged merchant had already bolted out of sight. Su Feng could only lament the speed at which the man had fled. The wild boar-like dark beast, noticing the merchant's retreat, snapped back to reality and charged towards Su Feng. In mere moments, it closed the distance of over 10 meters. It swung its blade. Su Feng barely had time to turn and dodge, narrowly escaping a fatal strike as he ducked behind a wall. The beast's blade became lodged in the stone, embedding itself deeply. Su Feng acted swiftly, his fingers reaching instinctively for his waist. There was no escaping now. The beast was too quick. If Su Feng dared to leave the back door unguarded, he would certainly be gored today. Summoning his celestial dragon was the priority. The advanced beast talisman manifested, and Su Feng recited the incantation with practiced ease. O esteemed Lord of Thunder, descend upon this world to vanquish all evil and obliterate the light. In an instant, the celestial dragon leapt forth from the beast realm. Meanwhile, the wild boar beast had already extracted its blade from the stone crevice, turning menacingly towards Su Feng. It had no intention of sparing him. From the outset, its goal was to ensure Su Feng's demise. Before Su Feng could even assess the beast's attributes, it swung its blade once more. Even with the celestial dragon's arrival, its focus remained solely on Su Feng. Defenseless Su Feng, the beast was cunning, seemingly aware that the celestial dragon was merely a beast, while Su Feng was the master of beasts. Should the beast master perish, this formidable beast would ultimately meet its end as well. Thus, it needed only to eliminate Su Feng. Swift and ruthless, it attacked. Su Feng dodged repeatedly, cursing under his breath. This wild boar beast was far too clever. Anyone who uses a pig's brain to describe stupidity will find themselves at odds with him. At the very least, this boar's brain did not signify foolishness. What? Is this action permissible? How could one strike against a beast master? The celestial dragon, still recovering from the aftermath of the match, mistakenly believed this to be a competition. One must not harm a beast master. Consequently, the celestial dragon, upon emerging, neglected Su Feng's safety and immediately engaged the wild boar beast. Unbeknownst to them, the wild boar beast's speed was astonishing. It bypassed the celestial dragon entirely, swinging its blade to strike at Su Feng. Fool, use an electric attack against it. Paralyze it. Su Feng shouted toward the celestial dragon. This creature had obviously consumed too much beast food recently. It was still slow to react. If you hesitate any longer, we both shall perish. Hearing Su Feng's urgent plea, the celestial dragon suddenly snapped to attention, unleashing a torrent of blue-purple electricity toward the wild boar beast. The speed was worthy of its title as a thunderous beast. Crackling, the electricity struck the floor and the wild boar beast, producing a thunderous sound. One must admit, despite being a basic skill, the celestial dragon had mastered it to perfection. Instantaneous release was merely the foundation. Its accuracy was equally commendable. As it struck the wild boar beast, the effect was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 56. The timely arrival of the Qingyun District Police Chief. Crack. The electric current landed squarely on the wild boar beast, causing its fur to emit a faintly singed aroma. The wild boar beast let out a pained howl, thrashing wildly. Electricity proved effective against the vast majority of beasts. Furthermore, it proved to be remarkably effective. It was precisely because the wild boar spirit was in pain that Su Feng seized the opportunity to gaze in its direction. The panel for the wild boar spirit promptly materialized. Race, Wild Boar Demon. Level, 28, Beastmaster Stage. Dark Value 100, 100. Attribute, Demon. Projected Potential, Beastmaster Stage. Skills, Charge, Slash, Frenzied Blade Assault, Demon Spike, Tusk Impact. Description, due to its fearsome and grotesque appearance, its racial talents are generally low, leading to a scarcity of individuals who would choose to tame such a beast. They more commonly thrive freely in desolate plains. Notable for its swiftness and high attack power, one must be cautious of the cleaver it wields. After reviewing this panel, Su Feng felt an overwhelming urge to curse the system for its inadequacy. With such a high-level beast, could it not provide some useful information? Am I unaware of the danger posed by its blade? Just moments ago, that very knife was mere millimeters from my throat. Do you comprehend that? Yuxing Long, use your dragon claws to disarm it. Su Feng commanded without delay. As Yuxing Long's level was inferior to that of the wild boar demon, it could only attempt to dislodge the weapon from its grasp. The disparity in levels was indeed staggering. How unfortunate. Su Feng had only just begun to experience a semblance of good fortune lately. Who would have imagined that a dark beast would infiltrate while he was merely seeking lodging? Repulsive. Utterly repulsive. Yuxing Long unleashed a formidable dragon-like power from its claws, striking towards the wild boar demon's hands with astonishing speed. Yet, the demon's blade was swifter still, already swirling into a deadly dance before its chest. Rapid. Too rapid. Even with the enhancements to Yuxing Long's claws, there was little confidence in being able to knock the blade away. Damn it. Yuxing Long, create some distance. Use Starfall. Observing Yuxing Long increasingly at a disadvantage, Su Feng swiftly altered his strategy. If the blade could not be disarmed, then a different approach would be necessary. Wear it down from afar. However, Su Feng too needed to retreat, creating distance from this dark beast. What if it turned its attacks on me? A glimmer of light slipped from Yuxing Long's grasp, a star descending from the night sky, hurtling towards the wild boar demon with breathtaking speed. Yet, the wild boar demon, upon witnessing the star plummeting towards it, displayed no hint of fear. Instead, it charged towards Yuxing Long. Its dreadful tusks emanated a faint glow. Tusk Impact. This wild boar demon was no fool. Yuxing Long could unleash electrical attacks from a distance, but the wild boar demon lacked such capabilities. Its ranged ability was indeed pitifully weak. Thus, it sought to close the distance. It intended to engage Yuxing Long in a test of brute strength, utilizing its physical and level advantages to overpower Yuxing Long. It could not allow Yuxing Long to employ a kite-flying tactic to wear it down. Su Feng, observing the cunning of the wild boar demon, could not help but take a deep breath. This wild boar demon was far too clever. Truly a shrewd pig's brain. There was simply no way to fight this. Unable to create distance, and in close combat, it was impossible to compete against the speed of this creature's blade. One could chop 4 plates of vegetables in 3 minutes. Who could match its swiftness? If the professor seeks to bully me, must this wild boar do the same? Then let us engage. Yuxing Long unleashed destructive thundercloud. Rage burned in Su Feng's eyes, having been consistently oppressed. Whenever faced with an unforeseen circumstance, there was no soft target to exploit. And now this wild boar demon was even more ruthless. Enough is enough. Let us gamble our lives with destructive thundercloud. If it ends here, so be it. Yuxing Long was taken aback by the command, but showed no hesitation. raising its left hand high. I am the sovereign of thunder. How could lightning harm me? Above Yuxing Long, or rather within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, ominous thunderclouds gathered. Lightning flickered within the clouds. But these were not ordinary blue and white bolts. They were truly terrifying purple lightning. Should it strike, even a beast-level creature would find it difficult to escape death. The power was immense, and the speed was astonishing. Its only drawback was that it offered but a single opportunity, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Even the beast casting this skill could be struck by the fearsome thundercloud. No, it could be said that it was even more susceptible to being hit by its own thundercloud. The wild boar demon gazed up at the ominous clouds, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over it. This thundercloud instilled a sense of fear. If the lightning truly descended upon it, it could very well meet its end. The wild boar demon took several steps back, the steel blade in its grip trembling slightly. Retreat. We must retreat. This thundercloud is far too fearsome. Yet, with every step it took back, Yuxing Long advanced towards it. The terrifying thundercloud remained steadfastly above Yuxing Long. There was no escaping it. However, just as the wild boar demon harbored this thought, the dreadful thundercloud began to seek its target. It was ready to strike. With a thunderous roar, the purple divine lightning descended as if unleashed by a celestial being to punish the wicked of this world. Boom! The divine lightning struck. Su Feng widened his eyes, intently watching for the outcome. Who had been struck? Yet, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the final result. Even in his anxiousness, there was nothing to be done. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a voice emerged from the haze. I'm so tired. Su Feng turned towards the sound, feeling as if his very essence had been drained. Yet, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yuxing Long was unharmed. This indicated that the divine lightning had likely struck the wild boar demon. Su Feng strolled into the haze, casually dispersing the dust. Before him lay a wild boar, charred and lifeless. Its steel blade nowhere to be found, perhaps utterly obliterated by that terrifying force. Su Feng patted Yuxing Long with one hand, his gaze filled with admiration. Well done. Even the most unlikely can experience a springtime. Suddenly, a sound from outside interrupted Su Feng, a siren he found most unwelcome. 2 police cars, flashing red and blue lights, raced towards him. The voice came before the presence. Don't move. Qingyun District Police. Chapter 57. Forced to earn money. Don't move. Qingyun District Police. Su Feng hung his head, glancing in that direction, where a familiar figure emerged, clad in the uniform of the Qingyun Police, accompanied by several canine beasts. As the figure approached Su Feng, he remarked, Inspector, your timing is truly impeccable. If only you had arrived a minute sooner, this significant achievement might have been yours. With that, Su Feng gave a gentle kick to the wild boar demon lying at his feet. The warmth radiating from it suggested that it was likely well cooked by now. Were it not for the fear of toxins, Su Feng would have eagerly taken it back for proper disposal. Professor Su, what brings you here? Isn't today your research conference? The newcomer was none other than the female inspector encountered earlier. Originally, this area did not fall under her jurisdiction. But with all the city's inspectors dispatched to maintain order in the city center, she had been temporarily reassigned to fill the gap. Consequently, their response had been rather sluggish, as there simply were not enough personnel available. I came to rent a place and start a small business. I never anticipated encountering a dark beast here. Su Feng wore a bitter smile. If he were to share this tale, few would likely believe him. Just going to the beast shop for supplies had led to an attack by a yellow-haired thug, and now, seeking to rent a property for his beast shop, he found himself face to face with a dark beast. It was utterly absurd. Professor Su, your luck is remarkable. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't encounter dark beasts entering the city. Even during this period, the chances of encountering them are quite slim. Yet, you merely stepped out to purchase something and stumbled upon a dark beast on the verge of becoming a demon beast. Truly, you are remarkable. The female inspector attempted to flatter Su Feng, but her words fell flat. Is that what you call good luck? Just moments ago, I was fighting for my life. I nearly met my end. Su Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. The female inspector, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone of his words, nodded. Eliminating a demon-level dark beast earns one a third-class merit. We truly wish to encounter such dark beasts every day. However, the frequency of these dark beasts appearing recently has been rather alarming. Would you like to hear the reasons behind this? No need. Su Feng interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Listening to your reasons comes at a price, either time or money. I have neither, so I shall pass. I need to finalize my rental arrangements. With that, he began scanning the area for the unscrupulous middleman. Finally, he spotted the middleman behind a police car. Seizing him, Su Feng pulled out the crumpled contract from his pocket and placed it on the police car for him to sign. Such an easy opportunity to lose money was rare in Qingyun County. The middleman had to be compelled to sign the contract. The middleman glanced nervously at the police, fearing he might be caught. Does this guy know the police? Is he here to bust me? Renting at this price is truly unscrupulous. The flashing police lights heightened his anxiety, and he envisioned himself being taken away by the inspector. Maybe I should reconsider this rental? I'm feeling a bit frightened, he stammered, his legs trembling. He had initiated the police report and drafted the contract, yet now the police lights made it impossible for him to sign. Frightened? Now you know fear? Su Feng gritted his teeth, determined to make the middleman sign. Fear won't he do? You must rent me this property at your unscrupulous price. The middleman, visibly conflicted, reluctantly scribbled his name on the contract, feeling cornered into deceit. With the contract finalized, Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We've successfully lost 40,000. The beating I took today was not in vain. Now, I must take my leave. If the inspector needs anything, please direct your inquiries to my assistant. I have no interest in your secrets. With that, Su Feng turned to leave, ignoring the female inspector's offer to drive him back to the city. Riding in your vehicle incurs a fee. If we have to converse, and I receive another unprofitable assignment, that would be disastrous. As he walked away, the female inspector shook her head. Professor Su has grown into quite the figure at such a young age. If only he could assist our Qingyun police department. After securing his rental, Su Feng's procurement channels turned out to be equally unprofitable. Purchasing supplies at retail price to sell at thrice the cost seemed ludicrous. He sold premium beast feed originally priced at 600 for 1800. Who would be foolish enough to buy that? Having arranged these matters, Su Feng even hired several beasts for delivery. If he could endure a month, he would undoubtedly incur a loss of 1 million federal coins. As for why he didn't sell at half price, selling more would only deepen his losses. He feared that someone might suspect the goods were counterfeit and report him. If that happened, and he was accused of disrupting market prices, it would create a significant problem. It was safer to label the prices at 3 times the cost and let the beast dragon consume for a month. 1 million in losses was a conservative estimate. Why is this roller shutter always half open? I have to bend down to enter, Shun Jieyun remarked, puzzled, as she ducked into the shop. Is this how one conducts business? It looks more like a thief's hideout. Shoo. Su Feng quickly pulled her inside. What do you understand? If the door is wide open, curious onlookers will come in for a look. By keeping it this way, we might deter their curiosity. If it weren't illegal to hit someone, I'd have the beast dragon scare them off. Shin Jian looked at him, perplexed. Aren't you opening a shop to make money? If you keep the door like this, you might not earn anything. Su Feng felt a bit sheepish. He couldn't very well explain the system to her. Just don't worry about it. There's a reason for everything, he replied, his face adorned with a proud smile. Fine. However, we might need to leave Qingyun County soon. Leave Qingyun County? Su Feng frowned, bewildered. Why on earth would we do that? That is absurd. I've only just established my footing here. Actually, it's not about leaving Qingyun County, she clarified. There's a suspected nest of dark beasts outside the city, and the police have already sent personnel in. Strangely enough, the azure lark wings they extracted from within the cave instantly turned to dust upon leaving its confines. Despite numerous attempts, this conundrum remained unresolved. Even efforts to freeze these feathers proved futile, as they could not be removed from the nest. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Shun Jieyun appeared utterly worn, as if the recent events weighed heavily upon her. Are you suggesting we should venture to that nest? Su Feng furrowed his brow. After all, they had merely come to assist the Qingyun police department. Why was it turning into an expedition beyond the city? He was well aware of the dangers lurking outside. While Qingyun County would undoubtedly deploy personnel for protection, who could guarantee absolute safety across the desolate plains? Yes, I wish to investigate. Perhaps we can unravel the mysteries of the azure lark. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, understanding why the azure lark vanished, or even how it can completely seal off space. Isn't our mission in the study of ancient beast taming to unveil the secrets of these creatures? Compared to Su Feng, she embodied the essence of a scholar, driven by a pure belief and willing to toil tirelessly for this cause without regrets. Back in Nanjing City, Shun Jieyun had been similarly dedicated. Even when lacking funding and facing personal challenges, she remained steadfast at the Star Research Institute, never straying from its path or from Su Feng's side, even accompanying him to Qingyun County to ensure his safety before agreeing to aid the Qingyun police in researching ancient beasts. Su Feng lowered his head slightly, exhaling a sigh. What assistance do you require? Are you not planning to join me? Shun Jieyun expressed surprise. This was not the Su Feng she knew. He had once shared her fervor for the study of ancient beasts. This was a golden opportunity to uncover the azure lark's secrets. Su Feng wished to decline Shun Jieyun's invitation. After all, he was not the original Su Feng, lacking the extensive theoretical knowledge she possessed. Even though he had been diligently studying the field, he had only recently arrived and was far from matching Shun Jieyun's expertise, which was continually advancing. Hence, His presence would serve little purpose other than distracting the Qingyun police from their mission to protect him. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Side quest. Accompany Shin Jiayun to the Azure Lark Cave and conduct an investigation on the Azure Lark. Quest reward. Level up the Star Dragon by 5 levels. Grant the host moderate beast taming power. Special. Short distance spatial traversal ability 1. 10. Special ability. In this world, fairness is a rarity. Some individuals possess an innate affinity with nature, communicating effortlessly with animals, while others excel in intricate mechanical tasks. Thus, unique abilities manifest in humans, albeit in a select few. Short-distance spatial traversal ability, capable of tearing through space for traversal within 100 meters. This is the best survival skill for beast tamers. Hearing this notification, Su Feng took a sharp breath. It was a tempting offer, but the rewards were truly significant, not in monetary terms, but in the very things he desired most, and was currently lacking. His physical strength surpassed that of an average novice beast tamer, yet it remained limited. During battles involving the Star Dragon, he often had to maintain a considerable distance to issue commands, as he could hardly withstand the shockwaves. The power feedback from the Star Dragon was insufficient to sustain him. Most crucially was this so-called special ability. Su Feng was certain that no one in Qingyun County possessed such a power. If he acquired this short-distance traversal ability, he could avoid confrontations entirely, slipping away from danger without a trace. Yet, Su Feng had no desire to enter the Azure Lark's cave. Such ancient beasts were perilous. Even Professor Kong, who studied space, had nearly met his demise. Su Feng could hardly fathom his own chances of survival if he were to trespass into its lair. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Shin Jiayun to depart. You go ahead, let me ponder this for a moment. If there happens to be a live Azure Lark, we might find ourselves inextricably entangled. Researching the Azure Lark doesn't necessitate intruding upon its home. Much like one needn't thrust their head into a tiger's mouth to study its teeth. Shin Jiayun nodded silently, not voicing her thoughts on Su Feng's words. We will depart 3 days hence, at the southeast city gate, at 9 in the morning. She merely provided the timeline before bending down to exit. Had it been the past, Professor Su would have set off without hesitation that very day to study the Azure Lark. However, the present Professor Su Shin Jiayun dared not comment, yet she could sense that the fervor of yesteryears had waned. Professor Su has opened a beast taming shop. Lu Zilin, at the Research Institute in the capital, received reports from his disciple, struggling to comprehend. What could be the purpose of opening a beast taming shop now, when his own research institute is established? Indeed, Professor Su has indeed opened a beast taming shop. We are at a loss as to his reasoning. The disciple replied with a wry smile. It's the first time I've heard of a senior professor personally running a shop. This beast taming shop is quite peculiar. I've heard the rent is exorbitant from the start, and the place is barely furnished. The door is perpetually ajar, and if someone peeks inside, Professor Su glares at them, appearing wholly unwelcoming. Furthermore, local residents claim a ferocious dragon resides within, ravenously devouring beast corpses. A yawn. The Star Dragon, unusually, sneezed and curiously surveyed its surroundings. Huh, am I unwell? That is odd. Can beasts catch colds? Chapter 59. The Sincerity of the Qiyang Society. Didn't I tell you to eat slowly? You'll choke. Su Feng closed the ledger in his hand, addressing the Star Dragon, which was sneezing while devouring its meal. The Star Dragon's appetite exceeded Su Feng's expectations. Today alone, it consumed over 20 bags of high-grade beast food, in addition to some lightning attribute snacks, racking up a staggering expenditure of over 20,000 federal coins. If calculated at 3 times Su Feng's price, that would amount to nearly 70,000 federal coins. However, the system only accounted for the cost price, disregarding the excess, though he hadn't reached his goal. The fact that the Star Dragon could consume so much on its first day had already surpassed Su Feng's expectations. Now, he could only hope this creature wouldn't form a habit of such indulgence. If, after a month, Su Feng continues to consume at this rate, he will undoubtedly find himself financially strained. What kind of good-hearted beast master spends over $1 million just on meals in a month? That expenditure is 100 times more than the usual costs associated with beast mastery. May I take a few snacks home? I have a craving for tomato-flavored treats for my late-night snack. The cosmic dragon swallowed the beast food in its mouth and eagerly addressed Su Feng. This newfound freedom to indulge was quite an adjustment for the cosmic dragon, who, in its haste to satiate its hunger, had overlooked the joy of eating. Su Feng rubbed his forehead, clearly already worrying about his finances a month down the line, yet he nodded in agreement. Take them with you. We should be on our way back now. It would be unwise to linger too long, lest we attract some curious onlookers. Su Feng glanced towards the roll-up door. The sun was gradually descending, casting the last rays of light over the treetops. Though the shop opened at 10:30, closing now felt slightly premature. Yet Su Feng dared not keep it open for too long. If someone were to impulsively enter to make a purchase, it would be disastrous. Running a shop is not synonymous with earning a profit. Su Feng began tidying up, while the cosmic dragon grabbed a plastic bag to collect its snacks. Once everything was in order, the roll-up door began to descend slowly. However, it seemed to encounter an obstruction just before closing completely, becoming stuck. Su Feng looked down to discover a foot clad in black shoes deliberately wedged beneath the door, preventing it from descending. Taking a step back, he attempted to pull the roll-up door open again, curious to see which mischievous child was causing the ruckus. But as soon as he retreated, that foot abruptly lifted, forcefully kicking the roll-up door upwards. The door swung wide open, revealing a figure cloaked in a red robe standing outside. Approximately 1.7 meters tall. The individual's face was obscured, save for a few strands of hair lifted by the wind. The figure bore a somewhat slender physique, reminiscent of a woman. As she slightly raised her head, the broad brim of her hat continued to shroud her face. Is this Professor Su Feng? Why are you closing so early? A hint of danger wafted through the air, prompting Su Feng to stealthily step back. Instead of directly answering her inquiry, he retorted, "Who are you?" The voice of the mysterious figure in red was as soft as a bell, capable of captivating even the most self-assured of men. Yet Su Feng maintained his composure, quietly retreating. This individual was not to be underestimated. It became evident. The red-robed figure raised her hand, glancing at a photograph in her possession, nodding with satisfaction as if she had found her target. "Professor Su, I am Nangong Ling, a secondary member of the Qiyang Charity Organization. We have heard that you are currently researching the ancient beast, the Qiyang Lark, and we would like to discuss this matter with you." Her voice was exceptionally gentle. Qiyang Charity Organization? Su Feng remained skeptical, scrutinizing Nangong Ling's demeanor. What kind of benevolent organization would dress in such a manner? Indeed, we are a charity organization based in Qiyang City, and we hope you will consider joining us. We offer substantial rewards, including a prestigious position. As she spoke, Nangong Ling raised her hands, lifting them with an almost fanatical fervor, reminiscent of a zealot. Who would dare to trust such a person? Even Su Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, remaining silent as he gazed at her. All you need to do is assist us in uncovering the secrets of the Qiyang Lark and provide more information on ancient beasts. She continued. Oh, and if you have some spare time, you could also teach our members the disguise skills you demonstrated at the conference? Nangong Ling's excitement was palpable, as if she were envisioning a grand vision. Su Feng felt an urge to report her for suspicious behavior. You are the first to approach us. How could the Qiyang Charity Organization come to Qingyan County? Su Feng attempted to redirect the conversation, refusing to engage further. Agree? Absolutely not. It was evident this was a cult. Who parades around in a red robe claiming to be a good person? Surely, you must be delusional. We are here to invite you to join our Qiyang Charity Organization. Furthermore, I have stated from the outset that we hope you can share your findings on the Qingyan Lark with us. This time, as the Qingyan Lark's nest opens, we intend to be present. Nangong Ling slightly bowed her head, adopting a seemingly sincere demeanor. Su Feng surveyed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, Nangong Ling stood directly before him, making it challenging to circumvent her. Moreover, she bore several talismans at her waist, indicating she was at least a novice or even an intermediate beast master. Although the cosmic dragon had reached level 14 after defeating the wild boar demon, it still paled in comparison to a true beast master like Nangong Ling. As if perceiving Su Feng's thoughts, Nangong Ling smirked coldly. Are you looking to leave, Professor? We have no intention of imprisoning you. This is our first encounter, and your reluctance to trust me is entirely understandable. We are also willing to gradually help you understand us, to bridge the gap between us. As she spoke, her face brimmed with arrogance, as if she had unwavering faith in the so-called Qiyang Charity Organization. Even knowing that this event was spearheaded by the Qingyun Police Department did not faze them. Consider this a token of our sincerity for your first meeting. We hope that during our next encounter, we can open our hearts to one another and engage in a meaningful exchange. As Nangong Ling spoke, she suddenly gestured forward with her right hand. Behind her, a group of 12 or 20 individuals clad in similar red robes emerged, albeit in a lighter shade of red than Nangong Ling's. Without pausing, they charged straight towards Su Feng's shop. Chapter 60. Do you have to pay for your purchases? Su Feng's heart raced at the sight of so many individuals. What were they planning? Surely, they were not contemplating robbery. As expected, upon entering the shop, these red-clad figures immediately began taking items, stuffing them into their storage backpacks, showing no intention of paying. A smile gradually crept across Su Feng's face. This was rather fortuitous. The more they took, the better. Being robbed could be considered a business loss, right? After all, the security measures had clearly failed, so the stolen goods could be classified as a loss. If this group cleared out the store, he would effectively be absolved of a month's worth of losses in a single day. Truly remarkable. The Qiyang charity organization certainly demonstrated immense generosity. Su Feng found himself almost tempted to join their ranks. Professor Su is indeed a remarkable shopkeeper. These items have skyrocketed in value by at least threefold. How dare you sell this rudimentary talisman for 5,000 federal coins each? A man clad in red whispered to Nan Gongling, who gazed at Su Feng with wide eyes, utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom the audacity of someone opening a shop in the suburbs, charging prices several times higher than those in the city. Was this not the epitome of a heartless merchant? Such a despicable trader would be perfectly suited to join the Red Sun charity organization. Just a mere trifle. A small profit. A smile adorned Su Feng's face. The more they pretended, the more pleased they became. They seized all the goods, and Su Feng directly collected his rewards. What a windfall. If that is the case, we shall meet again next time. The Qingyun police station was approaching. We shall take our leave now. Nan Gongling observed that the shop had been nearly emptied and slowly spoke. The individuals beside her released a dozen enormous avian beasts, their feathers resembling steel needles. Yet the central area where one could sit was remarkably soft. Each avian beast could comfortably accommodate 3 to 5 people. The group of red-clad individuals leaped from the beast shop and gracefully landed atop these creatures, maintaining a wordless, disciplined demeanor. They then ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Nan Gongling was counting something atop the avian beast. After a moment, she retrieved 5 gold cards, each representing 1 million federal coins, and tossed them to Su Feng. The price is about right, Professor Su. Until we meet again. With that, the avian beasts spread their wings and soared, tracing a beautiful arc across the night sky. Qingyun County imposes no restrictions on avian beast flights. It is, after all, the realm of the feathered tribe's avian companions. As Su Feng beheld the 5 gold cards fluttering down, he momentarily lost his composure. After picking them up and examining them for some time, he finally noticed a small line of text in the lower left corner. This card may be used as cash, valued at 1 million federal coins. 5 cards. 5 million federal coins. Was this the payment they had just made for their purchases? At first, Su Feng could not grasp the significance of this until he read the small print, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had paid. They had indeed made a purchase. This meant that the business initially projected to incur a loss of 1 million had, in an instant, turned into a profit of 4 million for Su Feng. Moreover, the costs were still intact. In one fell swoop, Su Feng was faced with a loss of 5 million. This was utterly bewildering. At first, Su Feng had never encountered such gold cards, assuming they were merely something that had fallen from them. It was only when he held one in his hand that he realized the truth. This was their payment. These rude yet cultured individuals had actually paid. As he watched Nan Gongling's receding figure, Su Feng hurriedly pursued her. What a joke. How could you possibly pay? This is not for sale. However, the avian beasts soared high, and within mere breaths, they were suspended in the sky, beyond the reach of Su Feng's voice. Nan Gongling sat firmly atop the beast, while the individual beside her regarded Su Feng, who was waving his arms below, with a hint of disdain. Sir, it seems Professor Su Feng is rather insatiable in his greed. The avian beast shop sells at a premium because of their excellent service, exquisite environment, and authentic products. He, on the other hand, has nothing of the sort, yet dares to charge prices over 3 times that of the Qingyun avian beast shop. We paid him nearly 5 times the amount, and he still dares to complain. If he had brought a flying beast, he might have actually pursued us for more money. Indeed, Su Feng did wish to catch up, not to demand more money, but to return the payment to Nan Gongling. At that moment, standing on the ground, Su Feng summoned the starry dragon from the talisman. Pressing down on the dragon's head, he urged it to flap its minuscule wings furiously. Fly, fly, don't you have wings? Take flight, starry dragon. The dragon flapped its tiny wings, which seemed almost ethereal. Am I meant to fly? Just because I have wings, does that mean I can soar? Despite its efforts, the starry dragon could not take to the skies. Its rotund body was entirely disproportionate to its short wings, rendering it adorable yet incapable of flight. Greed? Nan Gongling, smiling in the sky, turned to the red-clad individual beside her and asked, So tell me. He is already a master of disguise and a senior professor in his 20s, with a bright future ahead. Why would he choose to align with us? Is it not because he harbors desires? If he possessed no desires, he could never align with us. She asserted, nodding downwards. It is precisely because of his greed that I believe we may win over such a person. It is his greed that enables us to fulfill our grand ambitions. We left in haste this time and did not bring many federal coins. Otherwise, let alone a price increase 5-fold. I dare say even 10 or 100 times would pose no issue. After all, he is the master of disguise, Professor Su Feng. Su Feng trembled with indignation on the ground. Had they not robbed him, he would not be so furious. Yet, who would seize all the goods and then pay for them? Now, what was once a task he could easily complete with the Starry Dragon had turned into a 4 million profit. What was he to do now? As the surrounding lights brightened, red and blue flashing, the Qingyun police station arrived, albeit belatedly. The female officer approached Su Feng, her face a mask of astonishment. Professor Su, what has happened to your shop? It has been robbed. The words of the female officer only exacerbated Su Feng's already grim expression. Robbed? If only it were so. It has been completely emptied. Goods worth 1 million have been bought out for 5 million. We are currently investigating. Since you rented a room here, we had surveillance cameras installed overnight. It seems this installation was quite timely. A wise decision indeed. I will have someone return to review the footage. We shall bring those responsible for robbing you to justice. The female officer declared, her indignation palpable. The matter concerning Professor Su was the top priority in Qingyun County. At the very least, it was the paramount concern of the Qingyun police station. They must ensure that Professor Su recoups his losses. No need, Su Feng replied, on the verge of tears. The thing is, even if you find the culprits, it won't help. They were not here to rob. What would you say if you caught them? That they spent too much money on their purchases and should be arrested? That would be utterly absurd. Though our Qingyun police station may be short-staffed recently, apprehending a few petty thieves should pose no problem. Professor Su, are you absolutely certain you do not wish to pursue this matter further? I have heard that you are facing a staggering loss of nearly 900,000 Federation coins. The female officer regarded Su Feng with an expression of disbelief. A loss of 900,000 Federation coins is no trifling sum for a novice beastmaster, let alone for an intermediate one. It is sufficient to sustain an intermediate beastmaster's training for a considerable duration. After all, not every beastmaster is as reckless with their expenditures as Su Feng. Moreover, not every beast consumes resources as voraciously as the Yuxing dragon does. While an ordinary beast might barely finish a single bag of premium beast food in a day, the Yuxing dragon could easily devour several bags in one sitting. With a heavy sigh, Su Feng resolved to search for a solution. They mistakenly overpaid, and I must return the remaining funds to them. I apologize for the trouble, officer. Su Feng lamented internally, feeling utterly despondent at having found himself in such a predicament. How unfortunate indeed. Once we locate them, we will promptly inform them of the compensation. The female officer responded, equally taken aback. What? They overpaid? Professor Su, could you elaborate on this matter? The beast shop had been closed for 2 consecutive days. What could possibly be sold when the inventory has vanished? Solely relying on the Yuxing dragon for sustenance would mean incurring a cost of 5 million Federation coins in a month, an amount that could easily overwhelm even the most gluttonous of beasts. Thus, Su Feng opted to remain holed up in his hotel, contemplating strategies. The challenge had shifted from how to squander 1 million within a month to how to exhaust 5 million within the same time frame. The burden upon the Yuxing dragon also grew heavier. Eat. Hurry, devour your food. Oh, a day later, the officers of the Qingyun police station assembled early in the southeast. Though this time only a few donned uniforms, while the majority were in civilian attire. Although the target was significant, maintaining a facade of calm was essential to avoid alarming the public. One figure had arrived early, awaiting the police officers from Qingyun. When Shun Jiayun spotted Su Feng, she was taken aback. She had never anticipated his presence, confirming that Professor Su remained as fervent as ever in his obsession with ancient beasts. As for his recent remarks, they were merely a fade hiding a tender heart. Yet, Su Feng regarded her with a weary expression. What obsession with ancient beast studies? It was simply that he was left with no other choice. After several sleepless nights, he found himself unable to fathom how an ordinary beast shop could incur a loss of 5 million Federation coins in such a short span. Ultimately, only one solution seemed feasible: to visit the Qingyun nest and find that group from the Qiyang charity organization. He intended to return the 5 million Federation coins to them. Refund only, no returns. This was the only scenario in which it might be possible to absorb the entirety of the loss. After all, Nangong Ling and her companions were determined to reach the Qingyun nest. It was there that they would undoubtedly find them. With this conviction, Su Feng resolved to embark on this journey. Even if he ultimately failed to find them, at least he would fulfill that side quest and acquire that unique ability, thereby mitigating his overall losses. It was a last resort, the only course of action he could conceive at present. If the professor were to accompany them, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. The female officer from the other night had also joined this expedition. Dressed in casual attire, she showcased her nearly flawless figure, devoid of any pretense, appearing far more serene. Is there any danger? Su Feng inquired, voicing his primary concern. If there were threats, he would need to reconsider, for it would be folly to risk his life for mere money. It was not too late to return to the city. In theory, there should be no danger. There remains a door within the Qingyun nest that we have yet to open. Even inviting powerful beastmasters above the intermediate level has yielded no results. However, our primary focus this time is solely on the feathers outside that door. If you too can produce results, we will depart immediately. The female officer replied with a smile. Concerned that Su Feng might doubt her, she gestured to the crowd surrounding them. In truth, the nest had been explored by many beastmasters before. It was quite safe. The 30-odd officers present were merely there to ensure the safety of the two researchers in the desolate plains. With Professor Su's involvement, they could even request a few high-level beastmasters for additional protection. The officer feared that Su Feng might turn away, as he had a tendency to do so in similar situations. And what if we fail to produce results? Su Feng fixed his gaze on the officer, a question lingering in his eyes. Rest assured, she replied vehemently. Should any danger arise, or if either of you feels threatened, we will leave at once. Agreed. In the desolate plains, countless dark beasts lay in slumber. They may be wild and aggressive, charging at anyone who approaches. But that does not mean they are immune to exhaustion. At this moment, they were in a state of hibernation, making it the safest period in the desolate plains. A figure clad in a crimson robe stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing towards Qingyun County. Lowering his head, he spoke into his phone. Professor Su has left the city. I believe we can arrange for a second meeting. The corner of the red-robed man's mouth curled into a triumphant smile, filled with confidence. The second meeting with Professor Su would surely yield significant gains. Behind him, a throng of dark beasts seemed on the verge of awakening. But the girl raised her hand gently. Do not wake up yet. Wait until Professor Su enters the Qingyun nest. Only then will we reveal our second offer of sincerity. As she finished speaking, a bird-like beast descended from above. The girl skillfully mounted its back, soaring into the sky. The Qingyun police station, anticipating Su Feng's arrival, had increased its personnel. They proceeded towards the Qingyun nest, choosing to travel discreetly by car rather than by beasts. After all, their beasts were mostly standard models. Appearing with a couple of them might seem normal, but a sudden influx of over a dozen would be conspicuous to even the dullest observer. The journey was relatively safe. After all, the majority of beasts in the desolate plains were currently in a state of hibernation, with only a few wandering creatures consumed by the dark aura. The group focused on clearing out this weak and foolish subset of beasts. Professor Su, should we release the Yuxing dragon? The beasts in the desolate plains are generally not very strong at this time. This is indeed the best opportunity for a pet beast to engage in battle. Shun Jian sat in the car, feeling rather bored, when she suddenly spoke to the gluttonous Yuxinglong beside her. Eating is indeed beneficial for beasts, enhancing their power, but it pales in comparison to the rapid gains achieved through combat. Following its previous battle, Yuxinglong had ascended to approximately level 16. Although its progress was remarkable, its darkness value remained alarmingly low. Su Feng glanced at Yuxinglong and nodded in agreement. The current Yuxinglong had developed quite an appetite. Not to mention, its physique had noticeably expanded. Now that they had ventured out with a large entourage of bodyguards, it was only fitting for Yuxinglong to gather experience points. The sooner it ascended to the rank of a demonic beast, the better. Who knows, it might even trigger an evolution. However, it was crucial to note that such a formidable beast like Yuxinglong could not evolve merely by reaching the required level. It merely gained the opportunity for evolution. To ensure Yuxinglong triggered its evolution upon entering the demonic beast phase, a thunder attribute evolution stone would be essential. Actually, I don't need to fight. I can level up just by eating, it seemed to convey. Su Feng shot at a sidelong glance, muttering that merely eating could hardly lead to a level up, especially if it were to bankrupt him. You should focus on gathering those experience packs instead. With that, Su Feng directed Yuxinglong to the front, allowing it to follow the others in collecting experience. The officers understood and readily assigned simpler beasts to Yuxinglong, recognizing it as a new creature nurtured by Professor Su. Since its darkness value was not excessive, it was permissible to let it fight for an early upgrade. Perhaps Professor Su was anticipating research opportunities with this beast. Watching Yuxinglong laboring ahead, Su Feng felt a twinge of concern. Would this creature become even more gluttonous after evolving? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Since their journey from Nanjing City, Yuxinglong's appetite had continuously grown alongside its level. His wallet was in peril. Do you know why this plane is called the Desolate Plain? Suddenly, the female officer in the passenger seat turned around and posed this unexpected question. After a moment's pause, Su Feng regained his focus and met her clear gaze, shaking his head. Why? Because this area is close to the so-called dark turmoil. In Huagua, there are a total of 7 such regions experiencing this turmoil. We have one right here. The female officer explained, her eyes glimmering with a profound meaning, as if she sought to pierce through something deeper. I am aware that each region has its unique reasons for the dark turmoil. So, are you suggesting that unraveling the mystery of the Kinji could potentially resolve the turmoil? Su Feng regarded her with a slight upward curve of his lips, dismissing the weight of her gaze. He had already devoured these facts. He had been studying them since his time at the Star Research Institute. Arriving in this world without knowledge of its crises? That would be laughable. This world resembled his previous one in many ways. Telephones, technology, various nations. Yet it differed in that each nation's territory had expanded exponentially. Moreover, the existence of beasts was an added twist. With the abundance of dark beasts in the desolate plain, Su Feng had certainly taken the time to understand them. Ignoring them would be tantamount to courting death. It appeared that Professor Su had indeed done his homework. The female officer's expression softened. Yes, we have been speculating about this for many years. It is precisely due to the disappearance of the Kinji that our recent dark turmoil has intensified. If we could find a solution, or even just a way to alleviate the turmoil, I believe the citizens of Qingyun County would lead a better life. Su Feng remained silent, recognizing her noble intentions, which did not align with his own. At present, he lacked the capacity for such grand ideals. He was on the verge of being unable to sustain Yuxinglong. How could he dare proclaim the desire to protect the entirety of Qingyun County? One must eat according to their appetite. Su Feng was fully aware of his limitations. For now, he had no obligation or ability to tackle the challenges faced by so many people. Managing his own difficulties alongside his beast was already a monumental task. At most, he could complete system missions to earn a modest income. Being burdened with such a significant responsibility right from the start was entirely beyond him. Congratulations. You have acquired a beast of the beast phase. You are now officially a novice beast master. A daunting proclamation awaited Su Feng as he faced the timeless plight of the dark turmoil plaguing Huagua. You go resolve it. Was this some sort of madness? Su Feng certainly could not undertake such a promise. Noticing Su Feng's silence, Shun Jiayun swiftly interjected. From my perspective, unraveling the mystery of the Kinji to resolve the dark turmoil is utterly implausible. At the very least, it is beyond our capabilities. However, she continued, unlocking the secret of the Kinji might empower the feathered beasts significantly. I see a considerable number of beast masters in Qingyun County specializing in the feathered tribe. As the strength of the beast masters increased, it would not merely address the dark turmoil. It would contribute to the safety of Qingyun County, would it not? After Shun Jiayun finished speaking, the female officer's eyes suddenly brightened as she regarded Shun Jiayun, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the feathered beasts in Qingyun County are the most abundant. If you two truly manage to uncover the mystery of the Kinji and enhance the power of the feathered beasts, I believe not only the beast masters of Qingyun County will be grateful, but the entire feathered clan across Huagua will be in your debt. The female officer's tone was tinged with excitement, imbued with a sense of national duty and mission. Shun Jiayun nodded, re-engaging in conversation with the female officer, leaving Su Feng momentarily sidelined. Relishing the respite, Su Feng gazed outside at the scenery before gradually narrowing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Due to the nature of their travel, their overall progress was rather slow. The journey to the Kinji lair, which was not particularly far, took nearly 10 days. Surprisingly, it was not Su Feng who garnered the most from this journey, but rather Yuxinglong. Yuxinglong's level surged rapidly. Species, Yuxinglong. Level, 26. Beast phase, 80. 100 darkness value. Attributes, Thunder, Dragon. Estimated potential, Near King. Skills, Disguise, Current, Thunder, Heavenly Thunder Flash, Dragon Claw, Starfall, Destructive Thundercloud. The only imperfection was that Yuxinglong's darkness value had skyrocketed alarmingly. Had Su Feng not glanced at it while it was eating, its darkness value would have undoubtedly exceeded 80. Fortunately, he had managed to curtail its behavior in time. Although Yuxinglong was leveling up at an impressive rate, it could no longer continue fighting. Prolonged combat risked it becoming tainted by dark energy, ultimately devolving into a dark beast. If that were to occur, the beast would be entirely uncontrollable. Can I eat something in the car again? It seemed to inquire. Su Feng shook his head. Not really, we've arrived. And we might need to go in and find someone. The lair of the Kinji lay before them. Rather than a mere lair, it resembled a cave of the Kinji. The area was not particularly elevated. In fact, a large pit had formed in the ground. As the group approached, gusts of wind carried sand into the cavity. Had it not been for the diligent efforts of the Qingyun Police Department, who had dispatched personnel to clear the surrounding sands, there might have been a risk of being buried alive upon entering this subterranean lair. Let us proceed. We must enter. The gentle voice of the female police chief urged. This time, the contingent from the Qingyun Police Department was notably formidable, comprising 8 senior beast tamers to ensure the safety of Su Feng and Shun Jiayun, 6 stationed outside and 2 assigned for close protection. This represented the pinnacle of expertise akin to that of senior professors. As they ventured into the cavern, they were greeted by a thick carpet of feathers that bore a striking resemblance to those Su Feng had acquired during his victory at the Beast Taming competition, both a vivid shade of azure and nearly identical in size. However, the absence of sunlight rendered Su Feng unable to discern the true colors at present. Each member wielded a flashlight to illuminate the darkness. Upon entering, Shun Jiayun squatted atop a pile of feathers, meticulously examining the plumes. "Is this the azure lark feather you wish to study?" she inquired earnestly. "Indeed," the police chief affirmed, her tone laced with intrigue. "Strangely, there is documentation of azure lark feathers within Qingyun County, indicating that they can manifest externally. Yet, these feathers cannot be removed. The moment one attempts to carry them away, they inexplicably vanish." Su Feng also knelt to scrutinize the feathers, noting their remarkable hardness. Even the downy parts resembled fine iron, raising questions in his mind. Can such rigid feathers truly facilitate flight? The police chief inquired, leaning closer to Su Feng with concern. "Professor Su, have you made any discoveries?" "None," Su Feng replied decisively, shaking his head. "You should heed my assistant's insights." He merely harbored a fleeting curiosity regarding the feathers. "How peculiar," the police chief mused, perplexed. "The professor urges us to consider his assistant's opinions, yet he offers none of his own." Rising to his feet, Su Feng began to survey the surroundings. The walls did not appear to be composed entirely of rock. Rather, they were formed of a peculiar stone that felt distinctly cold to the touch, lacking any semblance of natural formation. The presence of this stone contributed to a notably low temperature in the vicinity. It was only a brief time since their entrance. Yet a chill had already begun to settle in, though merely a mild one. It was not truly cold. Shun Jiyun, holding a feather, slowly stood and walked toward the exit. The moment the feather left the confines of the cave, it seemed to trigger a hidden restriction, transforming into a stream of light before vanishing without a trace. "Assistant Shun, there is no need to attempt that again. Even we cannot capture such fleeting light. It is akin to pure radiance. You will likely only be able to observe it here," one of the close protection senior beast tamers remarked, noting that they had lost count of how many times they had visited the azure lark's nesting site. All possible actions had long been exhausted. "Then I shall continue to observe," Shin Jiayun conceded, finding herself at a loss. The confined space offered little room for the placement of large instruments, and performing even basic tests seemed unfeasible. Relying solely on her eyesight was insufficient for Shin Jiayun. Perhaps Su Feng's prior incarnation might have managed it. Yet he appeared to be meandering about, seemingly indifferent. Before long, he arrived at a wall, scrutinizing a massive crack. "Is this a door? Have you investigated what lies beyond?" he suddenly inquired, directing his gaze towards the so-called door. The police chief shook her head. "No, we are unaware of what is behind it. Despite having enlisted the aid of an Earth attribute beast tamer for exploration, nothing has been uncovered. We hesitated to breach it for fear of compromising whatever lies within. Initially, we intended to study the external feathers and confirm this as the azure lark's nest before devising a method to open the door." Su Feng merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh," nodding without much concern. His true preoccupation lay with the arrival of the Qiyang charity organization. He had been waiting for them for an extended period. This was the crux of Su Feng's mission. He needed to repay the funds. His star dragon awaited a premium thunder evolution stone. Glancing around, Su Feng found himself still waiting in vain. Growing weary, he crouched down once more to examine the feathers on the ground, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Have you ever tried burning one? This does not appear to be mere feathers." The group turned their heads in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Did Professor Su just suggest burning them? These are azure larks, the embodiment of faith for the people of Qingyun County. Even a single feather is revered as sacred. If it were not for Professor Su's esteemed status, one might scarcely catch a glimpse of them. Who would dare to set these precious feathers aflame? What if they all ignited? Chapter 64, The Living Azure Lark Fossil. Upon witnessing their expressions, Su Feng presumed he had misspoken and hastily retracted. "I misspoke. I was merely struck by curiosity. Let us continue our examination." The police chief suddenly interjected. "I believe Professor Su's suggestion is not without merit. Perhaps these feathers are not necessarily from the azure lark. At the very least, they may not belong to the guardian spirit. After all, the guardian spirit's feathers are impervious to fire and resistant to water. If these feathers can indeed be burned, it would indicate that there is more than one azure lark in existence, would it not?" The two senior beast tamers exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a silent agreement. "Do not inquire. We are unaware." Should the citizens of Qingyun County learn of this action, they might well be met with scorn. The police chief's gaze was grave. Yet, given Su Feng's rare input, she was reluctant to dismiss it. She picked up a feather and retreated to a corner, igniting it with flame. Initially, the fire did not elicit any reaction from the feather, startling her. Could it be that I have inadvertently burned a genuine artifact? Su Feng felt a pang of anxiety. How thoughtless of him to utter such words. However, the subsequent actions of the police chief caused the eyes of the onlookers to widen in disbelief. The feather, having been subjected to flames for an extended duration, exhibited no signs of heat. Rather, it retained a refreshing coolness. This was peculiar. Even beast feathers, when burned for so long, should have become warm. It was inconceivable that a feather could maintain such extraordinary properties after being separated from its beast for so long. In the next moment, the feather began to transform, morphing from its feathery form into that of fish scales. This astonishing metamorphosis left the group in stunned silence, their eyes widening in astonishment. What was happening? How could the azure lark's feathers suddenly transform into fish scales? Moreover, a substantial scale at that. The female police officer, startled, extinguished the flames, and the fish scales transformed back into feathers in an instant, resembling a brand new illusion. All eyes converged upon Su Feng. What do you think? A master of disguise. Su Feng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck under the intense scrutiny. What am I supposed to think? Clearly, this is mere sleight of hand. Who can turn feathers into fish scales and then back again? At least, Su Feng certainly could not. Oh, I arrived just a moment too late. Professor Su, how could you teach them to uncover the secret of the azure cloud lark? Suddenly, a voice pierced the air above the underground cavern. Sharp and seemingly astonished that the Azure Cloud Police Department could unveil such a secret. This was not supposed to be discovered. A few individuals looked up to find several figures clad in red standing above, accompanied by the sounds of beast battles. Among them was a smaller figure, resembling that of a little girl. Upon seeing these individuals, the expressions of the two senior beast tamers shifted dramatically. It's them again. Old Duan, you take Professor Su and the others away first. I will hold them off. Su Feng stepped closer to the two beast tamers, realizing that this group was anything but simple. To actively assault the Azure Cloud Police Department, they must be formidable. We must leave. Yes, Professor Su, let us hurry. One of the senior beast tamers grasped Su Feng's shoulder, preparing to lead him away. However, the little girl above smiled mischievously. Oh dear. Professor Su is clearly one of us. Why would you want him to leave with you? Professor Su, you should come with me instead. As she spoke, the little girl gently floated down towards them. Even more terrifying was the fact that the beast tamer had seized Su Feng's arm and remained motionless. Though it lasted merely a second or two, the little girl had already appeared before Su Feng, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger. None of you are to harm Assistant Shun, you see. She possesses valuable information and can join us in the future. However, I must first take Professor Su to decipher the secrets. With that, the diminutive girl, surprisingly strong, lifted Su Feng and began to float toward the door. Upon noticing Su Feng's astonished gaze, she even found the time to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry, Professor Su. We'll be inside shortly. However, I can only breach the first door for now. The second door will require a bit more time. You may rest for a while, Professor Su." Upon her words, Su Feng slumped into a deep sleep, with no time to react. When he next opened his eyes, the environment around him had drastically changed. Although it remained shrouded in darkness, faint glimmers flickered, emanating from the walls. The little girl squatted beside him, gazing at a makeshift nest of straw on the ground. Sighing deeply, alas, 6 azure cloud lark eggs, what a pity. They have all turned to stone. They cannot hatch. After expressing her thoughts, the little girl suddenly turned to Su Feng, her excitement palpable. Oh, Professor Su, you're awake? Perfect timing. Come take a look at these 6 beast eggs. Is there any chance they could still hatch? I just touched them, and they seem to have turned to stone. With that, the little girl dashed over to assist the sprawled Su Feng to his feet. Su Feng, suppressing the throbbing pain in his head, checked his body for injuries. There were none. However, the talisman containing the star dragon was missing. He scanned the ground but found no signs of it. Are you looking for this? The little girl produced a deep purple talisman from behind her, waving it in front of Su Feng. It's your beast, Professor. I took a look, and it truly possesses considerable talent. It might just reach the threshold of a quasi-king. You have quite the discerning eye, Professor Su. After saying this, the little girl placed the talisman containing the star dragon into Su Feng's hands, showing no concern that he would summon the beast to attack her. Here, it's yours. After all, you are one of us, and it wouldn't be right to take your belongings. After returning the star dragon, the little girl continued to pull Su Feng toward the location of the cluster of beast eggs, eager to see if any of them were still alive. If we can find one, we'll be rich. We could buy so many snacks. Su Feng observed the little girl, scrutinizing her surroundings. There were indeed no signs of any beasts. But at that moment, the little girl suddenly shot a fierce glare at Su Feng. Professor Su, don't even think about bullying me. I'm not afraid of even senior beast tamers. Chapter 65. The little azure cloud lark recognizes its master. I'm not afraid of even senior beast tamers. The little girl proclaimed, puffing out her chest, causing Su Feng's hand to freeze mid-motion. This child certainly spoke with conviction. This door could not be breached without harm by even the Azure Cloud Police Department. Yet this little girl managed to lead him through it effortlessly. Quite remarkable. It's possible that even without releasing her beast, the Star Dragon might not be her match. Su Feng slowly relaxed his grip on the talisman. For now, there didn't seem to be any danger. There was no need to provoke her at this moment. His gaze began to examine the several stone-like eggs nestled within the straw nest. Perhaps due to the passage of time, these fossils were covered in spots and dust, forming a thick layer of grime on the surface of the eggs. However, the little girl dared not disturb them, instead focusing intently on Su Feng. What if one of them is still alive, right? Su Feng leaned down to scrutinize the beast eggs more closely. The thick layer of dust accumulated on them prompted him to gently brush it away. The 6 eggs were neatly arranged, but none displayed any signs of vitality. After a long moment of observation, Su Feng sighed heavily. These eggs are nearly petrified. How could they possibly still be alive? I must be overthinking this. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, a panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. Species: Azure Cloud Lark. Level 1 Juvenile Phase. Attributes: Feathered, Space, Minor. Expected Potential: Skills: Peck, Flight, Wind Generation. Description: a terrifying descendant of a certain divine beast, possessing an extraordinarily strong talent for beast taming. If nurtured, it would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with throughout history. Its flying talent overshadows its spatial abilities, leading people to commonly perceive it as possessing only one attribute, while its powerful and proud lineage renders it indifferent to explaining itself to the world. Note: this type of beast cannot be captured by beast talismans. It must recognize its master, subsequently residing in a space of its choosing. The summoning method is consistent with ordinary practices, but the beast talisman cannot be utilized. Summoning relies solely on the talisman. Su Feng's gaze fell upon one of the beast eggs, and he inhaled sharply. Yet again, this marked the second occurrence. Once an enigma beyond Su Feng's comprehension arises, the system will automatically indicate it with a mark. This is not due to an inherent weakness in its capabilities. Rather, it stems from an extraordinary prowess that Su Feng has yet to witness, more formidable than even a quasi-king. Could it be a king? Advanced beast tamers are unable to engage with quasi-king level beasts, so what level does a king level beast represent? The little girl seems to have discerned a hint of this mystery. With a curious gaze fixed upon Su Feng, she inquires, Professor Su, have you discovered something? Before Su Feng can respond, the egg before them emits a cracking sound. Crack, crack, crack. It is as though a new life is on the verge of birth. The girl's expression shifts dramatically as she suddenly turns to Su Feng. Professor Su, it's dangerous here. Please step back. We wouldn't want you to get hurt. Yet Su Feng merely casts her a sidelong glance, harboring no belief in her warning. Dangerous? This is the emergence of a new beast. Upon its birth, the first creature it sees will evoke an innate bond with it. Such beasts are the easiest to tame. Clearly, the girl intends to claim this small beast for herself. With a wry smile, Su Feng steps back under the girl's vigilant gaze. When one is under the eaves, one must bow their head. Even if he were to forcibly seize the azure lark, he would find it impossible to leave this place without the girl's assistance. One should not covet that which does not belong to them. This is Su Feng's principle, at least within this nest. Observing Su Feng's voluntary retreat, the girl nods in satisfaction. At least you know your place. Professor Su has yet to formally join the Qiyang Public Welfare Organization. How could such a divine beast willingly be relinquished? Allow me to safeguard it for now. A smile graces the girl's face as she gazes at the beast egg that is cracking open, her eyes shimmering like stars. The guardian beast of Qingyan County. After many years, if it were to fall into her hands, her status within the organization would be significantly bolstered. Perhaps she could even cultivate a divine beast once more. The Azure Lark, a mythical divine beast from the legends of Qingyan County. It is about to emerge, with a final shell fragment dropping to the ground. A small head pokes out, seemingly dazed, sporting a tiny tuft of hair atop its head. The feathers adorning its body, emerging from the egg, closely resemble those scattered on the ground, but possess a remarkable softness, devoid of any harshness. The girl extends her hand, beckoning towards the azure lark, softly cooing. Welcome to this world, little one. Come here. She opens her arms, poised to embrace the azure lark. The little creature takes a tentative step forward, appearing somewhat daft, almost ready to be cradled by the girl. Yet, in the next moment, it abruptly halts. Do-do-do. It seems to sense something different. Subsequently, the azure lark turns and races towards Su Feng. Such a startling change of demeanor leaves not only the girl perplexed, but even Su Feng in a state of bewilderment. What is happening here? Could this be the sensation of a protagonist's aura? The girl watches in horror as the azure lark races towards Su Feng, immediately realizing the necessity to intervene. If the azure lark recognizes Su Feng as its master, it could very well seal their fate. This scenario must not unfold. Although the higher-ups wish to win over Professor Su, he has yet to formally join, has he not? It would be best if they could secure the azure lark for themselves. In a swift motion, the girl hurls a beast taming talisman. The azure cloud depicted upon it, adorned with a pattern of wind, suggests a considerable level of power. The talisman lands upon the azure lark, yet it elicits no reaction whatsoever. The azure lark merely shoots her a glare. Do. It squawks, scolding her before leaping high and colliding its forehead against Su Feng's. The bond is established. Do. You have our mother's scent. Do. I entrust you with my care. Do. Our contract incantation is life shared between cloud and sea, spanning 1,000 miles. Manifests forth. Chapter 66. The Golden Winged Rock. Su Feng gradually emerges from the azure lark's contract. This bond bears resemblance to that of the starry dragon. However, the azure lark appears to possess its own beast space. Upon the successful formation of the contract, it retreats into that space, only Su Feng able to sense its state. This proves more convenient than the starry dragon, as he need not carry a beast talisman and can summon it at his leisure. As Su Feng regains his composure, he notices the little girl's face filled with resentment. Tell me, how did you manage to charm that azure lark? Her eyes are brimming with tears. And even if she wished to take action against Su Feng now, it is too late. The azure lark's contract has been successfully formed. Any attempt to eliminate Su Feng would only result in the simultaneous disappearance of both him and the azure lark, yielding no benefit whatsoever. Su Feng gazes at her, shaking his head in resignation. I truly don't know. I merely stood in the corner. It dashed over without giving me a chance to react. The girl, teary-eyed, finds herself ignored by Su Feng. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she remains a terrifying little sorceress. Su Feng cannot forget her formidable nature. Regarding the azure lark's recognition of its master, Su Feng is acutely aware of the reason. It is highly likely due to the genuine azure lark feather gifted by the governor during the Qingyun County New Beast Tamer Competition's award ceremony. This feather is authentic, not the counterfeit trinkets that others are unable to take away. Su Feng keeps it with him at all times. After all, this journey requires him to visit the azure lark's nest. Naturally, he would carry anything that could foster a connection with the azure lark. Who would have thought it would come in handy at this very moment? What a stroke of luck. He inadvertently gained the azure lark's recognition as its mother. Now, Su Feng can only embrace the role of a father. Humph. The girl, realizing her ploy for sympathy is futile, warns Su Feng, Professor Su. If you do not join our Qiyang organization, we will not let you go. Our organization cannot permit a master of a divine beast to thrive. Su Feng casts her a sidelong glance, offering a dismissive response. Understood. It's not as if I actively sought the azure lark's attention. It chose me, after all. Even your speed couldn't intercept it. Surely, I cannot be blamed for this. All right. Su Feng gazed into the girl's piercing eyes and reluctantly spoke. If our ideals align, then perhaps joining you wouldn't be such a bad idea. Yet, this last statement was nothing but a farce. Ideals aligned. From the moment they laid hands on the police chief, it was evident that Su Feng and they could never share the same principles. Su Feng merely sought to earn a modest sum in peace, while this group was composed of reckless individuals who had no regard for their lives. Were there any alternatives? Su Feng would never consider collaborating with them. However, upon hearing his words, the girl's demeanor softened considerably. She wiped away her insincere tears and gazed at the door before them. Professor Su, the nest of the azure lark comprises 3 layers. The first layer is adorned with hypocritical feathers. The second contains the fossilized eggs of the azure lark. So, what do you believe the third layer might hold? Su Feng lowered his head slightly. Through a lens of deduction, the third layer should logically be the dwelling of the azure lark itself, rather than valuable treasures such as jewels. After all, the beast eggs, a treasure of bloodline rarity, were placed in the second layer, beyond the azure lark's corporeal form. Su Feng could not conceive what else the third layer might contain, unless… The girl observed Su Feng intently and nodded. Indeed, we speculate it to be a place of inheritance. According to records from another ruin, the azure lark is actually a progeny of an ancient divine beast. Even after being diluted to this extent, it has evolved into such a formidable creature. Can you guess what its original bloodline was? Su Feng met the girl's gaze. But before he could respond, she interjected, I know you are a professor of ancient beast taming. Such a riddle poses no challenge for you. Precisely. It is the legendary divine pet of the gods, the golden winged rock. This must be the legacy of the golden-winged roc. Even if it's not an azure lark, any ordinary avian beast that inherits the bloodline of the golden-winged roc will undoubtedly transcend. Who knows, it might even become a new divine beast. Su Feng regarded the girl, who rambled on with a hint of exasperation. Her fervor seemed to be the exclusive domain of their organization. Others could not replicate such passion, even if they tried. Su Feng could not fathom the connection to the golden-winged roc. It bore no resemblance whatsoever. Ironically, the girl's zealous and focused demeanor suggested that even if she were to allow one of her ordinary avian beasts to inherit, she would not choose to let Su Feng's azure lark partake in such a legacy. After all, ultimately, Su Feng was not one of them. Any benefits would naturally be hoarded for themselves. Others could be disregarded for now. All right, let us proceed. I can hardly wait to create a bird beast that rivals the azure lark, she exclaimed, her soft hand reaching out to clasp Su Feng's, surrounding them. A silvery radiance flickered and converged upon the two. Su Feng stared at the girl before him, incredulous. This must be the ability the system spoke of, short-distance spatial transfer. Indeed, in this world, the aberrant was not limited to just beast tamers. Animals could wield terrifying powers, and among such formidable beings, it was only natural that a few extraordinary humans would emerge. In an instant, the two figures vanished, passing through the door as if it were non-existent. Having experienced this once, Su Feng remarkably did not lose consciousness a second time. Even the girl appeared astonished. Oh, your body has developed a resistance. This time, you did not feel dizzy at all. It's rare to encounter someone like you after all these years. After all, there were not many humans endowed with special abilities. After scrutinizing Su Feng for a moment, the girl lost interest and began examining the surrounding chamber. In contrast to the previous room, this one was even more peculiar. The walls were no longer a cool light blue but transformed into a deep azure, smooth and immaculate, instantly evoking the sensation of being submerged in the ocean. This room was evidently more frigid, completely devoid of the essence of the golden-winged roc. Chapter 67. Danger Approaches. The chamber was adorned with numerous murals depicting birds, but not solely avian figures. There were also fish, clouds, confrontations, and only subsequently, birds, nests, and outstretched wings. The girl could not decipher their meaning. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the central altars. Flanking the altars were two small pedestals, each connected to the center by a tiny hook. This must be the site of the golden-winged roc's legacy. Yet, even the girl began to harbor doubts. This indeed resembled a site of inheritance. But what did the fish and clouds in the murals signify? Could it be that the golden-winged roc had an affinity for fish? Surely, a divine beast wouldn't be so trivial as to inscribe its favorite delicacies upon its legacy, would it? Was it a whimsical invitation for future generations to savor as well? Divine beasts could not possibly possess such a bizarre sense of humor. Regardless, let us wait a while. Once my abilities are restored, I shall ascend to accept the inheritance. The girl bit her lip, adopting a resigned demeanor. After all, her own feathered beast had only recently begun its cultivation and had yet to reach even a few months of age. Even if she were to incur losses, it wouldn't weigh heavily on her conscience. To her, beasts were merely tools. The reason she hesitated was that her own life was of utmost importance and not to be trifled with. What if something went awry? Su Feng examined the altar and the murals on the walls, utterly astonished. This was no mere site of the golden-winged roc's inheritance. It was likely a legacy of one of the ancient 10 fiends, a relic of myth. Perhaps we should reconsider this inheritance. Su Feng cautioned the girl. It was not out of moral awakening, but rather a concern that this opportunity might be singular. To embark on such a legacy without absolute certainty could easily result in squandering a precious chance. It would be wiser to prepare thoroughly before pursuing the inheritance. You dream. The girl pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Feng. Even if this site of inheritance is wasted, I would never grant it to you. You might as well be content with your azure lark. She was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Gradually, patience was the best course, yet for her, it was not the optimal choice. Not to mention that once reported, Qi Yang would decide who would inherit this place. Even if it were not given to Su Feng, this legacy would likely not fall into her hands. After all, she possessed no formidable feathered beast to compete with those other individuals. At best, she would receive a minor reward. What value does that meager reward hold when compared to a true divine beast? The little girl, resolute, declares that she will seize this singular opportunity. Should she succeed, her status would be forever transformed. Su Feng remained silent, yet his heart ached as he observed the girl. Were it not for the overwhelming might of this creature, he would have undoubtedly contested for it. Alas, after a moment, the little girl seemed to have regained her strength and summoned a beast without even employing a talisman. Su Feng fixed his gaze upon the creature, a fiery red beast intermittently igniting in flames. A panel appeared before him. Species, Blazing Fire Crane. Level, 41, Demon Beast Phase. Attribute, Avian, Fire. Projected potential, Demon General Level. Skills. Description. The emergence of this panel filled Su Feng with a sense of relief that he had not acted foolishly at the outset. A creature he deemed utterly unworthy turned out to be a demon beast of considerable standing, with potential reaching the level of a demon general. The Chen family had been desperately seeking a demon general level beast, and here it was, completely disregarded in the hands of the little girl. Come, let us ascend together to receive the inheritance. The girl urged the Blazing Fire Crane, her words directed solely at the beast. She dared not allow Su Feng to follow closely behind, having already stolen the Azure Cloud Lark. Who could predict to whom this inheritance would ultimately belong if he were to accompany her? Su Feng trailed behind, his expression betraying his profound regret. This was sheer wastefulness. This was the inheritance of the 10 fiends. How could one so casually ascend with nothing more than a mere avian beast? Was this not a squandering of opportunity? Yet the little girl remained utterly unconcerned, even as the potential demise of this demon general level beast loomed. She simply urged the Blazing Fire Crane onto the altar, while she positioned herself a short distance away, observing the unfolding changes, ready to flee at a moment's notice. In a critical moment, Su Feng could easily be discarded. Almost as soon as the Blazing Fire Crane stepped upon the altar, radiant light illuminated the surroundings, a flickering blue and white luminescence converging towards the altar. The light enveloped the Blazing Fire Crane, energies subtly gathering in that direction. A golden-winged rock. Indeed, a small golden bird, akin to a sprite, soared towards the altar. The only unfortunate aspect was the 2 pedestals nearby, which, at such a pivotal moment, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Not even a glimmer of light, nor a flicker of movement. Roar! The Blazing Fire Crane cried out, its blood surging as if undergoing a transformation of its very essence. The little girl's eyes brightened, her excitement palpable. Is it happening? Surely, this is indeed a place of avian inheritance. Though the Demon Beast Phase Blazing Fire Crane was not particularly powerful, this enhancement would surely elevate it to the ranks of elite beasts. In the future, I shall possess an extraordinarily formidable beast. With that, the little girl glanced back at Su Feng, her expression brimming with pride, as if a child showcasing a prized possession. Look, you have nothing like this, do you? You think you can contest with me? Not a chance. Yet Su Feng's gaze bore no trace of envy. Rather, it was filled with wariness as he took a step back. Was this truly an inheritance? It seemed so. Yet Su Feng could not shake the feeling that this was far more perilous than any mere inheritance. At the very least, when he intended to bestow something upon another, he would not infuse it with such terrifying intent to kill, unless Su Feng was uncertain whom he was meant to give it to, or perhaps he feared that what he intended to gift was not destined for the person he wished to honor, just as it appeared to be an inheritance. It was not one meant for the Blazing Fire Crane. It was a thief, a transgressor of inheritance. Faced with such a thief, Su Feng would choose to eliminate it. But what of the terrifying existence that was one of the 10 fiends? Would it show mercy? Su Feng did not believe so. This was the 10 fiends, not the 10 merciful. Its methods for dealing with thieves might indeed be more brutal than Su Feng's own. Danger approached. Chapter 68. The Tears of the Mermaid Princess. Energy coalesced into form around them. The sounds of tides, bird calls, lamentations, and the whispering wind intermingled, weaving together within the entire nest. The more Su Feng observed, the more he sensed something amiss, prompting him to retreat frantically. Even as he reached the wall, his heart remained unsettled, a nagging sense of dread gnawing at him. He hastily produced all items related to the Azure Cloud Lark, shielding himself with them. He even summoned the Azure Cloud Lark he had just contracted. United with the clouds and the sea, spanning vast distances, it arrived in an instant. Yet Su Feng could still feel an ominous shift. The little girl's awareness was even sharper. Her gaze was fixed on the Blazing Fire Crane upon the altar, her heart tightening with a jolt. In the next moment, the Blazing Fire Crane, standing firmly on the altar, seemed to attract the attention of a terrifying entity. Bam! In an instant, it was reduced to a mist of blood, feathers scattering in a gruesome display. The little girl, positioned closest, witnessed the horror up close, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was disastrous. It was coming for me. With a sudden shout, the girl invoked her ability to traverse time and space. Silver light surged towards her. She had relied on this power for her very survival. Without exception, however, as the silver light enveloped her, it abruptly ceased, leaving no further progression. She was trapped. The little girl's brow furrowed, disbelief etched across her face. How could this be? I must leave. I can leave. The space traversal technique is supposed to be invincible. Only the rarest of beasts above the quasi-king level could seal space. How could an inheritance long forgotten in the annals of time possibly confine space? The little girl could hardly fathom it, yet Su Feng, concealed in the corner, was not the least surprised. Even Professor Kong, who specialized in space, had been sealed by the azure cloud lark. What chance did she stand against such a force? The little girl hastily moved her hand to her waist, intending to summon her beast for protection. Yet before her fingers could settle, a silver light had already descended upon her. In that instant, space shattered, time unraveled. The silver light constricted. A glimmer of silver touched her forehead, and as the light dissipated, the girl was devoid of life. Though her exterior showed no change, her organs had been irrevocably displaced. A formidable force had been extinguished. Subsequently, the silver light began to advance towards Su Feng. It sought to eliminate all intruders. The little girl was merely one among many. Within this space, there were others who sought to usurp the inheritance. Su Feng gazed as the silver light materialized, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It was over. In the next moment, the azure cloud lark before Su Feng let out a piercing cry towards the advancing silver light. Coo! The slowly advancing silver stream suddenly halted. With a hint of hesitation, it flitted about for a moment. Tweet! The lark called out again. And that glimmer of silver light abruptly vanished, as if to affirm that the lark was indeed the sovereign of this realm. The entire space once more fell into silence, save for the small girl who lay there quietly, as though nothing had transpired. Su Feng's gaze became vacant, remaining unresponsive for an extended period, simply staring at the space and the little lark on the ground, lost in thought. Had he been saved? It wasn't until the little lark chirped again that Su Feng regained his senses, confirming his salvation. Tweet! Tweet! Do not hesitate. We must promptly accept the inheritance now. Tweet! Tweet! Otherwise, the space left by our ancestors will drift back into the void. Tweet! At that point, the legacy of our forebears will be utterly lost. Oh. Su Feng nodded, cradling the lark in his hands and inquiring anew. How shall we receive this inheritance? Wasn't that fellow already initiated? Must we not reactivate those two pedestals to utilize them? His attention had been fixed on the two pedestals so close to the altar during the fiery crane's acceptance of the inheritance. If one were to claim that the pedestals held no significance, Su Feng would vehemently disagree. How could a place of inheritance possibly contain utterly useless objects? Tweet! Tweet! Indeed! Indeed! Tweet! Tweet! Master, you are so astute. Much wiser than that previous fool who rushed in. Tweet! Tweet! The earlier fool had not considered this. The lark nodded appreciatively, guiding Su Feng toward the pedestal on the right. Tweet! Tweet! To gain the guidance of our ancestors, we must first obtain at least two forms of acknowledgement. Tweet! Tweet! Otherwise, we need the recognition of our ancestor, the golden-winged rock. Tweet! Tweet! At the very least, we must have my mother's acknowledgement. Other lesser beings are out of the question. The lark leaped from Su Feng's palm to his other hand. With its beak, it picked up a feather, the very one it had won in the Beastmaster competition, and placed it directly on the right pedestal. Tweet! Tweet! This is my mother's essence. As long as we can acquire her primordial feather, that constitutes acknowledgement. After stating this, it directed Su Feng to the other pedestal. Following its guidance, Su Feng complied. In this place of inheritance, who could be clearer than the lark? Yet, Su Feng couldn't shake the feeling that the lark's incessant chatter stemmed from having been sealed away for far too long. No matter how one viewed it, it had a somewhat loquacious demeanor. Tweet! Tweet! In addition to the golden-winged rock, we must also gain the acknowledgement of the aquatic tribe. Tweet! Tweet! Gaining my mother's recognition is simple, but this aquatic tribe's acknowledgement is rather challenging. Tweet! Tweet! Fortunately, you have already attained it. The little lark exclaimed with excitement. Su Feng, upon hearing this, felt astonished. I have gained acknowledgement. The small lark flipped out a tiny stone from Su Feng's palm. Remarkably, this stone was not something Su Feng had acquired through conventional means. It was a reward from a randomly assigned side quest by the system. Delivering Shen Jiayun to the Qingyun police station for research. Tweet! Tweet! This is the aquatic tribe's acknowledgement. The tears of the mermaid princess. Tweet! Tweet! Without the love of the mermaid princess, acquiring such a thing would be exceedingly difficult. The lark praised Su Feng once more, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. It was merely a coincidence. Had it not been for the ample space in his backpack, he might have carelessly discarded the stone. It appeared dark and unremarkable. Who would have guessed it was the mermaid princess's tears? Moreover, weren't the tears of a mermaid princess pearls? When did they turn into stones? Chapter 69. One of the 10 fiends, Kuanping. Confronted with this perplexity, Su Feng refrained from asking. After all, to inquire too much would only expose his lack of knowledge. I am a master of disguise. I must feign understanding. After placing the dark stone upon the pedestal, the lark ceased its chirping and flew toward the central altar. Though it flew in a somewhat erratic manner, it nonetheless landed precisely on the altar. Tweet. Master, step back. We mustn't harm you. Upon hearing this, Su Feng hastily retreated to the corner of the space. In this realm, he exhibited a level of timidity that could only be described as lifelong. One must bow one's head when under the eaves. After all, I am merely heeding my beast's words. Surely, it would not harm me. In an instant, the altar reactivated. Unlike before, this time the two pedestals began to move as well, releasing azure and aquamarine light. From the pedestal emitting aquamarine light, the black substance from the fossil began to fall away, revealing the lustrous pearls within. Exquisite and pristine, round and lustrous. What a treasure! Meanwhile, the lark on the altar shook its body, as if partaking in a sacred ritual. Behind it, a larger illusory form of the lark materialized, standing proud and regal, exuding an air of superiority. It seemed ready to burst forth into the azure sky at any moment. In the next instant, the illusion transformed into a creature reminiscent of a whale. With a gentle flap, it stirred a colossal wave, unmatched in strength. The two illusory forms alternated. Yet the lark bore a look of agony. Having been sealed for so long, its body was already frail. Now, as it accepted the inheritance, it appeared even more wan. Fortunately, it was merely the lark's acknowledgement. Had it been the golden-winged rocks, the lark might have truly struggled to endure today. From a distance, Su Feng could only watch, utterly unable to assist. Yet, he felt his own body gradually becoming lighter. This inheritance seemed to be transforming him as well. It was leading Su Feng toward a better direction. Could it be that I am also on the verge of mastering this so-called short-range spatial traversal ability? Su Feng felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet the spatial elements within him were undeniably multiplying. Moreover, the essence of space echoed in his mind, as if a bird were personally instructing him on the nuances of short-distance traversal. However, perhaps due to the energy of this space having been consumed by the little girl, even as the spatial power converged upon him, it was still insufficient. Just a fraction more. Just that little bit, which seemed so elusive. Su Feng furrowed his brow. If he were to leave this place and attempt to regain control later, it would be truly challenging. Learn. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Feng's mind. Side quest. Accompany Xin Jiayun to the Qingyun Lark Cave and complete the investigation of the lark. Task reward. Ascension of the Starry Dragon to level 5. Host gains moderate beast mastery. Special. Short-range spatial teleportation ability 1, 10. Task completed. A silvery radiance flickered, and in an instant, the meridians within Su Feng's body felt as though they had been completely unblocked. With a mere thought, Su Feng's form appeared 100 meters away. The short-range spatial teleportation was accomplished. Furthermore, the beast mastery within Su Feng had also been enhanced, resulting in a stronger physique and a more vibrant spirit, enabling him to control more beasts in battle simultaneously. However, the opportunity to level up the Starry Dragon had yet to be utilized. This opportunity would have to wait until he obtained a top-tier Thunder Evolution Stone. At that time, it might just facilitate the evolution of the Starry Dragon. What a splendid chance indeed. Speaking of evolution, the Azure Skylark on the altar had completed its ritual. Its body was now brimming with power, and with a piercing cry towards the heavens, it seemed capable of shattering the firmament. The Azure Skylark had grown significantly. It was no longer a creature that Su Feng could cradle in his palm, but rather one that could hold Su Feng within its grasp. Its entire form had swelled to twice Su Feng's size, with azure wings radiating light. This was indeed the proper size for the Azure Skylark. This inheritance had allowed the Azure Skylark to completely transcend its juvenile stage, directly becoming a beast of the Master Beast phase. Su Feng glanced at the panel of the Azure Skylark. Species, Azure Skylark, capable of transforming into Kunpeng, incomplete. Level, 25, Beast phase. Attributes, Feathered Tribe, Water System, Spatial System. Expected potential. Skills, Peck, Flight, Wind Generation, Water Gun, Rain, Water Column, Cloud Manipulation, Intermediate. Wind Riding, Intermediate. Wind Cutter Technique, Intermediate. Hurricane, Intermediate. Spatial Strangulation, Intermediate. Minor Spatial Teleportation, Intermediate. The panel of the Azure Skylark was resplendent, almost inherently endowed with 6 intermediate skills. It could virtually guarantee its invincibility during the Beast phase. Moreover, it even had the potential to transform into the more formidable Kunpeng. The only slight drawback was the lack of recognition from the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng during the inheritance. This ultimately left it somewhat lacking in the realm of flight. Thus, its Kunpeng bloodline was not as pure as the legends described. Nevertheless, it was still sufficiently powerful. Beep beep beep. Master, do not worry. In the future, if you can allow me to devour a few pure-blooded golden-winged Great Pengs. Beep beep beep. I would be able to mend the deficiencies within my body. The Azure Skylark seemed to perceive Su Feng's anxiety and promptly spoke. Such a terrifying creature as the Kuanping, in ancient times, was even capable of battling true dragons, being classified among the 10 most fearsome beings. How could its inheritance be so simple? Had it not been for Su Feng's extraordinary luck in encountering this particular Azure Skylark, the Kuanping might have faced extinction. Although it now bore some flaws, they could still be remedied, which was quite satisfactory. Su Feng could only manage a wry smile and nod. The legendary golden-winged Great Pong, said to be the embodiment of divinity, was also a kind of divine beast. To devour a few was already a stroke of fortune, yet he wished for more. However, in this current state, Su Feng was indeed quite content. At the very least, this creature in his possession was a beast of above Wong caliber. Although uncertain of how far it could go, it was certainly stronger in talent than the Starry Dragon. That was sufficient. As for other matters, Su Feng merely worried about the thickness of his own purse. The Kuanping would undoubtedly require more sustenance than the Starry Dragon. With a wave of his hand, Su Feng began to rummage through his belongings. He pulled out 5 golden cards and approached the lifeless little girl, tossing them beside her. This was merely a refund. A debt account cannot be erased. Take it. This was the primary purpose of Su Feng's journey to the Azure Skylark's nest. The rest were merely incidental gains. Chapter 70. You brought back the Azure Skylark? After accomplishing all this, Su Feng, accompanied by the Azure Skylark, retraced the route taken by the little girl on his return. However, the recovery of the spatial power within Su Feng was rather slow, taking nearly 20 minutes before he could utilize it again. It took a full 40 minutes before he returned to the outermost layer. Professor Su. A group of individuals clad in azure uniforms stood at the entrance, accompanied by a throng of beasts, including several spatial beasts. The voice that called out was unmistakably that of the female police chief. She was unharmed. How did you manage to escape? Are the Red Sun cultists still around? The female police chief inquired urgently. Su Feng shook his head. She had activated the Azure Skylark switch, and it was already deceased. Did you successfully call for rescue? Su Feng recalled that when he had departed, although the situation had not been entirely subdued, the Azure Skylark police station had seemed to be at a disadvantage. Remarkably, within just 2 hours, they had completely extricated themselves from peril. They truly possessed some capability. Su Feng had initially contemplated feigning surrender upon exiting to seize an opportunity to escape, which was why he had not summoned the Azure Skylark to avoid drawing attention. However, he had not anticipated that the Azure Skylark police station had also prepared adequately, managing to neutralize the Red Sun cultists within 2 hours, while simultaneously formulating a rescue plan for Su Feng. Indeed, we had also laid an ambush nearby. If there was no response after 10 minutes, we would immediately call for backup. Any beast owners in the vicinity, upon seeing the distress signal and provided there was no risk to life, were obliged to come to our aid. This is the federal regulation. The female police chief responded. Now that Professor Su had escaped unharmed, the Azure Skylark police station could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Professor Su was undoubtedly the most renowned scholar in the southern frontier recently. Should anything have happened under their watch, it would surely necessitate a complete overhaul from top to bottom. With Professor Su safe, it was the best possible outcome. A week later, upon returning to Qingyun County, Professor Lu rushed to meet Su Feng at the suburban beast shop he had opened after hearing of the events at the Azure Nest. This time, it was indeed a failure on the part of the Azure Skylark police station to arrange sufficient personnel. You went out, and while not expecting high-tier beast owners, how could they only send 8 high-tier beast owners to accompany you? That is simply absurd. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would not spare the Azure Skylark police station. Professor Lu was fuming, for his status as a top-tier professor was no less than that of the district governor of Qingyun. He could easily file a complaint against the Azure Skylark police station. Only 8 high-tier beast owners for the vice president of the Qingyun County Research Association to venture out, especially to explore the Azure Nest. It was utterly ridiculous. Observing the irate Professor Lu, Su Feng unexpectedly found himself offering a few words of comfort. Calm down, Professor Lu. We had not anticipated that such a combination could lead to issues. 8 high-tier beast owners were, in fact, a considerable allocation by Qingyun County. After all, there are at most 100 high-tier beast owners throughout Qingyun County, and nearly all of them are engaged in various tasks. Moreover, it is imperative to maintain traffic and ensure the safety of Qingyun County, which necessitates the deployment of 8 elite beast tamers. I perceive their seriousness in this matter. The principal reason lies in Su Feng's utter disbelief at the formidable strength of the so-called Qiyang Public Welfare Organization. It is astonishing that even 8 elite beast tamers could not thwart them. What is even more unfathomable to Su Feng is that this group dares to directly confront an official organization. This is tantamount to courting death. Should they fail to resolve this, they would undoubtedly be netted like rats. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Lu Ziling's fury considerably abated. Was it Qiang that attacked you? He inquired. Su Feng nodded. He was not the only one privy to this information. Virtually everyone present had heard it. It was indeed Qiang. Yet they had likely grown complacent this time. They did not anticipate our arrival with 8 elite beast tamers, did they? Therefore, aside from the most central figure, the others were essentially engaged in a 50-50 struggle with the Qingyun Police Department. Once support arrived, they would falter. Su Feng recounted. Had he not discovered the secret of the Kunpeng, it is likely this group would have concealed their actions once more. As the strength of the Qingyun Police Department is formidable, that little girl was far too anxious and rash. It provided Su Feng with an opportunity. Otherwise, he truly might have met his demise this time. However, the outcome is still passable. At the very least, the Kunpeng, or rather the Qingyun Sparrow, has fallen into Su Feng's hands. Lu Ziling nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Such ferocity is rarely discernible in ordinary researchers. The Qiang group, in the past, merely propagated some sinister notions. Although we eradicated them, we would not go to extremes. Many even lurked within our ranks, serving some purpose. But now, an invisible aura of killing intent emanated from Lu Ziling. I believe this group no longer warrants mercy. I shall return and apply for their eradication at once. With that, Lu Ziling strode towards the exit. He intended to return to the capital immediately, to summon the most formidable war machine and crush this rabble. Wait a moment, Professor Lu. Su Feng suddenly called out, halting Lu Ziling. If you return, could you kindly convey a message for me? This is the query Professor Kong had initially posed regarding why his spatial beast was sealed by the Qingyun Sparrow. The reason is that the Qingyun Sparrow is also a spatial type beast, although it was only at the Quasi-King level when he encountered it. Even a Quasi-King level Qingyun Sparrow is capable of completely sealing the surrounding space. Lu Ziling abruptly halted, spinning around. Spatial type. Are you saying the Qingyun Sparrow is also a spatial type beast? Have you unraveled the mystery of the Qingyun Sparrow this time? At that moment, Lu Ziling cast aside the secrets of Qiang from his mind. The secret of the Qingyun Sparrow has been unveiled in such a short span. The master of disguise. Su Feng, have we yet to see through him? Just as Su Feng was about to speak, a heated argument erupted from the corner of the room. Do. No, you've already eaten 3 packs. This last pack is mine. Why? Then eat faster. You're so slow. Why? I thought you didn't like to eat. Professor Lu leaned his head out in that direction. To his astonishment, a plump thunder dragon and a blue bird twice the size of a human were bickering. Professor Lu's eyes widened. Is this the Qingyun Sparrow? Su Feng actually brought the Qingyun Sparrow back. Chapter 71, Professor Mignon's Gift. Observing the shock in his eyes, Su Feng wore a wry smile. These 2 little creatures have been voraciously devouring food since their return. Despite the Qingyun Sparrow just arriving, it showed no restraint, consuming even more than the Yuxing dragon. It's just that, overall, it eats at a slower pace. Is this really the Qingyun Sparrow? Professor Lu Ziling asked incredulously. Su Feng nodded. The appearance of the Qingyun Sparrow is indeed unique, with few birds in the avian lineage able to compare. Therefore, it is better to simply acknowledge it. Compared to the Qingyun Sparrow, the Kunpeng is the ultimate trump card. This card need not be revealed. Our gains from this excursion are substantial. Su Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. By rights, this mission belonged to the Qingyun Police Department. The spoils should belong to the public. Yet Su Feng had essentially claimed all the rewards. Conversely, the Qingyun Police Department had little to show aside from some basic information about the Qingyun Sparrow. Moreover, the Qingyun Sparrow had voluntarily recognized him as its master, leaving the Qingyun County with no recourse but to engage in urgent discussions, of which there were still no results. Su Feng briefly recounted the situation, omitting the details concerning the Kunpeng and the panel. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziling felt astonished. What incredible luck! Can an ordinary person truly possess such fortune? Surely, the master of disguise is not deceiving me. You need not concern yourself with this matter. The Qingyun Sparrow cannot possibly be surrendered, Lu Ziling asserted. Since the Qingyun Sparrow has voluntarily recognized you, it belongs to you. Furthermore, I believe Qingyun County will have to allocate some breeding funds for you. After all, it is their revered divine beast. What if there is no money and it becomes too weak to rear? Professor Lu Ziling said earnestly. Wouldn't that be an embarrassment for Qingyun County? Su Feng was taken aback. Not only had he inadvertently acquired a fearsome young beast from the Qingyun County mission, but now he was also expected to request funds from them to raise it. Is this even human? Su Feng's cheeks flushed slightly. He was not so shameless as to agree, shaking his head. Professor Lu, let us set that aside. If I obtained any information about the Qingyun Sparrow in the future, I will provide a copy for you and Professor Kong, as well as one for Qingyun County. However, please keep this information confidential. Currently, I am the only one who possesses the Qingyun Sparrow. If it were to be subjected to research and targeted, That would be problematic, Su Feng stated. In reality, even if Su Feng were to develop the information later, he would not disseminate too much about the Qingyun sparrow. At most, he would share some basic details, and even the information regarding its water attribute would be concealed. Perhaps, in the future, it could serve as a trump card. Indeed, that is only natural. Lu Zilin nodded in agreement, clearly understanding that Su Feng intended to cultivate the Qingyun sparrow as his combat beast. In that case, disclosing the secrets of the Qingyun sparrow would evidently be irresponsible for Su Feng's safety. He understood the stakes involved. Lu Zilin gazed at the Qingyun sparrow, and the desire to borrow it for research quietly faded away. Perhaps it is not very likely. Even if Su Feng were willing, the Qingyun sparrow would most likely refuse to leave with him. I shall take my leave now, Professor Lu declared as he turned to exit. Su Feng intended to close the door to prevent anyone from intruding to witness the spectacle. However, upon reaching the entrance, several figures stood outside, holding gift boxes. They were slightly bowing, and upon seeing Su Feng, smiles immediately illuminated their faces. Without waiting for Professor Lu to depart, these individuals hurried towards Su Feng, seemingly anxious that he might close the door. Professor Su, the leader among them, called out to Su Feng, announcing, "We are sent by Professor Meng Yan. We have heard of the peril you faced on your recent expedition to the Qingyun nest. We hasten to ensure your well-being." As he spoke, the entourage behind him, laden with gifts, surged forward, offering no respite for Su Feng to respond. Lu Zilin, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just days prior, during an encounter at the Qingyun County Gymnasium, there had been a minor conflict between Meng Yan and Su Feng. Now, barely a week later, an incident had befallen Su Feng at the Qingyun nest. It was only natural for anyone to suspect Meng Yan. His immediate dispatch of gifts was, in fact, an attempt to clear his name, to assure all that it was not he who had caused Su Feng's troubles. "Professor Su, please accept this. It is a token of goodwill from Professor Meng Yan." Lu Zilin promptly made the decision for Su Feng, to spare him the trouble of declining. Everyone knew Su Feng's financial struggles. He was essentially the poorest senior professor in Qingyun County. With a top-tier professor sending gifts, how could he refuse? It would be foolish not to accept. As for whether Meng Yan was involved, that was a matter for the Qingyun Police Department to investigate. Speculation was futile. However, Lu Zilin genuinely believed that Meng Yan was unlikely to be the culprit. Despite lingering grudges over the years, Meng Yan was, by nature, a decent person, albeit somewhat boisterous. Su Feng had initially hesitated to accept, not out of suspicion, but rather due to the unresolved nature of the task at hand. He feared that if this gift were counted as part of his earnings, it would complicate matters. Yet, glancing back at the two ravenous Taotai within, he relented. He could no longer afford to refuse. Their insatiable appetites were overwhelming. The Kuanping consumed far more than the Yuxinglong. As Su Feng accepted the gifts, smiles broke out among the group. The esteemed Professor Su had acquiesced. They could now depart. With Su Feng evidently untroubled, they swiftly took their leave, disappearing as quickly as they had arrived. Su Feng found himself bemused by their behavior. They resembled sprightly little emissaries of fortune, delivering gifts and then vanishing. "I must take my leave as well," Lu Zilin remarked, shaking his head, amused by the incident. Yet, he too needed to return to Kyoto. The Red Sun faction could not remain idle for long. They needed to strike decisively. With a determined stride, Lu Zilin summoned thousands of silhouettes in the sky, a multitude of feathered beasts soaring into the air. This was evidently unrelated to Lu Zilin. A crisis was unfolding in Qingyun County. 200 kilometers from a certain direction of Qingyun County City, a group clad in crimson robes stood atop a sand dune, their gazes fixed ahead. Before them stood a man in a blood-red robe, his arm raised high. "We shall show Qingyun County our true colors," he proclaimed. "They have pursued us for many years, forcing us into hiding like rats. Now, they even wish to obliterate the bastion we have painstakingly constructed. We shall fight with all our might." As he concluded, the crowd below echoed his fervor with raised arms. They were zealous devotees, followers of the sun god, individuals eager to devote themselves to the cause of the Red Sun. Fear of death was foreign to them. However, relying solely on their strength may not suffice to conquer Qingyun County, mused one of the men. A girl beside him gradually spoke up. If Su Feng were present, he would recognize her as Nangong Ling, the very girl who had orchestrated their initial meeting. Now she stood closer to the man, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. But what of the county guardian? Surely he possesses a quasi-king level beast. Quasi-king level beast. And what of it? The man scoffed. While we may lack such beasts in our division, I see no reason we cannot summon a few formidable allies from headquarters. Those elites surely possess a multitude of quasi-king level beasts. Nangong Ling's face reflected her concern. But, not only headquarters, the Southern Zhang division seems opposed to our actions. A large-scale assault on a city? That is tantamount to courting death. If we harm innocent civilians or the professors we aim to recruit, the higher-ups will hold us accountable. Hearing her words, the man erupted in anger. Then what do you suggest? The Qingyun Police Department is intent on exterminating us. The Southern Jiang Division's attempt to seize Qingyun Sparrow has already failed, and even their leader perished here. Have we not already alerted the Qingyun police? If we do not resist, shall we simply await our annihilation? His agitation grew, his body nearly pressing against Nangong Ling. Those fools from the Southern Jiang Division. They took advantage of us, and now we must bear the blame. Can we withstand the accusations of attacking the Qingyun police and the Master of Disguise? No matter where we flee, we will be hunted down by the entirety of Huagua. Before he could finish, another individual approached, delivering a report. Minister, orders from the Southern Jiang Division. They instruct us to remain hidden and avoid rash actions. Humph. The man snorted disdainfully. Look at these cowards. Hide. The Qingyun police will unearth us even if we burrow underground. Hide. How can they even suggest such a thing? Faced with his ire, Nangong Ling found herself at a loss for words. Since 2 days ago, the Qingyun police had indeed been relentlessly pursuing them. Many had already been apprehended. Even if they fled to the desolate plains, survival was uncertain. So many mouths to feed, so many beasts to sustain, relying solely on the dark beasts. It would not be long before they themselves transformed into dark beasts. Moreover, headquarters has summoned Miss Nangong back. You are to take over the position of assistant to the Southern King. The messenger continued. These words shocked even Nangong Ling. At such a critical juncture, they wished to recall her to headquarters. Were they truly considering the Qingyun County Red Sun faction as expendable? The man observed Nangong Ling, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. You can return to headquarters, Nangong, but what of us? Are we to perish? He abruptly turned to address his followers. We are the true warriors fighting for the Sun God. Those cowards are nothing but weaklings. In 3 days, we shall unleash the beast tide and seize Qingyun County. Within Qingyun County, defenses were tight, and numerous beast tamers stood atop the city walls, gazing out over the barren plains. Lu Zilin had not departed. Instead, he surveyed the unfolding situation. Although no immediate threat loomed, an unsettling sensation gnawed at him. Professor Su, we should depart from here, he urged. Lu Zilin stood there, an inexplicable anxiety weighing on his heart. In the desolate and eerily silent expanse of the wasteland, a sense of dread looms. Professor Lu, it is not that we are unwilling to let you leave. Rather, I fear that you may not be able to depart at all. Before Su Feng could utter a word, the female officer beside him interjected, exclaiming, a quasi-king level beast has already manifested on the barren plains. It is likely that a king level beast may have also awakened. They have managed to deceive a creature of such caliber. It seems this group has indeed invested considerable effort over the years in the wasteland. King level beasts. Initially, upon hearing about the quasi-king level beast, Lu Zilin wore an air of arrogance. However, upon the mention of king level, his countenance fell drastically. King level beasts are no trifling matter, even within the alliance. Few can claim the capability to contend with such formidable beasts. A high-level beast family requires merely 1 demon general level beast or 3 demon level beasts to attain its status. Yet, the disparity between a demon general level beast and a quasi-king level beast is vast, let alone a king level beast. Those divine beasts renowned in mythology essentially belong to this echelon. It appears that the southern region is once again teetering on the brink of peril. To dare awaken a king level beast, could it be that these individuals are truly reckless enough to risk their lives? Once a king level beast awakens, even if they are the awakeners, they too shall be devoured by the king level beast, no doubt. Standing behind Su Feng, Shun Jiayun also wore a grim expression. The notion of a king level beast loomed over everyone like a dark cloud, suffocating their spirits. Even Lu Zilin currently lacked a king level beast. This is the sheer intimidation of a king level beast. Should the target be set upon a small city, it would almost be tantamount to issuing a death sentence to that city. Therefore, it seems this group is prepared to meet their demise. In their final moments, they intend to awaken the king and unleash the king-level beast upon Qingyun County, sacrificing the lives of 1 million citizens alongside them. The female officer's eyes widened slightly, as such a terrifying scenario unfolded in her mind. These cornered rats, desperate and with nowhere to turn, seek to drag Qingyun County down with them. How utterly depraved. Is there truly no beast family in Qingyun County capable of controlling a king-level beast? Su Feng suddenly inquired. The formidable opponents encountered along the way had caused him to hesitate. Lu Zilin shook his head helplessly, responding, no? How could a county-level city possibly harbor a king-level beast? It is already commendable for the county magistrate to possess a quasi-king-level beast that surpasses many others. Throughout the southern region, The number of individuals with king-level beasts is certainly fewer than 10. Moreover, most of these powerful beings are stationed to guard terrifyingly formidable locations. To expect them to spare their efforts is equally challenging. I fear that Qingyun County is on the verge of a calamity. We must devise a means to seek assistance from the capital, Lu Zilin patiently explained. Above the high-level beast families, the Huan nation does not establish explicit rankings, or rather, it refrains from explicitly setting defined levels, only specific positions. This is to safeguard the security of this segment of beast families and to conceal the true strength of the Huan nation. What is most alarming is that even if we were to seek aid from the capital, they may not have the manpower to spare at this moment. Lu Zilin's expression reflected his bitterness. 3 days. It is indeed an exceedingly pressing timeline. The capital may not be able to dispatch a beast family with a king-level beast in time. Regardless, we must implore Professor Lu to act swiftly in seeking assistance. Qingyun County is now in the hands of Professor Lu. In the distance, a man whom Su Feng had previously encountered approached, clad in opulent attire, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of a ruffian. Yet, his status was anything but trivial. He was the county magistrate stationed in Qingyun County, responsible for the visible high-end combat prowess, truly a powerful being above the high-level beast families. He possessed a quasi-king level beast, not merely a beast with quasi-king talent, but a genuine quasi-king level beast. Seeking assistance poses no issue, but the magnetic field in this vicinity has become chaotic. Forcibly teleporting may lead to positional deviations. Professor Lu Zilin regarded Su Feng, the implication clear. He could no longer take Su Feng along. If they were to rely on flying beasts, how could they possibly reach the capital in 3 days? Even exiting the wasteland would be a formidable challenge. They could only rely on spatial beasts for continuous teleportation to have any chance of escape. However, positional deviation would undoubtedly escalate the danger level significantly. Professor Lu, I shall remain in Qingyun County, Su Feng interjected, recognizing Lu Zilin's predicament. It would indeed be far more challenging for Professor Lu to leave with him. Moreover, there was no guarantee they would successfully escape. At present, Lu Zilin also lacked a king-level beast. If their position happened to shift directly above a king-level beast, I believe it would be best for Professor Su to stay with us. I will ensure that Professor Su is well protected. The county magistrate of Qingyun County seemed to acknowledge Su Feng's lack of strength and took the initiative to reassure Lu Zilin, allowing him to focus on seeking assistance. They will take good care of Professor Su. After all, he is a master of disguise, although his prowess in beast mastery is still developing. With his wealth of experience and resources, it is only a matter of time before he ascends to a high-level beast family. As for reaching even greater heights, that would depend on whether this professor can fortuitously acquire a quasi-king level beast. Lu Zilin ceased further discussion, imparted a few words of caution to Su Feng, and promptly set about leaving the wasteland. Meanwhile, with little to occupy her, Shen Jiyun was dispatched by Su Feng to assist with routine affairs at the Beast Research Association. After all, Su Feng still held the nominal position of vice president at the Qingyun County Research Association. Neglecting responsibilities for an extended period would surely invite inquiries into his lineage. As for Su Feng, he returned to the beast shop. Upon arriving, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations on completing the task. Task reward, 30 million federal coins. Random beast level increase of 5 levels. 1 top-tier evolution stone of the lightning attribute, suitable for the evolution of the Star Beast Dragon. Current unclaimed rewards, Star Beast Dragon level 5, Random Beast level 5. 30 million federal coins, 1 top-tier evolution stone of the lightning attribute. Su Feng inhaled sharply within the beast shop. Hooray! At last, he had funds again. 30 million federal coins would be more than sufficient to sustain these 2 little fellows for over half a year. By then, the funding applied for by the Research Institute would also arrive. Next year, he could once again apply for funding under the guise of the Qingyun Lark, enlisting Shen Jiyun to work for him. Henceforth, this funding would flow like a continuous stream, inexhaustible and ever available. Su Feng promptly withdrew all of the funds. The 30 million federal coins materialized as 30 shimmering cards, each signifying 1 million federal coins. He carefully stowed away the 30 million federal coins, as this would constitute his sustenance for the coming months. Afterward, Su Feng focused his mind and retrieved the top-tier evolution stone of the lightning attribute, placed upon the table. With insulated gloves adorning his hands, Su Feng dared to touch the thunderstone. Even in the absence of contact, it crackled with electricity, the air alive with its energy. Yuxinglong, come here and prepare yourself. Cradling the thunderstone, Su Feng felt its heat persist despite the insulation, almost unbearable to hold. What frightened him more was the possibility of the gloves failing. There would be no rescue in that event. It would be utterly meaningless. Yuxinglong, with eager enthusiasm, The creature approached, its gaze fixated solely on the Thunderstone. It could sense that this stone harbored formidable power, capable of instigating a profound transformation, a complete metamorphosis. The Qingyun sparrow also fluttered nearby, glancing at the Thunderstone but utterly disinterested. This elemental force did not pique its curiosity, though it could feel the immense energy contained within. Of course, the Qingyun sparrow had recently undergone its own transformation, so it did not harbor any envy. In the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped Yuxinglong, its aura intensifying. Su Feng swiftly extended the evolution stone towards Yuxinglong, catch it, absorbed the energy within, and evolved directly. Yuxinglong understood Su Feng's intent immediately, eagerly seizing the pinnacle Thunderstone. This was its moment to break through to level 30, entering the beast phase, the most opportune chance for successful evolution. Yuxinglong, it called out, and the Qingyun sparrow quickly tugged Su Feng away, retreating to safety. The spectacle was grand. Blue and violet lightning crackled around Yuxinglong, coalescing into a tangible form, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon the surroundings. The scene resembled a colossal storm of destruction. Yet, Yuxinglong writhed in agony within the tempest, as if being reshaped by the very lightning, harnessing its electric power. Su Feng inhaled deeply, reflecting on the legend that Yuxinglong possessed 4 evolutionary forms. Typically, reaching the 3rd form was an extraordinary achievement. Thus, Su Feng was eager to witness how formidable Yuxinglong could become. Given this method of evolution, should it merely attain the rank of a quasi-king, Su Feng would suffer a significant loss. At the very least, it ought to reach the king-level tier. Who could afford to nurture a quasi-king beast at the daily cost of nearly 100,000 federal coins? As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Yuxinglong's form emerged slowly. Had it failed? The thunder ceased, and light scattered. Yuxinglong's energy had indeed swelled several times, with even the potency of its lightning visibly enhanced. Yet, it still appeared rather rotund. Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it fail to evolve after utilizing the pinnacle Thunderstone? Aside from a slight increase in size and a marginally larger pair of short wings, there were no other discernible changes. Was this not a failure of evolution? It merely managed to reach the beast phase. Su Feng hastily inspected Yuxinglong's status panel. Species, Yuxinglong. Level, 31, beast phase. Attribute, electric. Dragon, expected potential, quasi-king. Skills, disguise, electric current, thunderclap, heavenly thunderflash, dragon claw, starfall, destructive thundercloud. Incomplete version. A perfect version could rival a quasi-king. Current power comparable to high-tier, life-risking use. Aside from the level, there were no other changes whatsoever. Was this some sort of jest? Su Feng glared at Yuxinglong, suspecting it might have hidden the evolution stone to sell for profit. How could such a premier evolution stone yield no effect? Where's the evolution stone? Why did you not evolve? Yuxinglong stood, shaking off its excess flesh as proof that it had not concealed the stone. It looked at Su Feng with an innocent expression. Yuxing, I don't know. It was indeed possible for evolution stones to fail in their purpose, a notion Su Feng could accept. However, the radiant glow that had emanated from Yuxinglong earlier clearly indicated a successful evolution. Why had the light vanished without any reaction from it? Pondering deeply, Su Feng made his way to the Beast Research Association. Surely, there would be records regarding the failure of beast evolution within their archives. The vice president's position proved advantageous. Please assist me in locating information on the failure of beast evolution. Su Feng commanded directly. At present, no one was inquiring. Had he been reading alone, he might have missed the reason upon encountering Lu Zilin's return. Coincidentally, Shen Jiayun was also present, likely dispatched by Su Feng earlier that morning. Seeing her, Su Feng tentatively posed a question. Let me quiz you. If a beast possesses an evolution stone, yet still fails to evolve, what could be the reason? Shen Jiayun paused her tasks and replied thoughtfully. There are a few possibilities. Either the evolution stone is counterfeit, or its grade is insufficient. Furrowing his brows, Su Feng countered. The evolution stone was provided by the system. It cannot possibly be fake, and it is already classified as top tier. Furthermore, this is Yuxinglong's first evolution. It cannot be due to insufficient grade, can it? What if it is indeed a genuine evolution stone, and the finest quality at that? Also, during the evolution process, there was a flash of white light, and a phantom appeared. What does that imply? Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayun waved her hand dismissively. That is improbable. Under normal circumstances, possessing an evolution stone guarantees the success of at least the first 2 stages of evolution. Especially with the highest grade, the energy should be more than adequate. Unless... Her voice trailed off as she began to doubt her own assertion. Unless this beast is already of a very high rank. A form so advanced that even a top-tier evolution stone cannot supply sufficient energy for its evolution. It may require another evolution stone. or it might need to reach a certain level before it can evolve naturally. As she spoke, Shen Jiayan shook her head again. In such cases, the greater the energy required for evolution, the more terrifying its potential post-evolution. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare for such a beast to appear among a million. This hardly seems like a standard outcome. Su Feng began to grasp the situation. The implication was that Yuxing Long's evolutionary form was extraordinarily formidable. One pinnacle evolution stone was insufficient for its evolution. Moreover, it would be best to allow it to reach a certain level before attempting to evolve again, which would further enhance its potential. Su Feng inhaled sharply, realizing that this implied the two beasts he possessed were unlikely to evolve in the near future. Aside from a slight increase in size, there appeared to be no changes in their forms whatsoever. To take two juvenile beasts into battle was simply unthinkable. Su Feng had aspirations of riding a dragon. Yet, given the current state of the cosmic star dragon, it seemed incapable of even lifting off the ground. He cast a glance at the cosmic star dragon, which was munching away as it trotted alongside him. Well, it was best to leave it to fate. Acquiring another evolution stone was prohibitively expensive, and he simply could not afford it. Moreover, it would deplete the potential of the cosmic star dragon. As long as it was formidable in combat, that would suffice. As for looking good, well, that was entirely Su Feng's prerogative. Let us go. Enough eating, we must return. Su Feng addressed the cosmic star dragon, but before it could respond, an ear-piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire Beast Research Association. In the next moment, an announcement echoed across the entirety of Qingyun County, causing a pang of anxiety in everyone's hearts. Beast Tide Alert. All registered Beast Masters in Huagua are to proceed to the nearest city wall immediately. Those who defy this order will be executed on the spot. The message regarding the Beast Tide was repeated thrice, each iteration louder than the last, with enunciation so clear it resonated deeply. Su Feng's heart sank. The Beast Tide had arrived earlier than anticipated? According to their projections, it would not occur for at least another 3 days. Lu Zilin had just departed, and he likely hadn't ventured more than 100 kilometers from Qingyun County when the Beast Tide commenced. Moreover, the urgency of the announcement was palpable. It called for all registered Beast Masters, regardless of rank, to head to the nearby city walls. Should Su Feng heed the call? He too was a registered Beast Master in Huagua. Previously, he had registered as a novice Beast Master to participate in a competition. According to this announcement, it seemed he would have to respond as well. A figure darted past the Beast Master building, and Su Feng instantly recognized him. Wasn't that the county guard of Qingyun? As soon as Su Feng spotted him, the guard's gaze met his. Professor Su, what brings you here? The county guard inquired, glancing at the documents on the ground. Su Feng shook his head, just checking on a few things. By the way, county guard, I just heard the broadcast stating that all registered Beast Masters need to head to the nearby city walls. Should I also go assist there? I am a novice Beast Master as well.